healthy, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Morning, hello, welcome along. It is Sunday morning, our first live show of the day here at Hochanda. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to Sunday. We start, as ever, every day with Craft Price Drop. A whole hour of bargains, and we've got some brand new items coming up as well. Some also that you've seen before, maybe, that are backed by popular demand. And we've also got Dave's Pick. Yeah, we've got this coming up in the show. Now, the reason I selected this was I think they called it a secret saver, which was basically something that we had on offer on the website and wasn't on TV. But you found it on the website and loads of you bought it. We've got it for the first time on television today. Now, it doesn't look that awe-inspiring when you're seeing it on the picture there. They are not A4, they're A3 sheets. And it's got texture to it. And it actually looks a little bit like fine leather, but it's paper or card. And there's 24 sheets of it in total, and they come in cellophane packs of 2. So kind of designer paper for you. And we're showing it to you first time on TV, probably in about 5 minutes. So if you fancy getting that, whatever you do, don't go anywhere. Right. How does Craft Price Drop work then? I'm sure you know by now, but in case those of you that haven't watched before, let me explain. It's a falling price auction. So what that means is you see the price as it should be in the purple box. The price, though, that you want to keep an eye on is going to be in the white box, because that's where it starts to fall. Now, that price, we honestly, God's honest truth, do not know how low the price is going to go, because it all depends on you. Because if you put it in your basket and check out, you take the quantity, which will appear at some point down here, that goes down by 1. Now, it's only when we get to 0 stock that that white box price gets locked, and that's the price that everybody pays. So we don't know when the stock's going to get to 0, because it depends how quickly you check out. So that's the way it works. Now, the way that you can take part, the best way is on the website, which is hochanda.com, because you can see what's actually live, the auction as it comes on. You can put it in your basket and you can check out very, very easily, and then your debit or credit card gets debited at the end of the auction when we lock that price. Don't put it in your basket before the auction starts, and don't put it in your basket after the auction's ended, because one or two things will happen. You'll either be charged the higher price, which you don't want to pay, or if we get any back that bounce back, or very often they've sold out. So, you know, the best scenario is wait till the auction starts, the item that you're after, put it in your basket and check out. You can do it on the phone as well. The operator will take your call, but sometimes there can be a queue on the phone, so that's not absolutely ideal. But jot down the number if you want to do it on the phone. It's 01733 797 100. That will get you through to the Craft Price Drop team. Okay, so that's the way it works. Already, we've got lots of people looking on the website. Already, we're busy for our first item, which is a brand new set of Spellbinders dies. They're called Nestabilities. Now, we've shown it to you. The auction is now active. You can now put it in your basket and check out. You'll all pay then the final low price. One thing I've not mentioned, P&P. £4.95 postage if you're not in the Freedom Club. If you are, you don't pay any P&P at all. So you can save yourself a lot of money by joining Freedom. £6.97, 888 your item number. OK, that's all the housekeeping done then. Let's have a look at our first item. Spellbinders are one of the best known and best loved die manufacturers in the world, I'd say, to be honest with you. These are brand new, and you're going to get a set of 4. Now, 3 of them are cutting dies. So you've got a cutting die that size, and that size. And the middle size one, the 4th die, is actually an embossing die. Let me just show you what I mean. The biggest one, by the way, is 10.7 centimetres by 12.7, which is just over 4 inches by 5. Here they are, look. So that's a lovely large frame, as you can see. That's the biggest one. Next one down, that's also a cutting die as well, cutting outside edges. This one, though, the next one down from that, doesn't have a cutting edge on it. So that is their purely to give you an emboss or a deboss into your card. You can actually letterpress with it as well if you want to, put some ink on it, and it'll leave that behind. And then there's your final cutting die just there. So 4 dies, 3 of them cut, 1 of them embosses. They should be £18.60. The orchestra is starting up. Here we go. Here's our first price plummet of the morning. Here we go. Watch those arrows. £12.49 from £18.60. So that is about £6 off the price. Percentage-wise, about a third, about 33% off the price. Not a bad way to start your Sunday morning. These frames are great. They work, obviously, landscape and portrait. Beautifully decorative. It looks like an ornate mirror frame or something like that, doesn't it? You could put some silver card in there to make it look like a mirror if you wanted to. But we've done something a little bit more kind of fancy with graphic 45 papers, I think, on this one. But lovely dies to have, really useful ones to invest in. You know, you can choose which size of frame you want to use. But remember, the third one, that one there, is not a cutting die, that's an embossing die. £12.35, they're still going down. I mean, £18.60, to be honest, is not a bad price for all those dies from Spellbinders. So if you were paying that, I wouldn't begrudge that at all. But look at where we're at now. £12.35 for all 4 dies. Good way to start your day. We've got the Dave's Choice Star Buy coming up next, actually. That'll be our next item. So if you've got things to do and you want to get out and about, I'll give you that Star Buy in a second. £12.7p. Now, Spellbinders dies obviously work with any machine at all that's out there on the market, provided the size of the die will go through the mouth of your machine. It'll work in mechanical, it'll work in electric machines, it'll work in manual machines, doesn't matter at all. 1172. Is it the name that you associate with dies? Spellbinders was the first die I ever saw years ago. So to get them at this sort of price, amazing value. We're going lower. Arrows flash, prices crash. That's what it means here at Craft Price Drop. So watch that arrow, watch what happens when we reveal we're taking them to under £10. Below half price. £18.60, half price of that will be £9.40. We're below half price. £9.16 for 4 dies. That's working out to just over a couple of pound a die. Good bargain to start the morning. You know what to do. If you want to call us, do it now. The quantity's not on the screen yet, so good chance you'll get through and they'll be able to put it in your basket for you. 01733 797 100, or go to the website hochanda.com and pop it in your basket and check out right now. That will make sure that you pay no more at the moment than £9.13. Can it go lower than that? It might do. Sometimes that works. Martin, if you've got it in your basket, could you please check out? That will confirm you won't pay any more now than £9.10. Paul, if it's in your basket, please check out. That will confirm that you're in. It doesn't confirm you're in the auction until you check out your basket. Having it in the basket is only half the process. It doesn't mean it's yours. We've got 6 left. That's all we have. Lots of you in. If you got in 2-3 minutes ago, you're only paying now £8.94 plus your P&P, unless you are a Freedom Club member. 5 left. £8.78. It's still going down. £10 off nearly. You're saving so much more than you're spending. And these are useful dies to have. OK, last one. Who's going to get the last one and close our first auction of Sunday morning? Maria, morning to you. It's on its way.
Price lock.
Price is locked. There he is. He's up bright and early, telling us that everybody pays that final low price of £8.78. OK, now this is my Dave's Choice Craft Price Drop presenter pick. As I said before, the reason that I chose this was I heard the story about it. It's not been on air before. It's only been a secret saver, I think we call it. And that's something that you'll only find usually on the website. It's something that, you know, we're not sure if it's going to justify having airtime, really. So it's just kind of tucked on the website, tucked in a corner there, which you can hopefully find. And if you like it, it's up your street, you put it in your basket and it's yours. Well, it's been such a huge popular one on the website that we've got it on Craft Price Drop for the very first time. Now, if I just show you, let's just take the first 2 papers here. These are A3. If you don't like working with A3, cut it in half, it's A4. And you'll then have 48 sheets of A4. Think of it like that. But nice to have A3 in actual fact. This has got the look of leather about it. It's got that gorgeous fleck all the way through it, and every single sheet of this has got this, and it's on both sides, so it's not plain on the back. You've got exactly the same embossed pattern on the front and on the back of these papers. Now, they come, unusually, individually wrapped. I say individually, they come in packs of 2. So you've got a little flap at the bottom here, an adhesive flap, which you can peel open, and reseal. So if you only want to use one sheet at a time, you're not, you know, exposing all of the papers to dust and, I don't know, inquisitive cats. You know, you're not exposing it to the elements, basically. You're keeping it in nice condition. So you get 12 packs of 2, 24 sheets of A3 textured, beautiful coloured cardstock. The colours are gorgeous as well. I love this. It's almost like a gold colour. It's not metallic. It's like a, it does look like leather, doesn't it, in that particular colour, very much so. You've got teal, you've got red, you've got a mustard yellow, you've got a silver in there. Now here's our first price drop. £25.20 tumbles to £18. £7.20 off. 24 sheets, or is it 48? If you cut it in half, it's 48. Cut it into quarters if you want to. Cut it into whatever size you wish. Great for die cutting with as well. But it's great for matting and layering. When you've got ordinary paper or ordinary cardstock, we've all got that at home, but sometimes it's nice to have the extra special cardstock that gives you a little bit more of a pattern, gives you a little bit more of a texture, gives a little bit more interest to the project that you're actually working on. £18, and it's going lower. My choice, my presenter pick for the hour. Remember, it's got a great history of being a secret saver on our website. This is the first time I believe it's been on TV. £25.20 should be the price. That teal is gorgeous, it really is. That gold, the teal, that beautiful pink, bright sunshine yellow, a beautiful gorgeous silver, a light pink and a dusky pink, all different shades. Now GSM, I'm only punting and I'm only guessing on this, so don't hold it against me. They float well. I reckon that's about 200, 180, 200 GSM. Probably not thick enough to be a card blank. I don't know if I mean, if you like your big cards. Cheers, Matt. There you go. Stay. I don't know whether... Oh, I don't know, actually. Yeah, it could be a card blank. Yeah, it's strong enough and thick enough to be a card blank. But there it is as A4. There it is as A3. OK. How low can we go on this morning? 25.20 started. £12.51, half price. Well, hang on. Can we knock a penny off? Can we knock a penny off? Oh, better than that. Better than half price. There we go. Not 1 penny, 3 pennies. 10 left. 10 sets left. Our presenter pick, my pick for this morning. £12.48 with 9 sets of these papers left. A3 you don't see that often. Certainly textured and patterned like this, and lovely unusual colours. There's a dark blue in there which I didn't see earlier on. I think they're all different colours. Yeah, they are. They've actually got you've got 4 shades of pink, 1 blue, well 2 shades of blue. You've got the teal and the dark navy blue, a couple of shades of green and a silver and a gold. Very nice. 2 sheets of each. Now, anonymous, usually you have to pay postage because you're not in the Freedom Club, but we have an anonymous bidder who is a Freedom member. They're in Sheffield. Obviously, you don't want to know, or we don't, well, we want to know your name, but you don't want to know. Well, no, you don't want us to know your name. I know what I meant. That's fine. Sometimes, though, lots of you don't mind that, and you have a little kind of roll of honour coming along the bottom of the screen there with names of people that are in, so we'll do that a bit later on, maybe. 4 left. Oh, here we are. That was quick. Ooh. Meg, you're on the ball this morning. Here we go. Davina and Red Ruth. Meg's my producer this morning. Chris is my director. Knob and button pusher. Matt's my floor manager. Morning, Matt. He's a senior knob and button pusher. Are you? Yeah. 3 left at £12.36. 3 remaining. He's going to get the last couple. 2 to go. £12.36 is the price. Is it going to be the final price? Who's gone? Joe.
Price lock.
Thank you, Joe. Congratulations, one and all. You've now closed that auction and locked the price that everybody pays at £12.36. It was a really, really popular one, that. Thought it might be. Right. Mill Shop Online. Let's do some fabrics. We love Joe and his team. What's Joe's daughter called again? Lily? It's Lily, isn't it? Yeah, Joe and Lily. Right, let's have a little look. Morning, Joe and Lily, if you're watching. Let's have a little and see what Joe's given us this time. Ooh. Linen fabrics with the birds collection. 0.5 metre by 54 inches. We're mixing it again, aren't we? Inches and centimetres. Why do we do that in fabrics? Strange. The length is a ½ metre and the width is that right? But I don't know why we mix imperial and metric. Inches and centimetres. There was a reason, but I don't know why. Anyway, over 40% of the price already. That's what you've saved. Over 40% has come off. There's the first fabric. What a wonderful... Let me lift it up so you can see it a bit better. Look at that. Isn't that fab? Really, it looks like it's hand painted. It's not, but it looks like it is. Really lovely. Painted images. And the next two, this is linen. Very nice. Plain, but goes with the colours in the pattern fabric beautifully. That beautiful purple. You can see actually there's shades of that purple there in the flowers. Can you see? So Joe has actually done that. He's made sure that the block colours are in the printed fabric for you too. So if you want to mix it up and kind of patchwork with it and that sort of thing, you can do that. Then you've got, of course, the plain cream linen as well. There it is. So all three strips are the same. 54 inches by a ½ metre. The cream. That purple is rather gorgeous, actually. I do like that colour. And I do love linen. Something about... I love linen trousers. When it's hot. There we go. So the three, all the same size. What are you going to be doing with them? What are you looking to make from them? I would suggest cushion covers, brilliant. Seat covering for pads on seats, another brilliant use for them. They've got a nice weight and drape to it, so if you wanted to make it again into blinds, Roman blinds, that would work, I'm sure. If you've got like quite a small narrow window, they would gather and hang really nicely. Patchwork with them, I reckon you could do that. What are you making? Bags for life? Actually, a bag in this... Yeah, I'm sure you get stopped by a lot of people asking, where'd you get that bag from? I love those birds. And the print works that way, so it goes left to right rather than up to down. There you are, look. It does look like someone's got a paintbrush and just literally done a work of art on a piece of linen for you, doesn't it? And it's not crispy. Now, sometimes if you get painted images on fabric, it can be a bit kind of crunchy and crispy and crackly. No, wonderfully soft. Now, Kaylee says she tried to make a top from it. OK, yeah, absolutely, why not? I mean, it can be... It's such a fashionable piece of fabric, this. You've got hummingbirds. I'm not well up on my species of birds, I must be honest, or my flowers. But there's certainly a hummingbird in there. Lovely mix of colours. You've got the mustard colour, which is very fashionable at the moment, and then dots and splashes of purple to go with the purple linen and the cream as well in there. OK, let's get that price going in the right direction. Mill Shop Online, come on down. Where are we going? $17.33. 60% off the price. It should be $44.99, so it should be about £14 each one, roughly. $14.28. $14.90, yeah, about $14.99 each. But now you're getting all three of them for $17.33. That's $5.78 per piece of linen. I don't know what it is about that colour that I like so much, but I do. Really quite a muted purple, but a very classy colour, I think. It's like a grey purple, isn't it? Very nice. And that cream, well, that's just a classic linen. The cream actually lets you see the texture of the linen. It makes the linen texture stand out more, I think, even compared to the purple. And then this wonderful riot of colour. If that doesn't say spring to you, I don't know what does. You could make it into a table runner for the outside table, maybe, if you're going to get your outdoor furniture out in the next month or so. Gives you enough time to make something. You could put it, yeah, you can make mixed media out of it. You could cut the birds out if you wanted to. Yeah, it's fabric at the end of the day. It's for you to do with whatever you choose. But it is a lot of fabric for your money. And linen, if you're a fan of linen like I am, I always associate linen with spring and summer. Because in clothing, that's when you wear it, isn't it? $16.33, but will you use it for other things? You can use it for whatever you want. How many of these have we got? 16.13, 7 sets of this left. All three will come together. Joe will make sure of that for $16.13 at the moment. A delivered price. Remember, if you're in the Freedom Club, you don't pay a penny postage. Otherwise, it's $4.95 per order. Thousands of you are Freedom members. 4 remaining. 16.07 down from $44.99. That's the saving of, try and do the maths there, 28 quid. £28 off. Last one. Nikki, you've got the last one. The birds are on their way.
Price lock.
And let us know what you're going to do with it too. Drop us an email, or that's studio@hochanda.com, or just get involved on Facebook. Hunt us down on Facebook. We would love to see you there. Lots of people on Facebook this morning. I'll give you a name check. Hello to Kerry Kim, Donna, you're there, Beth, Sylvia, Heather, morning Heather, Cheryl, Jill, you're all there on Facebook. So many of you chatting to each other, telling you what you got for, what you've gone, what you've got today. Now, Teresa Collins, I had the pleasure of meeting that lady a little while ago. Very nice she is. Crafting celebrity from America, absolutely. Well, this is something that she's put together with Zutta, because this is your tab file cover collection that we've got here for you. Now, it's difficult for me to know exactly what you use your Zutta products for, because everybody will use them in a different way. Obviously, they're aimed at being journals and binders and that sort of thing. But what you put in them, is it photographs? Is it albums? Is it crafting journals? Is it diaries, planners? I don't know. Whatever you want to do with them is entirely up to you. But what you do need, of course, are the components to make your files and your binders, and that's what these are. From the Teresa Collins collection, there we are, it says it on the back, there's her name. Now, these are tab file covers, and they're going to get a mixture of quantities and sizes. They're made from a very, very strong, tough, grey board material. So you get the black scalloped edges, you get the white scalloped edges, and you also get the tabs, which are, of course, great dividers. And they're all made from exactly the same quality material. So you're going to get those, plus you're going to get, I think that's that twice, isn't it? Yes, so you're going to get 9 of the tabs and 3 of the scalloped covers, 3 sets of 2, that is. So there's 6 in total. 2 of them will be black and 4 of them will be white, so the black ones could maybe be the outside covers, and you could use maybe the white ones for separate projects or whatever you want to. I mean, that could be a complete file in its own right with some dividers inside and some papers inside, couldn't it? All you need to do then is, of course, punch the holes for the rings, and you get your Zutta rings included as well. So these are the 6 by ½ inch, okay? And just to give you an idea of what you can do with them, these are the sort of projects we're talking about just here. So there are your rings. There are some of the books and some of the projects that you can be working on when you invest in Zutta, for journals, mini books, tag books, journals. There we are, look, chipboard covers, all of that available from Zutta. But today, what we've got for you are the wires and the scalloped dividers, and of course the tab dividers. So those of you that are into Zutta, and there are lots of you I know, you know that you're going to be using these, you know what you're going to be using them on or for. Let us know, drop us an email, tell us what you'll be making out of them. What do you use your Zutta components for? £25.49 should be the price. £12.67 is all you're paying at the moment. Better than half price. £12.67. And all of this is yours at the moment. Might go even lower. I'd love to see what you've done with your Zutta. Send us a picture. We'll see if we can get it up on screen. If you made some fantastic journals with things we brought in the past, that would be good. studio@hochanda.com. Show us what you've made. Do you sell what you make, or does it go into your collection at home? Do you do like crafting journals, different techniques and different ideas every day? Or is it maybe your mind journal? Do you do something that relates to the way you feel on a day-to-day basis or something like that? People use journals in lots of different ways. £11.93 then. In total you've got, remember, it was 9 dividers with the tabs and 3 pairs of the scallops. So 6 of the scallops. 2 of them black, 4 of them white. £9.60. Under a tenner for all of this from Zutta. This is quality. This is really good value for money. I reckon you'd be paying probably in the region of around about £4 to £5 just for one of those on its own. We've only got 3 left. So these are basically what you're getting. If you look on the back there, there are your tabs. And the tabs are set at different sections. So if you are putting 3 in one, you can see exactly what you've got and where to go to the right section of your journal. There's the scalloped edges there and there. We've got 1 left. Last one at £9.60. Who's going to get the last one of the Zuttas? Jane, you've closed the auction. Thank you.
Price lock.
Confirmed. Everybody pays the final low price then of £9.60p. Oh, now our Lottie is on Facebook chat as well. Morning, Lottie. She's going to be here a bit later. Mama Makes is here at 10 o'clock. Lottie is one of our producers, but she also produces her own stamps, and occasionally she has her own show, and today is her show. So if you fancy meeting up and also seeing the fantastic stamps that everybody loves, that will be at 10 o'clock this morning. Now, for what? You have to be quick because lots of you are ordering already in advance for Mama Makes. So whatever you do, that's at 10 o'clock this morning. If you want to get in early, shop ahead if you want to. You can see what's in the show if you go to our website, hochanda.com. Okay, now this, I've not seen before here at Hochanda on Craft Price Drop. It has been on air before and it proved very, very popular. If you're lucky enough to be a proud owner of an AccuQuilt machine, which I know many of you are, this is another one of those fantastic dies that you can add to your collection. And this is a sort of fantastic image that you can make from it. So it could be a Christmas tree, depending on the colour of the fabrics that you're actually using. It could be a Christmas tree, or it could be a tree for any other season. So there's the tree. All of these shapes, when you put them together and cut multiple layers of fabric out, will eventually make that. If you don't want to make the tree out of those shapes, you can use the shapes in whichever way you wish. It's entirely up to you. But these have actually got concealed blades in them, okay? So these will only work in the machine that the AccuQuilt have developed, because, of course, the size of them is quite unique to that machine itself. But the blades are steel blades within the foam, and what happens is when this goes through the machine, I'm sure if you've got a machine you know exactly what happens, but for those who don't know, the steel blades are concealed within the foam, so when it goes through the machine and pressure's applied, the blades are exposed and it cuts through multiple layers of cotton. Up to 6 layers of cotton in one pass through the machine. Just to show you, there's the AccuQuilt instructions, just to show you if you're not quite sure what this is all about. You won't be buying it if you're not sure what it's about because you won't have the machine. But if you've got the machine at home, these are designed to work in that machine. $49.19 is the price at the moment. It should be $59.99. Designed by Sarah Vedler. She's the designer of this particular die. So if you fancy using your AccuQuilt machine to make fantastic trees, I mean, it could be that you are all year round thinking of Christmas. You know, is that the biggest time of the year that you sell things? Is that the time that most people ask you, can you do this for me? Can you do that for me? Can you make cushions for me? Can you make, I don't know, quilts for me? Or an advent tree or an advent calendar? You could turn this into an advent calendar if you wanted to, easily, because you can make these into little pockets. Not the top of the tree, but the bottom there, this bit, the yellow bits there, could actually be little pockets. You could number them and put little chocolates in them. I know loads of you own AccuQuilt. So if you do, and you want this, and will normally be expected to pay nearly £60 for this, look at where we're at. Great Mother's Day idea maybe for someone that owns an AccuQuilt. If you're a son or daughter and you're thinking, well, I know they've got the machine, but I'm pretty sure they haven't got this die, get it now. It's half price at the moment nearly. Actually, it's less than that, less than half price. $25.20 is where we're at the moment. It's been a popular choice before. We've been able to go back to AccuQuilt and get more stock of this. Here comes the stock. What have we got available? Very popular choice this morning. It's better than half price at the moment. We've got 14 left at the moment. No chance. Well, there's a chance, but there's never a guarantee that we can get this back or anything back when we sell it out. Now's your chance to put it in your basket and check out. Remember, if you want the operator to put this into your basket for you, if you'd rather him do that or her do that, 01733 797 100. You've got enough time if you're quick for them to make sure you're in the auction. Dial that number, you'll get answered quickly. They've got a queue at the moment. And the website there, that's where most of you do your shopping because it's so easy to put it in your basket and check out there. Hochanda.com. But you've got to do it during the live auction. This is the live auction at the moment. The next one isn't activated until this one is closed. Don't put the next auction into your basket until this one is done and dusted and the next one starts. Otherwise, you'll end up paying the high price. Don't want that to happen. 6 left at £25.14, better than half price for AccuQuilt. They really are cartridge dies of immense quality. You might be wondering if you've got maybe your Big Shot or your Big Shot Plus or whatever. It has to be the AccuQuilt machine because I don't know many die cutting machines that are this sort of width. So it does have to be the AccuQuilt machine, okay? 3 left, £25.08. Is that going to be the final price, I wonder? You've saved £35 at the moment. £35 off. Last one. Who's going to get the last one? AccuQuilt fans, get it now. Caroline.
Price lock.
Cheers, Caroline. You've locked the price, and you've got that brand new AccuQuilt die on its way to you. That was a busy, busy auction, actually. I think I kind of underestimated. I wasn't sure how many of you owned AccuQuilt, but I think I underestimated how many of you do, because it was a really busy auction, that one. Now, Creative Expressions next. Now, we've got 2 sets of stamps here coming up. This is really cute. All of these images are pre-foam mounted for you. You've got, look at the penguin, so sweet, and the polar bear as well. Starlight, Starbright, it's one, oh no, it isn't one sheet, beg your pardon. These are actually pre-cut foam mounted stamps, and they are all printed so you know exactly what you've got. There's the igloo, the home of the polar bear. Sentiments like bear hugs, wish big, little floating stars. The penguin is so cute, look at the expression on his face. Really funny. And there he's looking at the stars. And then you've got, to go with that one, the verse that says Starlight, Starbright. There we go. Shooting star look, so you can have the star in the sky, polar bear looking at it, and that's sentiment there as well. So, all of those, plus you get one sheet of rubber stamps as well. So these have to be cut out. It doesn't take long to do it. And you can choose to either put them straight onto a platform or an acrylic block, or you can put some mounting foam on the back as well if you want to. But that's what you've got with these. So you've got the Merry Christmas, various Christmas verses, wishing you beautiful Christmas memories to warm your heart. 'Tis the season, be merry, rejoicing with you in the miracle of the season. And then you get, I love these sort of stamps. So they make wonderful backgrounds, the musical, dancing musical notes. And over here, that's like a sleigh scene. Lots going on in there with the trees in the background. So potentially you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about 10 stamps on that sheet. 27 stamps in total. Here comes a big drop. £8.67. That's a massive drop. That is nearly £14 off the price, £21.88. This is what we do at Craft Price Drop, down to £8.67 for both. 60% off the price. And you know Creative Expressions, amazing quality, whatever they do. You might not be thinking of Christmas at the moment. It could be the furthest thing from your mind. Maybe you've only just booked your summer holiday and you're thinking, Christmas? Really? Get it now, out of season, while the prices are ridiculous. For me, Christmas is the season that I make more than any other season of the year. And I think you're probably the same. Most people are the same. Christmas all year round for a lot of people in the craft world. £8.67 then for the polar bears. Now we're getting very busy for these now as well. Don't forget, phone us or put it in your basket and check out. Do you want to see those characters again? The bear hugs, the penguins, the igloo. All of these are pre-cut stamps and rubber as well, remember? Rubber is a good choice for an awful lot of reasons. One of the reasons being you can actually use it in your hot medium. So if you're using things like UT, for example, or anything like that requires heat, you don't have to worry about the rubber. They can withstand very, very high temperatures. And there's the sheet for the other ones, for the Christmas joy and Merry Christmas. And I do love that as a background. You'll, I'm sure, use that a lot. I don't know if that's actually a Christmas carol or if it's a proper piece of music or not. No, it doesn't really say. It's just a generic kind of musical note background. £8.67. We've got 14 left, but these are people that are in the auction already. Joanne in Derby. Morning, Joanne. Hello, Nikki in Uxbridge. Morning to you. You're up early. Jane in Stevenage. She's up early as well. Sally in Hayes, all wanting a little bit of this Creative Expressions stamping action on a Sunday morning. Pattern marker here, by the way, totally patched with block number 11 for that big quilt coming up at 8 o'clock. And also we've got a continuation of the other quilt that they launched last time they were here a couple of weeks ago. So looking forward to that. 3 left at £8.63. Good luck. I hope you get one of the last two, or maybe you want both of the last two. It's entirely up to you. £8.63, that looks like it's going to be our final price. Yep, it's locked. Joanne, you've just got the last one.
Price lock.
Congratulations. Everybody pays just £8.63 there. A few people have paid P&P this morning. Not many. We're noticing that fewer and fewer people are paying postage, which is good news. We don't want you to pay postage. We want you to join Freedom so that you can enjoy shopping without fear of having to pay any P&P or shipping and handling. And that's in the UK, $6.97. In Europe, it's €14.97, and in America, it's $19.99 if you want Freedom membership, and that includes shipping to all of those places. So you don't have to pay any postage, whether you're in Europe, America, or in the UK. Love it. Now, this is something a bit different. We do envelopes occasionally, but normally they're all the same shape and size. Not this particular lot. This auction is 220 envelopes in different shapes and sizes and different finishes. Oh, how cute is that? These little pink ones, really sweet. Gorgeous quality paper they've been made out of as well. These are stunning. These are DL size, I think. and you've got this kind of peppermint green with a beautiful pearlescent finish to it. You're getting that in green, you're getting it also in, I'd call that champagne, wouldn't you? Yeah, champagne yellow. You've then got slightly bigger, I haven't got a tape measure to measure these, but I think they're 5x5s by the look of it. There's a load of different sizes here. 7x5s are in here as well. You've got silver, you've got white, you've got cream. These are going up to 6x6s, I think. It could be 7x7. But you've got pink and you've got green. Again, the champagne is there. You've got some that are matte finished. Ah, thank you, Matt. Ooh. Let's just do it in, that's in centimetres. Okay. You'll have to convert it into inches, sorry. 16.5 centimetres, those. What ruler doesn't have inches on it? No, just centimetres. Stupid thing. What ruler doesn't have inches? Ridiculous. Okay, now, thank you, Matt. I know, centimetres one side, inches on the other. Chuck that in the bin, Matt. Rubbish. Right, thank you. Right, 12 inches by 8. That's the big one, 12 by 8. Now, what are these square ones? That's what I wanted to know. 6.5 by 6.5, so perfect for 6x6 cards. This one is 5 by 5. So really useful sizes. Plain classic white, maybe for business or something like that. They're 4.5 by 8.5. So there's a lot in here. How big are the white ones here? Well, they're 6.5 by 6.5, so 6x6 cards will go in there perfectly. You've got 220 envelopes, 11 quid for the lot. What's the biggest square one we do? 5p an envelope. I mean, if you know, when you go and look at the post when it arrives, when you hear that thud on the doormat in the middle of the day or whatever, and you see an envelope like that, you just know that that is not going to be bad news. No one puts tax bills or energy bills or water bills or council tax bills in envelopes like that. Actually, they're missing a trick there, aren't they? Thinking about it, they put fancy envelopes on their bills, you'll open them quicker. Or maybe not. 220 of these envelopes for 11 quid. Okay. Oh, these are lovely, aren't they? These pink ones. Really lovely. Did I measure that one? 8 inches by 12.5, wasn't it? Yeah, 8 by 12.5. Okay, we've only got 6 of these left. Great to have the option of putting cards that you sweat over, that you put the effort into, having fancy envelopes to put them into. 5 remain on Craft Price Drop. We're nearly, well, 3/4 of the way through the show. Wow. It always goes so quick, Craft Price Drop. 20 minutes left on the show. So, 2/3 of the way through. £10.78, 4 lots remain. They come in a nice big cardboard box as well, which you can keep them in if you want to, so they don't get dusty. I do love the DL ones. Let me just measure the DL ones too, because they're quite unusual. 3.5 inches by 8.5 for the DLs. Last one. Who's going to get the last one at £10.56, saving nearly 20 quid? Diana, thanks for that.
Price lock.
Brilliant. Everyone pays the final low price. Price is locked at £10.56. Okie dokie. Here we are then, back with Mill Shop Online. Did this the other week actually, and proved to be immensely popular. I love what Joe does and what he puts together. Let me show you, this is the first one that I really fell in love with. Now this is heavy duty, so this is designed really, I would suggest, for outdoor cushions or, again, seat pads, seat covers, anything that needs rigidity and strength and, you know, is going to be put through the mill a little bit, if you pardon the pun. Look at this. 0.5 metre by 54 inches. This is tough and strong. 100% cotton. The Pretty in Pinks collection. Love that. So you've got like a cranberry colour, beautiful natural, and then a vibrant orange. Everyone says about fabric, oh, you should have a shirt made out of that day, because I do like my statement shirts, I must admit, and I would wear a shirt in that colour. Whether I wear this kind of heavy-duty cotton, probably not. This is more for cushions and covers and stuff. Oh, this is nice as well. What do you think? Bit of a clash with what I'm wearing at the moment, but okay, let's open this up. This is more of a canvas, actually, this one. Really very tough and hard wearing. Again, I just keep thinking seat pads for this. Very, very smart and very bright and vibrant, very summery. Now, you're looking at a price of £29.99 at the moment. That's what you should be paying. This is, again, 100% cotton. But look at this fantastic pattern. You've got your floral pattern, you've got blues, greens, a lovely pale blue background with wonderful pink flower heads on here. $29.99. No way. $19.99. £10. No, it's less than that, isn't it? It's about £7 each. £6.50 each. Yeah, you're getting one for nothing, aren't you, really? One of these sheets are absolutely free gratis. I think my favourite's this one. Definitely my favourite, this. Like that. It's like a sackcloth. Best way of describing it. It's very, very heavyweight. Actually, a really lovely cloth bag could be made out of this. Very, very nice. Stripy and striking. Would you make it with horizontal stripes or vertical stripes? I think vertical. Yeah. That's what I do with it anyway. It's entirely up to you. So you're going to get the floral, you're going to get the stripy, and then you're going to get... This one's more of, I said before, more of a canvas. They're all different textures. Yeah. It's a mixture of cotton and linen. That obviously is the linen. This is cotton, but a totally different weave to this. I'd say for seat covers and that sort of thing, and bag making as well, perfect for that. The quality of the fabrics from the Mill Shop Online is superb. And the value is absolutely excellent, it really is. We're looking at $19.23 for all three of these fabrics. Less than £7 a piece. And we're going down even lower. How low can we go? We've already had some Mill Shop Online fabric this morning. This is the second outing for Mill Shop. Boom, $13.31. Better than half price. Most things have been this morning. Most things have been better than 50% off. Not everything, but most things. And a few of you are paying postage because you're not in Freedom. Uh-oh. What does the siren mean? A double craft price drop. OK, we did it a couple of seconds ago. We're doing it again now. Wow. £8.50 for the lot. That is over 70% off the price. Well, I don't know where you normally buy your fabric, but if I went into a fabric shop and walked out with that for £8.50, I wouldn't be disappointed. Yeah, that's a good day in the high street. Today you're going to get all three. 2 stripes and a floral for £8.50. That is less than £3 per piece. And if I hold up just one of them, my favourite is this. Look at how much fabric you've got. That is a lot of fabric for your money. Look, 3 times that quantity in the 3 different designs. I mean, a lot of people buy fabric even when they don't know what they're going to do with it. They just buy it because they see it and they like it. Isn't that right, Sue? Yeah, they're nodding. Yeah. Daisy Chain, they're here with a one-day special at 9 o'clock. But a lot of people buy fabric before they know what they want to do with it. But they buy it because they love it. If there's going to be something I want to make out of that in the next few weeks or months. Get it in while it's at this price, crazy price of £8.50. Half metre by 54 inches, 13 sets of this fabric left. That's all. We've got 10. Someone came in and bought a couple in one go then, I think. Yeah, if you do want 3 lots, 4 lots, 5 lots, you can have as many as you like, provided we have the stock. We're down to the last 7. 6 remaining, £8.50. Mill Shop Online, one of our fantastic fabric suppliers. We've got lots of fabric suppliers here at Hochanda and Craft Price Drop, but we get some real bargains with Mill Shop. We really, really do. 3 left at £8.50. Pretty in Pink collection, that's what it says. Marie. Marie, congratulations. You got the last one. That's a lot price. Right then. Now, let's remind you, I've been talking about how you can save on postage and not having to pay P&P because you're a Freedom member. Have a little look at this. Janice is going to remind you about why it's a good idea to join. You can join right now in the UK, Europe, or if you're in the USA.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings-on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 888. So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Thanks, Janice. Absolutely right. Do join today. And if you're in America or Europe, you can join as well. I'll just give you details of that, actually, as we're talking about it. In Europe, it's €14.97, and the item number's the same, 888 888. You can do that and join on the website if you want to, hochanda.com. And if you're in the USA and you're watching us as well and would like to take part, you can join Freedom for $19.99 for a whole month's membership. It's all monthly membership, which you can opt out of, like Janice said. But that means, again, you don't pay any shipping and handling for anything you buy for a month from us at Hochanda in either craft price drop or on our standard show, so it's well worth doing no matter where you're watching us. Okay, let's move on to another very popular auction that we've had in previous weeks and months. Everybody loves this bag, and I know many of you watching probably will already own it. $24.99 is the starting price. This is our fuchsia and black sewing machine storage bag or carry bag. Now, it's designed to cope with most sizes of machine. I dare say there'll be some machines out there that are too big or whatever, but most standard sewing machines will go in this bag, no trouble. The main reason that people love this bag is the base of it. If I hold this up, we've actually got a sewing machine in here, but the base isn't flexing. It's actually got a solid wooden base to it. So that is why this is perfect for sewing machines. It's actually got the sewing machine logo on the front there as well. So it's actually been manufactured for sewing machines. It's not just a bag that we've decided is good for a sewing machine. If I just show you another reason why it's a really good design for sewing machines and embroidery machines, is that the zip goes right the way down to the bottom. Now, if the zip only opened at the top or only came down a little way, you'd struggle to get your sewing machine out of the bag. So it's another little attention to detail like that that makes it a really good buy. So if I just open up the zip, it goes right the way down to the bottom on the other side as well. And it means then, look, it opens out. You don't get the machine, but look, that's a fairly dinky machine, actually, quite a small one. If I put it back in, you'll see that you've got plenty of space for much larger ones. There's loads more space there, look. So you can put in a much bigger machine if you want, or it could be an overlocker you want to put in there, or an embroidery machine, doesn't matter. But the base is actually solid wood. See? You can just see it through the lining. And you've also got little protected feet on the bottom as well, so you're not, if you're putting it down and it's damp floor or anything like that, if it's out in a car park, it's not going to get saturated with water. But I just think it's a clever idea, because you normally are struggling getting a big machine out of a really tight opening. This, because the actual flaps on the edges fold over, means you've got very easy access, easy in and easy out. And it keeps the cat away, it keeps the kids away, it keeps the dust away as well. And it means that you can then kind of take it off your work surface, put it down on the floor in the corner of your craft room or whatever, and it's ready to go in the back of the car when you need to move it wherever you go. So, designed for sewing machines or overlockers or sewing machines or embroidery machines, where are we going to go with this price? I can't remember where it's been before. I've done it before, but I can't remember where the final price was. So, are we going to go to that or below it or just above it? Who knows? It's in your hands. We never know how low the price is going to go. $24.99 should be the price. We've knocked over £7 off right now. How much is a sewing machine? You can spend thousands. Protect it. Carry it in good condition. If you try to move it around a bit and carry it by the handle, you end up kind of bashing it, things get knocked into it, it ends up looking a little bit scruffy. You know, they're important investments. Keep them in tip-top condition and carry them in style. And that is a really stylish bag, actually. You've got your good grip handles and comfort handles, which just fold over. You've got touch fastenings on there. So that holds the straps together. Because it's a bit weighty, any machine's got a bit of weight to it, just makes it more comfortable to grip hold of and handle. So here it is, made from a canvas material, webbing for the straps, good grip and comfort grip handles, and remember, zips that go right the way down both sides. So, benefit of that, easy access. There you go. The easiest way to transport and store your machine. 18 bags left. It's been a bestseller before. We've gone back to whoever we get these from and said, can we have some more? And they've gone, yeah, all right. But they may not say that next time. We never know. Okay, flashing arrows. Another lower price. £13.89. That is nearly, not far off half price. About 45% off. Not bad. What's your machine? How big is your machine? Have we got dimensions of this? Yeah, we have. It's on the screen there. Yeah, 46 by 33 by 22. We don't normally have the dimensions up there, but there they are. Look, 46 by 33 by 22. So measure your machine. If it will go in there, which I'm sure they wouldn't make a bag that a machine wouldn't fit in, would they? Come on. It is designed for machines. 12 left. Have that solid base to protect your machine. They're expensive. They're expensive to repair. They're expensive to keep serviced and so on. So it makes sense to have a bag that's going to protect your machine. 9 left. We're into single figure stock now for the bestseller that is the sewing machine bag. £13.54. That's £11 virtually off the price. Pattern marker here, remember? Totally patched at 8 o'clock this morning with the next block and more fantastic quilt ideas and fabric ideas. 3 left at £13.51. Pop it in your basket. If you're quick, you'll get one. Maybe you've got a machine for a gift for somebody and you haven't thought about a bag to carry it around. Add this to your order right now. 1 left at £13.48. It's going to zero.
Price lock.
There it is, locked. And everybody pays just £13.48. Who got the last one? Ah, C. Just the letter C. Thank you for that. You've got your bag, it's on its way, it'll be with you in the next few days. Okay, now this is technically our last auction for the morning, but I think we may go back to a couple. You know, I said to you earlier on, sometimes people, if they don't check out, it goes back into stock and you can get it at the higher price. We might be able to bring back a couple of favourites from earlier, but it all depends on the time. Now, these are going to, I'm sure, set the phone lines alight, because I like things like this. I like things that are a little bit quirky. This here, for example, the image of the guy, it's like a school photo, isn't it? With the manuscript behind it. All related to music. You've got the saxophone, you've got the violin, you've got the treble clef. Music is love in search of a word. Just a note to say. So that is a complete sheet of rubber stamps. So again, you cut them once, and then put some foam on the back if you want to, or sometimes you don't bother. Sometimes people just quite simply put it on directly to an acrylic block or something like that. So that's the first one. And then, excuse me, the other stamp set we've got is this one just here. And this one is your, what's that one called? Dream. So you've actually got the word dream in that very nice, attractive font just there. And then you've got these kind of higgledy-piggledy backgrounds. No one particular image or theme to this, but great for your mixed media. You've got stars in there, swirls, flourishes, bit of everything, bit of manuscript in the middle as well. You've got like a blown up Hessian effect, like a mesh down the bottom there. Within your heart, keep one still secret spot where dreams may go. A couple of verses and profound phrases there. You've got a square of a dragonfly, a beautiful diamond border on there, and another background stamp there too. So, quite random, but for mixed media, and that's what you want. You want stuff like that. You want things for arty backgrounds. This is a very Leone stamp set, I would call that. Right up her street. £19.57. Nearly time for Totally Patched at 8 o'clock this morning. This is maybe going to be the last auction. We might go back to one more. It depends on when we get to zero stock, and we don't know when that's going to be. It's all in your hands, how quickly you check out. £10.94. Half price is that? Yeah. It is exactly half price. Buy one, get one for nothing. Vintage Child, that one's called. And it is like an old school photo, isn't it? I almost saw myself like 45 years ago. £10.94. Both sets of stamps included. Great for your mixed media, great also if you're using heat and things like that, because these are rubber, they're not polymer. Not that polymer's not good, but rubber you can do a little bit more with. 11 left. £10.61, we're below half priced here on Craft Price Drop for Sunday morning. This could be, I think it might be, our last auction. Depends how quickly we get to zero stock, as I said. So we've got a few minutes left on the show. Hochanda.com if you want to pop it into your basket and check out now. If you are a Freedom member, that is a delivered price. Everything that you see, the prices are delivered prices. You never pay postage as long as you are a Freedom Club member. And that can save you hundreds and hundreds of pounds a year, maybe even more. So we've got 8 left at £9.62. Is that the final price? Can we go any lower this morning? Yes, we can. Meg is pushing that button one more time, getting those arrows flashing and those prices crashing. Is this the last price drop, I wonder? £7.99 for both rubber stamp sheets. And in total, you've got 19 stamps for under £8. Not bad at all. That's about 40 pence a stamp. Anyone that loves music, you'll love it. And this is just kind of general mixed media, the word dream, believe, profound statements and verses, and really kind of random backgrounds. 3 left now at £7.99. Is that the final price? Reckon it might be. 2 remaining. 2 remaining at £7.99. 1 left now. Who's going to get the last one and close Craft Price Drop for this morning? Christine, you've got the last one.
Price lock.
So there we are, done and dusted for another Craft Price Drop. £7.99, everyone pays that final low price. And we'll do it again, remember, tonight at 7 p.m. That will be Catherine with you tonight. She's doing Craft Price Drop at 7 o'clock this evening, and I'm back with you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for a Monday morning start to the week with reduced prices guaranteed. Everything, remember, goes to crazy prices. We never know where, because it all is down to you. It's how quickly you check out that takes the quantity down to 0. When it's 0, that's when the price is locked. That's why we never know exactly where that price is going to go. And that's why you love Craft Price Drop, and you keep telling us that. OK, now, international postage. If you are in Europe, for example, you do not have to pay postage to any of these countries as long as you're a Freedom Club member. €14.97 is all it costs for Freedom membership, and that's for the month. And any of those countries are included in this, OK? Including, I've got friends who live in Malta, they don't have to pay P&P. Wherever you are, Greece maybe, Gibraltar, Italy. Did you see that plane coming into land in Gibraltar the other day? Wasn't that scary? Now, what about USA? If you live in the USA and you want to take part in Craft Price Drop or buy anything from our shows, you too can sign up for Freedom membership as well. $19.99 for a month's membership there. And remember, all of your standard shipping and handling costs are covered. And that's a big deal. I've often bought things from America, and the P&P has often been more than the actual product that I've bought. So to get P&P and shipping and handling included in your Freedom membership for $19.99 is a pretty big deal. If you want to watch us, of course, in the USA, you can go to our website, which is hochanda.com. Go to the menu section and you can actually select what country you're watching us in and what currency you want to buy things in. So that's on the website. I'll see you for Totally Patched with Pat and Mark then coming up next at 8 o'clock. Lots of great things to come this Sunday. So, yeah, Totally Patched with the next block. Coming up, block number 11 on the way next. Then we have Daisy Chain Designs with the 2 Sues, the one-day special here at 9. And floral stamping with Mama Makes with Lottie at 10.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hello, morning, happy Sunday. Welcome to Hochanda and welcome back to these two.
Morning.
Pat and Mark, morning.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Back
Good,
again.
thank you.
Good to see you. Always look forward to seeing these two because it means that the next block is coming on board. Now, if you're not sure what we're talking about here, tell us a bit about the quilt, because you've had a work in progress for quite a few months now, haven't you?
11 months now, isn't it?
Yep. Yep, me.
Go on, you can talk. You do much,
Sorry.
Don't do much talking up here.
Oh, no. Yep, the big quilt, Stars in Harmony, we've been bringing along each month. We're on block set 11.
There it is, you can see it.
Yep.
That's what it's going to look like when it's finished.
And I know lots of people are keeping up and they're all letting us know where they've got to. But you can still join, you can still start on one, you can start today, or you can buy the full quilt kit. But the principle of it is to buy it a bit at a time and do it a bit at a time, spreading the cost and the workload.
So already we are busy for block number 11. There's only one more block to go after this, and then you've got all 12. But if you have missed out on one, if you've been away or 1 month you missed the show or whatever, you can go back on the website, hochanda.com. They're all available, blocks 1 right the way through to 11 now. So whichever ones are missing, you can fill in the blanks. But this is number 11. Pat, we'll let you go and get ready, because we'll do some demos with you in a second.
Okay.
But this is it, Mark, here, isn't it?
This is the next set.
So up to here, is it?
Yep, all of these here.
Yep.
People might think they're going to get an easy ride now to the end, but this is probably the last little push to get to the end of the actual quilt, and then the top's done.
Okay.
So you get 2 elongated stars,
Yep.
which are these 2 here, all pre-cut as normal with all the other pieces. So you got those 2.
Yeah, because this is the big thing about Totally Patched, is that Mark and Pat both make sure that all the fabrics are cut for you, which is a big deal, because that's what normally people don't like doing, isn't it?
It's one of those things that people don't actually like to do, or sometimes a bit scared or a bit worried about, yeah. Because you spend lots of money on the fabric, and then you actually make an error in cutting, it can be quite expensive.
Yeah. So all that's pre-cut.
That's the first 2 blocks. Then you get a row of pinwheels, 6 pinwheels. Again, all the squares and everything cut for you.
Lovely.
A lot of these they will have already done, but in a different colourway in the actual quilt. You then get your, everybody likes a good checkerboard.
Lovely.
Again, completely random as to where and when you put them in. And you then get 2 sawtooth stars to finish as well.
So this is block number 11. On sale now at $21.99. We are very, very busy for this right now. Nearly 20% of block 11 has gone already.
Already?
Yeah, wow. But do remember, block 10, 9, 8, all the other ones, going right the way back to number 1, is available as well. So if you just found us, if you didn't really know that we existed, and you're thinking, oh, I like the idea of that, you know, block by block, stage by stage, have a little look. All the blocks are there. You don't have to buy all of them in one go. If you haven't been with us, you could just start off at block number 1 and then next month buy block number 2. They'll always be available.
We've had people who have bought 1 block every week.
Right.
And then when they've actually found the quilt, and then done it like a bit at a time when they've got spare time. So you don't have to rush and do it all in one go. You can just take your time, one at a time.
And just look again at what it's going to look like when it's finished. We would love to see your photographs as well. Please do send in, even if you've just done a block or two, or there's a work in progress. Obviously you haven't finished it yet because we haven't given you the 12th block, but we'd love to see what you've done so far. Take a photograph on your phone, email it in, and we can show the world what you're doing. It's studio@hochanda.com. Okay. Now, if you want the full kit for the whole thing, that's now on the screen for you. So in total, it is £229.99. Now, buying the whole kit in one bundle gets you a £20 saving, and it's on 3 flexis as well. So if you are thinking, oh no, I really want to do this, but I've missed out on all of them, you can get all of them up to, that's including block 12.
All of it, the whole lot, all cut.
For 3 payments of £76.66. So the first payment today, next payment in 4 weeks, final payment in 8 weeks' time. So that's the whole thing in one go. But if you just want to buy it block by block, block 11 is ready and available now for you to order. £499.091 though for the big full kit. Now this, I must admit, is my favourite quilt. I think
you liked this last month, didn't you?
Yeah, I think it's my favourite quilt you've done. I really do love this. Now this is also available in stages. You can buy it in 4 different stages. Stage 1 was last month. Stage 2 is this one right now, and it's £41.49. And this is what this stage will look like when it's actually finished.
This is stage 2.
Yeah.
This section here is the same as stage 1, but with this you're going to get some sashing.
Right.
So you can start putting little pieces together to make it look a little more like a quilt rather than just pieces of fabric.
Okay, now this is, for those of you that went for number 1 last month, this is the second one. It's on 2 flexes of £20.75, or you can pay in full if you'd rather, £41.50 in one payment today. It's up to you. But what we found last month was, because we've got the whole quilt available and it's on 3 flexes, a lot of you opted to go for the whole thing. Rather than buying them in 4 stages, you opted to go for the whole thing. And this is it, when it's actually made up. Just look at how good, make sure I'm not tripping over the wires. Have a little look at this, it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? This is everything that you need to make this quilt, apart from the wadding and the backing.
Apart from wadding and backing, but that's available on the website as well.
Okay, and it's on 3 flexes, so if you want the whole thing, it's £51.66 today. And then £51.66 in 4 weeks, £51.66 in 8 weeks' time. But that's the whole kit, rather than buying it in 4. And a lot of you went for that last time. You wanted to have everything in one go.
It comes in a plastic container box, so it keeps it all nice secure, so everything is there. Once you've made some of the blocks, you can actually put them in the blocks, and they're ready to go.
Brilliant. That's 175-512, your item number. £51.66 today, or you can pay in full if you want to, of course, as well, if you choose. But the whole thing comes really lovely protected in a big plastic box as well. 175-512. OK, then we have our panel. Now, I've not seen this before. This is going to be, I'm sure, really popular and very, very busy. Let's just hold up the panel to show you. Look at that. Isn't that great? And both of us thought the same thing earlier this morning. You can actually make these into little pockets if you wanted to.
Or put little pockets along the bottom here.
Yeah.
And put little embroidery threads in. Or if you've got some little unpickers and bits and pieces, you can put them in there. Put this on the back of a door in your sewing room, or on the end of the table or something.
So this is a panel, yeah?
It's a panel.
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine that hung up maybe in your sewing room.
And this is the panel.
So what have you added to it? A bit of
wadding? We've just wadding and a bit of binding. That's all we've done for that.
There we go.
It's actual Pat's just said it's not binding, it's turned. So put the backing on and turn it around.
Okay.
So that's the panel you get.
So that's not been done by you, that's actually pre-printed.
That's all printed on there, everything, yeah.
But you could embroider over it if you wanted to, I suppose.
Give it a bit more depth with the quilting, yes.
Love it. Lovely colours too.
Yeah.
So a great wall hanging maybe for your sewing room. £11.99 is the panel, 783-543, and you can do as much to it or as little.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, nearly a quarter of the stock of that has gone as well. 783-543. Everything else on the show's on the website, and we'll get to that a bit later on. But if you want to jump ahead of us, have a little look at hochanda.com. There we go. Right, OK, so over to our demo area with Pat and Mark, and we'll show you the next process, the next stage of our Build a Quilt opportunity, really. It's a lovely thing. When we sit down and we show you exactly how it looks, you'll agree it's an absolute masterpiece. But it's something that, you know, it's a big investment and it's a big commitment if you're buying the whole thing in one go. We appreciate that. And that's why Pat and Mark came up with the idea of actually doing it all bit by bit, block by block, stage by stage. So no one's really intimidated. You know, you're getting kind of bite-sized projects every month, which of course you can you know, just do in your own time and your own leisure. And imagine the sense of achievement when, after all 12 blocks have been bought and all 12 blocks have been put together, you just kind of look at it and think, I've made that. And that's going to be a family heirloom for, you know, probably years and decades and lifetimes to come, to be honest. That's what quilts are, aren't they, really? And I just think it's a wonderful thing. I really, really do. It's full of, well, great colours, full of great shapes. There it is. What's the size of it when it's finished? Do we know?
78 square.
78 square.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We're nearly there, aren't we?
We're nearly there. Block 11 and block 12, you've got quite a bit to do in the last two blocks.
Final push just to get over the line.
Push. But most of the blocks are being repeated now. It's just they're in different colours. So you'll have probably done them before, so a little bit more familiar. As we said, when you buy the kit, it comes in a plastic box, like so. You get a large picture of the quilt, so you've got some idea what you're trying to put together.
To look like when you finish.
Yeah. And then everything comes, there's 36 separate packets in the full kit. They all come separately.
With instructions for each block as well.
With
so
instructions,
not just
you're not on
one
your own.
set of instructions.
And if you order a full kit, don't be alarmed, you get another box. There's too many to go in one box. You get this box and a cardboard box as well. So don't think, oh, they sent me too much. Yeah. You get this box and another one to go with it. So that's the way that works. So block set 11 here, normal little introduction page. Inside you've got your packets all separate, as you can see. We try to keep everything separate so that you don't get confused. Only open one packet at a time. Especially if you're joining us right now, like one packet at a time, get that one out of the way. Place it out in front of you on your table as per the pictures in the instructions. So put these away because we're not going to do them now. We're just concentrating on the one. So we're going to put, I don't want it in the box.
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to, this is our elongated star, and they do look very different when you use a different colour fabric. They, you know, from one to the other, they vary. Right. So lay it out in front of you as per normal, stitching with your 1/4 inch seam, which most of you, I think, have cracked now. And if you haven't, if you're joining us today and you're not sure, you can draw a line where your 1/4 inch is, you can sew it by hand, you can sew it by machine, either is fine. And everybody seems to be loving it. Yeah. So pick up your one piece at a time. So if this was me, I'd put this section on there, and then I'd do the same section in the next bit, just because it keeps your brain, you know.
Do you want to mention about the sides of this triangle to make sure they get the right one?
I do. That's really good, Mark. Very good.
Because I've had a few people make a little bit of
If you
error.
If you look, where shall I come? Yeah, I'll come there. Look. Right. If you look at the larger triangle here, this one, it's got two sides that are longer than this one. The shorter side goes to the outside of the block, like that. Right. It's very easy, especially if you pick them up more than one at a time or just move them over, to turn this round, and you can end up with something that looks like this. And I'm sure some people watching will have gone, yes, I've had one of those. Or you might put the one side on and then put it back down incorrectly, and you end up putting that on there. So if you've had one looking like that, it's okay. I've done it myself. Most people have. But
so just unpick it and go
unpick it and put it on the other side. Right. So the shortest edge is the outside of the block itself. So pick them up, line up top and bottom, like so, and so, 1/4 inch seam. This block is Sarah, our daughter, helps us to do the cutting, and she's moaned about this because these are quite difficult to cut because we knob all off the ends. She said, why can't they do it themselves? I said, no, it makes it harder to sew.
And there's too much bulk sometimes.
Yeah, too much bulk in the corners.
And all the fabrics on top of each other.
So she's had a great time helping us cut these this week. She was not happy with them. No. So you put one side on, and then you press, away from you out towards the edge. So as we do that, if I was finger pressing it, I'd just peel it like that so that the seam is going out towards the yellow fabric. I'll just turn it over and you'll see. So the seam is going out towards this edge. You don't want it to come in like that because you'll end up with too much bulk at this top end. So out like that. I think sometimes I explain things, and then when I'm doing it myself, I know why I'm doing it. So every now and then I might say something like that. You'll think, oh, we should have told us that before. But I can't. I talk too much anyway, Mark says. So, you know, I just try and get as much information to you as I can. So that's probably one I haven't said before. But you
believe me, we'd rather have guests that talk too much than don't talk at all.
Really? Yeah, no problem with me not talking. So, can you press this, Mark, while I whip round?
I love you two, because it's a real double act, it really is, and a real teamwork thing. And maybe that's the same with you at home. Maybe it's a family event, you know, putting this quilt together. Which one are you going to go for? Are you going to go for block 11, or are you going to be going for the linen quilt, which, of course, launched last time Pat and Mark were here about a month ago? Lots of you are going for the handmade panel. Lots of you going for that. So you're looking at, you remember, that's on 3 flexes if you want that. So have a little think about that, the monochrome one. Love that linen quilt, it's beautiful.
Lots of people have loved it.
Oh, go on. Oh, didn't recognise that in there, yeah, hidden there, yeah.
So once they're all put back, onto the other side. Pop the other side on first, because always what we're trying to do is to make squares. We don't want to try join. You would never, for example, pick that up and attach it to that.
Right.
You just wouldn't do it. You want to make all of your pieces become a regular shape.
Mm-hmm.
It just...
It's easy to work with that as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than odd different shapes, it's easy to work with.
And it's also important to point out that all the instructions that Pat and Mark do aren't just written, they're actually photographed really well as well. So
yeah, lots of photographs.
Yeah, step by step. I wonder how many people around the country are actually doing this quilt.
I don't know. Lots of people. We think it... I mean, we weren't sure. We were only saying on the way here, weren't we? The first... You don't know how many to do or how many to say you can do. And I can remember coming in to talk to Sophie, one of the buyers at the time, and I said, I don't know how many to do. And anyway, we did the number, and they all sold on the first time. And she said, right, well, can we do a few more next time? And I said, I don't think anybody else will want to do it. She said, yeah, they will. And they're still joining
new
now.
people all the time, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've seen this for the first time and think, oh, that's quite good, I quite like that.
Now, bearing in mind it's 11 months ago that we showed you block 1 for the first time. Don't think that that's past it, that that's out of circulation. That is still available. All the 11 blocks that we're up to at the moment are available on the website. You can buy them, one a week or one a month. It's entirely up to you.
We had a lot of people join last month, didn't we?
Yeah.
All right, good. We're starting at number 1.
Yeah.
What block are you up to now? Let us know. Email in. Tell us. How far are you along? Now, block 11, nearly a quarter of the stock of block 11 has now gone in only 15 minutes. Wow.
Now we're going to form rows. So your rows could go across or they can go down. It doesn't make any difference. I'll go down. So just line it up.
It's a good idea to lay it out like you do.
Yeah.
Otherwise it'll get very confusing, I would have thought.
Yeah.
It's easy sometimes to maybe put the wrong way around if you're in a bit of a rush. Looking at the phone rings or some coffee or something, and you come back to it and, oh, that's not quite right.
That's not right.
I'll do it the right way, yeah. So it's before you actually sew it together, it's always good to double check.
And as much as even me, I know I've got a lot of experience of sewing blocks together, I still do this at home. I don't sit with a pile of fabric.
And it's surprisingly quick, actually. It doesn't take long for it really to take shape, because the cutting's been done for you. This is the thing I think that so many people love about Totally Patched, because although some people do like cutting, most people don't. So this is all done for you. You know you've got the accuracy, you know it's all been done properly, you don't have to make any errors. Yeah. And I mean, that's your labour of love, really, isn't it, doing all the cutting, both of you?
We both do, yes. It's one of those things. Nature of the beast, as they say.
Yeah. What's your kind of... It's your unique thing, I think.
It is.
Yeah.
Open and sew, that's what we say.
Open the box and sew.
Yep.
Because as much as some people can't cut, like, once, your hands get a bit,
arthritic or something, whatever.
And for a lot of people who've been in touch with us, they've said it's, it's made them start quilting again because they're able to, it's pre-cut for them, they haven't got to worry about that. And especially with a project like this, you know, you just wouldn't know how much fabric to buy because there's so many, there's 26 different fabrics in the quilt. And then...
And if you had 26 fabrics in a bundle, you can... There is a bundle available with all the 26 fabrics in, and then had a complete load of patterns, and someone said to it, you've got to cut this quilt, you go, I'll do that tomorrow.
You put it off,
and you put it back on the shelf.
But also, colour combinations, you know that they're all going to go. Whereas if you're buying fabrics ad hoc and occasionally buy one there and one there, it may be a terrible clash. You know, all of that is going to work together beautifully, and you know that what you're going to end up with at the end of the day, because it's all been pre-cut for you, is something looking just like that, whether it's a wall hanging. I'd be tempted to put that on the wall, to be honest. It will look good on a bed, obviously, of course it would, that's what it's destined to be, but on a wall, amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Talking point when you're finished.
Yeah. Can I just show you what you're getting for block 11 as well? Because all of these... There's the one that Pat's working on at the moment.
One she made earlier.
There we go. And then you've got the blue version of the same design as well. There we go. So you get those two. You're also getting your squares. All of these...
Lots of squares this time.
Yeah, loads of squares.
Checkerboard.
Yeah, all of those.
And it tells you how, like, you need a row of 7 by 2, so that's 2 squares by 7, or 8 complete, or whatever.
Then you've got your
pinwheels.
Yep. And then
sawtooth.
Two of those.
Sawtooth stars.
So there's a lot in there for $21.99.
There is, yeah.
Really good value.
Little bit. I think I went easy on people at the beginning, and I've sort of speeded them up now.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a little pause at this point. If you want to go for block 11, now's a good time to order it while we've got the stock. This is it out as it comes, OK? So you have the fun bit of putting them all together. $21.99. 414924 is your item number there. Remember, all the other blocks are available, 1 through to 10 you can find on the website, and you can really start wherever you want, whichever looks the most appealing. And maybe you've been away for holidays middle of last year and you missed 1 or 2 of the blocks. You can get number 6, number 5, number 7 and number 8. They're all there on the website. And if you want the whole bundle of everything, 1 to 12, all in one purchase, they're all separately packaged, so it's not just one big box full of fabric. They're all in separate little plastic wallets and envelopes and so on. $76.66 is your first flexi buy of 3, and you get a £20 discount as well by buying it as a complete kit. Okay, $499.091. That's all the quilts, or all the fabric, should I say, for the front of the quilt. Wadding and backing is not included. $499.091 if you want the complete thing. Now, the Simply Linen, which is my favourite, I love this. I love the touch of the fabric, something very, to me, very luxurious about linen, and I love the monochrome nature of it. I'm big into grey at the moment, although I don't know whether you call this... It's like a khaki grey, isn't it? Sometimes I look at it and I see grey, sometimes I look at it and I see like a khaki brown. But what you've got here, this is the complete kit that we've got for you. Or is this pack number... This is the quarter. So this is the second quarter that's on the screen at the moment, OK? So basically what they're doing, what Pat and Mark are doing, is giving you the opportunity of making this in 4 stages. So this is stage number 2. Stage number 1 is also available. But this is stage number 2. That's what number 2 will make. So that's on 2 flexes of £20.75, 643.223 or 41.49 in one payment. If you want the whole thing, everything in one purchase, don't buy like 4 of number 2 or 4 of number 1 or whatever. That won't give you the full quilt. You need to go for this item number if you want the whole thing, which is 175212. That's on 3 flexes of 51.66, and that will get you all of this fabric for the front of the quilt. Again, it doesn't include the wadding or the backing, but it does include all of these panels. Everything is pre-cut for you. That, to me, is incredibly stylish. Very, very elegant, very simple, and again, a good one maybe as a starter by buying the 4 sets, or if you want to go for the big bundle, it's on 3 flexes of £51.66. 175,512. Now, if you want the wadding and the backing for that as well, that's on the bottom of the screen. This is what they call the finishing kit. So this will give you everything to complete that wonderful quilt. That is $65.99, and it's $701,435. Okay, $701,435. Add that into your flexi order if you want to, and you can spread the cost of the whole thing over 3 payments. What would that be, Meg? Meg's my producer today. She'll work that out. If you put the backing, the finishing fabric, in with the actual 3-way flexi, we'll get that for you and work that out, what your monthly payments will be. But it's a lovely looking thing, I think. Over a bed or again on a wall, over a sofa, wherever you wanted to put it. In total, it will be just under £221. That's for everything, the front fabric and the wadding and the backing. That'll be 3 payments of £73.66 if you wanted to go for the whole thing. The finishing fabric and the linen for the front. It's all there for you if you want to do it that way. It's entirely up to you. Now, we've also got our panel. Now, this is something that really caught my eye. This has been so popular. 80% of this panel's gone. And this is it when it's been made up. And you can, again, take this to whatever level you want. You can add little embellishments to it. You could sew pockets into it if you want to. You can also embroider it if you want to, or you can just leave it printed. It's entirely up to you. But the panel, very popular, very busy, £11.99, and the panel is on its way to you, OK? And you can choose to, you know, I can see the embroidery on the back if I just turn it round. So this has been embroidered here and here, here as well. But you can take it further. You can embroider the letters and the words if you want to as well. It's entirely up to you. Did you say, Mark, that this has actually got a wadding in it? Or? It's got wadding in it as well, yes. Right. That's what we've done. We've just put the backing and the wadding on. Right. And just quilted it. Brilliant. Yeah. OK. But the panel doesn't come with the wadding or anything like that. But it's only £11.99. That's going to sell out. I don't think we can get any more stock of it, can we? No, that's all we've got. That's all we've got. Is what we've got. OK. So when it's gone, it's gone. Order it now, and we'll let you know when it sells out. It won't be here for the second show. Now, another quilt. This is... where's the quilt gone? It was here earlier. Oh, it's there. There. I remember I saw it. I couldn't remember where. Can't miss it. I know. This is the Vintage Style Quilt, 82 by 62. Now, this is £107.99 on 2 flexes of 54. £54 today and £54 in 4 weeks' time. Now, this is it. This is the full quilt, yeah? The whole kit. Two different sizes. The large one is the 82 by 62. Which is what we've got on the screen, yeah. And then the smaller one is exactly half, same width, but half the length. OK, well, let me just stand by it and show you. So this is what you're going to be getting, or this is the amount of fabric you're going to be getting if you want the 82 by 62. And if I stand next to it, you can see just how big it is. Where are you? You over there? Oh, can't see it. Oh, over there, OK. Can't see it. Anyway, that's the big one, OK? 82 by 60 is just a black ceiling up there. I can't see anything. And then if you want the one that's half that size, that'll be basically from there down. It's 42 by 62. Oh, it's there. Thanks. It's black on black. I can't see the thing. For 42 by 62, so that would be basically that size, OK? So that is available at £54.99 if you'd like it, or 2 payments of £27.50. Do I clash, Mark? Or? You blend in nicely, Dave. Thank you. That isn't said often. That isn't said often. OK, so if you would like that, either the large one or the half-size one, really bright, funky colours like those. Very, very nice. OK. Back with you, sir. I think that would be good for a picnic quilt. Yeah, good idea. For a car. Yeah, lay that out, nice and bright, nice summer's day. Fab. Excellent. OK, so you choose whether you want the big one or the half-size one. Yeah. Then we go on to, this is lovely. This is actually a flannel fabric, so it's got a wonderful tactile touchability to it. It's a fluffy. It's a touchy-feely cushion. It's a cuddly. Yeah, it's one of those. Once you... Oh, yes, it's just lovely. Now, it's £20.99. You don't get the cushion pad. That's for you to supply, but you do get all of the cushion fabric for the front and also the back. How do you get this tufty look to it? It's a trick. There's fabric on the inside and the outside. Yeah. It's like that, and then you just snip as you've made them. I think Pat's going to do a demonstration later as well. Oh, OK, fantastic. So there are all your pre-cut flannel fabrics. You've also got your panels of the wadding. Of the wadding. Wadding's already cut for you into squares as well, yeah. Wow, you do everything, don't you? It's fantastic. Yeah. And then all you do is just, obviously, stitch it all together to create a wonderful... This is a great Easter cushion, isn't it, with all the buttons on it? It's a baby's cushion as well. Yeah. Or just a young child, they can just, in the back of a car, snuggle up to or something if they're going on a long journey. Like it. That's new today. Only £20.99, and as soon as we showed this, the lines went crazy for it. I knew you'd like it. 009-833 is your item number for either Easter or new baby, or just a cuddly cute There is cushion. Pink and blue in this, so it's ideal for both. Great. Boy or girl. Good. And then down the end here, we've got our patterns on their own. Now, if you want to have the pattern for the quilt that we showed you, the linen quilt, that's there. If you've got your own fabrics that you want to use on that, that's absolutely fine. And we've also got the pattern for the fluffy brushed cushion as well. So you get both of those patterns together. They're £9.99 for both, actually. It's really good value. Yeah, very good price. Normally you'd pay £9.99 for one pattern, I would have thought. Now, an update on the panel. Panel 11... is now... Oh, no, the panel, sorry, this one. Yeah. That one is now limited stock, not panel 11. This is $11.99 for the totally patched, handmade Lessian panel. Last one's just gone, and we can't get any more, so congratulations if you got the last one. Everyone's in your baskets. But Block 11, we still have Block 11 available, but that is proving very, very popular this morning. Lots of you calling through for that. The next process, the next step in your fantastic quilting journey, Block 11. Next time, it'll be the last one. That'll be a bit sad.
Well, we've got lots of things
We've got
in the pipeline.
more in the pipeline.
Okay.
More in the
Trust me.
pipeline. Not to add to this.
The thing is, it won't be the last one because we'll keep on bringing it, because people might only just be starting now.
Great.
So that it'll be keep on coming through all the time.
And then we can show everybody your favourite, your finished quilt. We can show the world all those finished quilts after we've done Block 11, Block 12.
That'll be a show on its own, won't it?
It will be a show on its own.
Right, so we're going to do linen now,
Yep.
I think. This is a really, really easy quilt to make. Very easy. Beautiful fabric, as you say. Really nice. One of our ladies, Alvine, she likes this.
Yes,
she
yeah,
likes this a lot.
Yeah.
Right, so this is what you get. You get... Ooh, block set. No, not block set. First quarter. Block set's the other quilt.
Confused already.
Yeah, building a simply linen quilt, this is called. And so last month you'd have got, if you had the first section, your box with your first section in.
Right.
Second quarter is very, very similar, apart from you've got your sashing strip in. And once you've got completed these two, you can make the top section of the quilt.
Right,
You're
okay.
halfway there, so it's really easy. With all our things, they come with a full picture of the finished quilt and a little welcome and a bit of an explanation of what's going on, so you know what you're going to be getting. And that comes in your first packet, your first box. Then with the full kit, you can see you get more and more as the months go on.
Right.
So just slowly, Mark. Slowly.
Yeah, that's the first two done.
Okay.
That's the third one.
Yeah. And this
That's the
packet's
fourth one.
got your fourth quarter in and your sashing and binding.
Okay. If you go for the big
binding in
bundle
there,
with everything, that's available as well, remember. That's what a lot of you did last time because it's on 3 flexes. A lot of you are thinking, well, rather than buying one at a time, I'll go for the whole lot, spread it over 3 payments, and there it is, £154.99. But on 3 flexes, that means you only have to spend just over £50 today, £51.66, and that's a delivered price if you're a Freedom member. But then you're doing it in your own pace. You've got everything you need. All you'll need really then is the finishing pack, the wadding and the backing fabric, which we've got as an extra item down the bottom. So,
and with the blocks, once you've made the blocks, you can keep them in the box.
Put them back in your box.
Put them back in the box. Keeps them all nice and secure, and you don't think, where have I put those blocks I made last week?
Yeah.
In your.
We had a lady lose 2 blocks this
yes,
week.
Yes.
Yeah. She doesn't know whether she's left them
somewhere or they've fallen out of a bag somewhere. But
we've helped her out with some help. So, same rules apply. Lay out your block in front of you, looking at the picture on the pattern. You start by adding strips. It's just rectangles, as you can see. So we're going to add a strip to either side of our central rectangle. And anybody who's thinking of the pattern, this looks great in lots of different fabrics.
Yes.
Like if I was doing it with other fabric, try and keep something the same. Like in the every block there's the plain linen, and then these prints change. So if you go
and the centre of the blocks are all the same as well.
Stays the same. Yeah. It's best to keep a little bit of uniformity, or it can start looking a bit of a mess.
Okay.
Busy.
Busy.
Busy, not a mess. Busy.
No. It's a way of, I mean, I know some people have got, most of us have got loads of fabric.
Is linen a lovely fabric to actually sew and stitch?
You asked that question.
I did, yeah.
What I felt about it.
Well, what you were going to say about it.
Yeah, it's different, that's for sure. It's an 80-20 linen mix, so it's got a little more body than a normal cotton, but it's fine to sew. If anything, a tad fray more, but it's not much. The only thing is, which you'll see now, Macy, when you press it, sometimes it curls a little bit, and I've no idea why, but it doesn't affect it at all.
Right.
I'm pressing these in towards the centre because the strip I've added is quite small and the central piece is quite big. So if you put your bulk onto your central piece, it just spreads more evenly, because if you put it this way and then you put one this way, this section will be all seams.
Right.
So that's the reason I'm pressing it.
Just feel how soft, it's not coarse or anything.
No, it's nice, lovely.
It's
really
a
lovely.
nice soft.
Really nice.
Easier to sew with.
Because I know, you know, thinking of linen trousers and things like that.
Yeah.
They're so well known for creasing, aren't they? Very easy.
They are.
But
Yeah. It's because it's got a bit of a mix in it that it works well. Looks like I stopped sewing too soon.
Now, lots of you this week, I know last time that Pat and Mark was here, the block was proving popular, the first quarter was proving popular, but a lot of you were going for the whole kit, all four together. This week, though, it seems to be that the second block is proving to be the most popular at the moment. So lots of you have got the first one, you're now onto the second one, and they're all very similar, aren't they, really?
They're absolutely identical, apart from the sashing, when you add sashing.
Yeah.
So the quarters are all the same.
So once you've done the first block, the second block comes a little bit easier. Once you're onto the second quarter, then you're away, you should know exactly what you're doing.
And I mean, this is even speedier to make.
So you can probably do your first quarter in, what, a weekend?
Oh, easily, yeah.
Afternoon?
Afternoon, I'd say.
Oh, right, OK.
Yeah. You'll see this.
With a few cups of coffee on
yeah, a few
tea
cups
or
of
in
coffee.
between, yeah.
I don't know what it is I like about it so much. It's very unfussy, I think.
Yes, it is.
And quite simple. And I sometimes the simplest ones can be the more elegant.
Keep it simple, stupid, as I say, is the old adage, isn't it?
Yeah. I think with patchwork, there's so many different ways you can, you know, patchwork's, it's a big word, a little word for a big craft, isn't it, really? There's, you know, loads to, you can do, and sometimes you look at a fabric and you need to keep it a little bit simpler than you think.
Don't try and overcomplicate it.
Yeah. And it's the design. When I saw the fabric, I thought, yeah, I've got to make this quite simple and a little bit stylish.
Yeah, very stylish.
Modern sort of look as well.
Yeah.
I'd certainly have that on a bed in my home. I'd love that. Yeah.
And sort of the neutral chalk colours is very in to go over the sofa as well and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Like I said before, sometimes I look at it and I see like a shade of grey, and other times I look at it and it's a total kind of crossover between the two. So this really does not take much time at all. It really doesn't.
2 more additions, and we're at that. Done.
Look, isn't that stylish?
Top and bottom, and then Pat's done that.
Isn't that great? Yeah, and that numerous times makes up the whole quilt.
Yeah.
And what's the finished size of that quilt? Do we know that one?
78.
No.
No.
I can't remember. Have a look.
Quick look.
I can't remember.
Come on, 78 stars, isn't it?
68 by 70.
68, 72.
68, 72, sorry.
Sit on top of a king size, drape on a double.
Yeah, it sits on top of our king size, doesn't it? We always have to test them out, don't we?
Just put them on. That's sometimes where we move them around, and blocks around sometimes.
Yeah, we lay them on the bed and see how they're going to look.
Yeah.
Well, now the full kit is proving to be very popular as well. So a lot of you are going for the second quarter and doing it step by step, month by month. But now lots of you thinking, do you know what? As it's on 3 flexi, I might as well go for the big one. I've got everything there. I can do it at my own pace.
We were surprised that people took the big one, weren't we? When, you know, but some people prefer that.
They can do it in their own time. Yeah. They want to do 2 quarters in a weekend, they can do.
They haven't got to remember to look out for the third one or anything like that. They've got everything,
So we've got 1 done. 2 I did last time we were here, I think, didn't we?
Yeah.
Finished.
Lovely.
We need to go on to something else.
Well, the details for the full quilt, this, remember, doesn't include the wadding or the backing, but it does give you everything for the front of the quilt. So that's £51.66 on Flexi. 3 flexes, so you pay the first one today, next one in 4 weeks, final one in 8 weeks' time, 175512. Could we put the finishing kit up as well? OK, so if you want to get that into your Flexi order at the same time, that's going to give you all the wadding that you need, and also all the backing that you need as well. £65.99 is the price for that, but in your Flexi basket, if you're going to go for the full quilt, you can actually have it over 3 flexes. If you buy that on its own, it's on 2 flexes of just £33. There we go, so that item number, if you want that finishing kit, 701 435, your item number there. Now, if you want the quarters on their own, so quarter kits, 4 of those will make up, of course, a full kit eventually. £41.49 is the price for that, and that's on Flexi as well, of just £20.75p, I think it is. 643-223, yeah, £20.75 gets you your first Flexi today, or you can pay in full for it if you want to. But basically, it's very similar to the first quarter that came out a month ago. This has just got a bit more of the sashing with it this time. 643-223, your item number. OK, now we're back to our quilting progress. Always look forward to this because we're now nearly at the last block. Next one will be to block 12, which will be the final one. This is block 11. And if you are in the middle of the quilt, and it's been going on now for maybe 10 or 11 months, it must be getting very exciting as you get nearer and nearer to actually completing it. And there is, of course, an option where you can buy the whole quilt in one purchase, but most of you are doing it step by step, you know, gently, really,
yes,
isn't it?
Yeah. Just sort of see how it goes, and then once they've got into it, every month they can see Pat doing the demonstrations, and they can actually do it and follow that as well.
And Mark, what have we actually got in block 11 this time?
Block 11 we have the 2 elongated stars. That's that one there, and that one.
Right, both of those?
Yep.
Lovely.
Which again are all cut as Pat.
They don't come like this, you have to sew them together, but they have been pre-cut.
Yep, they're all done for you.
Yep, lovely.
You get 6 of the pinwheels.
Yep.
There we go. Again, all the squares cut. You just have to follow the instructions. I believe you do half square triangles and then into the actual pinwheels.
Mm-hmm.
Then you do the numerous checkerboards. And again, all the squares have been cut for you. And you can either follow the picture that we've done with these as they are, or you can just randomly put them where you want. It's entirely up to you.
Now, there's still another one to show you as well. This is also included, 2 of these.
The sawtooth start.
Yep.
Again, all the pieces cut for you.
Now, a third of the entire available stock of block number 11 has gone. There's another show. You've got another show this afternoon? Oh, 11 o'clock.
11
OK.
o'clock.
So they're back at 11 o'clock with another go at this. If you want to get it today, if you've just woken up, just got up, it is block 11, part of a 12-block quilt. The finished quilt that we can show you. There it is. That's the whole thing put together. That's what your quilt will look like after you've bought all 12 and put them all together. If you've missed a block and you're thinking, oh, no, what about block 3? I was away when that was on. Don't worry. It's on the website. All the blocks are on the website, and there will be for a long time to come, so you can go from one right the way through. If you want the full quilt, you're thinking, do you know what, I love that so much, I just want to get all the blocks, all 12 of them. There it is, it's on the screen there. It will make 78 by 78 as a size when it's finished, and it's on Flexi, 3 Flexis of 76.66, so that will give you block 12 and all the other 11 blocks included. And again, it comes with everything that you need apart from the wadding and the backing to make the front of the quilt. Everything is in there. 499091. Now, you're loving this cushion, very popular. This is brushed cotton. It's got a new baby sort of look to it, but it's also got an Easter theme to it. It's got the rabbits, basically. It'll look great in a nursery or
it's
something
just
like
cosy,
that.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's cosy, cute, and it's something a bit different as well. Boy or girl, it's got pink and blue in it. And yellow, which is a neutral colour in it.
Absolutely, yeah. And all of the brushed cotton has been. It's like a flannel, isn't it?
It's like the old-fashioned flannel like we used to have, but it's like brushed cotton. All the squares are cut for you. All the squares of the wadding that go in between are all cut for you, and the backing as well you get.
Excellent. So everything apart from the cushion panel. £20.99 is the kit, and it's 009833. Very popular for that. And we do have, of course, the 2 patterns on their own available as well. If you want to make the quilt that's behind us with your own fabric and the cushion pattern as well, then that's just £9.99. Oh, the cushion pad, sorry. Cushion pad first, though, is that one there, OK? That's in stock as well. That's duck feather, which I must admit I prefer, rather than the polyester. £11.99 for that, 18 inches, and that's the perfect cushion pad for that particular kit. Now, if you just want the patterns on their own, here they come. So that's going to give you the pattern for the linen quilt. Making it out of your choice of fabric is entirely up to you. And you also got the pattern there for that wonderful fluffy cushion. So the pattern's on their own, just £9.99. You will get the pattern, obviously, for the cushion with the fabric included in the box, OK? And we're going to move on to that, I think, now, and show you how to put that together. Really cuddly, isn't it? Really cuddly cushion.
The box comes, picture on the front, all the instructions, big picture on the front, and all the fabric cut inside. Ready to go?
Good.
It's a different way of doing things. Looks great. You can transfer the technique once you've done it into quilts, even. You'll see why as we progress. So you need squares of fabric and squares of wadding. Your fabric, you make a sandwich with the wadding. Put your wadding in the centre. This is so abnormal because normally we make it, join it first and then put the wadding in. But this, you do this as you go along. So once it's finished, it's done. Like if it was a quilt, it would be finished, which you'll see. I'm just going to make a small section of it. I'm going to make 4 squares so you can see exactly how they go together, because that's the important thing. So I've got my wadding in the middle. If it looks a little bit off, I could square it up, but let's say it was a little bit down at one side, like that, let's say, like that, then it doesn't matter. You'll see why as we go on. It's the most
forgiving,
casual, forgiving sort of patchwork you can do.
Good for a beginner.
Oh, perfect, yeah.
Good as a gift as well, actually, if you know somebody who's having a baby. Great as a gift to give them, Or Easter, as I say,
And if you don't know quite what variety they're going to have, this covers everything, doesn't it? Boy, girl.
Yeah. Someone said to me once, boy or girl, I was selling one of these things, and they said, oh, other, and I went, other? This is my dog.
Oh.
Okay. It did throw me slightly,
yeah. It would.
So you just, what's happening?
Got caught up.
Oh, okay. I'll keep going, it might.
No, it's going to go up underneath.
Is it?
Yeah.
Come out the way then.
No, done it. Hang on.
Oh.
What a double act you are.
Averted a disaster.
So you can place them out as they come through.
It's good that you've included the wadding too, because most things don't come with the wadding normally, do they?
No, but it doesn't really matter what wadding you would use for this. It could be anything really. And it could vary. So we're giving you the same wadding, all the same wadding, but in that cushion, actually, some of it was one sort and some of it was another sort that I used. It really doesn't matter, but we're giving you all the same. And the reason we've put it in is because it doesn't take a great deal of wadding, so it doesn't cost too much. So like sometimes a big quilt, the wadding's expensive because it's a big quilt, and wadding is expensive because it's a very important part of the quilt. You should never stinge on, like, putting, some waddings are hard and...
Of course.
Not that we sell here, but sometimes if you're a crafter, you might have a wadding that's not as good enough for a quilt.
And that would spoil it.
Yeah. You don't realise that until you've made the mistake once. You don't make it twice.
So it's worth paying a little bit more for quality wadding.
Yeah. You need to go, whatever is sold here on Hochanda is fit for the purpose. So if it's a patchworker, the quality of the wadding will be patchwork quality.
And the fact that you've got the duck feather pad, which is available as well.
Big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of the artificial ones. I prefer the feather pillows and cushions. Much more squidgy, much more comfortable. Okay, if you have an allergy issue, maybe you want to go for polyester or something, but certainly the duck fill cushion is absolutely plump and luxurious. Not worth skimping on the insides. History's repeating itself.
Oh, it's only under the thing.
Yeah, it's gone up inside there. Oh.
It's okay. So as you can see, all I've done is stitch across through it. Doesn't have to be that. It could be wiggly lines. It could be anything at all. Just doesn't make any difference. Now, this one side of this is going to become the inside of the cushion. So what you want to do is lay out your 16 squares and make them look how you want them to look, really. Do you want both lots of bunnies on the front?
Yeah.
I thought you did.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll let you have that. So this
hide the bunny inside here.
Actually, I'm just wondering, if the bunny isn't appropriate, you can
You
turn
use
it
it on the
over,
side.
so just use the pattern.
And just use these.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You've got a good mix. There are 4 or 5
Five, I think.
prints.
So if you don't like the idea of giving it to a child, the bunnies can be on the inside. Out of
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the back of the cushion is the daisies, or dandelion docks, isn't it? Or cloth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So that comes with it too.
Yes.
Backing fabric.
Yeah, piece of backing, and the backings are all that same colour.
Yeah, lovely.
That colour. So lay them out. You'll lay 16 out, and they look. I mean, it looks big enough for a cushion now, doesn't it? With 16, there's gets a bit
You think you've done something wrong because this can't be right.
So
it's
what
big,
you do now,
correct.
this is the major difference between this sort of thing. I mean, it's a bit of fun, really. You pick it up with the wrong sides together and the seam on the outside. So you're going to see this. So the seam is sticking up, rather than you usually go right sides together, stitch and flip. But this, you pick it up like that, so the seams are on the outside.
Right.
And you stitch along the edge of your wadding, which is 1 inch shorter. So instead of forget your 1/4 of an inch, you can go mad now. And it comes, you do 1 inch seam. And if it's not exactly 1 inch, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not measuring or anything, I'm just putting it together, sort of thing. So there's our one.
All of this comes with, obviously, pictures,
that one.
step by step, stage by stage.
Tells you what to do.
Plenty of pictures, look, as you can
Back
see.
and front, how it looks. And there's enough fabric variety for you to flip them over and have them in any order you want.
So if it doesn't matter how big or how, if it's exactly 1 inch or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Isn't that going to make the further in the stitch goes, isn't that going to make the cushion smaller?
Just a little tiny bit.
Oh, it won't make any difference, really?
No,
Okay.
No, won't make any difference to this. So now we've got these, looks a bit of a mess, really. So we'd have 4 in a row, 4 in a row. Then we join the rows together. And again, you put them wrong sides together, like so. And we're going to stitch to join, this is joining our rows. So away we go.
Again, no measuring.
When you get to the where the seams are, if you put one way and one the other, like we normally do, because if you go all the way with your bulk, like all the way, everything back and front one way, it'll be a bit thick. So put one way, one the other, and then you just flatten them down. So this is like strange. And this could be, we did make a quilt once, didn't we?
Yeah, we did a small quilt, like baby quilt,
No, we did a red, like tartany looking big quilt.
Small quilt, wasn't it?
No, it's more like a picnic thing. So now it looks even messier, really, doesn't it? It doesn't look very exciting until you start to snip.
Right,
and
now this is what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah.
'Cause I can't really work, well, I can see how it's done, but...
Yeah, and you just snip like so, all the way along. So you need to make your cup of coffee and sit down and snip. And you need to put all your rows together before you start snipping. So they all look like this, and then you start your snipping. All your rows go together first.
So how far apart should the snips be?
About 1/8 of an inch.
Right.
And it's really tempting to make them bigger. Because, you know...
After half an hour, definitely.
Yeah.
But just do it by eye, you don't need to measure them or anything like that?
No, you don't need to measure. So you do all of the seams that you've made.
Be careful not to cut the actual... where you've sewn.
You can't really. If you're not sure, you could do it the other way. Put your hand underneath and then do that, so that you know you're not going any further. Don't snip the stitches, obviously, but go as close as you dare. And you just go like that. You need a nice sharp pair of scissors, obviously, like so. And then you do the next bit. When you've got this bit, I usually snip that first to get it out the way, and then go back and do the underneath bit.
Right.
All the way across, all the way across. What you want to do, especially if you go bigger, if you think, oh, I like that cushion, I'm going to make a quilt in it with whatever, it's very easy to miss out a row. When you've got a bigger piece, you think, oh, I'm done, because the next thing you do is you put it in the washing machine.
Right.
And that fluffs up your edges.
Right. I thought you had some special tool that did that.
No, I just, for ease, I do what I can. So it can look like this, and if you're using fleece, it stays looking like this. I know Daisy Chain on the One Day Special have got one done fleecy, and that will stay like this. But if it's a cotton fabric, it will go in the washing machine and it will ruffle up. Or you can just do this, and you'll see the difference now when I just do this. Makes a bit of a mess.
If you put it in the washing machine, top tip though is...
You do that again, Pat?
Yeah, I can. So do that. So all I'm doing is rubbing together the edges like so. Nothing technical, nothing difficult. open it out, and just look how different it looks already.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to do that, just put it in the
washing machine.
Put it in the washing machine. It'll come out like this.
Yeah.
Just make sure you check your filter after the washing machine, because there are lots of bits that come off and stick in the filter.
I'm covered in bits now. You can put it in a pillowcase if you want to.
Okay.
To trap your bits.
Now, shopping by brand, that's something we offer you. So if you're looking at a show thinking, oh, I like Totally Patched, but I've already got, you know, what I need. I want to look back at the other blocks. I want to look back at other things that they've got available. The website has got everything that's available from Mark and Pat and Totally Patched. Kits that maybe you've not seen for a few shows, kits maybe you've not seen at all. Yeah, sometimes we have things there that just haven't been on air at all. So have a little look. There's storage boxes, all sorts of things from Totally Patched if you just search by brand. And while you're there, you'll see all the other brands that we have available, of course, here at Hochanda too. Hundreds of fantastic suppliers, some brand new ones, some that have been with us since day one. So have a little look, shop by brand at the website, hochanda.com. OK, the last few minutes of the show, we're going to remind you of the item numbers and the kits that we've got available for you, starting with the eagerly awaited Block 11. The 11th block to make the quilt that we showed you earlier on. Block 12 will be next month, and that will be the last block in the series. But do remember, if you've missed out on Block 5 or Block 3 or whatever, they're all available on the website 1 through to 11 right now. And you can also buy the complete kit in one, so Block 1 to 12 as a big bundle. That's also available as well. But if you want Block 11, it's £21.99, new today, 414924, and you're going to get a lot in this block.
This is a big pack. As we said, we're getting towards the end, so you want to get on and get this done, and then you start looking to see the light at the end of the tunnel, as they say. Yeah. So you get your 2 elongated stars, 1, 2.
Yep.
Your row of pinwheels, your checkerboard with all the pieces cut, again, as normal, with all the other blocks as well, and you get your 2 sawtooth stars.
Fantastic. All for £21.99. And remember, it's the unique thing from Totally Patched is that all of the squares, all the shapes are pre-cut for you by pattern mark. So the laborious bit and the bit that can sometimes go wrong if you make a mistake with measuring and that sort of thing, it's all been done for you. You have the fun bit of putting it all together. Now, if you want the full quilt, which I mentioned, here it comes. You get every block, 1 through to 12. There are the details for it. It's £499.091. Now, you can pay in flexes if you want to. 3 flexes of £76.66. 1 today, 1 in 4 weeks, 1 in 8 weeks. Or you can pay in full if you'd rather. That gives you everything for the front of the quilt. Wadding and backing, of course, is separate. £499.091, though, if you want to have the full quilt. Now, the Simply Linen, which is my favourite of all of the ones that Mark and Pat have done, this is the second quarter out of 4 quarters to make the whole quilt, which is just behind us here. So quarter number 2, £41.49. It's the same as quarter number 1, with the benefit of having a little bit of extra sashing in there.
This sashing here, so you can join these first section and the second section, you can join those together.
So this is the whole quilt, though. If you'd rather go for the whole, that's on flexes of 2 payments if you want the quarter. If you want the full one, the full quilt, everything you need to make this, the front of it anyway, is £154.99, and that gives you 3 flexes. So £51.66 today is all you pay, and that will give you everything that you can see here on the front of the quilt. We have got a finishing kit as well, which is £65.99. Now, if you want to put that with the main kit into your 3-way flexi, you can do that as well. So you can spread the cost of the whole thing over 3 payments. The first payment today, 175,512, and the finishing kit is 701,435. Okay. Now the bright quilt, that's 2 options. You can either have the big one or you can go for the half-size one. This is the brightest quilt of all, isn't it?
Yes, this is quite loud.
You mentioned that this would be great as a picnic. Picnic
quilt. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so there it is, hung up. 82 by 62 is the size for the full quilt, and that is 54 on FlexiBuy, 54 payments today, and £54 in 4 weeks' time. That's for what you see there. The whole size of that for the front is what you're getting. If you want half of that, so in other words, it's 41 or 42 by 62, that's basically half of what you can see there. That's £54.99, and that's 090965. I think we got that on Flexi as well. Yes, we have. £27.50. You do need to buy the wadding and the backing for that, though, separately.
You do, yes.
You're back at 11.
Back at 11 o'clock.
OK, so make sure you join them. If you've just woken up, had a bit of a lie-in, make sure you join Pat and Mark back at 11. I'll see you for Mama Makes with the lovely Lottie. That'll be at 10 o'clock. We'll give you another look at what's on the way soon, though. But everything in the show is on the website, hochanda.com. Stay with us. So yes, it's our one-day special coming up next for the ladies from Daisy Chain Designs. That's on the way next at 9 o'clock. Floral stamping with Mama Makes. I'll see you with Lottie at 10 o'clock, and then they're back at 11 for Totally Patched.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hello, I'm Pat.
And I'm Wendy.
And together we're Pastimes Quilling. I've been quilling for about 40 years actually. Wendy, not quite that long.
The products we actually sell are a range of kits, books, tools and accessories for the craft of quilling. Probably the most popular thing are the actual quilling papers, but we're constantly adding to it. We bring out new papers in different widths, we do new kits, new designs right through the year.
Quilling is a lovely craft because you can either do it as an individual or you can get together with your friends and do it as a group project. And we have lots and lots of ideas and we can't wait to share them with you, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.
So make sure you don't miss the Pastimes Quilling shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lisa and I'm part of the Creative Expressions team. I've been crafting for, well, most of my life to be honest, and my passion is papercraft. Creative Expressions have given me the chance to spend my time drawing and bringing things to life, which I never thought I'd ever be able to do. So when you see me on TV, hopefully I can bring you something that will inspire you, whether you're a paper crafter, whether you're a die cutter, or whether you're a stamper. I hope you get the chance to tune into some of my shows on Hochanda, where I can share with you some of the creativity and some of the designing that I've been able to bring to you through my designs.
A very good morning. Yes, we are sewing on woods on a Sunday.
That's great.
Oh, this is your one-day special now. One-day special here on Hochanda launches at 6 o'clock every night, and it continues throughout the night, although you do get some sleep, don't you, Sue?
A little bit.
Yes.
A little bit, not much.
And it will continue throughout today. You can, of course, buy in between the shows as well, but we have been very, very busy. You're getting all creative. We love that.
Yeah.
Because we're in the spring, and it's kind of a spring forward, isn't it?
It is. I think it's always sort of inspiring, isn't it, as the weather sort of improves. And
yes.
before you need to start tackling the garden, I also call this the golden month.
Oh, I like that. The golden month. That's fabulous. Well, on the one-day special, we have a superb deal. Take a look at your screens. You're saving £6. It's only £14.99, but you get to pick and mix any 3 of the daisy chain design patterns. Now, we've got the lovely Sue with us today.
We have, yes.
And we also have the lovely Sue as well with us today. How are you both?
Fine, thank you.
Very well.
Good, good, good.
Very well indeed. Thank you.
Now, before we run through all the items that we've got on the show, we know that, Sue, you're going to be demonstrating today.
Yep.
What's in store for us?
I'm going to be demonstrating Japanese folded technique, possibly that people might not have seen before. Giant Japanese folded with a stripe.
Ooh.
And then I'm going to take it through to a couple of Japanese folded bags.
That sounds
Same
exciting.
Technique, different sizes and different fabrics.
Fabulous. Well, if you want to get your questions in, we've got the Sues with us. Please do email in. It's studio@hochanda.com. Shall we let you go off and get ready?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, I'm excited for that. Right, Sue, let's run through all the different options that we've got, because you get to choose any 3. If you want to choose more, you're more than welcome to do so. The price will just change accordingly. Right,
Before I start, can I just do one quick thing?
Oh, go on.
Happy birthday, Annie!
Oh, happy birthday,
It's my
Annie.
sister's birthday today. She said she'd be watching us with a cup of tea in bed.
Oh, lovely. Well, if you're going to do one, I'll do happy birthday, Evie. Happy birthday, Evie.
And happy birthday yesterday to Gail, who probably is still in bed.
Wonder why.
Yeah, hope she had a good night.
Yeah, happy birthday, Gail.
Happy birthday, Gail. So, sorry everyone, I won't crack on there. I had to do that. In fact, actually, Pat's
demonstration was fantastic because this technique is exactly the same as we just saw on the cushions.
Yes.
With that lovely fringed edge. So this is a beautiful quilt and cushion that Gail's made, and you get all the templates in here for all the different applique blocks. So this is the cushion that I'm holding, but there also is a full quilt, and each of the blocks are different with all different flowers, butterflies, there's even a little spider's web in there, and it's made from fleece, and it's just such fun to make, Janice.
It looks fabulous, and of course very, very what's the tactile? That's it.
Yes.
I was going to call it textile, but it is. It's very, very tactile. And it's got these lovely, beautiful elements to it. Is that easy to make and create? And
very easy. Yeah, very easy. Exactly the same technique as Pat did, where you bring the seams to the front and then clip them. But this time it's with fleece rather than fabric.
Oh, that's lovely.
So you don't have to worry necessarily to wash it afterwards to get the fluffiness. But it's such a fun technique, and I just love these quilts. They are bright and jolly, and I will say it's from sort of 7 to 70. You know,
Yes.
every age will enjoy this. So
Now
it's really
that
nice.
one is called My Flower Bed. It could be a learning tool as well, I guess,
Definitely.
for the children, grandchildren.
Definitely.
Beautiful. You can choose from that. We'll move on.
Yes,
so
many.
Yes, everything comes, of course, with all the instructions and the patterns as well. Very, very comprehensive. So you can follow it step by step. So you do get those as well. Now let's talk about the Japanese folded cushion. These are beautiful.
They're really pretty, aren't they? And again, I think the beauty with these cushions is they're fun to make. There's 2 different sizes on the one pattern, so already you're getting 2 patterns almost for the price of one on this design, which is very nice. Sue's going to demo this technique. Very lovely. It's like a wrapped cushion. So if you've got some really lovely fabric that you don't necessarily want to always, you know, sort of cut up too small, these are perfect for that because you just can use big pieces of it and not lose the design.
Now, just to let you know, this is one of your pick and mix, but you are getting 2 patterns in there, so it might be worth going for that one because that really is great value for money. So 2 patterns on that one, and that can be part of your pick and mix. Perfect. So that is your Japanese folded cushions. We'll move on. I love this.
I know, it's one of my favourites too.
Yeah.
I tell you what I love about it is it's obviously the hexagon technique, which is lovely. And traditionally you sort of tend to always mix up, don't you, and put different hexagons together, you know, the different hexagon fabrics together. But the fact is that Sue's just stuck with the one fabric. And I think so you look at it and think, oh, is it a hexagon? Then yes, it is. They really are hexagons. But using the same fabric, it just gives it sort of an overall sort of uniformity. And if you've got, again, a lovely one particular feature fabric you want, it's a really lovely technique for this.
It is, yes. And Molly, the director, just said it reminds us of Easter eggs. Yeah. That would be a really good idea to pop some Easter eggs in here.
That would actually, definitely.
Very good
nice.
idea.
Yep.
Again, that comes with the pattern, everything you need to make and create. And it really is beautiful. It's a great design.
Yeah.
If we wanted to make and create these and then sell them,
absolutely fine. Yes, please go ahead. Enjoy.
So any fabric you've got at home, if you want to make it uniform and have the same design, then you can do. Absolutely perfect. Lovely. Then we have got our woven bag.
Yes.
Really nice technique with this.
This is very clever. So we'll probably demo this later on in the show. We've tried to sort of change each of the shows with different demonstrations to keep everybody sort of interested, because otherwise if you keep doing the same thing, it's a little bit boring, isn't it? So Sue will demonstrate that technique later on. But again, it's a lovely woven technique. So you take your fabrics and you weave them in and out, and you can have some real fun with these. And what Sue's done is she's used a fabric as a gradation, so the top of the blue is light, and then as she's worked her way down through the woven technique, the fabrics have got darker and darker, so you can have some real fun with that. I will just point out as well, Janice, somebody emailed in and said they were a bit worried that we'd spilt something on the red fabric. That actually is the design of the fabric. It's not a cup of tea or a bit of chocolate on it. It actually is the fabric style, so it's
brilliant.
lovely.
You've got eagle eyes out there.
Yeah, thank you. It wasn't a mistake, I promise.
That is part of the fabric. Again, you get the pattern, everything you need in there, and if you want to make and create and sell, then you're more than welcome to do so. A really nice technique if you've never done that before, to weave the fabrics through. That's very clever. Interesting. Can't wait to see that.
Yeah, be good.
Right, so remember, you can choose any 3 for £14.99. It's not £14.99 each. It's any 3 for £14.99. I know, it's a brilliant deal. You're saving £6. Now, let's talk about Woodland Friends.
I know. I think these are one of my favourites. Our lovely girls designed these again as well. And you've got the mushroom or toadstool house there. It's just divine, isn't it?
Yes.
And I've got the little owl. So both the cushions, again, are on the one
No, you're
pattern.
on the toadstool. I'm on the owl. Those are your hands, I think.
Yeah,
Hang on.
yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Yes,
Let
you're
me
right.
see. Yes, that's me.
It's really weird because you see yourself back to front, don't you? It always confuses me. I go, oh, let's look at the toadstool and point at the owl. Sorry, it's very odd.
You had me thinking then. That's why I had to
really
squeeze it
weird.
twice.
How silly.
Right.
So let's be sensible.
Yes.
So yeah, I've got the toadstool, you've got the owl,
Yes.
but also around the edge again we've got little creatures here. So I've got a little ladybird here. Again, the technique to make them, the applique shapes are in them all. So again, you've got two lovely different designs there on the one
Sweet.
pattern.
Aren't they gorgeous? Again, what a great value for money, because two designs on the one pattern. So this classes as one of your pick and mix. So one of your pick and mix if you want to go for those. Beautiful, love those.
Still
now,
more.
We shall move over. Right, which is your hands? These are my hands.
These are mine.
These are my hands. This is so useful, very, very handy.
Yeah.
And again, when we talk about making, creating and selling for craft fairs, I think if you've got a stall and you've got something like this on there, because it's so useful and handy,
definitely,
I think people will come up and buy it.
Absolutely, and it takes you rich. I think from memory, it's sort of 2 fat quarters of fabric. It's really very quite inexpensive as a project to make, because that's the other thing as well. When you're selling things, you know, people don't always appreciate not only just the time but the money it costs to actually, you know, make things. So, you know, I'm aware when people want to make things for sale, we've got to try and sort of, you know, think about the cost of it. So, yeah, it's a really nice little pattern, very easy. Got your little pin cushion, which is weighted, and that will hold the little snips, little basket there, just quite handily. So you can put it. Yeah, you can tuck it inside as well if you wanted to. But you know, if you're working sometimes on an armchair, you know, it will just dangle over the armchair. Or if you've got a, you know, little workbench or something, a desk, then you can just dangle it on there and it will just hold itself. It's quite clever.
Yeah, because you know, most of you sitting down with the family, watching a bit of TV, doing a bit of sewing. That would be perfect.
Useful, isn't it? I know. I'm quite a messy sewer, so I always end up with little bits everywhere, and then it's like I've had like a little picnic going on all around me of fabrics.
I was thinking just a glass of wine.
Don't tempt me.
No. But you've got your pattern. Remember, everything you need in there. A great project for yourself, for your friends, for your family, maybe even to make and sell. So you can choose from that as well. Now, talking about useful, handy things, this is a great collection, isn't it?
4 projects in one here. We do love to give our viewers value for money.
Yeah, you certainly do. You really, really do.
Try to do that. It's quite nice. And this, again, is one of Gail's lovely designs. I just love the way she's designed the cupcakes. They're almost sort of edible, aren't they, really? And you've got 4 different projects in the one pattern here. You've got your pin cushion.
Yes.
Your little needle case, your scissor keeper, just to keep your scissors safely in, but also a little scissor fob, because often when you're at a class, people have got very similar scissors or the same scissors to you, so you could identify that by attaching it onto your scissors, or you have it as a little key ring, you know, if you didn't want to put it on your scissors, just a little charm for your bag even, but just delightful little things, aren't they? And made in these lovely sort of bright fabrics, but again, you know, it's a pattern, so you can make them up in whatever fabric you like.
Love that. Just to let you know, you don't get the scissors included, but I'm sure you've got scissors at home, so that's another pattern that you can choose within the pick and mix. Remember, any 3 of what we're showing you, any 3, head to the website and have a look, any 3 for £14.99. Right.
You like this?
Can I? Yeah. Can I get it? Yes. I like the colours in this. You, of course, will choose your own colours.
Yes.
You might want to follow a similar colourway as this, but it's the pattern, isn't it? Isn't that fun?
Pretty, isn't it?
Yes.
My cousin, Katie, is a graphic designer, and she came up with the chicken design for me, which was so lovely. And they just work so well as applique, because you don't want overcomplicated shapes, but you know, they've got to be able to work really well for applique. And when I saw the designs that she'd done, I just was absolutely thrilled to bits with them. So we've got 4 different chickens. You've got the upright chicken facing left and the upright chicken facing right, and the pecking chicken facing left and the pecking chicken facing right. So, and then you've got your hen house in the middle. So if you didn't want to make the quilt, you potentially have got sort of 5 different chicken panels that you could use for cushions, or you know, just a little wall hanging panel along the top.
Like that.
Just keep going and make the quilt bigger, you know.
Yes.
But anyone who keeps chickens, or you know, are fond of them, and they are really popular. I've never actually kept chickens, but they say they're like sort of pets, you know, like real pets. You know,
yes, they are. My friend used to keep them. Love chickens. They're fabulous, fascinating creatures to watch. I like the little stitchy there.
Just put a little bit of detail.
Them.
Yeah, just a little bit to ground them, and then I just put the little embroidery here. There ain't nobody here but us chickens, which I believe is a song from about the 30s or 40s. It's quite an old song, isn't it? I think my grandma used to sing it. So it just in the back of my mind, I thought, oh, that's what I'm going to call the quilt. There ain't nobody here but us chickens. So it is a bit of fun.
Beautiful. Again, this is a pattern that you can choose if you want to make it for yourself, for family, for friends, or if you want to make and create and sell. You've got the opportunity to do so. All the information inside the pattern in there. Sorry, Sue. Right. Moving on, we have the weekend quilts. Now, we don't have a sample of this. Why don't we have a sample of this, Sue?
I gave the quilt away to a friend who was emigrating. you know, like you do, suddenly think, oh, she needs a quilt, so I gave it to her. However,
yes,
there's a story behind it. So it's like the Emperor's New Clothes. So here's the quilt. I've started making it. I set myself a challenge, Janice, last night. Well, basically, the story goes, these fabrics here are the new Christmas Scandi range from Macau. Okay. Now, they do ranges every year, so this is probably about the 3rd or 4th year, but these are the new designs, hot off the press. Wow. I literally begged them last week when I was, a couple of weeks ago, I was up at a wholesale show. Can I please have these fabrics now? And do you mind if I start working with them straight away? And they were absolutely lovely, and they shipped them to me on Friday. So I literally had them ready to go to bring up yesterday for the show. So I'm thrilled. They're beautiful. The detail on them is extraordinary. And the beauty with this quilt is it just takes 8 fat quarters of contrasting fabrics and ½ metre for your binding.
Fabulous.
So I have put together for you the same bundle that I'm working with for this.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll go through that bundle in a moment's time, because I was kind of jumping ahead of myself because I was so excited. I will talk about that fabulous weekend quilt that we have just here, because this is part of your pick and mix, but we just wanted to give you a sneaky peek of that fabric, and we will get into that because it is gorgeous. But that is your weekend quilt, also part of your one-day special. You get to choose any 3. And remember, some of the patterns have 2 or more patterns in there, and this is how you find them. So you head to the website, you have a look, you go to your pick and mix. You'll see there you're saving £6 already. Have a look. Oh, which one should we get? Can I go for the weekend quilt pattern? Can I go for the woven bag? Because that's something a little bit different with the weaving of the fabric. It's at the top just there. And then I'm going to go for that Spring Flowers hexagon bag, because I'm thinking springtime, I'm thinking Easter and Mother's Day, of course. Add to my basket, and that's what I'll do. And then I'll go up to close, and you'll see then that it's only £14.99 for all 3. So I'm tempted to even have more now, because, I mean, that is a great deal. It really is. If you're a Freedom member, it is a delivered price. And if you want to add anything else to your basket, you can open up a flexi buy if it comes to £60 or more. Bear that in mind. Now, let's talk about this fabric.
I got very excited. You could
tell.
No,
I got excited because this is amazing. Now, the Scandi Christmas fabrics, it did sell out last night, £32.99. It is back on extended, and the extended is only 10 days, 13th of March. It's not long to wait.
I know. It's kind of I mean, I'm sure everyone at home sitting there and probably can get this. I mean, my family don't sew, so they just think I'm completely bonkers anyway. But, you know, sometimes you see a collection and you go, oh, I have got to have this in my life. It is going to just make me happy. And I saw this range and I absolutely loved it. And what I love about it is the detail and the print quality is superb.
It really is. I mean, you look at the fox and you look at the bird and you look at the detail that's within the fox and the bird as well.
They're exquisite. But also the print scale is perfect for patchwork, because sometimes you have a bigger print and by the time you've cut into it, you know, you've just got like a large blob with something small in the middle.
Yes,
but,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but this is just perfect. And these little houses,
let me show you this.
I know. And it's in red as well, Janice.
Let's get the red, let's get the red and the grey together.
I'm so excited by this range.
Fabulous, look at these.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Look at all the elements. You've got the dog in there, you've got the snowman, you've got the car, you've got the Christmas tree that's laying down before it goes in. Oh no, it's on top of the car. You've got the Christmas tree, you've got the presents and the sleigh, you've got the little street lamps, you've got the cat. Oh, the more you see.
It's just beautiful, isn't it?
It really
is. And if you
is.
wanted to fussy cut into it, you know, if you're into, you know, hexagons or paper piecing, again, they're just absolutely beautiful. And as you say, you go in like even like the general store and the toy shop, and
these would be really nice. You know, if you cut out a pocket or something, or if you, or for Christmas, the oven gloves and things like that.
Oh,
if you get
be
the
really nice. Yeah, they'd be lovely. Yes.
Elements. A third of the stock, the extended delivery has gone already. Just run you through some of the other fabrics because they are delicious, they are gorgeous, and top quality. And we don't want you missing out on these because they're extra special.
I did wonder when I was you know, am I too early? Is March too early for Christmas? But actually, because we've got a lot of Christmas Christmas projects on the Hochanda, you know, on our website or through Hochanda. When I get the orders coming through, actually I've done a lot of Christmas. I've been selling a lot of Christmas since January. So I thought, you know what, it's never too early to start, is it? And even if you don't make a start on them now, you've got your fabrics ready.
Yeah, you certainly have.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
These are gorgeous. £32.99, a third of the stock gone already. Love the white work in here. Fabulous colours in the red and the grey.
I love this little pine cone as well. I think that's definitely, you know, just a really pretty little print, that one again. And with the quilt, what I have tried to do is just balance out. So you've got 4 greys and 4 reds in there, which will work with this particular project really nicely. And then I've just put a nice plain red in there for the binding, if you wanted
lovely.
to.
It's like mistletoe, isn't it?
It is.
With the
pretty,
the white berries. How lovely. Lovely. You'll be kissing this when you get it home. It's fabulous.
Just go to bed with it, stroking it.
£32.99, 779-227. I made a bit of a mess of that, but that's fine.
And there's
do
the
go
quilt.
for that. Yes. This is the quilt that you're making.
Yes.
And the challenge is...
try and get the top done.
Try and get the top of the quilt done throughout the one-day special. I know, it's fabulous. And you're working very hard to get that done. So that's exciting, actually, throughout the one-day special to see if Sue completes that. Right, so that is your Scandi Christmas. Sorry if we spent so long on that.
I know, it is rather gorgeous for me.
It is gorgeous, and it is very, very busy. Right, I'll pop that just down there for a moment, because we've got 2 other options for you.
If you felt it was too early for Christmas.
Yes, if you feel it's too early for Christmas, these are gorgeous. And they are very, the 1980s and the colours from that era are coming back with a resurgence. And these colours are very much like that.
They are so pretty, and they've got that sort of Eastern twist to them as well. In the colour, the fans, the flowers. There's a little bit of gold on the fans and the fabric you're looking at there, Janice. And then on the actual characters, it's sort of just like a silver embossed over the top of it. And they are just lovely quality fabrics. So I put this little bundle together because I think the quilt would also look equally attractive and really bold. And my original design, which is on the pattern, actually were really bold fabrics, and they worked really nicely as well. So again, I just put together the 8 fat quarters and then ½ metre for the binding.
Gorgeous. Are they 100% cotton?
They certainly are. Yes, they
are. They are beautiful. If you want to go for these, £32.99, 8 fat quarters. Beautiful, beautiful designs. Love those. Oh, Scandi Christmas, half the stock has gone.
Oh my goodness, wow.
And that's on extended delivery. It's flying out, apparently.
It is. Oh, well, thank you. And I'm not surprised. I was so excited. You know, I've got to have those fabrics now.
Yeah,
in my life.
They are gorgeous. Now, we also have another option for you, equally as beautiful, and this is your country inspiration. Like these, Sue. Very nice.
Again, a lot of people work with these lovely fabric colours in their houses. You know, they are sort of traditional country colours, really. You know, the reds, the golds, the greens, the blues. So again, I've put together, I think I've got 2 reds, 2 blues, 2 greens, and 2 sort of mustardy yellows, and then a blue for the backing, for the binding fabric if you wanted. That's lovely. It's like a jacquard fabric in there. So it just can you see? Yeah, so cameras pick that up really nicely. You can just see in there. It's really pretty.
Beautiful.
So again, if you just feel, but I often will buy, you know, a couple of bundles of fabric. Well, actually more than that. Everyone's laughing who knows me now at home. Really, Sue? And then again, I think, I will do something with that. And again, I sometimes just want to do something simple.
Yes.
You know, you have an emergency quilt to make for somebody. Oh, it's someone's birthday, they'd love a quilt. You know, or just want to use the fabrics and not cut into them into sort of too tiny a way. So this quilt is just so easy for that. And if you're a beginner, again, it's another option, you know, to have a go at.
You know all these fabrics?
Yeah.
They make me want to quilt.
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Do you want to have a go?
I'd like to have a go. They're just beautiful. And the Scandi is flying out the door. Over 2/3 of the stock has gone now. Place that in your basket and do check on out. If we're going to go to Sue in a moment's time, but take a look at the fabrics that we've got on the show. Take a look at this. fabulous, aren't they? And whilst you're watching that, 75% of the Scandi fabrics has gone. Right, from one Sue to another.
Hello.
Equally as lovely and as talented.
Thank you.
Sue, what are we going to be taking a look at?
Well, one of my favourite techniques is Japanese folded patchwork, and all the things that you see on the table, the cushions and the 2 bags, are all constructed using that technique as the basis of them, but they're different sizes and just slightly different ways of doing things. The cushions are on the 1-day special.
Yes, they are.
They're
Remember,
part of the pick and mix, and then the 2 bag patterns, I think, Sue, they're on special offer, aren't they? Yeah, so the bag patterns are reduced as well.
Yeah,
so
we'll bring the
if you like
details
Japanese
up.
folded, then this is a good way to experiment a little bit with it or learn how to do it. It's a very nice technique.
Now the bags are on the screen at the moment. $11.99 for those patterns. 340638. There you go. So you get both patterns to make both of those bags. Really nice, very much like those. Great, I think, for festivals. It's that kind of vibe, isn't it?
Well, especially the recycled denim, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. But first of all, I want to concentrate on the blue and white cushions.
Okay.
So the pattern includes the instructions for both sizes of cushion. I'm going to show you how I constructed the larger cushion.
Okay.
And if you want to have a look at the larger cushion, it's got a sort of a quilt, almost a quilt, around the outside. We called it wrapped and folded. So when I undo this, you have to make yourself an inner cushion cover, which could be in a different colour.
That's lovely.
And then this comes off the top. And because I have added a stripe into the fabric before I made it, it comes out with a secondary pattern of a flower. The petals emerge as you make the 4 blocks. There are 4 Japanese folded blocks. They're probably much bigger than the ones that people are used to making, and I sort of loosely called them giant Japanese folded.
I had no idea it did that.
No.
What a lovely surprise.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
And how handy and useful, because it can go perhaps from a cushion to maybe then placing on a table and using it for something else.
You could do, yes. They're nice little wrapping cloths.
We've got 4-minute queues on the phones at the moment.
Right.
Bear with us, we are getting through your calls. The quickest way to order would be the website hochanda.com. Right, all yours.
Okay, so... Sorry, I've had a cold.
Oh, that's all right. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I've got some water behind me just in case I start choking, so... If anything happens to me, you know,
okay.
Just
no pressure.
No pressure. So what I've got here is that iron's on, so just be careful. What I've got here is some lovely blue and white fabric, which I've pieced together. You don't normally piece fabric before you use it for Japanese folded, but if you do piece it, then you get these lovely secondary patterns, which are quite interesting. And I've asked, you've got to make yourself a large circular template. Sometimes you can get a pizza base, which is the right size if you look at, as long as you make sure there's no tomato on it or anything, and it's clean. But you have to make yourself a large circular template, which just fits onto this piece of strippy fabric.
Okay.
You can see I've drawn the circle onto there, and I've started to cut it out. So in true Hochanda fashion, I'll move on to the next one.
I like it.
So I have one here that I prepared earlier, and I have stitched by hand all the way around the outside of the circle using a strong thread because I'm going to pull it around another card template, which obviously I give you the dimensions for the card templates that you need to make.
Is that like when you put fabric on an ironing board and you've got the 2 threads that you pull?
Yeah, I'm going to do it now actually. So I've used a strong button thread because there's nothing worse than doing all that stitching all the way around the outside and then you pull the thread and it breaks. Yeah. So just make sure that you use a nice strong thread. So here we go, I'm going to pull it round, and there we go. We've now got a finished circle. Now, I would normally spend a little bit more time on it, but I'm not going to spend ages on it. I do like to paint the edge of my Japanese folded block with a little bit of starch. Okay. Sometimes if I'm desperate, if I'm in a rush, I'll just sort of spray the starch on there, but it can distort the...
I've never seen that, painting starch.
Yeah, it's one of those watercolour brushes.
Yes.
It's good because it keeps it under control. And you can just apply it where you want to apply it, rather than just spraying it on there, because if you spray it on, you wet the cardboard, and then the cardboard will be a little bit...
the starch makes it...
The starch, well, when you hopefully, if this iron's hot enough, you might hear it will hiss. Well, I don't know if it will hiss. Oh, no, it's not going to hiss. But it gives a really crisp line. Can you see how crisp that is? And it's setting the circle around the card.
Interesting you should say crisp, because crisp factories, of course, sell off the starch.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You can make your own starch.
Can you?
With vodka. I know, it's a bit of a waste of vodka, isn't it? But you can. Any wheat-based, apparently. Well, that's what one of my students told me. I've never tried it. I don't like vodka. I know. You'd have to put something in. Vodka doesn't smell though, does it?
Well, I suppose vodka's made from potatoes, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's starch.
Of course.
Yeah, so you can make it yourself. There are recipes on the internet.
You never get drunk on a jacket potato though, do you?
No.
It's odd that.
No, I like jacket potatoes. Anyway, we digress. Yes. So you can see I've got a lovely finished circle now. Now I have experimented. Just watch that iron.
Yes,
Don't
I will.
put your hand on it. I don't want anything to happen to you. I have tried various ways over the years, because I have been doing this technique for a long time, of trying to get this card out.
Oh, right.
Because now it has to come out. And I have found, experimenting with various things, that actually just bite the bullet and pull it out. Okay. And if you've ironed it carefully enough, then you can see it's still there. I haven't ruined it. I haven't tied off these threads, I'm just going to adjust it.
That's fabulous. Oh, the queue's on the phones. 7 minutes now.
Oh, wow.
Very busy this morning. Thank you for joining us. It's great to have your company. Lots of demonstrations coming up, of course. The website would be the best way to order. If you've got access to the website, if you're sitting there on the phone, head to the website. This is how you order. You can select your pick and mix or the other items on the show, and then you can check out the basket yourself. That's all you need to do. But if you are on the phone lines, then do bear with us. We won't ignore you. We will get through eventually. So there you go. That's how you order on the website. So very busy this morning.
Oh, lovely. That's nice. But it's not a very nice day outside, is it?
No.
What could be nicer than sitting in bed watching Hochanda? I'd like to be doing that.
Yes.
But instead we were up at 5:30.
Yes. And then the next time it gets cold and windy, you'll have these lovely cushions and quilts around you to keep you warm and cosy.
To snuggle up with. Right, so there's my finished circle, and I also ask you to make a cardboard pressing square. Okay. So I always pre-press my Japanese folded blocks so that they're very crisp and accurate.
What's the size of the cardboard?
I think it's 9 3/4, but it says in the pattern.
Does it?
It's all in inches. Oh yeah, I tell you everything.
Great. We don't need to remember any of this. It's all in the pattern.
Oh no, it's all in the pattern. So then you pull the. So this is the idea of Japanese folded. You're making a circle into a square, and of course the square is a very useful shape for any sort of patchwork and quilting. So I'm just putting, now in my pattern I tell you to use paper clips to pull these edges over, because these weren't around, but these wonderful binding clips do just as good a job. I mean, if you don't have anything, use paper clips or even hair clips, because you can't use pins because of course there's cardboard in there. So
could you use pegs?
Yeah, you could do.
I know they're big. I'm just thinking of things
they might be a bit clunky, yeah. But you can have a look around the house, improvise. Yes. So now I'm pressing this again. So there we are. I made this once with my daughter's friends. And you know what youngsters are like? They always look everything up online, and I told them it was giant Japanese folded. So they went onto Google, couldn't find anything. They were amazed. How can you do it? It's not on Google. Well, no.
Other search engines are available.
Sorry.
Like Safari, Firefox.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those ones. Yeah. Those ones. Anyway, they couldn't find it, so they sort of thought it didn't exist. So, yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
What a great project to do.
Yeah. So, giant Japanese folded. So now I'm going to take the pressing square out, and you see I've got this lovely crisp square now.
Now, you didn't use any starch that time.
I could have done.
But you don't need to.
You don't really need to. It's not as important. So now I've cut a piece of wadding and a piece of this fabric, which is actually the main fabric, to go in here. Now this could be a different colour. You could have a different colour shining through, because of course you can see the inside, so it doesn't cover it completely. So when you put these on here, and then you can pin and stitch, and this is just one of the blocks, and as you start to put them together, that's when the secondary pattern emerges.
I'm just looking at this pattern and I'm thinking
It's double-sided.
It's double-sided, but do you know something that would be nice? Is to put people's initials on the inside.
Oh, you could do.
Maybe. So you know that game where you used to, it's like a fortune thing, you used to open it up. You could have like a little message in there.
You could.
Like L-O-V-E.
Oh, oh.
Can't think of any other words. They've got 4 letters in. That was easy, wasn't it?
Yeah. So there, I'm just pinning these down quickly, and if I had 4, then you would see that the secondary pattern is emerging. But if you just open that up,
yes,
and I'll lay it on the top, you can see I made 4 of the identical blocks, and then you stitch them together, and that's how they come out. So that's how it works. So you've got this lovely finished wrapping cloth to wrap around your cushion. You could put on the smaller cushion, I didn't put the ties and the loops. I just sewed a button onto the inside cushion cover and wrapped it round.
Yes.
But you can have a tie and a loop.
So you would sew,
I'd sew all along here.
All around there.
All around there.
Do that times 4, and that will
and then
create...
stitch them together. I mean, you can do them on the machine, that's fine. You can stitch them on the machine. I like to do them by hand. They don't have to be particularly robust.
Yes.
I mean, just strong enough to wrap around the
Well, that's
cushion.
nice to be able to do it by hand, because that's a nice project
I love a bit of
to do of an
hand
evening,
stitching.
isn't it?
Yes,
that
it
is
is.
Fabulous. Well,
Thank
thanks for that,
you.
Sue. Now, if you are going through everything we've got on the show, and we do need to just give you a little bit of time to check out because we are very busy this morning. If your basket comes to £60 or more, you can open up a flexi buy, and here's Leonie to tell you more about it.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Welcome to Hochanda. If you've just joined us, oh my goodness, we are having a very, very busy morning. If you've just had your breakfast and you've joined us, we are very busy on the phones at the moment. If you've got access to the website, that's the best way to order. We are talking about quilting, we are talking about sewing, we are talking about being creative for yourself, for your family, for your friends, but also if you wanted to make, create and sell. Maybe you've got some craft fairs coming up and you need some new inspiration. Maybe you've got a website that you sell on and you need some new products to sell. This is going to be ideal for you. Do you know why? Because look at that price. You get to choose any 3 patterns, and some of the patterns that we have 2 or more projects in them. So it's excellent value for money. You're already saving £6. So for any 3 of the following, it's just £14.99 from Daisy Chain Designs. We do have the 2 Sues with us, and we will be going back in a moment's time. Let's start off with My Flower Bed. Love this. I think this is absolutely fantastic. It's almost like a learning tool as well. It's very, very tactile, with this lovely finish going all the way around the outside. This has been made with fleece, with felt. It's beautiful, nice and soft, which is gorgeous. You get the patterns to make all these appliques, so you've got the wonderful flowers on there, you've got some insects as well, so all kinds of insects that are on there. Again, that's what I mean by a learning tool, something great for the spring, of course, and for the summer. Maybe using the quilt to go out and about in the summer, to drape over a chair, or maybe just to sit out in the garden. So that's absolutely perfect. You do get the pattern, you get everything you need to make and create that. You just need to supply, of course, your fabric. So that is your first choice. Your second choice is your Japanese folding cushion. Now you actually get 2 patterns with this. We were just using one of the patterns there with Sue. So here's the other pattern. That's one of the patterns that you can see hit there. And this is the larger one. I'll just lift this up. But this wraps around your cushion. It's absolutely fascinating, isn't it? But I wanted to show it you unwrapped, because the great thing is that you can use this on a cushion, but then you can just unwrap it and then maybe use it on a table or use it to cover over a chair. Oh, Molly, director said it's like an apron. It kind of is, isn't it? Oh, here's another idea. Because, you know, you think of all these different ideas. On the inside, you could perhaps put a little pocket. So when you open it up, it becomes a pocket to put your things in over your armchair. It's fascinating. It's brilliant, isn't it? If you do want to go for this one, it is proving to be the most popular. And you get the pattern comprehensive guide to make and create. Nearly half the stock of that one has gone. Nearly half the stock. It is a pick and mix, so you get to choose any 3. So we may sell out on some of them. So it could be a good idea, if you've got access to the website, to get on the website, have a look at what we've got available, pop it into your baskets and check on out. Now, the next one is the flower hexagon bag. I love this, really, really do. Again, there's your pattern. You can use any fabric you like. What Sue has used with this, she's used the same fabric. Now, you could use different fabrics to make it like a patchwork hexagon bag. But this is the same material. Really like the design of this. And I guess with the handle, you could have a long handle. Or if you wanted to, just to give you the illusion, you could have a short handle. It also looks very, very nice with a short handle as well. That is, again, another one of your patterns that you can add to your pick and mix of 3. And then we've got this interesting, very, very interesting woven bag here. And again, you get everything you need included in that. The technique for this is to weave your fabric. Maybe you've not done anything like this before. It's really nice, isn't it? Pop a pocket inside. You could add a zip on there as well, so we can just take that zip. Makes it nice and secure. Really nice fabrics used in this particular design. You, of course, will have your own fabrics, your own colourways. So your favourite colours, for example, you can make into that woven pattern. Love that. Again, just another one of the patterns that you can add to your pick and mix. This is super cute. And again, when you're running through all the different designs, this is going to make you 2 cushions. So this one pattern will make you 2 cushions. So you can see the value that you're getting now as you're choosing your different projects. Nearly half the stock of this one has gone. You've got the lovely mushroom, that toadstool on there, and you've got the owl as well. It's perfect, isn't it? Love that. Very, very nice. And also with that technique as well, running around the cushions. Beautiful. Then let's talk about something that's very useful and handy. This is something that perhaps you're going to make yourself and keep, but also your friends, your family might want one of these as well, or on your craft markets, make, sell as well, which you can do. It's got the nice pin cushion on the top, and then you've got the area in here to store all your bits and bobs, a little pocket inside as well. And the design of this, really, you could pop that on a table, you could pop that over your armchair as well. So if you're sewing and you're watching the television, or you just want to be with the grandchildren, with your children, or just sitting with the dog, then you've got the opportunity to put all your little odds and bits and bobs in there. Yes, I was going to say something else then, but I'm not going to. I think you could say that, but I best not. Your odds and your odds. So you get the pattern to create that. Now, let's talk about cupcakes. Nothing that you can eat, but something that you can create. You've got 4 projects in here, and as you can see there, there's your cupcake quartet. What we like about this is, again, it's very, very useful and handy, and it all matches, so it's really nice to have. You've also got the opportunity to make this little key fob, because, as Sue was saying, if you do go to your craft markets, if you go to your craft workshops, you'll have your own scissors, and you know how important scissors are, so you want to keep them. This is an idea to make your own little fob. And of course, if someone else has got this, it might be an idea just to put your initials on there. And if someone's got the same initials as you, well, then I'm sorry, you're just going to have an arm wrestle to see whose scissors they are at the end of the day, because I can't help you anymore with that. But a really nice project, and making, creating and selling, maybe individually or as a set. Right, let's talk about the chicken quilt. Love this. Love this. I am resisting making any animal noises today. I really am. So let's just lift this up. There you go. So you've got your chicken there. And this is called There Ain't Nobody Here But Us Chickens, because that is an actual song. It's lovely, isn't it? So you've got the various different chickens on here. You've got the chicken looking to the left, the chicken looking to the right. There's no chicken crossing the road, though. Sorry, I just had to say that. No chicken crossing the road. One looking left, one looking right, and one going down to munch and eat. And then you've got the little chicken house there. Chickens are fascinating creatures, they really are. And of course, they bring really the pecking order to us, don't they? Love the chickens. Right, let's bring that down there. And let's put that there, and there's the design, everything you need. Now, we've also got the weekend quilt that you can, that you can choose from. Unfortunately, we don't have a sample of the weekend quilt. But when you get this home, when you make it and create it, send us a picture. We would love to see it. Now, that's your pick and mix, so choose any three for £14.99. Not each, £14.99 for any three of those patterns. And remember, some of them have 4 projects on. Excellent value for money. Very, very busy. Now, let's talk about the Scandi fabrics. We sold out yesterday. We bought them back on extended delivery, dispatching in 10 days. I've got some news. We are now limited stock. We are now limited stock on the fabrics. These are gorgeous. We're very early for Christmas. We know that. However, when you get an opportunity to bring fabrics as gorgeous as this, then we take that opportunity. Well, the Sues did. They took that opportunity. They knew you'd love them, and you do. So thank you very much, Sue, for getting hold of these. And thank you for buying them as well. They're beautiful. They really are. Limited stock, though. Limited stock on those. Now, we've got another bundle for you, £32.99 for those. Are we going to take a look at the other bundles? Yeah, we've got some other fabrics for you. Love these. And these are your looking east. Look to the east. Looking to the east. Oh dear. Looking for your script, Janice. Looking to the east. There's no script, by the way. It's all off the top of my head. That's why it's awful. Sorry about that. Sunday morning and everything. These are beautiful, though. Gorgeous colours, aren't they? Really will brighten your day for the spring working with these. So if you do want to go for those, £32.99, 8 fat quarters, 779-227. And then, it's equally as beautiful, we've got the country inspiration here. And you'll see on the gold, when you look at the pattern, you've got the flowers in there, almost like stitchy, dotty patterns. You could stitch around those, do a little bit of embroidery. I think that would be lovely. Pointillism. Yes, not dotilism, pointillism. And then, equally as lovely, got that fabric there with the designs on, very nice. And then we've got the, but you see what happens when Sue leaves me, I just go all giddy and silly. And then we've got the beautiful green checked, that's almost like a jacquard weave there. It's not a jacquard weave, but it's similar in the design. You've got the stars, more of that pointillism. We've got the beautiful gold there, isn't that nice? Again, that would be really nice to do some embroidery on. And then we've got the blue. 8 fat quarters, very busy for that as well. I know, it's like a zoom in and zoom out. It's the Hochanda special effects. £32.99 if you want to go for those. 779-227. Right, let's take a look now at some inspiration for the fabric, especially that Scandi Christmas that you can get from us here at Hochanda today. Oh, it's lovely. Now, Sue and Sue have gone off to have a cup of coffee, and we've got Santa's elves with us now.
It's a sweatshop. It's a sweatshop, I tell you.
We're desperate.
It's desperate.
that Scandi fabric being dispatched on the 12th of March. So busy, limited stock. It is beautiful. So thank you, first of all, ladies, for bringing this.
Yeah, I would
but why are you Santa's elves? What is the challenge that we've got?
The challenge is to try and make the weekend quilt top. 4, 5, 6 o'clock tonight. I must have been mad. And we were thinking, me before we came on air, something with Hochanda is you look at your watch and you think, I've got an hour, and suddenly 10 minutes later it's gone. You know, time just goes like that, doesn't it? It's scary, isn't it? So,
it really does.
So last night I showed you how to cut the fabrics from the fat quarters. So you end up with lots of little squares and then some big squares. So we're going to match big squares with little squares and just keep it quite serendipity. Now, I have been sewing. I'll just show you what. I just basically pick one red and one grey. I'm not worried about the direction. I'm not worried whether it's upside down. The only rule I'm making with myself is one red and one grey together. So I'm going to just, for example, pick up that red and let's have a little grey snowflake as well because they're the same fabrics. Right sides together. I've got my 1/4 inch foot on my sewing machine, which is very helpful. If you don't have a 1/4 inch on your sewing machine, measure from where your needle is out to a 1/4 inch, put a little bit of tape along the bottom of your sewing machine, and you can use that as a guide. But these 1/4 inch, if you're going to do a lot of patchwork, they really are worth the money. I sew with quite a fine needle, about a 60 or 70 needle, and I sew with the finest thread that I can, which again is probably about a 50 weight. And I sew with a polyester thread. Now there are people out there that go, oh, you can't possibly sew polyester thread with cotton fabric. Polyester's moved on a long way. What I like with the polyester thread is that it's got a little bit of stretch to it. So you can, sometimes if you use cotton thread it can crack the stitches, can't it, Sue? So I always sew with polyester
It also depends on your sewing machine.
Yeah.
Sewing machines can be quite difficult sometimes, or temperamental, and some sewing machines like some threads and they don't like others.
Yeah.
So you'd soon learn what works. And I'm pressing now.
Sue's on pressing duty. I've coerced her into pressing duty, but to be honest, it's not a bad thing because then you see the fabrics and they're just so nice.
They are gorgeous. Where did you find these? When did you see them? They're lovely.
Well, I'll tell you how quick it was. 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago, Sue? Must have been 2 weeks ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago. We were up at Birmingham. They have a big wholesale show there, and all the fabric manufacturers are up there, and they are previewing all the fabrics, coming up for later in the year, and obviously Christmas fabrics. And I went to Macawa, who produced this beautiful range, saw this range of fabrics, and said to them, I've got a show in Hochanda in 2 weeks' time. Is there any chance I could have these fabrics for the show? And they very kindly worked with me and said I could have them. So I'm absolutely thrilled, because I don't know, but I think I'm certainly the first person on shopping TV with them.
Yes.
And I'm certainly, I think, probably one of the first people to have them in the country. I think they are shipping them out, to other shops in the next couple of weeks. So this is like a real exclusivity here of like, we're the first ones to have them.
Oh my goodness. Well, I've got some news. The Scandi Christmas.
It's gone.
Sold out.
Oh well.
But we can still carry on making.
Yeah, we've got to make the quilt.
I'll make a phone call after the show and see if I can get some more.
Yes, so it has sold out, 779-227. Wow, how amazing is that?
Thank you, everybody. It is a beautiful range. I love it. It is lovely. So now I'm sewing those 2 patches into a 4 patch, and all again I'm making sure, and Sue's very kindly been pressing them. We press them all did you press to the grey or to the red? So
I put the red onto, I press in a particular way.
I'll let Sue explain.
Yeah, so
oh, sorry, hang on a minute, ladies. I think phone calls are being made. Bear with us. Carry on.
Okay.
That's exciting. We'll see.
So I press with everything closed first, just to set the stitches. And then I press from this side and roll it over and run the iron down the seam, just to make sure that I don't get any tucks or problems on the back. So now it's all towards the red. Actually, that didn't go particularly well, but there you go, I've mended it. So they're all towards the red.
I'm just going to interrupt for a moment because yes, we've got it back. Is it on extent? 12 days extended, so 15th of March, so only a couple of days more than it was on extended. Now it's on extended. We've managed to get some more. That's what we're being told. So, I'll bring you back.
That's a relief. I'm so pleased, because it is so lovely, isn't it?
It is gorgeous. So sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to let you know that you can now pop this into your basket. How long it will last again, I don't know, but please pop it into your basket to make sure you get it. It is absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'm going to shut up now because I just wanted to tell you that. How exciting.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. Oh, I'm so glad there's some more of it as well. Yes. Because everyone's at home going, oh, I wanted that. I know I do. If I see a fabric page, I'm like, I've got to have that in my life now. Sorry, Sue.
Right, so...
I'm so excited.
Right, have you finished now?
I'm not even having a coffee yet. I'm going to be mad afterwards. I'm going to be,
We've stopped.
Okay, so I've pressed the seams closed towards the red fabric on both of them, and so when you put the full patch together, you alternate the grey and the red and the grey, put them right sides together, and because the seams are going in opposite directions, it's called, what's it called?
Interlocking.
Interlocking. Or, yeah, there's another word for it, but it's just gone out of my head for the moment. But they sort of lock together.
They nest together, don't
they? They nest together. So if you feel that, when you come to stitch it,
so I'm going to stitch it together now.
That you get, can you see?
Yes,
you get a really good finish.
I'll bring that in.
I'm not pinning at this stage.
Yeah, you can see that on the back.
Yeah.
And then that finish.
So there, it's a very good join.
It is indeed.
And she hasn't used pins. She's just using that interlocking system.
We were talking last night whether you...
Opposing seams.
Opposing, thank you, Sue.
Opposing seams.
We were talking last night, do you wash your fabric before or not?
Oh, yes.
And I'm not a washer. I like to just use it because there's
fabric.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I do wash. I do wash.
Yes,
I do wash, but not my fabric. No. It's getting out of hand, isn't it? I'm sorry, everyone. It's just got a bit daft. Is that for me to sew there, Suze? Thank you. And yeah, so I don't pre-wash my fabrics because I think if you don't pre-wash them, you have to starch them. Otherwise, what I'm trying to say is you feel the dressing and they do nestle into each other a bit more easily.
But I do pre-wash.
She pre-washes.
Yeah, because
she's a pre-washer.
I am a pre-washer, especially if it's any batik or any sort of hand-dyed fabric. I always pre-wash.
Okay.
And I like to see them on the line, and then I starch them. I don't like ironing, but I don't mind pressing fabric.
Yes.
So I will starch them. I once went to a workshop in America where the tutor we put so much starch onto the fabric that it was like a piece of cardboard, but the blocks were super
They're very
accurate.
crisp, yeah.
Well, because she'd made it so much harder, it didn't move around when you were cutting it.
And when you wash it, the starch will come out.
Oh yeah, as you use it, the starch comes out. It's wonderful stuff, starch. It's really, I know it's old-fashioned.
There's other products on the market as well to get the creases out and things like that.
Products.
Interesting,
and as I said, you can make your own with vodka.
Yeah.
If you wanted.
It smells a bit.
Don't. I wouldn't. And the last seam, when I've made the full patch, I press the last seam open just to try and get rid of the bulk a little bit.
So what I'm going to just quickly do, I'm going to finish showing this patch because I know we're literally out of time.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on the show.
Oh my goodness. So what I will attempt to do is next time is just to put the 4 patches with a big block. Because I pre-cut some of the blocks to a bigger size last night as well. What we're trying to do is absolutely maximise the amount of squares we can get from a fat quarter. Can I leave you with those, Susie? Thank you very much indeed.
How close are you to finishing the quilt top, Sue? Because this is a challenge throughout the day.
Well, put it this way, Janice, it's only in little bits.
It's in little pieces at the moment.
Okay.
We're going to have to work on it.
So I've got my big block here. Now,
chain.
I decided I would go red and grey on the 4 patch.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm leaning over, it's not very nice, is it? If you decided not to do that, you could go all reds.
Yes.
And then disperse them with a grey block because you've got 4 reds and 4 greys in your package there.
Okay.
So if you wanted to, you could go all 4 reds and then intersperse them with a grey block, and then the next row you could do the opposite.
Yeah.
So you could go all grey blocks and then mix and match them out that way. So you could do that. Or you can do it the way that I've done it. Now, I have not paid any attention to the direction of my quilt, because for me the quilt will work anyway.
Yes.
If you really are concerned about it and you don't like that, then you just have to give some consideration. Go, I want the quilt to have all the directional fabrics going the same way, and then you'll just have to spend some time just planning it.
Yeah.
But I like a bit of serendipity, so that's what I'm doing.
I think that's lovely.
And
we've got about 30 seconds, 20 seconds left of this show. Now, Sue and Sue will be back at 1 o'clock today. Please do check out your baskets. Make sure you get that Scandi fabric. It is back on extended delivery. Ladies, thank you so much. Always
You're welcome.
a joy. And we'll see you again at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
You keep making that quilt.
I'll keep
Carry
working.
On. Yes, work on it now. We'll see you in a moment's time. Thanks, ladies. Thank you. Bye. Right, coming up next on Hochanda, a very busy morning. Floral stamping with Mama Makes. Totally patched after that. And Tonatex, the Enchanted Forest at PowerTex.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, you will receive £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along brand shop that month. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Good morning. Thank you to Janice for the last hour and the One Day Special gang. Great to have your company. Great to be doing this show again. Look who's back.
Yes, I'm back.
Lottie is back. Now, Lottie, if you've not met Lottie before, Lottie is usually someone that's in there, in my ear, giving me grief normally. Yeah. She's one of our producers at Hochanda. But tell us about how this all started, because you're a crafter and you've got into stamp making now.
Yeah, so I crafted since I was a little girl, running home from school, watching that well-known art program and all that. And then at work one day, a lady who was she is a guest here still, she said, do you want to buy my stamp machine? I was like, okay. And she was giving it up and going on to other things. She now does soft crafts. And then we started manufacturing, and then it got bigger and bigger, and I got bigger and bigger, and
you're expecting again, aren't you?
Yes.
Which is even more appropriate.
Yeah. So now we get them manufactured in the UK, and I find it really important to bring on illustrators and designers from all around the world. This one's a UK designer called Charlotte, and yeah, and bring their artwork to the craft industry for people to use in crafting.
Well, this is Charlotte hard at it, designing away, and she designs, and she obviously gets paid for doing the designs, and then she lets you do with her artwork really whatever you want to do.
Yeah, exactly. So she gets a commission from us. She drew these with kind of wedding invitations in mind. She did some wedding invitations for somebody, and the range kind of evolved from there. Her grandmother used to draw with her, and she was a watercolour artist. She left her all of her watercolour stuff, and it kind of spurred her on to take it more seriously.
Well, I've got to let you know that already 10% of the stock of this has gone. Lots of you saw this on the website, actually, before the programme went to air this morning. So we've got it as a big bundle, and we've got it with great reductions. We've even got freedom discount on this as well. So if you'd like to go for all of these stamps, it's a mixture actually of Charlotte's artwork and also Lottie's verses or sentiments. So £53.95. We also have that, I'm pleased to say, on Flexi. So if you want to buy it today, the whole bundle is only £26.98 on Freedom Flexi. No P&P, of course, because you're a Freedom member, and then £26.98 in 4 weeks' time. But the detail in the artwork is superb. It really is this big frame. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw a stamp that big.
Yeah, so the frame is an A5 set. The panel is as tall as an A5, just about, nearly. But the detail is incredible. Charlotte's put so much work into each and every one. And the stamps, you know, pick up the detail great. The quality is amazing.
And of course, your sentiments work perfectly in the middle, or other verses you've got at home may work in there as well. But the detail is superb. It really is. So you've got a lovely rectangular frame, a square frame, a corner, a round aperture in a square picture frame as well, and the panel as well. And these are Lottie's sentiments. Wonderful font on this, actually. Chase your dreams. If flowers, what does that say? Friends were flowers, I'd pick you.
Yep.
Yeah. Thinking of you. Hooray for today. My favourite place is inside your hug. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
You old romantic, you. So these are great. It's a great bundle to have, and I know lots of you have been waiting for the latest release from Mama Makes. So here it is. We haven't got a massive amount of stock, just to give you a heads up and a warning, and already well over 10% of the stock of that has gone. So let's have a little look at some of these little tags that you can make with them. Cards, of course, as well. Beautiful.
The design team worked so hard on these, and they really enjoyed working with them. There's a lot of samples, so you can tell they've enjoyed using them.
Totally. Do you give Charlotte a brief, or does she just give you ideas and comes to you?
I kind of gave her an idea, but she comes back with it. She came back with the drawings, and they're just stunning. Yeah, she kind of based them around a wedding invite that she designed as a commission for someone else. So yeah, they're just beautiful.
They really are gorgeous. The detail is, again, phenomenal. Imagine if you're using embossing powders as well. Getting those frames embossed in silver or in gold would be lovely. There's a Thinking of You card. Oh, look at this next one. This is with brushes, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it. That one's by Alison.
Chase your dreams. So a square frame can always become a diamond frame. So 2 looks for the price of 1. Now, over a quarter of the available stock has gone. All I can say is if you know you want it, order it now. $59.94, $898, $823. Brand new today from Mama Makes. We've also got, now I didn't know how washi tape was actually made, and you told me how it's done, so I'm fascinated by it really. You've got 2 sets of washi tape here. Now this is decorative, great for scrapbooking, journals, that sort of thing.
Yeah, scrapbooking, planners, journals, that sort of thing. Art journals especially. I know when we had Jane Davenport here, she brought some washi tape to us. Leonie has had washi tape on before. But this particular washi tape is designed by someone called Jo. She owns a store called Little Rainbow Moon, a really small UK brand online, and she hand paints a long strip, so as you can see with the mountains and the peacock here, all hand painted, and then she scans it in, sends it off to be made into tape for you to use. So it's just beautiful.
So pretty unique, and brand new today as well, yeah?
Yeah. We brought washi tape here before, and it just sold out very quickly. So
well, now this top row is called Peacock, Paper Dreams and Words. Okay, so if you like the look of these, that beautiful bright blue and turquoise peacock pattern is stunning. 20% of the stock of this is now gone as well, so history could repeat itself. You've got 10 metres on each of that. That's a lot. And there is, of course, the word one. You've got words like create, believe, dream, all of those kind of profound words we like to use in crafting. Inspire, imagine, courage. So original artwork that's then been transformed and manufactured into washi tape. Really different, really unusual. And washi tape doesn't have to be permanent, does it? It's kind of removable and reusable.
Yeah, it's a paper tape, so you can kind of move it around. It's very forgiving. Yeah.
Now, the next set we've got for you, one of these is 5 metres, the other two are 10 metres. The mountain one is 5 metres. You can actually see we've actually put some tape across the front there. I've only just realised that. So there it is. There's the mountain range on the washi tape there. So you get 5 metres of that one, then you get 10 metres of the birds, or botanical and tropical as well. So really lovely. $11.99 for all three. So you get 25 metres of washi tape there. And we've got a couple of cards here that's got the washi tape going around the edge. I mean, you wouldn't know that was washi tape, would you?
Yeah, they're great for matting and layering, actually. That's what Kat's done here. So, yeah, a really easy mat and layer.
Absolutely. So here we've got like a calendar that's been made from one of the stamps with the washi tape going across the bottom there, the mountain range as well. This one has been using the washi tape as a frame with the peacock colours going around the outside edge. So just $11.99, brand new today. You're going to get 25 metres in that option. If you go for the first option, you're going to get 30 metres of the washi tape. And you can get the stamps individually as well, I've just been told too. So if you do want a particular frame or a particular style of stamp, there we are. You can see that they are $9.99. That's the square frame. If you want that one individually, that's 910318, your item number. And of course, no P&P to pay if you're a Freedom Club member. Otherwise, plus P&P. We've also got the circular frame as well. So this is $9.99. This is also very busy as an individual. Remember, the big bundle, though, is where you're getting the best value, the best discount, but you can buy the odd one if you just want it. 948009. Now, we also have Wow embossing powders in the show as well. Now, these are a firm favourite for many of you, I know. 4 of these, you've got different colours. You've got purple, you've got a beautiful copper, metallic copper. You've also got an olive colour, and you've also got gold pearl as well. $14.99 for all of those, 926547. And if we just show you here, that's what the embossing powders look like once they've been heated up. So there's the purple, and there's the green. Really, that purple's almost kind of fluorescent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's kind of got a bit of a shimmer to it, that one.
Yep. And then the gold is just here. And then there's your copper.
The copper on the craft card kind of looks like a rose goldy one, and that's what we're going to use for this demo, actually.
Yeah, it does. Love it. $14.99 for all 4. They're in stock as well. 926547. Right, Lottie, what do you do first?
We're just going to make a little tag here, which has got an MDF embellishment on. So yeah, I've just heat embossed this, but this is actually using the panel, which you wouldn't really think. It just kind of fills it up. So yeah, I'm just using the top of the Tim Holtz stamp platform here as a giant acrylic block.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so I've just taken it off, and I've taken the string off my tag here just so it doesn't interfere with the stamping when I'm stamping.
Right.
So I've got some clear ink. This is the Wow one, but you can use Versamark. It's completely up to you, whatever you prefer.
Can I just apologise? The graphics aren't on the screen at the moment. They will be in a sec, but the best way if you want to order anything is go to the website, hochanda.com. All the item numbers are there. You can easily put what you want in your basket and check out that way. They should be back on the screen soon, though.
So I've just inked that up, and I'm doing it this way instead of on the platform traditionally, just so I can see what artwork I'm going to get onto my tag. So I'm just going to place it over here and just give it a good press. And then...
So there are quite a few ways of using stamps, and that's another one that's just as easy to do that way round.
Yeah, so just lifting that off there, that kind of gives a nice watermark finish. But I am going to heat emboss it. So embossing powder I'm going to use is from the set. This is the metallic copper, and this is a super fine embossing powder.
So for all your detailed stamps that you know you're going to need the finest that's out there, this is the one to go for.
And especially the sentiments as well, really, it benefits the super fine.
Don't think, oh, she's used a whole pot. No, a fraction. Put it in a bit of paper, pop it back in the pot.
Yep.
Now, the bundle of stamps, the big bundle, over half the stock has gone in 10 minutes. Looks like the big bundle is going to be an early sellout. I know lots of you have been waiting for these. Do you want me to put that back in for you?
I'm fine, it's fine, yeah.
Gives me something to do, that's all.
Aww.
I'll sit and watch otherwise. Well, thank you, Ben. He's handing me in the big bundle. So this is what you're going to get if you missed the start of the show. All of these, including the sentiments, the frame, the corner, the square frame with a round aperture. There's your border stamp, and there, of course, the big frame. Okay. The favourite bit.
The favourite bit?
Is this your favourite type of crafting, the embossing?
Yeah, I really like heat embossing. It kind of never gets old.
No.
And I showed my 5-year-old Charlie it for the first time when we were at Stamporama last weekend. And he was very amused. He thought it was magical. So yeah, he had a go. There's pictures on the on my Facebook page of him having a go.
Charlie's here today, isn't he?
He was here. He was helping me set up. He's probably
him.
watching at home now.
Oh, right. Emily, thank you for your email. Go, Lottie, go, she says.
Thank you.
Thank you, EP. You're missing Pizza Sunday, by the way, Emily. Emily's a producer that works here. That's what I was told. Yeah. Unless no one wants one. Normally it's Pizza Sunday, isn't it? She'll be in now. Emily will be in. You watch.
All right then. I think that's just about done.
Lovely. Like you said, this looks like rose gold on craft
It
card.
does, doesn't
really
it?
does.
It's a different effect on white, but on the craft there, that looks like a rose gold to me. And great for weddings, I think. If you're doing wedding favours or wedding place names, you could put these tags on the plates or whatever, and I think that'd be beautiful.
So that colour is the Wow embossing powder that is this one, metallic copper. But it could be called rose gold, but it's metallic copper. There we go. Very nice.
So that's that bit done, and I'm also going to, in the same way, heat emboss the MDF words. Now, I've brought the MDF words to Hochanda before, but they have gone. So I'll have to bring some more when I come back in May.
Okay.
But yeah, any MDF embellishments, of course, this will work with.
Is this your last show till May, then?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
So more designing between now and then.
Yes, exciting times in May. A new designer bringing like mixed media textures.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's exciting. So I've just covered that in our sticky ink, and I'm going to cover it with our metallic again, which I've just put down somewhere.
What have you lost?
My embossing powder.
Oh.
Was it? Oh, I'll just use this one.
I thought I'd put it back. Maybe it was me. So you can actually put embossing powder on wood as well, not just card. Okay.
Kind of be careful when you heat it up, obviously.
Yeah, hold it with tweezers.
Yeah. Just done that up.
I'm so pleased that the big bundle of stamps is going so quickly. Half stock gone in about 10 minutes is pretty good going. We're now limited stock on the big bundle. Less than 10% of that remains. Can I quickly show you what you get again, just so that you don't miss out? Oops. I'll just pick it up. There we go. So you've got the big rectangular frame. Love that. Again, you've got Charlotte's name there as well, so you know exactly who to thank for doing it. Charlotte Robinson. There's your square frame. There's your square frame with the round aperture. That could be a sun, couldn't it, really? Beautiful sunny yellow colour or something like that. There's the border. And there's the corner. Now, the last one for the big bundle has technically just gone. The last one's just sold out. If any bounce back, I'll let you know. But everyone who wants it has got it in their basket. Please check out to confirm your order. I'll let you know when it has completely gone.
Wow.
Okay.
15 minutes.
I know. That's not bad, is it? Everybody loves them.
Thank you so much. Right then, let me just move this here.
You can still get them individually, though. And we are working out another offer as well that we can bring you in a minute. So you're wondering what we're going to do for the rest of the hour. We had planned that it probably would sell out early. So that's effective, isn't it? Makes it look like a metal.
Yeah.
A metal word now. There it turns.
There we go. And that's just on there. Really effective.
Like it a lot. That's going to go on the tag.
Yep, so I'm just going to stick that down.
Any special glue you need for MDF?
Not really.
No?
I've just got kind of a glue pen here, but anything card to MDF is pretty good together. Use your cosmic shimmer or whatever you've got at home.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just gonna stick that onto there. And that's our tag.
And then a bit of string on it. There's your decorative tag. I mean, that would look lovely as or on a card, but it would also look fantastic hanging from a gift as well, wouldn't it? Now, what we've put on the screen for you is something we were kind of preempting the fact that the big bundle would probably sell out early. We have got a reserve while stocks last available, which is giving you part of the big bundle, but 2 pieces aren't included. So you've basically got, the next bundle we're about to show you is the while stocks last. Now that is, we'll show you that on the screen in just a sec. It's $34.96. You'll find it on the website as well if you want to have a little look. 395567 is your item number. But this is having a little look at some of the cards that have been made using the stamps from Lottie's Mama Makes. So Mama Max, or Mama Makes even, is back. That's what I'm trying to say. Mama Makes is back. Lovely Lottie here with some fantastic stamps that she's got Charlotte to do the designing on this one. Also, of course, you've got those lovely sentiments. So Lottie's done the sentiments that are just there, and Charlotte's done these. Now, this is the while stocks last. We knew that we were probably going to sell out of the big bundle fairly early. Actually, we sold out earlier than we thought. We thought it would probably last about half an hour, 40 minutes. It sold out in just over 15 minutes. This, though, is our while stocks last, which has still got 4 components that was in the big bundle, okay? So you're going to have your 2 square frames. One of them's got, of course, a circular aperture in the centre. Lovely florals. That really makes me look, or makes me think of, like a sun. All those flowers could be in yellow and gold and orange, and it'd be absolutely uplifting and bright, very kind of spring-like and summer-like. Then you've got your corner. Stamp that 4 times. You've then got a lovely square frame, so don't think of it as just being a corner that you can use. The square frame at the top there is equally gorgeous too, and then you've got, of course, the sentiments from Lottie just there. £34.96 is all you're paying for the while stocks last. £8 is your discount, so it makes more sense to go for this set of 4 rather than buying them individually, but if there's one in particular that you like the look of, maybe the sentiments or something like that, £34.96 is the price, saving £8 off the price, £395,567. Over 10% of this stock has gone now as well. We've only just activated this a couple of seconds ago. So if you want the while stocks last, it's our way of saying sorry that the big bundle sold out so much or so quickly. Mama Makes, designed by Charlotte. Remember, Charlotte, Lottie's done the actual sentiments there, but the other have been done by Charlotte Robinson, OK? £34.96, £395,567. Now, we've actually got loads of samples just here. Have a little look at all these cards that have been beautifully finished using the majority of what's in the while stocks last. There's a couple here that are in the big bundle. They were in the big bundle, so I'll just move that out of the way for a second. But this is what's in the while stocks last. So you've got the square frame and the one with the round aperture in the centre as well. Aren't they lovely? So many ways of using them, whether you're stamping them in black ink and then colouring them in, whether you're using your embossing powders. They're a versatile set, and you can always do an awful lot with frames, whether you're putting a round topper in the centre of them, whether you're stamping a verse or a sentiment, putting a picture maybe in the middle of the frames. It's entirely up to you. Really good value, though, at £34.96. £395,567 is your item number, and those are some of the sentiments which you can use completely away from the frames, but they do work well with the frames as well. Now, on the website, you'll see that Lottie's brought us the Wow powders as well, the embossing powders. We used that copper one a few minutes ago. We've got the other colours there are the purple, the green, and also the gold, and then you get the copper, which actually looks like a rose gold on the craft card. Washi tape, 2 sets of 3 to choose from. One set's got 30 metres and the other has got 25 metres. The one with the mountain range is the 25-metre one. The one with the peacock tails is the 30-metre one, OK? And then you've got the while stocks last frames there that are £34.96, all there on the website, hochanda.com. Right then.
Cool. Right, so we're going to do another tag, and I probably should have done this demo first because the oval has gone, I imagine.
The big rectangular frame,
yes.
yeah.
But obviously you can do this with any of the frames. It's the same kind of technique. So yeah, this is the tag we're going to do this time.
Okay.
I'm still going to use this just because of the size of the flowers in this one. So all I'm going to do is ink this up with, I've got a Memento ink pad here, but you can use any of your your oxides or whatever you've got.
And sadly, this is sold out individually as well, the rectangular oval frame. So, but remember, like Lottie said, you can use any of the ones that are in the While Stocks Last for a similar sort of effect. And they're just here.
So I've just inked up a corner here just to show you how versatile it is really. And I'm just going to position it so we've just got the flowers kind of growing out of the bottom of the tag. And give that a press. There we go.
Lovely.
And then even with these tiny elements in the corner here, I don't know if you can see there's a tiny flower in the corner. You can just ink that up there, just the corner bit. And I've just put one in the top just to match. So you can just position it over and just take advantage of all those beautiful elements that, that Charlotte's drawn here. And it's just a tiny one.
But equally, if I just bring in one of the ones that's in the While Stocks Last that you can be using, there are little elements on these as well in the corners there that you might want to just use that particular tulip there, for example, there, or down the bottom here. Any of those little elements, you could just take a little bit off these stamps. You don't need to use the whole thing if you don't want to.
And I think this size especially is going to be better for, if you do your ATC coins and that kind of thing, you can just use the corners to kind of decorate those up.
Well, there's the While Stocks Last. You're getting all three of these frames, or corner and two frames basically, and the sentiments from Lottie as well for £34.96. And that's a saving of £8.
So I've just got a clear embossing powder here. This is a super fine again from Wow. I know a lot of you have a clear embossing powder already, so I didn't bring this onto the show. But I'm sure there might be one on the web somewhere.
And clear embossing powder always intensifies the colour, doesn't it, of the ink that's underneath it?
It does. It just gives it that kind of glossy enamel finish as well.
I'll say hello to Nick in Bulgaria.
Hi.
Morning, Nick. He says congratulations to Lottie on the stamp collection.
Nick's coming back soon, I hear.
Oh, good, okay.
Yeah, so excited to see him again.
Good. It's like one big happy family here, isn't it?
It is. The craft community is really lovely. Online, so much support.
Claire's also emailed in.
Hi.
She's, how I fab shirt day, thank you very much. And she says, the whole family are watching gorgeous designs. Thank you for that. That's Claire Dennis. Thank you, Claire. Nice to know you're watching. Nice to know you like my shirt too.
There we go.
There we go. Beautiful. Everyone thinks I look like the Cheshire Cat when I've got this on.
I have seen a side-by-side picture of that, yeah.
My boss did that.
So you can see there, that's just given that a kind of glossy finish, and it's going to be resistant now to some inking that I'm going to do over the top. I'm just going to do the sentiment first.
Which sentiment are you using?
So this one is the If Friends Were Flowers one.
If friends were flowers, I pick you. You've also got flowers remind us why the rain was necessary. Happy birthday. My favourite place is inside your hug. Where do all these kind of ideas come from? Did this come to you?
I don't know. I used to love writing as a child and writing like poems and it's just kind of come from that really, yeah.
I like the mixture of the verses as well, the different fonts.
Yeah, I really love playing around with different fonts and just, typography is really my thing, so...
Yeah. Makes a big impact on a card, doesn't it, I think?
Yes. So just stamp that there. And then again, I'm just going to emboss over that.
Hi, Liam. Thanks for your email.
Hi.
Whoa, Lottie. A lot of support for you out there.
Yeah. The Hochanda family here are an extended family. I know there's a lot of that online at the minute, you know. But it really is, working here is such a pleasure. Everyone is like brother and sister.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just going to emboss that one as well.
Yeah. Just do this from the top.
And this is the ideal job for you, isn't it? Actually working for
It is.
Hochanda.
I get to, you know, someone pays me to talk about what I love, and then I get to do this on the side as well. It's just, yeah,
perfect.
It's perfect. Okay, so we're just going to ink over the top of this. I've got some Distress Oxides here, and I'm going to use the Clarity brushes. I know Clarity are on a little bit later, so I imagine they will be...
It's the first Sunday of the month, so Barbara's here for a 2-hour date this afternoon, and also a one-day special tonight at 6 o'clock. 2 till 4 this afternoon, and that's with Janice, I think. So
we're just going to add some ink onto here.
Is Distress Oxides your favourite ink?
I really love oxides. There's so much you can do with them. I did a workshop when Tim Holtz came to the UK. I think it was over a year or so ago now, and it was amazing. I learnt so much.
I bet there were a few people there, weren't there?
Yes. Yeah, there was a bit of trouble getting tickets, but I had a few people on the case, and somebody managed to get me one.
Good. It's not what you know.
So I've just gone for a dark blue at the top here for the sky, and then I'm going to blend it in the middle with a lighter blue. So this is Faded Jeans. The green I used is Lucky Clover, and then in the middle I'm going to use Peacock Feathers.
Okay. And we've got international love for Mama Meg stamps as well. Lots of Euros coming in at the moment too. So if you are watching us abroad, say hello, email in and say who you are and where you're from. We've already heard from Nick in Bulgaria, of course. But if you want to email studio@hochanda.com, be nice to hear from you. And if you're in the US, of course, as well. Mama Makes is only available in the US through us, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes.
So you won't find this in high street stores or craft shops or anything like that. If you want to get hold of the stamps from us, remember, if you join Freedom, you don't pay any shipping and handling either. So.
And there we go, that's our second tag, all done.
There we go. Lovely.
Fab.
Job done. Angela's just commented, actually, it's lovely to get brands that you can't get anywhere else.
Yes, definitely. These are exclusive to Hochanda, and they're on pre-order on my website at the minute, but nobody has them apart from the design team. So,
fantastic. Yeah. Great. So something a bit special. Right, so the while stocks last. An update on the individuals, actually, I think. So this is available individually. It was available in the big bundle, but the big bundle did sell out. Now, about half the stock of that has gone, I believe. So if you want that floral panel, $14.99. If you thought you'd missed it because the big bundle had gone, you can get it individually. I'm afraid the big rectangular stamp that Lottie used on that demonstration has sold out in the big bundle and on its own as well. We're also very busy for our circle frame individually as well, which we'll pop the details up for you there. There it is. I'm not surprised that's proving a popular one. They're all gorgeous. They really are. $9.99 if that's your budget for a tenner to treat yourself today. 948009 is your item number, and that's a delivered price if you're a Freedom Club member. The while stocks last, though, that's where you're going to get the biggest discount and the best offer. You're going to get... well, I've got them here. You're going to get the corner, which you can, of course, stamp maybe twice, one at the bottom right and top left of a DL card or something like that, or a square card. That would look lovely. Stamp it 4 times, and you've then got a square frame, which would give you kind of a rounded square aperture in the middle. So that's your corner. Here you've got your square frame. And again, Lottie was saying and proving the point earlier on that you can use just elements of this. If you don't necessarily want to have the diamond or the square all the time, just stamp a corner and use that. Here's the round. So it's a square frame, but with a round aperture in the middle. I can have a smiling face in the middle of it, or it could be a sunflower or something like that, or a lovely verse and sentiment. And these are the sentiments. So Charlotte Robinson has done all the artwork on the stamps, the frames, and of course Lottie has done the floral sentiments just here as well. And you've got Chase Your Dreams, If Friends Were Flowers, I'd Pick You, Thinking of You, Hooray for Today, My Favourite Place is Inside Your Hug, that's really nice, Happy Birthday, With Sympathy, Congratulations, and Flowers, Reminders of Why the Rain is Necessary. $34.96 for all of those, saves you £8 off what the price should be. Now let's show you some finished cards using this one as the rounded frame, obviously, or the aperture. That's been beautifully embossed as well. But doesn't it make a difference, the actual colours that you have in the background? Isn't that beautiful? Really gorgeous. And then using really spring and summery colours, yellows and oranges there. Hooray for today. Really bright and uplifting. I'll show you a few more. That's been done in like a gold embossing powder. Don't forget, we've got the Wow powders in the show, and they are the really, really detailed, very fine embossing powders, so perfect for these sentiments. And one more. There we go. Learn to trust the magic of new beginnings. Nearly half the stock of our While Stocks Last has gone. We're only half an hour into the show. This could go the same way as the big bundle. It could sell out completely. Let's show you, though, some other cards that have been made using some of these stamps that are available today. So the While Stocks Last is absolutely flying. Half the stock gone in half an hour. If you'd like yours, save £8. They're on the website and they're on the phones right now. Now, Lottie is the lady behind Mama Makes, and we talked about the business and all of that earlier on. Washi tape, I was never really sure how washi tape was done.
Yeah, I mean, washi tape is used a lot in planners and bullet journaling and art journaling at the moment. So yeah, this particular washi tape is by a lady called Jo. She owns a small store called Little Rainbow Moon, and she is such a talented artist. She hand paints a kind of scene, and then she scans it in, and then it comes back from her manufacturer as tape. And I've brought it to Hochanda before, and it's gone so well, so I brought some more for you. So this one is the 15mm in width.
Now, we're limited stock in the top set you're looking at there. I just realised a bit earlier on that we've actually got strips of it just there. So those are the words, and they're great to actually snip out. If you don't want to use it as a continuous strip, you can easily just cut the word courage out, or beauty, or believe, or whatever it may be, and just stick that on a journal, stick it on a card if you want to as well. They're quite translucent, aren't they, the tapes?
Yeah, they're a paper tape, and they're very forgiving in terms of how sticky they are. Once they're down, they're down. But yeah, if you just put them on lightly to kind of get it straight and measure it up, then they are quite forgiving. You've
got 10 metres on each roll. That's 30 metres of washi tape for just £11.99, and that's going to be the words. You've got the peacock up that end, and then you've got the paper dreams in the centre. £11.99. Limited stock, though, for that set. Less than 10% of that remains. 881927. Now, the other set, you've got 25 metres of washi tape here. The mountain range, which I don't think I've ever seen washi tape like that before. That's 5 metres, sorry. 5 metres of the mountain range. All original artwork, again, by Jo.
Yeah, a beautiful painting there. Gorgeous. Jo brought a similar one to us. I brought it in the summer, which was all beach huts. And this is kind of her mountain scene to match. Yeah.
So that's the mountain scene. That's 5 metres of that one. Really different. Love it. Then beneath it, we've then got the botanicals, and we've got the tropical as well. So one of them is monochrome. You can colour that washi tape in with certain pens and things.
Yeah, definitely. Ink it up. Use your water-based mediums on there, or your alcohol markers. Yeah, definitely.
Now you're seeing it in close-up. You're loving it. 60% of this option has gone as well, and £11.99 the price. So that's 25 metres of that set and 30 metres of the set that we showed you at the beginning. 539743. Now, if you want to see anything else that that Lottie's been behind with that Mama Makes, have a little look. Every single supplier we have at Hochanda has got a page. And on that page, everything that's available, even if it's stuff that's not in the show, you can still buy it provided it's in stock. So that's everything that's available from Mama Makes. If it's not in stock, obviously the website won't let you order it, simple as that. But if it is in stock, it will. So have a little look, see things that maybe you want to stock up on at hochanda.com. OK, now we're going to use I was left the While Stocks Last over here, hang on. There we go. We're going to use the corner, are we?
Yes, I've got the corner here, and I'm just going to use it as a strip. So I've masked off here kind of the flap of an envelope. We've been selling a lot of envelopes on Craft Price Drop lately.
We are. 200 last night, didn't we?
Decorate the envelopes, definitely. Have some fun with them. So I'm just going to pop this on the world's dirtiest acrylic block. I'm going to ink this.
Now, Cheryl is emailing us in. Cheryl in Wisconsin, in the USA.
Wow.
Snowy Wisconsin, is it? Ah, right.
Ah.
She said, hope you can hear me. Cheering on.
Oh,
cheering
bless.
you on. And she says she's the American blog ambassador for Hochanda. I didn't know that.
Oh, there you go.
I didn't know we had an American blog. But I'm glad that you are. Thank you, Cheryl. Nice to know you're watching. Send us a picture of the snow scene. I don't know. I don't know where Wisconsin is in America. It's either 5 or 8 hours behind, isn't it? I'm not sure what part of America was. I can't picture it. But let us know, Cheryl, what time is it? And also send us a snowy picture if you could. That'd be good.
So I've just inked part of this, and I'm just going to stamp this.
Your mum and dad have emailed in. They said, enjoying the show, great stamps.
I was adamant for, when I first launched the business, that everyone was my mum, just under different names on social media, just liking things or buying things under different names. And I was like, it can't be real people. They can't like my stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they do.
It turns out it wasn't.
Oh, now we've had a question. Is Lottie going to be at Ali Pali?
No, I'm not. Because I'm expecting in June. I'm done with retail shows for now.
Okay,
yeah.
But watch this space. There will be more in the future, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of love for you out there.
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to mask this off, so I'm not going to stamp over it again.
Okay. And Charlotte, the designer's emailed in as well.
Aww.
She says, I'm so overwhelmed by how many people are loving the designs.
Oh, that's
and the different
so
things that you can do with them.
And that's kind of why we do it. That's why we use, you know, small companies like Joe's Washi Tape and why we use the illustrators we do, because they just want to get their work out there and they get a fair commission, and that's just what it's all about for us, just getting people drawing for a reason.
Well, Charlotte says she's loved working with you. So
oh,
that's nice.
fab, thank you.
Thanks for all the emails. It's nice to know you're out there and you're watching.
So I'm just going to stamp the rest of this.
So you don't have to use it as a corner if you don't want to.
No, use it as a strip. I probably line this up really badly because I'm a bit... I don't know whether my head's in the overhead. So give that a press. Oh, not too bad, not too bad.
Also, it will make a lovely big square frame as well if you stamped it 4 times, wouldn't it?
So I'm just going to peel off all the tape.
I mean, imagine that in each of the 4 corners of a 12 by 12 piece of paper or cardstock for a scrapbook album or something. That would look fantastic.
You will kind of line this up way better than I have, but you'll get the gist of what I meant. Just peel this
What do you prefer doing? Producing shows like this or guesting on shows like this?
That's a tough question. I studied TV for a long time, 5 years, so yeah.
You studied down in Bournemouth where I lived, didn't you?
Yes, so I lived in Bournemouth and I studied at Bournemouth Uni. But I love creating as well, and I just get to mix the two. I'm very lucky.
Yeah.
I don't have a favourite. So that is kind of all maxed off, and that's a lovely now kind of envelope flap like that. And then we can do the front with our frame.
Why not? So actually you could write someone's address in there. I didn't think about that,
actually. The circle or the square works, but I'm just going to use the square for this one.
So this is from our While Stocks Last. Again, apologies that the big bundle did sell out in next to no time. You do get 2 frames in this set. You get the square one and the round. And as I said before, you could use the corner then to make a much bigger version of that. Just stamp it 4 times. And there are your verses. $34.96, £8 off. And if you're getting anything that's got a flexi order attached to it, that can go in there on flexi. Or if you're spending over £60 with a few other things, maybe buying a few washi tapes, again, you can then take advantage of the 2 flexi option. But it's got to be over £60 spend.
Definitely should have used my stamp platform. I'm dreading this now.
I got faith.
It'll be fine, I'm sure. So I'm just going to line that up in the middle and put a lot of pressure on and hope for the best. There's just so much detail in here, so if you have got a stamp platform, you're just going to have that a bit more confidence in getting all that detail down that Charlotte's drawn.
Is it? I've never actually seen the process of stamp making done before. Is it quite a intricate?
It's
difficult?
a weird one. My husband does the majority of it now because I'm not allowed to lift the polymer anymore.
Oh, right.
So yes.
Well planned, Lottie.
Yeah.
Well planned.
So bless him, he does it all in the garage, and I've just bought him a heater because it's very cold in there at the minute. So yes, we make the artwork into a negative. We obviously pour the polymer over the negative, and the UV light sets, and that's how we make stamps.
Oh, it's UV light that sets it. I didn't realise that. Ah.
So he's in a dark, cold garage most of the
Freezing.
time. Yeah. We do custom stamps for people, and it's so interesting what people come up with. And he's like, what is this? And I'm like, oh, the other day we did, it was a Valentine's Day gift, and the guy had basically got a picture of his cat's paw, and he wanted to give it to his girlfriend as a stamp.
Great.
So it was,
why not?
Yeah, why not? And it worked, and it was lovely.
Perfect.
So yeah, there is our envelope. So you could put an address in that. If I had a brush pen, I'd brush letter your name in there. But I haven't got one with me, but that frame, there's just so much detail in there.
But I've said this a little bit just lately, that a lot of people don't think about the envelope that a card goes in. And it's important for it to look lovely, and it's also nice to see it on the doormat, thinking, oh, I'll open that one first. That's obviously going to be a happy thing. It's going to have good news inside it or whatever. So, yeah. So if you want the While Stocks Last, here we are, look. So you're going to get all 4 of these packs, 3 of them designed by Charlotte. And this is, remember, what we have available now. This is all we have, and that stock is going incredibly fast right now. So there's the square frame with the square aperture, the square frame with the round aperture in the middle, and then you've got, of course, the corner. And from Lottie herself, there are your sentiments as well with those 2 fonts. £34.96, £8 off, down from £42.96. If you want it, give us a call while we still have the stock, because you won't be seeing Lottie for a little while after this show.
No, May the 5th, I believe it is, at 12 o'clock.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Well, you know the time and everything. Right,
yeah.
Now then, what about the Wow powders? These are all embossing powders. They are the embossing powder of choice for so many crafters I know. Wow is ultra fine, so if you've got lots of intricate stamps or intricate pieces of work you need to do, the sentiments in particular are a case in point. The powder is so fine that it will give you a wonderfully crisp embossed finish. There is your copper, there is your gold, you've also got green, and you've also got this beautiful purple as well. All 4 pots, only $14.99. It's only about $3.50 each, isn't it? Something like that. That's 926547, your item number. And I'll show you what they actually look like, because sometimes we don't see the coloured embossing powders very often, but Lottie's done it for us on green, green on the cardstock and purple on the cardstock as well. Really lovely. Then you've got the gold, and then finally you've got the copper. All 4 of those, $14.99, 926547, and half the stock of the Wow embossing powders has gone. Find out why so many people only use Wow. I'm not saying other embossing powders aren't good, they are, but these are, there's something about them. They're extra fine, extra special.
They are very detailed, and for stamps like this, that's kind of what you need, yeah.
OK, now have a little look at what's coming up on Hochanda later today. There's always, of course, our TV schedule there. You can see the one that's on air at the moment. That's Mama Makes. After us, it's going to be Totally Patched at 11 o'clock with Mark and Pat. PowerTex, Tracy's in the building. I'm down for doing that at 12. I don't think it's me. No, it's not me today. Yeah, there's been a change, I think. Catherine's here. She's in as well, doing crafting with Clarity later on. It's Catherine and Janice this morning, and me. So that's the schedule. Have a little look. If ever you want to know what show's coming up, just go to the website. OK. Now, let's show you what you can do with the While Stocks Last then. Have a little look at all of these cards. I think most of them have been done with the While Stocks Last. There's a couple maybe that have used the slightly bigger stamps, but the big offer, the big bundle did sell out. We've got the While Stocks Last still available for you. So these frames in particular are really eye-catching and beautiful, really lovely. And that one down the bottom there, over there, sorry, we haven't got a square frame, but you've turned a square frame into a round frame by the look of it.
Yeah, I think what they've done there, I don't know who's made that one, and I'm gonna have a look. It's Anne, I believe. I think she's just done the circle frame and then die cut it so it looks like a circle.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really clever.
So if the square frame's not appropriate, you can die cut the circle out if you want to. Let's move that one around so you can see a bit better what it's looking like. There we are. That's a multicolour one.
And these are using our other sentiments, so that one, the friend and sister one, that one is our family sentiments. They're all available on the website, I believe. So lots of different sentiments will go with these.
And then just looking at this one at the top, just keeping it black and white sometimes is all you need to do. And that presumably is that the corner that's been stamped out?
I'm not entirely sure. It could be the panel or the corner.
Probably the panel, actually, by looking, yeah. Charlotte said that she gets the inspiration for her stamps from wildflowers. And a waterflower floral painting she did for a friend as well. That's where she gets her inspiration for these stamps.
They're just stunning, really stunning.
Beautiful. So they're a phone call away. Remember, there's 2 ways that you can order them. You can buy them individually, or better still, go for the While Stocks Last, because the While Stocks Last is £34.96, saves you £8, and you're going to get all 4 sets. The 2 frames, round aperture and square aperture, and then you've got, of course, the verses there as well. And you can actually see, if you look back at that round one, could we just look at the round one again? You can see how that member of the design team did it. Yes, although it's a square stamp, it is very easily converted into a round frame by using a circular die. Definitely, I see what she's done there now with that one. £34.96 for all of those. We are down to the last few, really. 395,567, and the While Stocks Last is yours.
Fab.
10 minutes left.
Emergency demo time.
Right.
Yes, I haven't done this yet, but it will be fine, I'm sure. So I'm just going to use Brushos to decorate this tag, and then we're going to stamp over it. So Brushos, if you haven't used them before, are kind of a powdered pigment. It kind of looks like you haven't got any on there until you spritz, and then it all comes to life.
They are fab, they really are. I know originally they were used in schools because a little bit goes such a long way, but yeah, have a look for Brushos on the website. I'm not sure if we've got any in stock at the moment or not, but...
I've just put a pinprick in the top of these just to make them into more of a shaker rather than opening the lids. Leslie Horton taught me to do that. So yeah, kind of put a pin through the lid. That's the best way to kind of distribute them, I think, without getting them everywhere. Just got a little water spritzer here. I'm glad there's some water in it, actually. And I'm just going to spritz it.
Oh, wow.
And it just comes to life.
Look at this. Where did that come from? It looked like there was just the tiniest amount of sprinkle. It's like you put salt on your dinner or pepper on your dinner or something. And it explodes with colour.
I'm just going to dry this off. I love doing this at workshops, actually, especially people that have never seen it before. I did it at a workshop recently, and everyone was like, oh, it has worked. And they're always really shocked.
The temptation is to put more and more on it, isn't it? But you don't need to.
The less water that you put on there, you're kind of going to get this confetti effect. But if you put more water on, you're going to get more of a washed look.
Now, another sellout to let you know about. The washi tape with the mountain range has gone, so congratulations if you got it. That went very, very quickly. But we still got the other one. Did that sell out? OK, so the other one is limited stock, but the one with the mountain range, the 25-metre one, that's now completely sold out. Congratulations if you got it. 539743 has gone. But the other one is limited stock. So if you want the other set, which is the 30 metres, remember, I'll show you those quickly, the ones you can get. Only just. We've got literally single figure stock of this. That's got the peacock, it's got the words, and it's also, of course, got the paper dreams as well. So those 30 metres in total, £11.99. That's going to be a sellout any second now.
Love it.
Ben. Right.
So we dried this off, so that's kind of giving it a confetti effect. Lovely Brushos, nice and bright. So we're just going to stamp over that now. And I think with these designs, you can kind of do any of your techniques, and they're all going to go. You know, they're all going to match because they're florals. So this is the corner.
And it doesn't have to be a corner. It can be used as just an ordinary border, as an edge, or a frame.
Just going to line this up so we've got it kind of growing out of the side.
Oh, yes.
There we go.
That's effective. So you don't have to use the whole thing.
No. And then I've just got a sentiment, the same as I used earlier. That's the one that I've got out, which is the "If friends were flowers, I'd pick you."
And you don't have to cut these out. They're all separate stamps, remember, so they're already pre-cut for you. Not everybody likes cutting rubber sheets. I mean, it's not much of a hassle to do it, but...
No, but these are clear polymer. They're made in the UK. And yeah,
in your garage.
Really good quality. These ones, so the big batches we get made in the UK.
Ah, right.
The customs we make in the garage,
oh,
just because we grew too big.
Okay.
There we go.
So your husband's not out there for like 19 hours a day in the just had this visit, you know, this image. There we go. Look, so that's flowers. What did I say?
If friends were flowers, I'd pick
you. Lovely. Okay, we're going to show you again some of the finished samples that the design team have been doing with Mama Makes. Remember, the the big bundle, sorry, not one day special, the big bundle sold out. We've got the Wild Stocks Last available still. There's your corner, there's your frame with the square aperture, frame with the round aperture, and all these superb sentiments by Lottie. Main designer, of course, is Charlotte Robinson, and these are the cards that we've made with them. Lovely cards, lovely finished samples, so thank you to the design team. You can use them in all sorts of different ways. You can use them in your mixed media, you can use them for doing like door hangings, that sort of thing as well. But this is the only stock we have now remaining. Since the last update, we've had a big surge of people liking the idea of owning these from Lottie and Mama Mex and Charlotte. Nearly limited stock on these now. Just gone limited stock in actual fact. There we are, look, £8 is your saving. You're only spending $34.96 today, and if you were buying these individually, which you can still do, you'd be spending £8 more, so you should be spending $42.96, but today you get the whole lot for $34.96. And they're going to be stamps, Lottie, that you'll use again and again. They're very versatile.
Yeah, very versatile. Weddings, art journals, birthdays, Mother's Day's coming up. Yeah, everything.
But there's the corner that I talked about that you could use 4 times. So if you have a little look on that large 8x8 card, I think I'm holding here. So it fills an 8x8 card perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's the corner around 4 of the edges. And that's the panel, which is still, I believe, available individually. I think we still got that. Yeah. There's limited stock on that, though. If you want that panel that was originally in the big bundle that sold out, you can buy that on its own, individually, for... How much is that? We'll get the details for the panel for you anyway. I think it's about $14.99 for the panel. There we go.
The panel's lovely to use as well. I used it on the tag at the beginning. You know, you don't have to use it just as a panel. You can cover a whole tag with it.
Well, the panel's on the bottom of the screen if you want it, $14.99. Here's some of the other frames that we've got. That's the frame that obviously is square as it's designed, but by using a round die, which is one of the samples we showed you a few minutes ago, it can easily become a round frame rather than a square one. Love that with the brushos in the background. I think that's brushos anyway. It's got a bit of metallic.
Yeah, looks like brushos or maybe pixie powders.
Could be, yeah. Here's one again in black, embossing powder, but with more purple hues in the background. That's rather lovely. This is beautiful. It's like a rising sun, isn't it? I said it reminded me of the sunshine a little bit. Doing it in gold embossing, putting a lovely sentiment in the centre with oranges and yellows behind. It's like a setting sun or a rising sun.
Yeah, beautiful.
Love this. And what about if you use the same stamp but offset it so it's more of a diamond? Looks totally different doing it like that, doesn't it? Totally different.
Alison has made both of those, but yeah, they look totally different.
Nice one, Alison. Here's the one that we, there we are, look, that was cut out of a round die.
Yeah, so use your dies. Maybe even if you've got nesting dies or, you know, make an aperture and stamp through the aperture. All different kind of techniques you can do with these.
And Laurent has done this one, or Lorianne, is it?
Lorianne.
Lorianne. So there's the square frame in the middle that's been, again, turned into a diamond, but then stamped on the edges as well. So that's another very effective way of using the stamps. This is on craft card, colouring it in with, I think, pencils by the look of it.
Kuretake Zig pens, it says on the back there.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? Yeah,
we've
Zig pens.
had those in the past, so yeah.
And what about MDF? Obviously, you can use the stamps on MDF and you can colour them in all sorts of ways there. We've got some texture paste around the edge there as well. Still a few
Gorgeous for mixed media, yeah.
Look at this. Oh, wow, I love this. Silver embossing powder. That's just really simple to do. Just stamp that corner twice, and that's about a 5x5 card by the look of it, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, smaller one.
Isn't that lovely? And this one, again, we've not shown this one yet. This is using mica powders. So would you emboss it first and then put mica on over the top?
Yes, so sticky ink and then mica powder over the top.
Brilliant. Well, Charlotte, thank you ever so much. Charlotte has designed these for Lottie and for Mama Makes, and there she is, look, hard at work. So I don't know what she's working on at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be as lovely, if not nicer than these. These are fantastic. They really, really are gorgeous. So $34.96 is your while stocks last. We'll see you back in May then.
May the 5th, yeah.
You'll be in my ear tomorrow? Or?
Back in your ear on Wednesday.
Great. Thanks a lot for watching. Enjoy Mama Makes.
Thank you.
See you soon. So, yes, we're totally patched in just a second at 11 o'clock. PowerTex is back. It's here with the Enchanted Forest a bit later. And then the one-day special returns at 1 with Daisy Chain Designs.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the Groovy Parchment art system so that your line art is perfect beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hochanda will yet again be attending the Creative Craft Show at the NEC in Birmingham. Would you like to take part in our famous Hochanda Tombola? Would you like to meet and chat to your favourite Hochanda presenters? Well, just look out for our bright pink stand. You won't miss us. Why not take the weight off your feet, park your shopping bags and become a member of the Hochanda audience? Enjoy fantastic and inspirational demonstrations from your favourite crafting guest experts as we broadcast live from our very own Hochanda Pavilion. Receive your buy one get one half price tickets when you use code EV160. So why not treat yourself and a friend to a fantastic day out? We can't wait to see you all there.
Hello everyone. Well, welcome to the hour. We've got Totally Patched for you, of course, for the 11 o'clock hour. Wonderful to work with you two. This is my first time.
It is,
It
yes.
really is.
Yeah.
Yes, so do stay with us, everyone. We've got a fabulous show ahead. Pat, it's lovely to work with you. And Mark.
Yep.
Now, you are going to behave, aren't you, today?
We'll try.
Right, OK. I've heard I might have to sort of intervene a little bit and get in between the two of you.
We just have a banter, that's it. Nothing else.
No, I'm sure you're going to be on your best behaviour. Well, we have got some wonderful products, of course, for you. Just tell us a little bit about Totally Patched for anyone that's tuned in for the first time today.
Cool.
We've been... I started off teaching, which evolved into a bit of workshop teaching, which then evolved into, a long while later, us opening a shop that I said I'd never do, never. So we opened the shop and I thought I could run the shop and teach at the same time, but obviously I couldn't. So Mark took over the shop, I did the teaching, and we had the shop for 10 years. And we've been doing kits and shows and everything. And we pre-cut our kits, that's what is our USP really. We pre-cut all our kits and do a lot, well, most of the designing ourselves and everything, don't we?
Yeah.
Lovely story. So obviously you do get on very, very well,
We
of
do.
course. Now then, the first kit, over a third of the stock has now gone on this. Now this is set number 11. Now there's a lovely story behind this for anyone that hasn't seen this as well. Why set number 11, you're probably asking yourselves? Well, there is a really lovely story, isn't there? Why is that?
Come on.
Why would we not
Yeah, we don't do much talking up here. Let you do it.
I designed the quilt and we wanted to bring it to the customer so they could buy it a bit at a time and make it a bit at a time, rather than having the expense of the whole thing at once and the pressure of all of these blocks to do.
Yes.
Because it's a big quilt, and we've had so many Hochanda viewers join us who have never done anything before. And because it's in bite-sized pieces and because it's pre-cut, they're finding it great
That is a
and
lovely
loving
idea.
it.
Yeah, really lovely idea.
Yeah.
Now then, we are going to see what the kit's actually, when you start putting everything together, you can see there, that is the quilt in its entirety. You can actually get the complete quilt. If you want to go straight in for that, you certainly can do that. There we have the Stars in Harmony large quilt kit. It's 78 inches by 78 inches. It is on a flexi buy for you. You're saving £20 and you can split it over 3 payments. 3 payments are £76.66. 499091 is the item number. So that is a large quilt. It really is.
It sits on top of a king-size bed.
Perfect.
It's
Wonderful.
lovely, yeah.
It's a labour of love, isn't it? And it's definitely a family heirloom that you're going to pass down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely wonderful. But of course, if you want to go for number 11 and you are doing it in those bite-sized pieces, then we have everything here for you today. You can see we've got the instructions and the fabrics already pre-cut for you, as we said. So this is building block set number 11, £21.99, new today, 414924. Now we've got more to show you because I fell in love with this one. This is gorgeous. I just love the colours of this. Really love this. This is gorgeous. Now then, tell us a little bit about this one.
This is the linen, simply linen quilt that we've actually we've done the first quarter last month. This is the second quarter, and you get all the strips that are all cut across the front there. But you also get, with the second month, you get the sashing for the first and second section to join them together.
Really love the colours.
And the quilt is behind you.
Yes, we can see it. Isn't it glorious? It really is. I think the colours for that just sell
Very
it to me.
contemporary.
It's really pretty.
Yeah.
It really, really is. Absolutely gorgeous. Now then, the first quarter is still available for you. It's the same item number, so if you want that, you can still get the first quarter. Of course, we've also got the second quarter on today's show. As I said, the same item number there. We have got the quilt to quarter there. Item numbers have just come up for the first and second quarters, 643223. 2 payments of £20.75. So again, on FlexiBuy. If you do want to go for the complete quilt, we can give you the details for that as well. Now you can see all of the pieces of fabric. I just think it's wonderful that everything's already pre-cut for you. £154.99. Item number 175512 is going to get the complete quilt kit for you. Absolutely wonderful. Now we're going from one colour to something very, very bright now, aren't we? This is lovely.
This is very spring-like, summertime, lovely quilt. Ideal for picnics or back of the car if you're taking the grandchildren or children away out for the day or something like that. We've got the large version and the small version.
Lovely.
We've called it vintage because it's very vintage looking, the prints and the dots with all the fresh white sashing in between as well.
It's very, very pretty. Well, there you are, the vintage style quilt, 82 inches by 62 inches. New today, £107.99. Again, available on FlexiBuy, 2 payments of £54. Item number 481594. Now then, before we move any further, we're going to let Pat just go off to demonstration so you can get yourself prepared, and I'll stick with Mark down the counter just for now. So we'll see you in a little while. Do stay with us. The smaller quilt as well, of course, available in the vintage style for you. We'll give you the details for the smaller version as well. Just coming on the screen there now, the 42-inch by 62-inch quilt is new today. Again, £54.99. 090965 is the item number there. So these are so pretty, Mark. They really, really are.
The small quilt is half the size of the large quilt. It might be obvious, but I'll explain that to people.
Yeah, okay.
The large quilt is 8262 and the small one is 4232. 4232, yeah.
Wonderful. So you have got that choice of the small or the large, but those beautiful fabrics included in both versions, of course. Now, I just want to squeeze this. This is absolutely gorgeous. I'm not surprised this has been busy. Almost half of the stock has now gone. This is so tactile. It is so cute. It's absolutely beautiful.
It's touchy-feely, isn't it?
It really is.
Yes.
Oh, it's glorious. Fluffy brushed cotton cushion, and it is. It's that brushed cotton, 18 inches by 18 inches. Just look at the designs of the fabrics. How cute is that? Absolutely gorgeous. New today, £20.99, 009833.
As you can see, we've included pink bunny rabbits, blue checkerboard and blue bunny rabbits, so it's ideal for boy or girl, infant, back of a car, cuddle up to when they're sleeping, or just on the sofa.
Do you know,
I
would have that for exactly. It doesn't have to be for children. Yeah. I just think that is absolutely beautiful. I really love it. Great price as well for you there. Now, Mark, the cottons, it's brushed cotton, so it has got that lovely warm feel to it.
Soft feel to it as well. All the squares are cut out for the back and for the front of the actual cushion, and all the wadding as well that goes in between, that's all cut for you as well.
I'm not surprised it's busy. I'm just going to turn it round so you can see the back as well. There you go. Now, you could, if you wanted to, you could do, you could put a different backing on if you wanted to do something else, or maybe a plique something on there as well.
Once you know this technique, you don't have to stick at the size of a cushion. You could make it into a small cot quilt or a playmat or something.
Oh, lovely. Oh, that's a nice idea, a play quilt. Really lovely. £20.99. Now then, we have got patterns for you as well. So we've got our pattern pair here. You're going to get both of these under this one item number. So they're the details just coming up there. The pattern pair, the Simply Linen quilt and fluffy brushed cotton. So there you go. If you want to make that cushion and you want the pattern piece, choose your own fabrics. It's entirely up to you what you can make that with then. But the design of that is just lovely. £9.99 for the pair of patterns, 452692. Now, we do have a lot to show you, so we're going to take you to the website so you can have a look at all of the different products, and we'll be joining Pat in the demonstration area very soon. Do shop ahead. Everything's there for you. You can look at the reviews on there as well. There's much more than we have on the counter. Lots of different items, including books for you there as well. Some really lovely products. Oh, this is nice. This is really cosy.
This is relaxing and lovely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, Pat, now then, you're the other one that does the demonstrations. So you've been working hard, obviously, ready for this show. What are you going to show us within this
We're going to concentrate on the...
Vintage style
quilt. Everything we supply comes packaged in a nice box.
Lovely.
With a pattern. And then the pieces inside all cut out, ready to go. Wonderful. So in your box you'll find a selection of prints and some white fabric. And the blocks, the whole quilt is made up of 4 different blocks. So you've got a solid piece of fabric there.
Okay.
Now you've got this, it'll work out, they'll all work out the same size. 3 rectangles there. Over here we've got 4 squares. They've all got their sashing in, and this is a rectangle and 2 squares. So you can see, really simple.
Yes.
Really simple. It's the fabric that makes it enjoyable and just lovely. When you've got a nice, a nice print, you want the print to shine, really.
Yes, of course.
So we've kept it quite large, and we wanted it to be...
You don't want to cut it up into 2 smaller pieces because you lose the effect.
Yeah, and like the quilt, the Stars in Harmony quilt, there's lots of fabrics in there, but the prints are smaller, so they go together better. Whereas if you chopped some of these in half, you'd lose it totally, what was going on.
Now, very busy because half of the stock of the large quilt has actually gone. Of course, details for the smaller one are also there on the screen for you as well. You can see the smaller one at the bottom of the screen, £54.99. Same fabrics, but you're getting one size and one is double the size. All details are on the screen.
We only did the large one, and one of our students had got a friend who'd got twin girls, and so she said, could I cut it in half in any way? And so that's why we did small ones as well.
Oh, that's
so
lovely.
she made it for the twin girls, didn't she? Yeah. And they love it. which is good. So that's how we came to have the big and the small. So I'm going to start with this one. When anything you do with patchwork, you need to make a block.
Okay.
So whatever components you start with, you want to get them all into a regular shape before you start joining them together with something else. So this is simple. We're going to make rows. So this one's already made and that one is. So we're going to join these together.
Okay.
1/4 inch seam, which is standard for patchwork. So people have got used to that. You can have a foot on your sewing machine, you can move your needle position, or you can even draw a line on it 1/4 inch.
Lovely.
Especially if you're going to hand sew, you can draw the line and then you've just got that to work to.
It's because there's nothing to stop someone hand sewing these quilts, is there at all?
No, some people, we've got a lady who's doing the big quilt all by hand.
Really?
Yeah.
Labour
to
love.
see that.
That is
It
labour love.
really will be.
Yeah.
And just a standard sewing machine, nothing special about it, just a standard sewing machine will
straight
do the
stitch,
job.
Yeah. And by hand, because that's the way patchwork started, you know, in dark rooms with no electricity and candlelight. So you just gently go across, snip off your ends as you go along.
Okay.
Then we're going to join the other square onto there, like so, lining them up nice and neatly.
The picture on the actual instructions shows you 3 of the blocks completed, so you can actually see what your block should look like.
Wonderful. It's nice to have the images as well, isn't it?
Picture
As well
paints
as
1,000 words,
instructions.
doesn't it?
It certainly does.
And you can mix your fabrics up as well. Take them all out of the same size, make your blocks up, you know, sort them out. And because I find if I start with a pile, I try to be as random as I can, but you're always drawn to the one you like best. So you've run out of that before you've run out of all the others. And even though you know and you think you're not going to do that, you still do that.
Have you ever done that, Pat? Have you ever stitched something and thought, actually, now I've changed my mind, that wants to be up there, and that wants to be across there?
Yes, yes.
when we design a quilt, we lay blocks out on our bed and we move blocks around
Yeah.
to see which balance and
Yes,
where they
that's
look
a good
best as
idea.
well, before we all stop putting them together.
Yeah, great idea.
So now we've got 3 pieces the same size, which always helps. So we're going to put this sashing strip onto here.
Okay.
Whip that down.
Again, this isn't a difficult quilt to do.
No.
It's 3 blocks repeated.
Yeah.
So it's something a starter could actually work with.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you know, I think quilting has become so popular again, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it really
definitely.
has. And I think a lot of the younger generation are also starting to pick it up now as well, which is wonderful.
Especially as well with the recycling element
Definitely.
to it. You know, the craft started out of thrift because people needed to make something to keep them warm.
Some old clothes, and you cut up old clothes and make them into the bed quilts.
It's a big industry now, and it's nice to mix a bit of both because the quality of fabrics you can buy is really good, and you know, it's also nice to make a collection of things from like a child's clothes or something that's you know, that's lovely.
Oh, I always think, I've seen it done a number of times actually, and a friend of mine did it as well, when they've lost someone close and made a cushion or worked it into a quilt. I think it's a lovely idea.
It is, yeah. And once you've done, you know, a few kits because when I started, I thought, oh, I can sew. So I went out and I bought a book on patchwork, spent a lot of money on fabric, etc., and came home and I couldn't do it because it's a skill of its own. You've got to understand what you're doing. So I just had to stop and thought, right, I need to learn this properly, which is what I did. So once you've got the basics like this, you buy the kit and then you can make it in anything, you know.
Now, I've noticed, Pat, when you start sewing there's no need to sort of go backwards and forwards and reverse, and because everything's going to be stitched together, so it's all going to be nice and secure.
Yeah, on everything with patchwork there's always another seam crossing the one you've sewn, and if you do start to do reversing, it creates bulk on the edge of the seam.
I see.
Which it doesn't sound much, but when you've got like intricate points and things, it does when you've got points coming together. So you have to watch, you know, everything you can to help you along your way. So if you start reversing, you'll just end up with too much bulk showing. So no reversing, no need at all. But people do worry about it because they think, oh, well, it's going to come undone. But you're going to sew it to the neck. Like now, I could sew this to this, and then I'm stitching down there and crossing those seams. So it's always going to, they're always going to be crossing, one thing's going to be crossing another. I just want to rethread because my tension looks a bit dodgy.
Didn't look right, did it? No.
Now, of course, details still on the screen there for you. The vintage style quilt, the 82-inch by 62-inch, there on the side of the screen for you. That's the larger one. Now, you can split this over the flexi-buy payments, 2 payments of £54. Of course, if you do want the half-size one, it's there at the bottom of the screen for you, £54.99, 090695. I think it's a lovely story about the twins, actually. Do you know she personalised them as well? Did she put their names on or anything?
I think she put a label on the back, with their names.
Well, that's what quilters do. They put a date when they made it and by who.
Yeah.
Because that's how sometimes we can date quilts from previous years and centuries ago.
Yeah, through history.
Because they put pieces of paper in as their wadding for warmth.
Yeah.
So when they find an old quilt, they'll take some paper out, and some of them have dates on.
It's so interesting.
So they can find when it was made.
It really is. Do you ever sit and wonder, Pat, where yours are going to end up?
Sometimes you do think that. You think, well, I wonder if this will still be around whenever. Especially when if you give them to somebody. To be perfectly honest, I don't give them. I only give to people I know will appreciate them.
Yeah.
Because they've got to be appreciated. And you hear stories about, people put. It's not a cheap hobby, so they put a lot of effort into it. They've spent time and money on it and love.
Yeah,
and then you want to give it to somebody who'll appreciate it.
Of course.
But we have got quite a few quilts in our house. So
underestimate that.
Who knows what will happen to all them? But and I don't mind giving them for a charity or something. It's something that we're interested in. But the person's got to appreciate them. We've got a son and 2 daughters. The one daughter's got 3 boys. They've got more of our quilts than anything. They make tents out. I like them to be used. They make tents out of them in the garden and over the climbing frame, and they have them on their bed and everything.
And the quillos, they got some of the quillos. So they are put to good use.
Yeah, and like Scott and Rachel have got them, Lucy's got them, so I know they appreciate them, so that's okay. So I've put that onto there now, so I've gone across the seam that we were talking about.
Okay.
So that's never going to come undone.
No.
And the other important thing, Catherine, is if you might want to make a quilt yourself. So
I've got a chance of being fun. I would like to make a quilt for myself. When a couple of days off.
Yeah, or a couple of weeks. When you've got ends of your thread, if you cut them off straight away, because if you don't, and they show, especially through a light fabric, they'll show through the fabric when you layer it up. So cut it off as you go, because it's so boring to just get to the end and have to cut them all off. So we've got the one block here with our solid. Already, just look at it. It's gorgeous,
you can put that across there and there, and you turn it, and then that's half of another large block done.
Yeah. So this is a 4. So it's all in the maths that goes into this, and that's the job of. You don't have to do that job if you buy a kit, you see.
So who does the cutting then?
We both cut.
do it.
Yeah, we both cut. And Sarah, our daughter, she cuts too. Yeah, we both cut, and I do the designing, and we both look at fabric a lot. Don't we, Mark?
We certainly do. No, because we have to look at so many different ranges and so many different suppliers of fabric to get the one that we think is right for the project we've got in mind.
So now I'm putting the sashing strip between the 2 small squares.
Lovely. I presume then that you would design, you'd come up with a design and then choose the fabric, or does it work the other way around?
It usually works the other way around. You see the fabric and you think, yes, I really like that. And 9 times out of 10 you've got something in mind, haven't I? Or when we're talking to reps, I'll make little drawings and then look at them and I go, what do you think this means? What were we talking about when I scribbled this? But I don't draw out the design, I make it as I go.
Yeah.
Because
and that's why we can move things around when we lay them on the bed. We can move the blocks around because it's a movable feast.
Yeah.
So
lovely.
As long as it all goes together at the end.
Of course.
As long as all the maths is right at the end.
Maths is right,
yeah. Especially with I was going to say, especially with the quilt like stars, but this, even this, if these aren't right or the squares aren't right, they won't fit to the next rectangle. So that's what it's all about. If you're sewing on a piece with seams like that, I'd usually do it from this side, and then you can see the seams are lying flat when you're sewing.
Oh, I see.
Because
just in case the foot pushes
through, yeah.
way.
I think one of them has on that one. So if you can see it, you can just, you know, pop your finger on it, make sure it's down. Take this one off. What I'm doing here, this is called chain piecing, when you're threading them through and not cutting them off every time. That's called chain piecing.
Lovely.
Speeds things up. If you don't want to be speeding up, that's fine too. So now we're going to put this onto here. Now, I'll just tell you this top tip of
the day.
Top tip that I didn't know I was going to say. So anything could happen. When you've got a piece of sashing that's going to run into another piece of sashing, like here, this, can you see me?
Yeah.
It's coming to me.
So you've got like the letter T there in the white.
This is the sashing, and on that side of the here.
Move the fabric, should we not?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, so we've got the sashing here, but there's none over here, right? Okay. So you don't have to worry about it too much. But on this one, we're going to have sashing here and here.
Oh, I see.
And it's sometimes difficult to line up one to the other.
Right.
It only has to be a little bit out, and then you look up and you think, oh, that
and it'll be the thing you look at all the time.
Yeah,
yes,
if you notice.
It's going to draw the eye in.
Exactly, yeah.
So I'll just tell you this, and it'll change your world if you put in sashing on. It won't change your world if you're not putting sashing on. So what you do is, the one you've got your straight continuous piece on, put your ruler, any ruler, doesn't matter, onto your seam there. So I'm lining it up there across the seam, and draw across there. This pen comes out with heat.
Oh, I was just going to ask.
Yeah, not a biro.
Yeah, not a biro.
Not a biro.
No. Same here. You don't have to do the whole thing. You can just go like that, say, and then you know that you line this up there.
Yeah.
It is a really good tip, because there's nothing worse than you spend time putting something beautiful together, and then you've like.
Could you do that on the reverse side so you can see it when you put them through?
No.
Why?
Because no, look, I'm going to.
No, Mark.
I haven't finished talking yet.
Down, boy. Why?
Stick with me, ladies.
And gents.
And gents, yeah, we've got quite a few
do so as well, Mark, did you?
Yeah.
And we've got quite a few gents that are doing the quilts as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know, I love that. I love the fact that we've got more gents joining us time and time again. We don't just see it within the demonstrators here at Hochanda, it is
in the craft in general, yeah. So the reason you draw the line on the front of your fabric is I've got seams here, stitched seams to look at, right? There and there. And because my lines are on here, I can see them and I can line it up perfectly. If they were on the back, I wouldn't be able to see them. Did you get that, Mark? Got it.
Now it's all obvious.
Have you got it? Rewind me if you haven't got it. But yeah, that way you're perfectly in line. But if it was on the back, you wouldn't see it.
We'll see. No pressure now then.
We'll see, yeah.
Just a reminder, details still on the screen there, of course, for you. This is the vintage quilt. Now, 2 different sizes for you. On the side of the screen there, you can see it's new today, the vintage style quilt in the larger size, 82 by 62. You can also see the smaller one at the bottom of the screen, but available on FlexiBuy for you. So the larger one, £107.99. Split that down over 2 payments, £481,594. And of course, the smaller one at the bottom of the screen there, it is half the size, £54.99, 090-965.
So I've stitched it on, and I've pressed off my pen.
I think they're amazing, though.
They are.
Oh, they're good.
They are. And it's beautifully in line, you see. Look at that. That's not bad at all,
That
is
is
it?
a perfect part.
Well done.
Yeah. So that's the tip for any sashing that you're adding to anything.
Great
that
tip.
you're going to have another one on the other side. And it could be, you know, it'll come in again later and what have you. But you'll do it lots and lots and lots. Do you want me to?
It's always worth pointing everything out like that.
Yeah. Do you want me to carry on with this, or shall we move on?
We're going to do a little bit of a recap, I think, Pat, now.
Okay.
So, but first of all, we're going to let you know about Ali Pally. Now, you can see there, of course, all the details for you. This is Saturday the 6th or Sunday the 7th of April, of course, 2019. £7 plus free UK postage and packaging. Item number 638103, or Saturday and Sunday the 7th there, £9 for item number 072548. Of course, you've got the Saturday or Sunday and the Saturday and Sunday there. So that's the difference between the two prices there. You can order online at hochanda.com, or you can give us a call on 01733 60 2000. Now, a little bit of a recap down the counter. So, set 11, want to remind everybody about this, Matt, because, of course, those that have been collecting these in those bite-sized pieces,
you can start
this is available. You can start any time you want to as well. You don't have to start at number 11 if you wanted to start at 1 or 5, 4, whatever you wanted.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Everything on the website. So if you do want to start this now, you can, of course, go straight in for number 11, but number 1 with there, 2, 3 and so on. Item number is 414924 for number 11, and it's new today, of course, £21.99. Now, if you wanted to get all of the pieces together, you can do. You can buy the full, complete collection. I'm going to give you the details for that. Little image there on the screen coming up as well. Now, this is an enormous quilt. This will fit a king-size bed. Now, it's the Stars in Harmony large quilt kit, 78 inches by 78 inches. We can split this down for you over 3 payments of £76.66, which makes it much more easy and affordable for you if you want to be doing and paying for that in stages. 499091. Now, another one of my favourites is the linen quarter. I just love the colours of this. I think it's so pretty. And you could put other colours with it.
You can. You could do.
Now then, this is we've got quarter number 2. We've got quarter 1 is still available for you as well. Same item number, just choose the one that you want. So again, if you're new to this and you like the look of this one, you can go for both at the same time, or you can just choose one or the other. 643223 is the item number. Details there, of course, on the screen. £41.49 is the price. You can go for the whole bundle in one go as well. Details are going to come up there for you. We're going to show you still there of everything that you're going to get in the kit. So there's the whole quilt kit there, £154.99, 175,512. Also on Flexi as well for you. Split over 3 payments. Very affordable at £51.66 per month. Love that. Now, we have been showing you the vintage style quilt that Pat was demonstrating. Now, the large one, here this is the option for that one, because of course we do have the 2 sizes. 82 inches by 62 inches, new today, £107.99. Item number 481594. Again, available on Flexi for you. 2 payments of £54. Does help out a lot, doesn't it, Mark? If you can split that down.
The Flexi definitely makes it more affordable.
It certainly does.
And people can do it as and when they want to.
Of course.
They'll get the whole kit and then they pay sections after.
Exactly. Yeah. Lovely. Now, if you like the look of that, but you want the smaller version, you can go for the half-size one as well. Exactly the same fabrics. Of course, don't forget, all these fabrics have been pre-cut for you. So the hard work has been taken, no guesswork. Everything is cut beautifully, arrives in that box for you. Quilt, 42 inches by 62 inches is the half-size one. £54.99, 090965 is the item number.
As you can see, all the strips.
Yes, you can. I think you must be so busy. You must never stop cutting fabric. Now, I think this is my favourite on the counter today. Okay. Half of the stock has gone of this one. I just want to squeeze it all the time. Look at this. It's the fluffy brushed cotton cushion, 18 inches by 18 inches. I just think the design of this is absolutely beautiful. The detail on the fabrics is gorgeous, and because it's brushed cotton, it's so soft and warm. I think the colours work so beautifully together. Just £20.99 is going to get you the kit. 009833, and you can see there those lovely, gorgeous little bunnies. And it's not, if it is for a baby's room or a child's room, it's not just for a girl, it's not just for a boy. It will work for either. But I would certainly have that on my bed. I know I would, or on my sofa, maybe in the conservatory, on my garden seat, wherever. But lovely, again, everything pre-cut there, Mark, and also the wadding squares, everything done. For you. Yes. So you can just get straight on with that. I think it's gorgeous. Now, you can also get the pattern for the cushion if you want to use your own fabrics. Now, you're getting a pattern pair here. It's not just the cushion. You've also got the quilt pattern as well there. So we've got the pattern pair, Simply Linen, quilt and fluffy brush cotton pieces there. £9.99. That's a great price for both of those. You can use whatever fabrics you want, and of course you can use them time and time again. 452692 is the item number. Absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Great products. Now, there's so much more to see on the website. Of course, think about those those block pieces. We are up to number 11. If you want to start with them or you've missed any, of course, you can find them there on the website. Just search for brand Totally Patched and you'll be able to find all of those block numbers on there. There are more things to see as well. We've got those wonderful books there as well. There's threads for you. There's various different kits. Lots and lots to see. Oh, I love this one. Oh, look what's coming up. I think these colours they're just lovely. They really are.
And cool enough to go anywhere,
They absolutely are. And the fact that the designs of the fabrics, you've got those small prints, so they just work wonderfully, don't they?
Yeah. It does look contemporary, classy, and it's so easy.
I think Dave's got his eye on this.
Has he?
Yeah, Dave loves it.
Dave's loves this book.
It's so easy to do. As you said, you can do it in sections, in quarters, but don't think you can just buy 4 number 1s, because number 1 is a quarter of the patchwork only. Number 2 is a quarter of the patchwork and some sashing.
Okay.
So anybody who bought 1
That's
and is now
important.
buying 2 can get the top of the quilt together after their post comes.
Yeah.
After that, you get 3, which is the next quarter, and 4 is a big bag, isn't it, with binding and sashing in as well.
Lovely.
So to get the whole quilt together.
Okay.
When you buy it, which you might not know, you get it in a nice little storage box.
Very nice.
Yeah. So packet number 1 comes like that. They're all put together. You see? Yeah. They're all put together so that what you've got in this little parcel here, this plain and this print, and then a spotty grey underneath, just take one out at a time and work with these first, then go on to your next fabric and your next fabric. Don't get too... Don't
get too excited and get it all out. Just one at a time.
Yeah. So this is packet number 2 because it's got our sashing strip in as well, but the blocks themselves are the same, and the block is so easy.
Now the whole quilt is available. Details are there at the bottom of the screen for you. If you do want to go over the whole thing, you can see there 175512 is the item number, £154.99. So maybe you do just want to get that because you can split it over 3 flexes as well, so it still splits those costs for you. There you can see the quilt in its entirety. Isn't it beautiful? It really is. Absolutely stunning. Love it.
And this is a whole kit, so you get a nice box full of stuff.
The idea of the box is you can keep all the blocks made and together.
Yeah.
So in 3 weeks' time, 4 weeks' time, you go back and think, oh, I'm missing one. Where is it? It'll still be all in the box once you've made them. Yeah.
Perfect.
So in the pattern, if you could, can you turn the page over?
Do more work.
More work. What you told me?
More work. Come on. I think you've had an easy day today.
Do you?
Yeah. I can see why you say don't get everything out all at once as well. Just do it a piece at a time.
Yeah. Because it just keeps your brain clear, and I've been quilting a long time, and I still just get out what I need, work with it, move on to the next bit.
Of course.
But if you next page, you can see this is what I'm going to do now. We like lots of pictures so you can see what we're doing. So here it is. I'm going to stitch this onto here and this onto here. So it's not. This is the whole block. So I haven't got to join any squares and things to start with. I'm going straight in. This is the block which will be complete. Sashing comes later in this quilt.
Lovely.
So this is going to go onto here.
And start from the centre out.
Well, yeah.
I know, but some people might not.
Well, they need to keep their own my pictures.
Okay.
Oh, we've had a lovely email in, actually, from Shona.
Oh, right.
Oh, now then, anyone that's thinking about buying a product, this is from Shona, of course, you will not be disappointed. She bought one last year from Totally Patched and is absolutely delighted. And it was Shona's first time ever doing quilting. So thank you, Shona. That's really lovely to hear from you. So glad you've enjoyed it.
Thank you very much.
It's happening to me again. I knew it would. I was talking to Pat before the show and saying, she was asking me if I'm enjoying the presenting, and I said I'm really enjoying it because I get to see the products that I wouldn't normally get to see close to hand. But I am like a kid in a sweet shop. I just want everything.
Yeah.
And I I'm going to end up with boxes and boxes of things at home that I just haven't got time to work on.
Welcome to our house, then.
Yeah. Ask Shona, she's probably got boxes and boxes now.
Shona sounds like she's gotten really, really well.
Yeah.
So it sounds like a new craft for Shona, and that's lovely because I can see now sitting here with you, Pat, and watching you put the pieces together. You can use a basic machine, you can hand sew.
Yeah.
It is a labour of love, but how enjoyable.
Yeah.
And it's one of those crafts that if you want to do a block at a time, and you haven't got a lot of time,
one block
that's
every
a great
evening
way of
like
looking at it.
Yeah.
That's maybe where I should, that's what I should be thinking.
Yeah.
De-stress from work.
Yes, just give myself an extra half an hour maybe each night before I go to bed.
Yeah. Just to...
And do a block a night.
Yeah. That's why people like
a new quilt called Block a Night.
It could be, couldn't it?
Oh, that's it. We've got to do that one. But to do that for Catherine, we're going to do
block a night.
No, I don't. People will be falling off their chairs and thinking, I can't do one a night, I can do one a week. No.
Oh, well, look at what's on the table. I've done all that this morning.
True, yeah. Well, yeah.
And more. So I've put my 2 side pieces on, and they're going to put my top and bottom on.
Lovely. I presume you have your own sewing room, do you, Pat? Have you got a dedicated sewing room?
I do. Yeah. I've just painted it a beautiful shade of yellow.
Have you?
I have.
Ready for spring?
Yes.
Do you change it with the seasons then, or...?
No.
No?
It was just white before.
It's very...
Yeah, just needed a bit of... Well, you see, most of it is covered with fabric. Shelves with fabric on, pieces of quilts, that sort of thing.
Well, we had the opportunity to move the fabric shelves, didn't we? So we
did a bit of a reshuffle.
We thought, I'm going to get the tin of paint out. So.
Yeah, so it's lovely. It's not as tidy as it was on Monday, but that's when I put everything back, because I've been working in it since. I'm not I'm a very organised worker, but if I'm working this, like if I was cutting this, I'd want it all of the bolts out, wouldn't I? And I do some, and I just don't put them all away straight away. If I'm sewing, I think I'm tidier if I'm sewing, aren't I?
You certainly are.
Yeah. So you do follow your own method and only get the pieces that you need out at the time.
Yeah.
Lovely.
And
now,
I usually sit...
It all organised.
It does, it certainly does, I can see that. Now, we have had a question, actually, asking for the size of the finished quilt for this particular one. If we can just give a reminder of this one.
This particular quilt?
Yes.
6872.
Wonderful. Details, I believe, are on the screen for you there as well. Now, the complete quilt details are there on the screen for you. You can see the item number there, 175512. There it is in all its glory. It looks absolutely stunning. Of course, you can take it over the flexi-buy payments, 3 of those at £51.66. You'll pay the first one. If postage applies, you'll pay the postage on the first payment, and then it'll be subsequent payments a month following, and then a month again. So it does really split that down beautifully.
If you wanted to add any colour to the actual linen quilt, you could quilt it with a coloured thread.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Give it like, I don't know, blue or red or pink or whatever colour you wanted to.
Lovely idea. Yeah. Because you could really put anything with this. I love it just as it is, and maybe I would bring some colour in with some cushions or something like that on top of it. But I just think it's lovely. It's timeless.
It is, yeah. It is. Our problem is, like, you do a quilt, and I don't make anything I don't like, and I don't use fabric I don't like, because... Like, you know, if
you'll never see a green and brown quilt then?
No, you
won't.
Do
you not like green and brown?
No, I don't.
No?
No, I don't like green at all.
Not any green?
Well...
there's some green in there.
They're quite nice, aren't they? Pastel green.
But if I had to look at a predominantly green quilt, I wouldn't like it. But that's just me, isn't it? Yeah. And it's like when you're shopping for clothes, isn't it? You're always drawn to a colour.
You are. Yeah.
And I'm a blue person. I like blue, shades of blue. Old-fashioned looking blues, all sorts, but
that's also why we do the patterns. Because if people like green or brown, they can choose their own fabrics to go to make the designs.
So I think like this would look lovely with some like I've just used a taupe thread on mine, haven't I? But like a burgundy thread on it would look gorgeous.
Yeah, it would do.
So I'm just carrying on, pressing.
Lovely.
Pressing my seams as you go along. And press your seams. If not, you end up with a bit of a not as flat looking block as you would like.
Is that technical? Not as flat.
Not as flat. Yeah. What do we say? Like a little bit
bumpy.
Ruckled.
Ruckled. Oh,
now that's a word I've not heard for a while. That's a
funny word.
My dad used to use.
There you go. Ruckled. Yeah.
I heard that word used in years.
Oh well. I'm sewing from this side again so I can see the seams where they are.
Okay. Do you ever have to cut off any of the corners, Pat, where the seams join?
The answer I should say to you is no, never. They're always perfect. But just occasionally, sometimes they're not. Yeah. What you don't want to do, is sometimes people who aren't experienced might have put the wrong piece on. Let's say you put this longer piece on there and there was a bit sticking out. If you buy a kit from us, don't cut that off.
They're all cut to the right size.
They're cut to the right size, so these shorter ones go on last. Yeah. But if you picked up a long one and put it on without thinking, and there was a bit sticking out, you might think, oh, I'll just chop that off. But no, you've got it wrong. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Or we've cut it wrong.
It's worth mentioning actually, because I can imagine some people made it and just, I'll just trim it down a little bit, and then you haven't got the right piece.
That's right.
To correct it.
And then it won't fit.
Yeah.
That's
and it's also very important when you've got a block, any sort of block, like the one on the end of the table there.
This one?
That one, yeah. That's an elongated star, and that's in the big quilt. And if you trimmed that down as it is now for any reason at all, it won't fit in the big picture. Like some people think, oh, I've got a bit sticking out there, I'll trim it off. All of the blocks tell you what size they should be at this stage, and that's what size they should be. So don't trim any bits off. And also, you might trim off a point, which you don't want to do that.
No, because you'd end up with a little hole and nothing to...
You'd have a little...
It wouldn't look like a point when it finished.
No. Yeah. So really try and avoid trimming anything. You shouldn't have to if you've cut and sewn accurately.
Wonderful.
If you think you have to trim off your blocks, email us and we'll try and explain to you where you may have gone wrong or why not.
With a picture.
Great support there with Pat and Mark, of course.
Yeah, we do. We get pictures.
Whether it's email or, you know,
text,
however you get a text message.
Yeah, we do. Because sometimes, if you watch this morning on Rewind, I explained about the points on there. It's easy to twizzle things around and you might put something on the wrong side, but you can't understand why. But I can look at it straight away and know why. So we do get people send us pictures and say, what have I done wrong? And always use the size.
Help normally. But it's never going to be anything, unless they have cut something down, of course, which they shouldn't have done. It's never going to be anything that can't be rectified easily.
No,
is it?
exactly. So there we are, finished.
Look at that.
Another block.
Beautiful. Really lovely. Aren't they gorgeous? Now, we're going to give you one or two reminders again of some of the items we've got on the shelves today. Now, of course, the Stars and Harmony quilt. There we go. We can see the details just coming up on the screen now. Now, this is the building block set number 11, available today, new today, £21.99, 414924. Of course, you can go for the complete quilt straight away if you want to do that. You certainly can. Details are going to come up for that for you as well. Now, there we are, the large quilt kit. This is 78 by 78 inches. That will fit a king-size bed. You can split it over 3 payments there, over 3 months. £76.66 per payment, saving you £20 on the full quilt as well, 499091. And of course, one of my favourites on the show today, the fluffy cushion. 3/4 of the stock has now gone of this one. I'm not surprised. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. There you are. This will make you, if you're going for the full quilt, not the quilt, sorry, the full kit for the cushion, there it is, bouncing along, look. Isn't it gorgeous? You're going to get all those pre-cut pieces of fabric, the wadding as well. It makes an 18-inch by 18-inch cushion. New today, £20.99, 009833. Now, would be quick if you want that one, because that's going very, very fast now, so don't hesitate checking your baskets out on that one. Isn't it lovely? It really, really is. It's gorgeous. Oh, when you make that up, you're just going to want to cuddle it all the time. It's so tactile. It really is.
And a lovely Easter gift, wouldn't it?
Do you know, it's the perfect Easter gift, isn't it? I think the fabric is absolutely gorgeous. The colours are so fresh, aren't they? Yes, if you do want to make this as a gift for Easter, you have got time to do that. I know Easter's not that far away, but you will get this and get sewing. You know, you're going to make this in perfect time. Maybe you want to get more than one, and you've got various family members that you want to gift to.
I might comes in the box.
Sleep on that. So
it comes in the box. With
Lovely.
all the stuff in, perhaps just taking the stuff out, but all the stuff is in the box. So if you did want to give as a gift to somebody, it's already presented in the box, ready to give.
Yes, so you could gift it as a kit for someone who sews, or you gift it made up as well. It's entirely up to you. Oh, just keep it for yourself. That's what I would do.
There's 5 different fabrics in the box, like so. And what you're doing, you're making the back and the front at the same time. Okay, not the back and the front of the cushion. Okay. But like this is the back that we did this morning.
And this is the inside.
Inside the cushion.
Right, okay.
Sometimes people think it's a bit of a waste to put gorgeous fabric that's only going to be in the inside of the cushion. And I am a little bit thrifty myself, and I have tried this, and so don't do it. You could put like a plain white fabric, let's say, in on this side, so that you're saving fabric. But what will happen is, if you do it, when it's done, you will see the line of white fabric.
Right, I see.
Because it comes from the back to the front. Yep. So it really, unless you want it to look like that, it really isn't worth doing that. So you'll get...
It will spoil the effect, won't it? Yeah.
You've got enough fabric here, you see, to do the front twice, really, but you need them on the back so that it's
I see.
When it's fluffed
you get
up,
the same style of fabric coming through.
Now then, we are approaching limited stock on this now.
Okay.
Yeah, so Pat, you need to speed up with it.
Okay. I can do that. I can do that.
Before it sells out.
Choose 2 of your fabrics.
Save one for me, please.
Choose 2 of your fabrics. They can be... you can either lay out 16, that's how many you need for the top, and get them, you know, so you've got the fabrics on the top that you want, and put the ones, like you might not like one, you can put those inside, so no, you're not going to see them. So I'm taking one, I'm putting a piece of wadding on top, and then I'm going to take one of these.
And that's a different wadding than you used in this one, so it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. You can use, once you've done this, it can make a quilt, because if this was bigger, any size, it's finished there.
Yes.
So you just fluff the edges as well, and it would be
limited stock. We're just hanging on.
Okay.
There's just a handful left, please. If you want those, I would put those in your basket and check out pretty quick on these because this one's going to go.
So quickly, what you're going to do, you're going to put together a piece of fabric, a piece of wadding and a piece of fabric. Okay. Making your quilt sandwich. You can do that any way you want to. You can do squiggly patterns, you can do free motion work, anything you want just to keep these layers together. This is the fastest and simplest way.
And this is good, okay, and perfectly able to be done by a beginner.
Yeah,
because
I can see that.
You don't need to be precise with all of your sewing.
I actually like what you've done there, just a diagonal across it, because I think it doesn't take anything away from the effect of the cushion, but it's there, you can see
exactly.
It adds interest.
Yeah, you don't, you want it to, you know, speak for itself really. You don't want it to be too fussy, and also, you don't need any more.
No.
So why waste your thread?
Well.
Yeah, it's quick.
Just across.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, actually, if it was for a new baby and you did know the sex of the baby, you could, you know, you were saying about putting the fabric on the inside. If you've got a brushed cotton pink or a blue, then that would really pick out those colours.
Or it wouldn't have to be a brushed. It could be a
standard cotton.
Yeah, it would still work. Yeah. That's a good idea. That is, if you knew that's a very good idea.
It just kind of brings it, because the colours are beautiful together, but it would sort of really pick out what is most appropriate.
Okay, so I've done my 2 sandwiches, and I'm just going to show you the process so that you've done the process. You join all your 16 squares together, and what you do is lay them all out.
In 4s like that?
No, in rows of 4.
Rows of 4.
So like that would be a row.
Right, okay.
Yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you pick them up wrong side together.
Okay.
So this is the right side there coming out, and you stitch across here. Okay, that is that's an inch there.
Okay.
People think that seems a lot, but it gives it a better look. You can do less, but you're making the effort. Let's have a bit of a.
This much is your fluffiness.
Yeah. And you stitch across the edge of your wadding. And you can feel where that is, but it's an inch. So you get to the end.
It's an amazing price for this kit, you know.
Yeah.
It really is.
It is. It's a good price because it's gorgeous fabric, and it's got the best fabric inside as well.
Quick and easy.
So I've done my seam. It's
quick. If you want the last one, you've got to be quick.
It's on the right side of my work, which is just crazy, isn't it, that you're putting the rough side on the outside.
Yeah.
When you've done that, join all the rows together, and then you snip. And this is as hard as it gets. Make a cup of coffee, sit down, and snip.
A nice pair of sharp scissors.
Yes.
Guess who normally gets this job?
Yeah.
Is that your job, Mark?
I was good at this.
I should imagine it's quite therapeutic, though, to sit. Oh, we have technically sold out on the kit. Now, we do have the pattern for you, because you can get the pattern pair, of course, to make the cushion and also the quilt. You can choose the fabric of your choice for making that particular one. If you get the pattern pieces, it's entirely up to you what fabrics you go for. But the kit itself is now sold out. That means I can't get mine.
No. To keep in a box until you've got time.
I'm going to start bringing a sewing machine into Hochanda, I think. And then in between shows, I can sit and sew.
You can.
So well, it would be a great project for me, that, though. Yeah. I'm going to start doing it. After I've prepped for tomorrow's shows, I've got shows for myself tomorrow, I've got to prep for those
You've just
today.
been telling us how much you've got to do today.
I have, I've got loads to do.
So I've just snipped, and you'd snip all of the seams like we have on this one and on the cushion, like that. And then you can pop it in the washing machine and it fluffs it up. Or you can just rub it. And it fluffs it up more in the washing machine, but if you just rub, it'll start fluffing up, you see.
Oh, I really like it. So, with wear and use, this isn't going to spoil at all, is it? It's just going to stay looking really lovely.
Yeah, and it'll get softer and cuddlier all the time.
Cuddlier? Is that a word as well?
Yeah, it's all new words today.
Is that a feather cushion in there?
It's a duck feather
I can tell.
We have got the 18
feather cushion inside.
Yeah, on the
website.
Are they on the website? Wonderful. Yeah. That's great to know.
And what you do is you make all your pieces up like this, and then you put your backing on so that it's the wrong sides together the same, so that round the edge, you see, that takes in the backing when you do the snipping.
Yeah.
Leave one edge open entirely to get your pad in.
Okay.
But snip it.
Yeah.
And then when you've snipped it and washed it and dried it, put the pad in, and then you can hand stitch across there. It's the best way to keep the fluffy edges, because you can always pull that out and wash it when you know something happens to it. So there you go.
I just love it. Now then, we are just going to remind you of one or two more things. Just pop onto the website with us. There you can see, of course, that it's the quickest way to order, quickest and fastest route for you. You can see all those different block numbers. Just a reminder of those on there for you as well. It's block 11 currently in this show, but you can get every single block that's already out there for you if you've missed one or you want to start looking for these. Now, do shop for the brand, totally patched, and you will find absolutely everything. You can see those duck feather cushions there as well. Great price at $11.99. You can see 5-star reviews there as well. I would definitely go for the duck feather cushion if you've gone for that kit, because it makes such a difference having the duck feather rather than you know, one of those fibre filled cushions.
You can feel the difference straight away.
You certainly can. Yeah, you really can. Now, of course, a little bit of a reminder about the new today with the block. This is block 11, so I presume there's going to be 12 of these to complete the quilt then?
Yeah, it will be next month.
Next month, number 12.
Oh, we've got a question coming in about this, actually. Let's see what... Can you use... can you use the top section in the middle, the backing in the middle?
For the backing? The backing fabric?
Can you use the backing in the middle, is what I'm being asked.
Yes, because we've done it quilted. You can quilt it in 3 sections.
Right, okay.
The top and the middle are the same size, right?
Yeah.
So if you've ordered, on the website, there's loads of choices. So if you've ordered top or 2 tops, let's say, you can use one for top and one for middle.
Okay.
Next month, we're going to do bottom, and that's a little bit wider.
I see.
But you can't go wrong yet because you haven't got it.
that's good to know.
So if you've ordered 2, they'll do your top and your middle.
Yes. Wonderful.
But then bottom will be
different size,
a slightly different size. Yeah.
Right, that was well worth asking, so thank you for the question there. Now, if you want block 11, £21.99, 414924. Of course, you can go onto the website and buy any of the other blocks as well. You can also get the full quilt, so you can get everything. Now, the details on screen for you. You are actually saving £20 if you go for the full quilt, and we can give you that on the flexi-buy option as well. 3 payments of £76.66, 499091 being the item number. And you can see how beautiful that quilt is there. We've got the whole quilt, and it's a big size. It will fit a king-size bed. Oh, the linen quilt. We've seen a demonstration for that. We're going to give you a reminder on this one as well. So you've got quarter 1 and quarter 2. New today, quarter 2. You can get either or both, of course, on the item number 643223. If you just want one of them, choose the option that you want. If you wanted to start this quilt and you haven't got any of it yet, you can go for both options. We can also offer you the full quilt as well. So if you're just going for the quarters there, you can do, but there on the screen now we've got the full quilt. Oh, look at all those pieces, and they're all pre-cut for you as well. Absolutely amazing. £154.99. 175,512 is the item number. I'm just mesmerised by these. They're beautiful. There is the quilt behind us. You can see it. It's absolutely stunning. It really, really is. Split again over those 3 payments of £51.66. I think Dave might be buying this one. I've heard he's got his eye on it. It's absolutely gorgeous. Can't give you the cushion because it's gone, unfortunately.
Dave might have to hurry up.
Yes, they might have to hurry up on those. Yes, Dave, certainly. We'll have a word with him in a minute. When are you back? Do you know?
Next
when you're
month,
back?
Yeah, the first Sunday
First
every month.
Sunday of every month.
Yes.
Wonderful. So do stay tuned with us for further shows today, of course, and don't forget about Pat and Mark. The first Sunday of every month. Join them next time, totally patched. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll see you very soon. Stay with us.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, everybody. Thank you so much, Mark and Pat.
It's okay.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be...
Hi there, let me introduce you to the Hochanda app. This is our free app that allows you to watch Hochanda live, on the go, anywhere, anytime, and purchase items featured on air, giving you a quicker and easier method of shopping using your mobile phone or tablet whilst watching us anywhere, and it's free. You can find Hochanda by simply accessing your iPhone's App Store or Android through Google Play, typing in Hochanda into the search bar and downloading. Once downloaded, this places Hochanda onto your home screen for easy access. Then simply tap the Hochanda icon to access Hochanda anytime via the app. Once open, you'll notice the current live show will automatically appear. If you turn your phone or tablet on its side, the live stream automatically becomes full screen. But that's not all. At the top of the app, you have 4 icons. The first icon is Live. Here you will find the live stream along with all the items featured in the current show. The next one is TV Schedule, where you'll be able to access the past month shows, catch up and purchase any items featured at the tap of a button. The third one is Your Search, where you can search our entire website for any items you've seen on Hochanda. The fourth button, currently this should be empty, but we can soon rectify that. When you add an item to your basket, you'll be asked if you wish to continue shopping or go directly to your basket for checkout. Once you reach your basket, you'll notice it is very similar to our website, where you can choose different postage methods as well as applying any current voucher codes. Simply agree to the terms and conditions to check out securely. Log in with your account using your registered email and password. Hochanda Go will automatically detect if you are a Freedom member and will deduct your postage accordingly. Also on the screen, you can select your delivery and billing address. Once these have been selected, tap Checkout Securely. This takes you through to the payment page. Here you can make your preferred payment selection. Then once this has been selected, simply tap Submit Order and your item will be on its way. The Hochanda app. Download it now, watch live and order anywhere, anytime, on the go.
Hello, I'm Paula and I'd like to welcome you to the wonderful world of witchcraft. We're situated in this fabulous building called the Corn Exchange, right in the centre of Doncaster, and we've been here about 16 years. We're delighted to be working with Hochanda, bringing you lots of fabulous products and demonstrations and hopefully lots of inspiration to help you craft along the way. So join us here soon on Hochanda.
A very good afternoon to you. I hope you are well. I have the fantastic Tracy Evans with us. How are you, Tracy?
Very good, thank you, Janice.
I'm very excited about this show.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Very excited. Welcome to Hochanda. If you've not heard of PowerTex before, we just want to take a few moments to talk to you about the wonders of PowerTex, so you're all set up for the show and ready to start checking out your baskets. So let's walk through some of the samples we've got here in the studio and talk about what PowerTex actually is.
Yeah, I think it's a nice idea because the samples tell the story,
Yes.
really, don't they, of what PowerTex is. Essentially, PowerTex is a fabric hardener, and as you can see here, some of these samples, this is a little pair of kiddies' jeans that have been stiffened, can go in the garden. It's weatherproof, so you could put a plant in there. Really nice way of having a memory of when your children were small or grandchildren.
That's a really good idea. And this is using the clear PowerTex.
Yeah, the transparent PowerTex.
Transparent PowerTex.
Yeah. If you're going to put transparent outside,
Yes.
sorry Janice, butting in, but
No,
just
it's all right.
it's important that we stress, if transparent PowerTex is going outside, you do need to varnish it.
Right, okay.
Okay.
We do have the transparent on the show today. The details for that are at the bottom of the screen. We'll be going through the counter in a moment's time, but just so you can shop ahead. I think that is an absolutely fantastic idea. So PowerTex takes fabrics, any fabrics?
Natural fibres are best.
Okay.
If you're going to make something weatherproof, if you're going to create something that you think you're going to put outside, 80% natural fibres or more will work best.
Perfect.
If you're doing a canvas for inside or a mixed media piece and it's not going to get wet, it will still harden the fabric, it just won't make it water resistant.
Now we'll take it to another level, because that's taking a pair of jeans as they are and making it into a structure, but you can also use this to make different structures, so you can actually mould this, and that's
Yes.
what we've got right here. This isn't made out of clay, it's not carved, this is fabric.
It's fabric. So you're recycling. You're using old T-shirts, bits of curtain material, rick-rack. You can recycle all your fabrics and you can create lovely things with it.
That is amazing. Again, here's another sample using some lace.
Lace. We have some texture packs just to get you started on the show. Natural fibres so that you can sort of get an idea, and there's some beautiful lace in that pack that you can get a feel of what you can use.
You know, it almost reminds me of ironworks. Once it's stiff, the lace, which
Yes,
is incredible.
yeah.
Like you know, the Victorian ironworks.
When it
and
was
the
so
grapes.
beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, it is truly, truly amazing. Another great sample to show you before we head on and show you what's in the show. That was a lot of shows, wasn't it? Is this. This is something similar to what we're going to see today in the demonstration.
Based on the work of an artist that I found online, Elfie Seller, I think it is, something like that. And she does a lot of work using textiles and incorporating it into landscape type of art. And I was using her work as inspiration there. Used one of the girls that worked for me, Claire, her daughter's school top there.
That's brilliant.
And then made it into a nice art piece.
So many different inspirations and ideas. One more to show you before we head on in, because PowerTex isn't all about fabrics. You can use PowerTex with the clay as well. And this is something similar to an item that I made and created. I've put the picture on my Facebook page. I was lucky enough to come along to one of the garden parties last year and experienced using PowerTex, and I loved it. Loved it.
Yeah,
really
really is amazing. It really is amazing stuff. There are lots of ways that you can incorporate it, other products that you can mix into it, but these are, it's simple, but it's incredible.
It really is.
It's a leather boot, hardened with PowerTex. Joanne, one of our tutors, made that. She doesn't actually know I brought it along, so I hope she's watching to see it. She brought it to my house and left it for us to put in the garden. It's been there since the garden party.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it
Wow.
was full of water, actually. I had to tip out the water to bring it.
That is amazing, isn't it? So don't throw out your old boots. Get your PowerTex and turn them into
Turn it
works of art.
Just something wonderful, isn't it?
It really is. Right, well, we're going to be taking a look at what we've got in the show now. You've got a taster of what PowerTex can do do for you, head to the website, have a look, go and shop ahead so that you can see those 5-star reviews and you can pop the items into your basket. Do a bit of research on it, see the amount of artists, not just here in the UK but throughout the world, that use PowerTex in the most extraordinary ways. We've also got plenty of pigments and paints and sprays on the show as well, and we've got some great demonstrations with Tracy on the show. Get your questions in, get your inspirations in if you want to, and it'd be lovely to hear from you. So we're going to take you down the counter, we're going to show you what you've got, we're going to be with Tracy as well just to get the expert advice, and then we're going to head for the demonstrations. Okay. Right, here is the PowerTex. This is where the magic starts. Of course, the magic starts with your inspiration. But let's start with the first item. You've got your black, your bronze and your ivory. You get to choose from any of these. £16.99. And of course, with the colours, that's what it will turn your fabric into. That's right. I'm going to be using ivory in my first demonstration, the first hour, and I'm going to be using bronze in my second hour so that you can see the difference, and we'll talk about the advantages and disadvantages of using them. Yeah, because it's not just this show, you're back at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock today. So you get to choose there, £16.99 worth every single penny, 535991. Now if you have fabric and it's gorgeous and it's beautiful and it's vibrant and lots of colours, and those colours bring back memories for you, why don't you use the transparent where you can keep the colours of the fabric? That's right. Now that is just a bottle with fabric on there. Yes, a wine bottle. So, of course, you've got to empty the bottle first. It's always a good idea, but that makes it fun, doesn't it? It makes it fun. It's beautiful, isn't it? It really is. And as you can see, that is solid. It goes really solid. Actually, if you harden fabric with PowerTex and it's natural fibres, when it's completely dried, you can drill into it. It goes that hard that you can actually drill into it. Oh, you're going to have so much fun with this. You really, really are. So that's your transparent, £14.99. It's 1 kilogram as well, so it's a good weight to that. Yes, you've got plenty there to make some fabulous projects. Yeah, you really have. Do please pop those into your basket. Let's move on because we have got some wonderful embellishments for you. These are gorgeous, Tracy. They're really, really detailed, aren't they? Really beautiful. Really are. And I thought dragonflies, butterflies, some lovely wings there. There is a little canvas at the back with some wings on it, and we're going to be using, I haven't decided yet, dragons or butterflies on my canvas that I'm doing next. Maybe you could decide that for us. Get that information in quick on our website and we'll create and make what you would like. If you do want to go for this, you are getting your butterflies, you've got your wings in there, your dragonflies, all of this, £12.99. It is excellent value for money when you see the detail that you get in there. 351559. Now, we've got some natural fibres. We alluded to this at the start of the show. Yes, I mentioned it. Now, why would we want these, Tracy? I thought it was a really good thing to put together for people that are new to PowerTex and are thinking, well, natural fibres, what exactly do you mean? How will I know? So there's a selection there of things that I love to use and that are going to be really good for the projects that we're doing. Okay. So some really fine stockinette there works beautifully. There's a bundle of lace. There's about 3 metres there. Oh, that's a good size. Power cotton. These 100% cotton threads are brilliant for adding texture and fibres on your work. 100% cotton t-shirt yarn, again, great for your projects. And this is paper decoration. Now, it's mulberry bark. Oh, right, yes. And it's before it becomes paper. Oh, really? So you've got more texture left in it. Well, that'd be nice. And Enchanted Forest, fantastic for giving all that barky, lovely texture. Yeah, it would. So I thought we'd have some of that in there as well. 20% of the stock has gone already of this. I don't blame you, because you know, although we're saying you can recycle, if you're new and you're not really sure what you can use, this is a brilliant way. And then go off and think, oh, well, actually, yes, I've got this, and actually, I've got that. Yeah, it gives you a taster, doesn't it? Yeah. So very, very busy for that. Only £9.99. It is excellent value for money. Let's move on, because we've got some stencils as well, because these are always handy, of course. We've got some canvases around the show today that have some of these stencils worked with. Some very, very good size as well, 12 by 12. But it's about the different elements that are inside.
So these stencils here were designed by Brigitte Grade, who developed PowerTex. It's her product. Some lovely phrases there. I like to use, if I'm doing a mixed media piece, I like to use a stencil. I love words. So as your first starting point, and then you can work over it, and even if you've only got a little tiny bit poking out, it's still lovely that it's there.
Yeah, I know
so
what you mean.
these really lend themselves to that.
Now you get to choose between these. Of course, if you want both, the price will change accordingly. But you get to choose between the two, so you do have some wonderful sentiments in there. Dance in the rain, art is a mystery. Believe in yourself, live your dreams every single day. And then you've got that beautiful script on this side as well. 958278, just to explain, you get to choose. So you can go for this one, which is Dance in the Rain. £9.99, 12 by 12, lots of elements on there though as well. And you also get 3 palette knives, by the way. Get 3 palette knives to apply your texture paste, or you can go for the Art of Life. If you want to go for both, I think I would, go for both, then the price will just change accordingly. It's perfect. So let's pop those there. Let's have a look at the next item we've got. These are your paper decorations. Let's just talk about what we would use these for.
Now, there's a piece of that in that texture pack that we've put together.
Yes.
But I think that when everyone sees how we use it and the amazing texture that it gives, they're going to want more. So we've put these two colours together. You could use this with your transparent and allow the colour to show, or if you use your darker colours, it's just going to give you the texture. So you've got that flexibility there.
It's fabulous, isn't it? Only £10.99 for the twin pack here. 399,223. Now, if you're popping items into your basket comes to £60 or more. You can open up a flexi buy, which makes it really easy for you to buy as far as your money is concerned, because we'll only take half the payment today. We'll send everything out to you. You can start to make and create, and then we'll take the next payment at the start of April.
Wow, that's good, isn't it?
I can't believe that the months are just whizzing by.
Absolutely flies, doesn't it?
Now, let's talk about some embellishments for you. These are your plaster set of 4 doors and 6 assorted faces. Beautiful these are.
Little enchanted doors.
Yes.
I'm going to use one on my canvas and on my demonstration. But the figures that you saw earlier on that we said about using your fabrics.
Yes.
You can use these faces to build those figures.
Oh, I tell you what, you just stay right there. Let me go and grab one of those. So, sorry, I'm just racing off. But they are fantastic. And sometimes it's really nice to see what we're talking about. Let me place that there for you. As you can see, you can take one of the faces.
There she is, look.
And you can make and create
Put it on
inside.
there.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Really is.
And unless you're very clever, you can't sculpt a face like this.
No, I mean, look at the detail in that.
So, you know, that's a really good way to get you started. And, of course, the enchanted doors, the fairy doors, are brilliant for doing your enchanted forest theme.
Yeah, they are. If you want to go for these, 110669, £9.99. Absolutely fantastic. Now, we've got some pick and mixes available for you on the show. And our first set of pick and mix is right here. Let's talk about the acrylics that we've got.
Right, so these are, excuse me, medium-bodied acrylics. Yes. They work beautifully over the top of your PowerTex, your lighter colours, to give it colour. They're not brilliant over the dark colours. They work on ivory the best. It's what I'm going to use in my first demonstration, so you can see how that will work.
So, with your pick and mix, £10.99. All the options are coming up on the bottom of the screen that you see there. And you get to pick and mix any 3. If you were going for 3, not putting you on the spot, which 3 would you go for today?
It's very easy for me, I'm afraid. I can just move those like that. And those are my 3.
Are they? Just there?
Yes.
Why that? Is that
I can't help it. It's the way...
It's what you're drawn to.
Yeah.
Well, you can... oh, excuse me. Choose any 3. Right, we'll go on to the next item. Where my voice has suddenly gone.
Well, we're both doing it now. We've both gone croaky.
Sometimes the air conditioning, isn't it? Right.
Yeah.
Let's move on to our next pick and mix that we've got here. Again, you get to choose any 3. And these are your pearl pigments. Love these as well.
Yeah. Now, they will show beautifully on your darker hardness.
Will they?
Yes. So they'll show up over that. If we tip these up, look at the colours there.
Yeah.
They're just fantastic.
They are
beautiful,
very,
vibrant
very
colours.
aren't they?
Yeah. So I'm going to use them on top of my acrylic paints on my first demonstration,
Okay.
so you'll see that. But on top of the dark colour hardness, they're beautiful.
Perfect. So we'll get to see those in a moment's time. And then let's talk about the vistas that we've got in the show. Now, this is something I've learnt about as well. And this is made from...
walnut shells.
Walnut shells.
It's an old-fashioned walnut ink.
Yes.
The original walnut ink was brown.
Yeah.
And used in quill pens. And about 3 years ago, we were lucky enough we got it with different coloured tints. You can choose, this is a pick and mix as well, so you can choose which colours you fancy.
One thing I might say, because these are made from the walnut shells, that will be made in an area where, of course, they're shelling, so there might be nuts involved.
Yeah, there is that that element
so
to it.
So it might be an idea, just have a think about that. If you do have an allergy towards nuts, do think very carefully about the purchase of these. It's only something that I do need to tell you. It's something that I just suddenly thought, one of the nuts, you know, just in case. But it is made from walnut, so it's a very organic product, but you do need to think about that. You get to pick and mix any 3. The details will be on the website, £10.99, 219159. We're going to head towards the demonstration area now with Tracy. If you've got any inspiration, we would love to see it. Place it onto Facebook, on the Hochanda Facebook. We've got lots of questions to read out in a moment's time, but please do put your inspirations on there, because it's about showing each other what you do and seeing your passion as well as our passion for the products. Let's take a look, though, at some inspiration. Okay. Yeah. I guess that air conditioning, but there's no air conditioning on, is there? Just something, you know, when it gets to you. Oh, you happy, Tracy? Some lovely inspiration there, lovely ideas as well. Well, we've had lots of questions in which we will be asking Tracy, and we'll be interspersing those into the demonstration. But let's take a look at what we're doing first.
Okay. I like to cut up my stencil so that I can choose how I put these lovely phrases on.
Okay.
And I'm going to use some of the Easy Structure. We have this on the show in a large size. If you already know Easy Structure and you know you love it, then it's available on the show in that size. But we also have it in this small size, so that if you see me using it and you think, oh, I wonder if I would like that or not, you can buy it in this sort of trial pack. You get the small Easy Structure,
yes,
some Easy 3D powder, you get some varnish, and you get some Easy Coat. So that gives you a good sort of start out point to try out some of the PowerTex products.
Yeah, and I've got that just here in my hand. I know normally we're very, very busy for this when we have it in the show. So if you do want that, £14.99, 772-555. A really good idea actually to try it out first, like you say.
Well, we listened to it, we were asked about it, you know, is it in smaller sizes, so that we can try it. So there you are, we've done it.
Oh, that's nice. I like the font in that, Tracy.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? The thing with the Easy Structure is it's a heavy-bodied structure paste. Okay, so you can spread this really thin if you want to, but if you leave it thicker, you get your stencil will really stand quite proud.
Okay.
When it's dry, it's water resistant. So you can spray on it, you can rub it, you can wipe it, and you won't destroy what you've created.
How long will it take to dry?
I've actually got a heat gun here. It doesn't take very many minutes. Depends how thick you've put it on, you see.
Yeah.
But I'm just putting down some random texture because I might be able to see that, I might not, but it just means when we finish it off, I've got lots of interest going on.
Yeah.
So when we do some painting later on, I've got something to pick up.
Yeah, yeah, and to work with, and, and to almost like, how can I say, sometimes when you've got your texture on there, it will grab the inks and the paints and just pull it.
Yeah, and it's a nice surprise.
Yeah.
You think, oh yeah, that's lovely.
It is a nice surprise, it really is.
So I'm just going to go over this with my heat gun.
Okay, whilst you do that, I've got a question.
Okay.
Afternoon all, please can you please, sorry, that's me reading it out wrong. Afternoon all, I bought the clear PowerTex last time you're on, and I wish to use it for lots of wicker baskets that I got in an auction. Ooh. And I wish to use them outside of my garden. Will I still need to varnish them? That's a good question, Sandra.
I would, yes. I would put some easy varnish on them if they're going outside, because the transparent PowerTex isn't weatherproof on its own.
Right.
So you would need to put some varnish on.
Perfect. Another question from Angela. Hi, which clay would I use with PowerTex to make the horse sculpture? It's proven to be popular. Let me go and get that, because it is fabulous. I made one of these. You can see the picture of mine on the website. It really is fabulous. So what clay would we use for this?
This is stone art clay. This is PowerTex stone art clay. I'm not sure whether we've got any on the show this time.
Oh, not sure if we do, but we wanted to answer the question for you.
Yeah.
But it is fabulous. And then you mix it with your PowerTex.
Yeah. It makes an air drying clay, actually. That is very pliable, isn't it, Janice?
Yes, it is. Yes, I know that.
Janice came along, never having used PowerTex before, any form of PowerTex, did you?
No.
You had a good day.
I did, absolutely loved it. So that's answered your question. I'll go and put this back on there.
Let's make sure this is nice and dry.
Thanks for your questions, by the way. Any more, just email them in and we'll answer as many as we can whilst we've got Tracy Expert here.
Okay. Now, I'm doing something like this canvas.
Okay.
So this is a school T-shirt again. I've quite a good supply of these. Children grow so quickly, don't they? That, you know, you've always got T-shirts. And I'm going to put that onto there. I'm going to use my ivory PowerTex. This lid keeps welding on. It gets.
Yeah, we did try and get it off earlier on.
So I'm going to just pour that out. Always give your bottle a good shake.
Okay.
Mix it up well, because it does tend to separate as it sits there. So we've given that a good shake before we came on. I'm going to put some gloves on. You don't need to wear gloves. It's water-based, non-toxic, environmentally friendly, all of that.
Yes.
But it's just a bit messy for here. Quite often at home I don't. And probably by the end of today I won't have gloves on.
Probably not.
I'm just going to put that in there. And I need to get plenty of PowerTex on it. But I don't want to end up with it absolutely saturated. So let me just show you. I've got loads on there. I'm going to give it a good squeeze out. And then I'm going to open it up. And can you see on the camera that
yes, it's
where the creamy bit is, I've got PowerTex, and then it's much lighter there where I haven't got it. So I need to make sure that I massage that through. You notice I'm not bothered about it dripping onto my canvas.
No.
It's all texture, isn't it? It's all going to add a bit of interest. It might well be covered up with this T-shirt before I've finished.
Now I've had another question. Dear lovely Hochanda, oh that's nice, this is from Diana, thank you Diana. If you make a box out of card, can I cover it with material and coat with PowerTex to make a strong box? It's interesting. So put the material on first and then paint the PowerTex on.
I don't see why not. It's just a case of making sure that you get the PowerTex to go all the way through the fabric. See, I'm being quite thorough and going round and really checking to make sure I've got PowerTex on there, because if you haven't got PowerTex on, it won't harden it.
Yeah, might be an idea maybe to soak it beforehand and then mould it around the box.
I think that would be.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be easier. The only tip I would give you there, if you're doing a box, the little box that I did behind, the first one I did, I got some lace and I dipped it and wrapped all the way round. Forgot that basically PowerTex is water-based.
Yes.
So when you wet fabric, it kind of stretches a bit. So then I wrapped it round and then it shrank.
Oh,
and
it dries?
Squeezed in my box and the lid wouldn't fit on anymore. So
what did you do?
There, had to do another one.
What did you do? I did another one.
Because I didn't think about that beforehand.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
You know,
that's true.
You need to consider that when you're wrapping your fabric round. Don't go all the way round and pull it tight.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. I hope that's answered your question, Diana. I'll put that back as you carry on.
So I'm just smearing a bit of PowerTex onto here, because I'm going to put this fabric on here and it will just grab on a little bit easier. You see, I'm not being pernickety about it. I'm not very good at pernickety.
That's a good word.
Now I can start and shape my t-shirt, and I want to make it look quite natural. I don't want to make it look too contrived.
So the PowerTex also acts as a glue, doesn't it?
It works as a glue perfectly. So if I just play around with this, don't rush it. You've got about an hour to play with this piece of fabric before it will stop being sticky and stop holding on. So don't rush it. Play with the fabric and get it to lie just how you're happy. I want it to stay in the middle, so I need to pull that over a little bit more, otherwise my tree will be growing lopsided. And just turn the collar a bit, and generally
you can have a lot of fun with it, can't you, just manipulating the fabrics like that.
Yeah, just pull it round, use a bit more PowerTex and make sure it sticks down. Once this is dry, if you've got some bits that are sticking out that you don't particularly like, you can still go around with your scissors and snip them off.
Yeah.
I have got some bits of fabric here that I kind of cut to size. So I'm going to start and construct my tree, but I don't want to do that with such big pieces. Just see, look, I just love it. Just get your fingers in, spread it around, and all of these marks that I'm making will all add to the finished piece.
Yeah, you don't need to be careful, you don't need to use a brush. I'd definitely get your hands in there and create texture.
Yeah, it's perfect. And then using strips of fabric.
Now we've had a message, Tracy, that your new grandson is watching, Riley. Hello, Riley.
I'm sure he really knows I'm
how old is Riley?
It was his should-have-been born day yesterday, but he's 2.5 weeks old now.
Oh,
yeah,
sweet.
Should have been born yesterday.
Oh,
he made an early appearance.
That's good. He probably couldn't wait for the show.
No, that's right. He probably thought, yeah, she's going to be on, I'm going to be there. I doubt it. So can you see, I'm using different textures here.
Yes. I was just looking at one of the finished samples here that I've got in front of me to see that. I was watching you place that down and then seeing the different textures that make up that tree to give it a realistic
And even a piece of lace in there works.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter. It's all adding to it. And this is one of my favourite products, is the Power Cotton.
Is that what you used for the hair or the mane of the horse?
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm going to get that again to show you. This is fascinating when you see what is being used. If I pick up some of this,
yeah,
and is it that there? Yeah,
yeah.
On the horse's mane here, or the unicorn's mane, just dipping that into PowerTex makes it nice and stiff for you to manipulate and solid. Yeah. And that gives you an indication, if you've not used PowerTex before, exactly what it can do for you. Love that.
So I've got small strips of fabric here. They're scraps, really scraps. I think this is a piece of that, the original T-shirt, but it's a slightly different texture to that T-shirt, so it will work to add something to it.
I think once the PowerTex is added to it, it makes it fun to use, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can
because it turns it into something completely different. You know, it's still fabric, but when you bend it, when you move it, it stays.
That's right.
Unless you want to change it.
That's right. You can take it all off and start again if you want to, because you've got time.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that is so good about it, is that you're not in a rush. You can enjoy it. I'm not a sewer. I can't even thread a needle, I don't think. But lots of people do so. And all these little pieces of fabric, you know, you've now got an excuse not to throw any of them away, because you've got something else that you can do with it.
So again, as long as it's natural, so cotton, would you use anything that's nylon?
Nylon's not great, to be honest, but you can use some synthetic materials on a canvas like this.
Yes.
It's not going to be going outside, is it? So it's not going to be an issue that it won't be weatherproof. But if you're making something for outside, 80% natural fibres or more.
How about paper? Shredded paper, scrap paper?
Yeah, perfect. Why not? It adds texture. So, you see, I decided I wanted that to be behind there, so I've just lifted it up. Move it out the way. I'm not worrying about this stencil behind here, because there'll be enough of it showing.
Yeah.
Just to add a bit of interest in there. I'm not making something that's perfect, or a card that somebody needs to be able to read the sentiment. You know, that's the thing, isn't it, on a card?
The stencils are actually very, very popular. Almost half the stock has gone already.
That's good.
This is fascinating to see you build this up, because when we see it on the overhead camera like that, it really does look like a tree with all the different textures.
See, this is completely a scrap.
Yeah.
But that's how I like it, because if you cut perfect little pieces, you get tempted to be perfect.
Yes.
But if you've got a scrap of fabric that you put down like that, and it kind of does its own thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It decides how it's going to lie, how it wants to be. I don't like that bit of the collar there, so I'm just going to twist it round a bit. There we are, that looks a bit better. So we can carry on. I'm going to put one more piece on, because I want my tree to go all the way to the top.
If you didn't have a heat gun or anything to heat dry it with, and you were just leaving it out to dry, how long would you leave it before you add any inks or paints or sprays? Or
at least an hour.
Okay.
You can dry it with a hairdryer. If I'm drying the fabric, if I wanted to speed this up, I would use a hairdryer rather than a heat gun.
Okay.
A heat gun tends to be a little bit too hot where fabric's concerned. For drying your texture paste, it's great, but for drying the fabric. But if you just left it at least an hour, I prefer to leave it until the next day, to be honest. See, I've added more branches there and I still haven't done that bit, but don't worry about that.
I'm just loving how you're building this up.
Times
and I like the way you're not being too careful, but the fabric's falling, but it's falling perfectly as a tree would.
I kind of think I let the fabric tell me where it wants to be, you know, what it wants to do. That's enchanted, isn't it, I suppose?
Yes, yes it is, yes.
So I'm going to take that piece up there so that I've got it going all the way to the top. And then what shall we do, Janice? Shall we have a butterfly or a dragonfly?
Ooh, have we had any suggestions on Facebook? Has anyone suggested? Let me think. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. And we'll see which one speaks to me with the tree. Oh, where are you going to put it? Just within the tree?
It depends what you give me where I'm going to put it.
Does it? Oh, right, OK. I'm going to give you a dragonfly.
OK.
Now, does it... Size-wise, shall I pick? Large or small?
It's not really going to be in scale, is it? So it doesn't really matter.
OK. These just pop out. I'll let you decide which one you want to use, but we'll use the dragonfly.
We're going to go for dragonfly.
Yes, that one's just naturally come out. Oh, look at the detail on these. And these are laser cut MDF, and they are available. And you've got some, you get 5 butterflies, 4 dragonflies, and you get some wings as well. But look at the detail in that. That really is amazing. Love that.
Beautiful. I will put that one on for you.
OK, that's the one I want.
I'm just going to use a little bit of this bark here now because I think it needs it.
OK.
Now when you put the bark in, or mulberry paper, whatever we call it, I call it bark, but
yeah.
Once it's in the PowerTex, it goes soft and you can pull it and shape it and stretch it, tear it, and get some fantastic texture in there. I've left this piece of pink fabric here just so that I can say to you that ivory PowerTex, it's best to use light colours because it is a little bit translucent. Even that grey, you can see, is showing slightly through. It does tend to let the colour come through a little bit.
Okay.
So, if you're selecting your fabrics to do this, if you're going to create something like this, choose light colours.
Right.
It just makes your job easier. I mean, we're going to spray Bister over it and
if
all
you
sorts,
wanted to use the brown PowerTex and leave it as a natural tree rather than spraying it,
yeah,
you could do that as well.
Yeah, the other canvas at the back there.
Can I get it?
Kim did that one for me, Kim McKelvey. She's one of our tutors. And she sent that down for me. And she's used the bronze PowerTex to create the tree. She's also used ivory at the bottom.
Yeah.
She's really mixed it up. And then she's used transparent for those mossy bits.
That's amazing. And then this is a t-shirt.
Yeah.
When you look closer. I love that.
So
that's beautiful.
I'm just putting a little door in the middle there, look. One of my plaster doors. Poke it in there in the bottom of the tree.
Oh, that's nice.
And it just gives it that enchanted tree look. I'm going to take my gloves off now.
You could do something with the gloves if you let the gloves dry. You could do something with those as well.
They don't dry on the plastic.
No,
Plastic's
the
one thing that it doesn't really stick to.
Needs to be
but
natural.
what quite a lot of our tutors do is they save these.
Yes.
And then when they're making a sculpture, they use them as stuffing.
There you go. Brilliant idea.
So you don't
Brilliant
have to throw
idea.
anything away.
Perfect. So, are we going to let that dry now before we apply the inks, or will we apply?
No, we'll do that straight away.
Will we? Okay.
Yeah, straight on. So, there's 7 colours of the Bister.
There is, yes.
I'm using brown and blue.
Okay.
Just because they were the first ones I pulled out, to be honest.
What are the colours of the Bisters? Can we mention them out?
I know them.
We'll scroll them along the bottom because these are, again, made from the walnut shells. So you've got black, you've got brown, you've got green, you've got yellow, you've got red, you've got blue, and you have got mahogany. Yes. So you can choose any 3 of those. It's on a pick and mix, £10.99, and we're just about to use a couple of the colours here so you can see the intensity and how they work.
Okay. When you get your Bista, don't be afraid of it.
No.
You know, you've got this lovely cream thing here. If you want to get this kind of effect, you need to be generous with your Bista. So don't be afraid. Don't sort of spray a tiny bit and then, oh, it's making it dirty. Just get plenty on. And it will soak into that fabric and give it really lovely depth.
It's a lovely colour.
And then I'm going to use blue at the top. If I was worried about those splashes,
yes,
I'd spray it to the side first on some kitchen paper or something. But I'm not worried because it just adds to it. Now that we can leave to dry.
You see, that looks totally different now, and it really brings out the detail with the colour of that door, doesn't it?
Yeah, you see that it's there now, can't you?
You see, probably when you've joined us at the top of the show and you've never seen PowerTex before and you start to see us using an old T-shirt and old bits of rag and building it up, you think, oh, where are they going with this? But now you see, even with that spray on, how it brings out the textures that you've applied and starts to deliver that creativity, and you can do so much more with that as well. Are we going to let that dry now?
We are. Just to say that the dragonfly, I'm going to put in there, I'm going to get a brush while I'm changing over and just paint that over, because I want that to go on there clean.
Right.
Because when I want to brighten it up like this, it's easier if I just have the ivory PowerTex on it.
So we're using the PowerTex now as we would use perhaps something like gesso?
Yes.
You know, when we paint MDF.
That's right, just like a gesso. And it also, I will use PowerTex to stick it on there.
See? You can use PowerTex for so many different tasks in your creativity. If you need to pop things into your basket and you're a Freedom member, then it is going to be a delivered price directly to your door. And if you are popping things into your basket and they come to £60 or more, you can divide the cost into 2. And here's Leonie to tell us more.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
It does. It's fascinating, isn't it? It really is. If you've never tried PowerTex before, I urge you to do so. You can make some incredible, incredible structures to go in your home or to go in your garden as well. Those little talking points. Look at this, a glass, maybe an old glass that you're not using anymore. It could be a vase, but using fabrics and materials and PowerTex, look at the work that you can create. It really is enchanting. It's beautiful. Whatever your theme may be, whatever your creativity lends you, you can make and create. It's fascinating, isn't it? It really is. That's just one sample. Let me place that down. Something that's been very popular is the transparent PowerTex. What's the difference, you're saying? Well, if you're using brown PowerTex, it makes your fabrics brown. If you're using ivory, it makes your fabrics an ivory colour, which is then great for painting onto and adding your inks. But if the fabric itself is wonderful, fantastic and beautiful, why paint over it? Use the natural colours of the fabrics to bring out the details in your artwork, and that's using the transparent PowerTex. Still does the same. Still makes it hard, still be able to manipulate it, but all of that is the fabric. It's not been painted onto, so you've got the colours of the fabric coming through on that transparent PowerTex. And PowerTex is a substance that will make your fabrics hardened,
but you can still manipulate them and use them. But it will also act as the glue as well. Some more ideas. Let me pick this one up and show you. I believe this could have been using the brown PowerTex, and then using some elements of maybe some pigment inks on there, maybe some gilding wax, something like that, to bring out the detail and all of those creases that look incredible. Now, when you first put it on, you think to yourself, should I smooth that down? Or don't. Because when you bring the inks to it, it really brings out the texture that your fabrics deliver. And try and experiment with different fabrics as well. Different smooth fabrics, textured fabrics, and see the results that you get. And if you do have a little jacket or a t-shirt or a coat, look at this. I mean, this is a fabulous idea, isn't it? This is a small little jacket. You can see there it's even got the buttons on, and then used in PowerTex to make it into a structure. But if you know someone that's into their art, how amazing is that? Whether you want to turn an old boot into a work of art, again, how many times do you go to these boutique shops, for example, you see sculptures like this, and there's a hefty price tag on them. Well, there doesn't need to be, because these could be your old boots, the old boots that you're going to throw away. Don't throw them away. I've got boots that I've worn down the allotment for the past 3 years. If I get some PowerTex to them, it will bring a whole new lease of life. £14.99 if you want to go for your PowerTex, and that is your transparent PowerTex. You can then choose between the brown, the ivory and the black, and that's £16.99. So do make your choice. You can have both if you want to, why not? The details for the coloured PowerTex is at the bottom of your screen. The details for the transparent, as used in this particular model, love that. Absolutely brilliant. Put some plants in that, for example. Your transparent is £14.99. Please take a look at the other items we've got on the show as well, because they all work beautifully together. We're heading back to Tracy for some more demonstrations, and of course you can still get your questions in as well. Tracy's got another show at 4 o'clock today. In the meantime, let's take a look at some inspiration. All you want to do when you get PowerTex home is get your hands dirty and get right in there and start manipulating and giving it a go.
Didn't last long, did I?
No, you didn't. Nor did I, actually, to be fair. Right, we are here with Tracy Evans, and we've got some great demonstrations lined up for you. We've only got about 9 minutes left on the show. I don't know where it goes.
Oh, wow.
But this is it, isn't it, Tracy? You lose yourself when you're using these kind of mediums.
Absolutely. Just, it takes you to another place.
Yeah, it really does. Right, so we've got a canvas dry.
Yeah, this is one that I did earlier, and I'm just going to, as we're quite short of time, I'm going to get straight on to putting some acrylic paints on here.
Okay. And these are also on a pick and mix for your acrylics. Very busy for these, and the details are on the side of the screen there. There you go, £10.99, and you get to choose any three, and the colours are running along the bottom now. You've got your orange marmalade, your blueberry pie, your red velvet, lemon meringue, oh, it's making me hungry, raspberry sorbet, key lime, plum pudding, mint jelly, so you can choose from any
calories.
Yes, I like that. I like that. Very good, very good.
So I love these paints because I did actually put some sand and balls on here, by the way. I think we've got those on the show as well, but I think everyone knows you just sprinkle them onto your PowerTex. PowerTex will hold on to them. It works as the glue. But if you paint over what you've done, because they're a bit translucent, medium-bodied is the apparently the technical term, yes, it still lets everything else show through. Can you see here I've got some crackles?
Yes.
Now, when I sprayed the Vista on, I could have put a hairdryer on it and it would make it crack, but quite often, if you just leave it, you get these lovely cracks just develop in the warmth as it's drying. But you just...
I've got a question actually regarding the transparency. This question's from Debbie. Thanks for emailing in, Debbie. Just wondered, if you use the transparent PowerTex, will you be able to see the material colour when it's dry? And Debbie loves these products.
If I painted over it, Debbie, is that what you're saying? Sorry.
I think, Debbie, let me just grab this. I think this might answer your question, Debbie. This is using the transparent PowerTex with fabric. Yeah, it's transparent. You don't need to paint on it.
No, just... Let me just in case what you meant, Debbie, was if I painted over this, would I still see the pattern? I don't mind doing this. So I'm going to add some of my acrylic paint. And yes, the fact that the paint is quite translucent, you can still see the design. So, I don't know whether that was what you meant.
But it's a good demo to show, yes.
Yeah.
So if you're just using the transparent PowerTex, you see all the fabrics, because it's transparent, it's clear.
Yeah.
If you wanted to use paint on the transparent PowerTex, then you'll see the patterns that are underneath.
Because these are a little bit translucent, they still let the pattern come through. So whether that's quite what you meant, I'm not sure, but anyway... It doesn't matter, does it?
No,
it's
it
good
doesn't.
Fun to
it
try.
is good fun. I've got another question. I hope you don't mind me asking all these questions, but it's wonderful that you want to get involved. Please, can you ask Tracy? I will do, Tracy.
Yeah.
How would you use the acrylic paint with the ivory PowerTex? Well, that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, this is the ivory PowerTex.
And that's from Scandi.
And this is when I like to use it on the ivory. I'm just using a sponge here because I don't want to have brush strokes, but I want to add a bit of colour, and it's a good way to just get some on, you know.
It's a really good coverage. You've hardly got any on the sponge.
Oh no, it really shows on the ivory, but I'm not that good at getting beautiful brush strokes. But a good tip is use a sponge, get some colour on. See how quickly this is starting to look like something.
I know.
It really is starting to come together.
It certainly is. I've got another question from Linda. Linda would like to know that the method that you're demonstrating, or no, I'll read it as Linda's put it and then it will make more sense. Linda would like to know that the method the demonstrator is using, how can this be used to cover a white plastic display tree that goes indoors? Ah, right. So the method you're using at the moment... Is that? I wonder if she means with the fabrics.
I think I probably know, because I've seen some of the white trees, the plastic trees, and if you wanted to add fabric to the plastic, if you watch my next show, I'll show you exactly what I mean. But if you put some masking tape onto the plastic, by the time you've wrapped your fabric all the way round, you will your fabric will stick.
I see what you mean. That would look amazing.
I think that
we've got a similar sample in the back actually. That would look amazing. Yeah, those trees that you can buy, because you can buy them cost effectively now.
Yeah, that's right.
Especially in between Christmas. It's Christmas time when they get busy. But
that's right.
There's a similar sample at the back of the set there.
That tree, yes.
Oh, Linda, that's a great idea.
That tree there, we made 9 of them, I think it was in the end, for my daughter, Riley's mum, for her wedding, and they were centerpieces on the tables.
Oh, they'd look remarkable.
So they were fun to do.
I've got another question, which is a really good question actually. If you were to form a shape, a sculpture, using tin foil as a base, for example, can you still apply PowerTex fabric to that shape? That comes from Jean.
Yes, you can, but again, I would cover your foil with some masking tape. It just enables the fabric to grab on to the masking tape.
So really, you can put this onto anything.
Onto anything, really.
As long as you've that base, like you say.
The one thing it doesn't stick to is plastic, but a little bit of masking tape, and you can defeat that anyway. So it's not.
How about an old glass jar?
Same as the glass that I've done over there. You can cover it really well, and I'm going to be using jars in my second demonstration. So we'll see exactly how you work with a jar.
And that's at 4 o'clock, so if you'd like to join us then to see that demonstration, please do set that alert.
Yeah, my tutors and myself always laugh and say, you know you've got PowerTex bad when you're buying condiments in the supermarket because you like the shape of the jar.
That's brilliant. I'll tell you something, I've got a certain glass jar. I think I've got about 200 of them at home, actually, from a certain little dessert that I'm partial to.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, they make fantastic little pen parts or whatever, you say that. But look how this is building beautifully.
I think it looks fantastic, especially those colours that you've put on there.
And don't be afraid to have a go, because if it all goes wrong, paint over it with some more PowerTex, leave it to dry, and have another go. It doesn't really matter.
Can you believe that this is made from an old T-shirt, some old fabric, rags, let's call it, you know, some old rags, made and created this beautiful,
they really
beautiful
are rags,
tree.
aren't they?
Yeah.
You can put this blue, just...
And who knows, if you sell them, you could go from rags to riches.
Oh, I
Do you like what I
like
did there?
I love it.
Tracy is back with us at 4 o'clock today. We're going to continue with this particular project in between shows and show it you at the 4 o'clock show. Thank you so much for all of your emails. Thank you so much for watching as well. I hope we've informed any new PowerTex users and educated those that are using PowerTex already. Tracy, it's been an absolute joy. You're back with Dave at 4 o'clock.
Right, that's lovely.
We'll keep working on this, and you stay right where you are, because we've got more shows coming up on Hochanda. Thank you very much. Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks. See you soon.
Right, coming up next, it's Sue and Catherine. It's Daisy Chain Designs One Day Special. Crafting with Clarity next, a 2-hour special with Barbara Gray.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Spellbinders and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello everyone, welcome to this hour. Now look, it's all the girls together. It's amazing, isn't it? I've been looking forward to working with you two, I really have. Oh, Daisy Chain Designs, it's the one-day special.
It is.
Been very, very busy earlier today. Of course, launch was last night, very busy as well.
It was.
Ooh, we've got so much to show everyone. I do hope you're going to stay tuned with us and just join us down the counter. But first of all, let's find out a little bit about Daisy Chain Designs, because hopefully we'll have some new viewers as well.
Definitely, yeah. I started Daisy Chain Designs, I can't believe I'm going to say that, 20 years ago.
Really?
Yes, and very small way, and I just used to go to craft and quilt shows, sell patterns from America and Australia, and then along the way started working with some fantastic British designers, and I'm so lucky to have Gail and Sue in my life. I can't tell you, they are fantastic designers, and we work together, and occasionally I do some work.
Yes, of course. Gail is another member of the team, but she's not here today.
No, she's at home.
I believe it was a birthday yesterday.
It was.
Yes,
I think she might not be.
Happy birthday for yesterday, Gail. But of course we've got the two Sues, which is amazing. Now then, what have we got for you? First of all, we're going to start with the Designs Pattern Pick and Mix. Now you can choose any three. New today, you're saving £6 here as well, so great price, £14.99. Any three. 411587 is the item number. Now we are going to just let Sue to my left here just disappear so she can go off and get ready for demo, and we're going to stick with Sue to my right to go down the counter.
See you later. See you later.
We'll see you very soon, Sue. Now then, Sue. This is going to be confusing.
It's easier as all Sue, isn't it?
We have got lots of different patterns here, 9 different options.
9 different options, 3 from each of us. So if anyone prefers Gail's work, we've got 3 of Gail's patterns.
Wonderful.
If people like Sue's work, we've got 3 of Sue's, 3 of mine, or just pick a mix, any that you like. But when we were walking down the counter earlier, Catherine, although I've got 9 patterns, if people did actually buy all 9 items, which I know is quite a lot, but a lot of fun, they get 16 projects to make. That's quite good, isn't it?
Wow, and great projects they are as well. Yeah. And I love the fact that you've got that mix of styles with the 3 of you here. It really does cover everything, doesn't it?
It does.
You've got certain styles. I'm just looking down the counter, actually. We're going to show everybody, of course, at home, but there's some wonderful, wonderful projects here. Now, we're going to start here.
You like this one,
I
don't
love
you?
this. I absolutely love it. My flower bed. Isn't that gorgeous?
It's so pretty, and Gail uses a lot of different fabrics in her work, and this is using fleece. And the great thing with fleece is it's very green, because it's all made from recycled bottles. So we're doing helping our environment as well by recycling. It's a wonderful product. It's very forgiving.
Yes.
So if you're new to quilting and you're a little bit nervous, then you don't have to worry at all. Each block's made individually. All of the applique flowers, butterflies, all the different shapes, the words for my flower bed are all in the pattern. So even if you don't want to make the whole quilt, you could just take certain elements from the pattern and work with them.
I can see so many different ways of working with these applique designs on many different projects, but that cushion there, as I'm looking at it, and the quilt, of course, it's so bright. It's absolutely beautiful. The designs are stunning, and I love how you've used the little shaped buttons as well. I know they don't come with the pattern piece, but you can pick up these and add your own embellishments as well. Absolutely gorgeous. So that's just one of the patterns. Well, you've got the quilt there, and you've got the cushion as well. We've got lots more for you, though, of course, because it is the pick and mix. Now, the Japanese folded cushion. Again, I really love the design of this one.
That's lovely. Our Sue's designed this, and I love the fact that you get such a really fantastic secondary design with the pattern. And Sue did demonstrate this on the earlier show with Janice at 9 o'clock. So if anybody missed it, they can go back on Rewind and see how she did it. And she's going to do a little bit more demoing on this particular project later. But I don't know about you, Catherine, but sometimes you get a piece of fabric and you think, you know what, I just can't cut into that too much. I've got to keep the design, the beauty of the piece of fabric. And this is a really nice project for this, because you can just use one piece. You're not cutting in and losing the design.
It's a really lovely design. Wait for demonstration to see how this actually works. It's one of the most popular patterns as well in the pick and mix. And you're going to get both of these within that pattern piece as well. It is beautiful, isn't it? But we've got more to show you, of course, because we've got 9 altogether. Now we've got our flower hexagon bag here.
This has been popular
This
too.
is very unusual and really, again, very attractive. It's gorgeous.
It's such a clever design, and what I love with this is Sue's actually, it's all made from hexagons, and we've used a product in it called Innerform, and the beauty with this product is you can sew through it, but it's also very durable and strong, so the bag doesn't collapse. It really holds its shape well. We've got no padding in there or anything. It's just, if I just open it up, you can have a look inside, and you can quilt through it, so it's just really lovely. And you've got 2 little pockets in there as well. You can see the quilting that Sue's done here with my finger over it again. So you make it all up as one piece and join it together, which is really clever. And one thing Sue did do last night as well was she reduced the hexagons and ended up with a little smaller bag, like a little makeup bag as well. So you could really play around with the pattern, you know.
Wonderful.
And just have
so you're going to get much more out of the pattern than you first realised as well. A little matching purse inside there.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I can see what you mean about the structure of this. It really is going to sit and hold its own shape perfectly. I did actually think we'd got a wooden block in the bottom of there when I first touched it. So that's another option for you, but with more. Oh, look at these. Oh, the woven bag, actually. We have another bag there as well. Yes, it's hiding in the front there. The woven bag. Now, that's a beautiful technique.
Again, I think Sue, hopefully we'll get a chance to do this demo on the later show. Sorry, it's been such a, you know, I don't know where the hours go here. They just seem to go like magic, don't they? We're intending to demo this, and we'll try and do that in the last show at 5 o'clock. This is very clever. It's all interwoven with the fabrics, and Sue's graded the fabrics from dark to light. So it just gives like an extra sort of layer of effect on the quilt.
Really effective.
On the bag,
I like the stitching on there as well. You've picked out the red, so it works with the red fabric, but onto the blue. It just adds more interest. It's absolutely beautiful. Lovely design there.
It's very nice, isn't it?
Now then, we have got more.
We have.
The Woodland Friends. Now, I'm guessing this is one of Gail's, is it?
I think you've probably guessed very right there.
Aren't these lovely? Very, very popular. Now, you are going to get the patterns for both of these as well. Now, these are stunning. Great fun again. Using I know this is for the patterns, you can choose your own fabrics, but I think the fabrics that have been used with the fleece, and there's bits of felt in there, it's just a lovely, fun project, and it's telling a story to me.
It is. The little detail, again, what Gail's really good at is adding little embellishments and little touches. So with the little toadstool, they've just had a close-up, you know, there's little flowers around the door, you know, there's, and then in sort of around the actual main part of the toadstool, we've got little blocks as well with little flowers in and a little toadstool, and I'm just there, a little butterfly again. So you can just use all of those design elements in the cushion if you want to, or if not, just use the central toadstool, the central owl. It could be the centre of a quilt even, couldn't it? You could even mix it in with flower bed, you know. I mean, there's nothing to stop you with these patterns, you know. You could certainly mix that in with the flower bed.
I can see that. I can see that when you get these home, you know, your head's going to be just whirring. It really will. Absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful. Now, something else that I really like as well. I've got my eye on these two that are coming up. This is lovely. We've got our Sewing Tidy.
Yes.
Now, I've seen some of these before, but not quite as big as this. I think the size of this is really lovely.
I made it so that you can put some really good size, you know, snips of fabric and stuff in. A lot of quilters, we like to use every single scrap. So drop the scraps in as you're working, and then you can put them into a bag, you know, at a later date if you want to. Particularly if you do a lot of applique. Sometimes you just need tiny little pieces of fabric. So that's just a really good little container for your snips and your threads. And then I just designed it with a little pin cushion, which is weighted. So the idea is that it will sit on the side of your workbench or on your armchair if you're working, and it won't fall off. And then just inside here, there's just a little pocket. Here, if I just tip it forward, you can just see just show everybody. Little heart pocket there. And again, you can just put your scissors in there as well, so you can lift those in and out, you know, as and when you're working. So
and it stops them falling into the bottom and getting lost and mixed up with the threads.
Definitely.
Great for someone that maybe has a caravan or something like that, wants to take their projects away with them as well. You could take that. Really lovely. I love the size of that.
And it doesn't take very much fabric, Catherine, as well. So that's the other beauty of it. You know, people make it to want to sell it. That's absolutely fine. We don't have a problem with an angel policy.
Beautiful. Now, another one I've absolutely fallen in love with is the cupcake set. Now, look at this here. You've got your cupcake quartet. I think it's the cupcakes that are doing it. I just think they're so sweet. But my favourite thing, just look at this. I just love, it's the simple things for me. I just think that is so sweet, so cute. You could put your keys on there. Obviously, we've got a sewing theme, so the scissors are perfect, but you could make no end of those and have all sorts hanging from them, couldn't you?
Really could. A key fob would be a really good one. I mean, the idea with the scissors is, you know, a lot of people have the same scissors in class. If you put that onto your own scissors, then no one's going to take your scissors home with them.
It is so sweet. Well, look what you're getting. You're getting the quartet, so you are getting, of course, all the pieces that you're seeing here on the counter, the little needle folder there. That's wonderful. Look how sweet that is on the front. You've got your pin cushion there, and you've got your scissor tidy as well.
Yeah, you can keep
so
all of your
look,
projects.
there's another
in
one
there.
on there as well. Absolutely lovely.
Fun
They
to
are
make, aren't they?
beautiful.
Yeah,
Such
really
fun.
nice little projects.
Now something very different, and I do like this as well. I've been doing quite a lot with chickens myself lately with MDF, so I do like this. I've got to open it out.
Shall we open it up and hold it up and have a look? It is rather nice.
Yes, let's have a look.
Let's have a look there.
This is
luckily
beautiful.
we're the same height, so I think we'll be all right standing together, Catherine, aren't we?
Look at that.
Lovely.
That is gorgeous.
I think I mentioned earlier, but my lovely cousin is a graphic designer, and she came up with these chicken shapes, which are perfect for applique because they're easy, simple, clean. And what I love is just mixing and matching fabrics. So I just started, and it tells you on the pattern how many fabrics you need. So you start off with, I think it's 9 different fabrics, and then from there you just cut a background out, you know, 1 chicken body, 1 wing, 1 head, and then you mix them all up and put them back together again. And I just love playing with things like that.
Well, of course, the pattern is for the quilters. You've seen it, but there's nothing to stop you using those applique pieces elsewhere. I can see aprons. Maybe could you shrink them down at all and use them on tea towels or something like that?
If you want to reduce the pattern, you could.
Maybe if you've got a theme in your kitchen, that would work really, really well. Absolutely gorgeous. Now we have another one for you as well. Oh, the weekend quilt. Now then, I'm just going to show you. Of course, with all the patterns, you are getting the pattern piece, of course. So let's just open this one up because they're all going to come beautifully illustrated for you as well, with all the details on there, all the measurements. You'll get the inspiration on the front. Exactly everything you need to create those projects. Obviously you're choosing your own fabrics with the patterns, but you can use these over and over again. It's not just for one use, is it, Sue?
No, not at all. It's such a simple quilt. We called it the weekend quilt because I just wanted to make a quilt that was very easy to inspire people who maybe haven't sewn before to pick up the needle and thread and have a go. Or sometimes we have to, in life, make an emergency quilt for somebody. It's like, oh, it's Auntie's 50th next week. Quick, let's make a quilt, you know. And it's quite nice. So I just devised the quilt. It's ever so easy, and we've been making it over the weekend. My original quilt now lives abroad with a friend that went to emigrate, so I no longer have the original quilt. No matter, I've got some fantastic fabrics, which we'll talk about in a second, I'm sure. So we are, and I've just been having great fun with Sue making it. She's been doing actually more work than me on it. Bless her.
Poor Sue. Now then, the one-day special, of course, is the pick and mix on the patterns. How do you order them? You go to the website, everything you'll find there. Now, if you go to the pick and mix, you've got those different options. You've got 9 options in total. Now, Sue did say there, if you were to buy the whole lot, you're actually getting 16 projects altogether. But you choose any 3. If you want to buy multiples, of course, you can. Just click on the appropriate buttons, and those will just drop into your basket. Very simple. There you go, just close the basket now. It'll take you to checkout when you've finished, and everything will be worked out for you nicely there, showing the postage and packaging at the bottom, of course, if it applies. If you're a Freedom member, of course, no postage and packaging at all. Very, very easy. Just click to agree to the terms and conditions, and there you go.
Easy.
Very easy. Now, we talked about fabrics. We're coming back with the fabrics now, so
are you ready?
These have been very, very popular now. Oh.
There's a little story behind these fabrics.
These are gorgeous.
I was up at a big show only 2 weeks ago in Birmingham, and there's a lovely company that I've dealt with over the years called Makawa. They're very well known, and they do the most beautiful Christmas ranges, and they have done this range over the last few years, and this is the range for 2019. It's called Scandi Christmas.
It's gorgeous.
And I saw them, and I absolutely fell in love with them, and said to the owner of the company, is there any chance I could have these like now? Even though they weren't quite ready to start shipping them out to the customers that have ordered them. They were wonderful to me. They said, yes, of course, we'll do it for you. And so I think I am the first person, certainly on TV, with it. Possibly one of the first quilt companies with them as well. So I'm thrilled to have them.
This is why it's been so busy now.
Yeah.
We did sell out of these earlier. Managed to get some extra stock. It's back on extended delivery from the 15th of March. This is when the shipping will commence from. Aren't they just gorgeous? I absolutely love red and white together, and with the grey.
Yeah,
and the designs are so pretty, beautiful. £32.99. Now what you're getting there is 8 pieces, 8 fat quarters there. Item number 779227. Oh, they are gorgeous. I'm not surprised they've been so busy, and it's never too soon to start for Christmas. It really isn't.
I did have a little word with myself before I came on. I thought, is it really going to just not appeal to people to be shopping for Christmas in March? But as I've been sending out the orders since Christmas, a lot of the things we've got on the website are still Christmas from Hochanda, and people have been ordering things. So I thought, you know what? If people are ordering wreaths and Christmas projects in January, it's never too early.
It never is too early.
And it is a lovely project.
And it is stunning. Get it here first. Now, there are other options as well. So we've got Looking to the East. Is that the right name for it?
That's right.
Yeah. This is this one. Beautiful, bright colours. I can see. Inspired by the Far East, I can see they're absolutely gorgeous colourways there. Half of the stock has gone of this particular choice for you. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It is lovely, and I will just say on this, there is no extended stock. That is what Hochanda have. Is what I have.
Okay.
And there won't be any more. Not that I'm trying to, push people into buying it, but just in case you're sitting there thinking, they will have it again. I won't.
Yes.
All I have is all I have.
Oh, so do take note. If you do want that one, don't hesitate with that one. Half of the stock has already gone, and once it's gone, it's gone. Now, we do have a third option as well, Sue.
Yes.
Country Inspirations. Now, for me, I don't know which one I'd go for because I absolutely love that. But actually, I'm really pulled towards this one.
They are the sort of traditional, what I call country colours. You really can't go wrong with sort of blues, blues, greens, reds and golds. They all work together. They are a really pretty range, and there's some lovely detailing on those fabrics. The little flowers. We've got little stars on one of the fabrics as well, and they all do mix in. And again, I put the 8 fat quarter bundles together with the ½ metre. So if you wanted to make the weekend quilt, or you might have a project of your own, it's a really good start off. But there are enough fabrics in all of these bundles to make the quilt top for the weekend.
It really is a stunning mix. I don't know why I'm being drawn to that. I think maybe because I now live in a cottage, I'm kind of drawn to anything that to me thinks I'm not particularly in the countryside, but country, cottagey, that sort of feel. Absolutely beautiful. But of course, it's entirely up to you. So you've got the 3 different options there. Item number still on the screen. New today, £32.99. Now then, this is very pretty. This is really, really pretty. Again, with that beautiful. This sample here has been done with the red and white, and it looks stunning. What do we have here, Sue?
Well, our lovely Susie has designed this. She is our red work, I think, sort of queen, I would say, of design. And in fact, I must just quickly tell you, we're doing a one-day special next month in April, and Sue has designed the most beautiful red work quilt, just to tempt everyone. It will be coming next month. We're just, she's still making it, actually.
Do watch out for that.
But in preparation for spring and Easter, she's come up with this lovely little idea for a cushion. Now,
so sweet.
What we're thrilled with, Catherine, and it worked really well on our Christmas projects last year, was we worked with Craft Yourself Silly, who do a lot of work on Hochanda, and they have printed the design onto this beautiful cloth for us. So you don't have to worry about tracing the design on through a light box or holding up to a window. The design is there, ready to go. All you need to do is put a little bit of violin or wadding behind the work. We've put a skein of lovely cotton abroda thread in there, and you too can make this cushion. It's that easy, and it's a permanent line. It won't come out, and you don't have to worry. Just cover it with that thread and then make it into a little cushion.
It really is pretty. I just think it's so sweet.
It's
Mummy
nice
bird
for
there
summer.
just singing. Look, the little music note there as well. Well, of course, that's your spring birds and flowers. It's the red work cushion with pre-printed design and thread there. Just £13.49 as well. It's a great price. Item number 579885. Now we're going to go to the demo area in a little while, but let's just take you to the website first so you can see absolutely everything there from, of course, Daisy Chain Designs. Just type the brand name in there and everything will come up. And once again, we can see there's some wonderful reviews on the website there. So if it's something that takes your fancy, of course, you can find it on there. Don't forget the one-day special, the pick and mix. You can choose your items there. We've got books galore as well. So much for you to see. Absolutely wonderful. Do you know, I'm having such a lovely day today because I've got quite a few sewing shows. It's really fun.
Oh, good, good, good. Right, I'm going to go through the spring hexagon bag.
Okay.
And you start off by... I give you a template for a hexagon. It's a very large hexagon, which needs to be glued onto card so you can draw around it. And then simply draw around it. On the original one that's over on the counter, I used only 2 fabrics. So I used the main green flowery fabric and a fabric for the base.
We'll bring that sample in a little while as well, so we can just remind everybody, you know, about how that looks. It's a beautiful design.
And it's a bit of an origami type of thing. So once you've drawn around and chosen your fabrics, you need 16 of these large hexagons.
Okay.
Now, the line that is drawn around there is very useful because that's the stitching line. So you don't stitch into the seam allowance, you just stitch along the stitching line.
Yes.
And in the pattern, which I'll move that, you can see there's a very clear diagram there showing you the layout of the 16 hexagons that you need to complete the bag.
Lovely. So very clear instructions
very
there, I can see.
clear instructions. So here underneath the instructions I have got, now for the purposes of this demo I did go a little bit more wild and I did use I think 8 different fabrics, so you can really see where the hexagons are. It's a little bit wild and wacky, but they're all stitched together and they're not difficult to stitch together because they are quite large.
Yes.
And because you've got the stitching line drawn so clearly, you can pin along the stitching line and join them together quite easily on the machine. You don't have to do it by hand. And then the pattern, once you've got your 16 hexagons laid out as on the plan, you must follow the plan that I give you, then you can start bringing it together to be a 3D item.
Okay.
So and if you need to, you can label all these pieces, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, so it corresponds with the plan. And then I label the sides, so piece A, side A goes to the other side A. So if I pick that up, let me just have a look. So that's going to go to that. So you take it over to the sewing machine and start stitching.
Okay.
And really, it's not very difficult to make this flat plan into a 3D bag. So I'll just quickly do this line. I haven't pinned it, which is naughty. I should pin it, but I can't actually see. Oh, there are my pins. I've pushed them underneath there. So normally I would pin it, and I'm just going to stitch that together quickly.
Okay.
Along the line. Yeah, everybody will do it much better than me. I'm doing it quite fast. And I don't know what I've done there, but I'm going to go backwards. There.
Lovely.
So you start to bring it together so it creates the bag. So
yes, because when you look at the pattern piece there, if you didn't know what you were making, you wouldn't think for a minute it was a bag,
and you wouldn't think it would come out like that. It's like a little puzzle that you put together, and it always works. Now the reason it's strong and stable is because I've used Uniform as the lining.
Yeah.
But what I do is you make the outside of the bag. Oh, sorry. Make the outside of the bag, and then you make a pattern which matches the outside as the bag, and out of Uniform. And I tell you how to do it. And then you can quilt the Uniform onto the lining piece. So consequently, the lining piece is all one piece of fabric. And again, you simply follow the instructions and bring the lining together. Lovely. And then the lining goes inside the bag, and it makes it really strong because there's no seams.
We will show the inside of the bag in a second on this finished one, actually, but I just want to give a bit of an update as well, or a reminder, actually, those Scandi fabrics. There you are, there they are. Now they are absolutely beautiful. They did sell out earlier. We have got them back on extended delivery from the 15th of March. Now you're getting 8 fat quarters there, 1/2 metre per fat quarter. Now you have got different options as well, but that's the Scandi because it's been very, very popular. Now we can see the other choices as well, I believe, so hopefully we can see those. Oh, now you're getting a really good look at the different varieties there. They are stunning, aren't they? Look at the different designs within that Scandi kit. That's really lovely. £32.99. New today, of course. There you are. There's the Look Into the East bundle. Again, same principle. You're getting those 8 fat quarters. Just you decide the choice under the item number there, 779227. And of course, we've got country inspirations for you as well. There you go. So it's the Scandi that's on the extended delivery, but the other options, the Far East one, once it's gone, and I know we've been very busy on that one as well. Sorry about that, so we just needed to give a bit of an update, but I did want to show the inside of the bag as well, because as you've just been explaining there, how you've done the quilting effect, you can really see. Isn't that beautiful?
It's almost reversible.
Yes.
So yeah,
really, I can't believe the structure of that actually.
I know.
How it stands.
It's so light, but it stands really beautifully without flopping about. I don't like floppy bags, so I don't like it to fall over and everything to spill out when you put it down on the floor or something.
No, look at it. It stands perfectly.
So it stands.
It
is a lovely product. Now the other thing about this particular pattern was I played around with the size of the hexagon. So obviously I give you the hexagon for the larger bag, and then I just took that hexagon to the photocopier and reduced it by a half.
I see.
And made a smaller version. So I've got this tiny little version here which you could fit inside.
Oh,
now that is a different technique. That's English paper piecing. So I've also described the technique of English paper piecing, which you can get away with this bag. If you want to sew the outside of the bag by hand, that's fine. Either size would work, but it's just so cute, isn't it? And, and then I use the template to make a much reduced plan and a much reduced lining. So there's the lining.
Lovely.
So once you, because it's it might be stitched by hand, but because the lining is still all in one piece and brought together exactly in the way that the bag is, then it's strong enough for you to use normally.
It is lovely. You can see the difference in the size there, but
Yes,
that is such
so
a usable
cute.
little pouch, isn't it? I'm going to sneeze.
Oh,
oh, I am sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I can't give you my cold.
Oh, I hope not.
No, it's been.
I think I'm starting with hay fever. Actually, I think it's once you get into March, the pollen on the trees starts.
Oh dear.
Now then, Sue, so we've seen that, absolutely beautiful, and it looks easy. This is a project that I presume could be done by a starter.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need perhaps a little bit of experience, but I have explained it in a lot of detail. So yeah, you could. I mean, it's an unusual project, definitely.
Yes, they're lovely to gift as well,
yeah,
aren't they?
it would. Because it's an origami type of thing, it's quite an interesting thing to do. But I've taught it several times and nobody's ever had a problem with it. They've all been able to bring it all together because it's very clearly shown on the plan, particularly which side's going to come together. And you think it's not going to work. Hang on a minute, how is this? But it does. So it comes together really nicely, and then you can hide the end of the handles because you've got you've got the lining you can push them down between the lining and the outer, and you can also hide the button loop. I really love covered buttons, so I put a covered button on and a loop. Rather than but you could use one of those magnetic things. Yeah, you can do what you like, and of course you can alter the length of the handle, because everybody's slightly different, aren't they? So if you want to make it a bit longer or a bit shorter, then you can go ahead and do that, can't you? Making your own bag. That's what I like about making
gorgeous,
bags.
isn't it? Well, of course, it's one of the patterns within the pick and mix, but there's something else I want to talk to you about as well. Now, I've got a beautiful, beautiful quilt at the side of me here. The starry stitches. Isn't this just stunning?
Yeah, that's this. Oh no, Starry Stitches is behind you.
Oh, is it? It's this one, is it?
No, it's hanging up on the wall. That's
this one here.
Yeah.
Ah, now then.
Yeah.
Ah,
so
I understand
the
now.
Starry Stitches.
Now, beautiful design. Now, is this the one that is this one of yours?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can tell by the design work, can't you? So you've got the Starry Stitches red work quilt with pre-printed fabric. Details on the screen there for you. £19.99, 202779. So those panels again, very similar to this spring as we saw there.
Yeah.
Beautiful design. You can really start to pick out.
Yes, I've got a particular. I don't mean to have a particular style, but I just do. Can't help it.
But that is nice because it sets you apart from everybody else.
Yeah.
Now, of course, perhaps if you were buying a certain amount of items and popping them in your basket, you might want to split the payment, £60 or more. Let's tell you a little bit about it with Leonie.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-Buy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Yes, of course, it does make it a little bit easier for you, doesn't it, if you've got that option. Now, a reminder about the one-day special, because you've got so much choice here. Of course, it's the pick and mix. Now, you can choose any 3. If you want to multi-buy, you certainly can. You can go for 6, you can go for 9. Maybe you're buying for other people as well. But let's tell you about all of the different options you've got. Now, this is absolutely gorgeous. Isn't it beautiful? My flower bed. You can buy the pattern to make this. You're going to get those applique patterns in there. It's absolutely gorgeous. It really is. So you decide on the fabric that you want. This one has been done with fleece. I just think it's a stunning, stunning design. So much fun. Really, really beautiful. Now, this sample has been created, I believe, and the design has definitely been done by Gail, who's not here today. Hi, Gail, again. But I just think that is so gorgeous. That's number 1. Now, what else have we got for you? We've also got the Japanese folding cushions. Now, this is one of Susie's. Now, I love this. Hopefully, we're going to see this in a demonstration if we can get to it in a little while. This is so beautiful. You're going to get both of the cushions in the pattern. I am going to be a bit naughty and just open this up, just in case we don't get to see it. This is why it's special. Just look at that. I just think the design of this is so beautiful. So you can just tie it together. And as Sue was saying earlier, if you've got a fabric that you really, really like and you don't want to cut it up into too many small pieces, you're still seeing a lot of the fabric here. It just works so beautifully. So both of those patterns within the one pattern piece, that's option number 2 for you. Then moving down. Now, the bag that we've just seen being demonstrated there, the hexagon bag here, beautiful design again. Now, this really is stunning, isn't it? It's something a little bit different. Really, really lovely. Nice size, and you can shrink down those hexagons as well and create that smaller bag if you so wish. Then we have another bag for you. We've got the woven bag. This is the one in the front here. Again, a beautiful design. Very, very intricate there. You can stitch onto the different panels if you want to. You can bring the colours together in whatever way you want. That's entirely up to you. But I just think how that's woven together, it makes it very unique, very, very attractive, and a beautiful size bag as well. We have got more for you though, because Woodland Friends, now you can see this is one of Gail's because of the fun element there, the beautiful designs. Again, if I was making these, I would go for a similar sort of colours because I think the fun, the brightness, but of course you can use the designs on other things as well. Maybe if you want to make a quilt or if you want to make something to wear even, you know, you certainly can. You don't have to make the cushions, you can use the pattern pieces for whatever you want. Now you are getting those two there with the owl and of course the toadstool, and every time you look at that you can see a little bit more detail just showing through. I just think they're glorious. Moving down again, now we've got one of Sue's designs here. Now these are so, so handy. This is our little sewing tidy, and I love this because I think the little tidy bit at the bottom there, it's a really nice size, so you're going to be able to pop all your little threads in there, bits and pieces. There is a pocket for your scissors in there as well, so that they're going to be held nice and securely so you don't lose them in the bottom. And then just add some weight to the cushion at the top. That will sit on the arm of a chair, and then you can use that as a pin cushion as well, and that will just weight it down so you've got everything just there to hand as you're stitching away. Maybe you're watching the television and you're stitching in your chair at the same time. Beautiful. Now, another one of my favourites is the cupcake set. You're getting the cupcake quartet here. I just think these are beautiful. So the sewing pouch there, the little folder to put your sewing needles in. You're getting the pin cushion as well. You're also getting the scissor case. Isn't that lovely? And I just love this. I would be putting these little cupcakes on absolutely everything. Aren't they gorgeous? Really, really lovely. But we have got more. We've got the chicken quilt for you as well. I'm going to attempt to hold this up as well on my own because you do need to really see this. This is stunning again now. Look at the chickens on there. Aren't they stunning? They're really, really lovely. Mix and match your fabrics around. You can use whatever colour fabric that you want, whatever design of fabric that you want. I think the colourways in this is stunning as it is, but it's entirely up to you how you sew those. And I would definitely be looking at stitching those chickens onto more than a quilt as well. I'd be using that for many, many other products. Now we've also got our weekend quilt. Now you've got 3 different options with this. Sorry, no, sorry, you're not. You haven't. You've got the pattern piece. I'm moving on to it quickly because I'm getting excited about the Scandi fabric. The weekend quilt, that's another one for you. Here you are. So you've got... Sue been making this actually. She's trying to do it in a couple of days because it's a weekend quilt. I know it's not the weekend for everybody when you're going to make this, but hopefully you can do that as long as you say it. It's not a project that's going to take too long. It's a nice project for everybody. That is your one-day special. So the 9 different patterns, you can choose any 3. But if you did want to go for all 9, you're going to get 16 projects in total. So do think about that because it makes it well worthwhile. Now this is the fabrics. This is where I was jumping ahead. I'm getting excited because the Scandi fabrics, I love these. Now these did sell out earlier, so this particular option is on extended delivery from the 15th of March. I love the red and the white and the grey together. I'm just going to flick through these a little bit so you can see in more detail the fabric there. They are the most stunning designs. They're really fresh, aren't they, with the red and the white there. Look at the detail in them. So you're getting 8 fat quarters, ½ a metre per piece. That's what you normally get with the fat quarters, of course. Those beautiful greys, the slight off-white, I would say, and the red, of course, really, really pretty. These are gorgeous, aren't they? You've got more than one option. This is your Scandi, which is the one on the extended delivery. We've also got this one as well. Now this, I'm not sure where we're up to on the stock on this, but when it's gone, it's gone. Looking to the east. So look at these. 60% of the stock has gone on this one now. Once it's gone, we're not going to be able to get this one back. How bright and beautiful are these? They really are going to make a statement, aren't they? I can see why this is a popular choice as well. Oh, I've just got to flick through those because I think they are gorgeous. You can see where the name has come from as well, of course, with the design of the fabrics. That beautiful green and pink in there against the black. It really does stand out. Then, of course, you've got your third option. This is our country inspiration, and I do really like this one as well. So you've got your blues in there, you've got your greens, your golds, your deep reds in there. Again, look at the designs of the fabrics. Some are plainer than others. We've got little checks going on there as well. The ditzy patterns, they all work so beautifully together. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? So that's your third option, all under the same item number 779227, new today, £32.99. Now we're going to give you a little bit more detail on that Scandi fabric because very, very popular on that. So just look at the designs and the inspiration a little bit closer. Aren't they beautiful fabrics? They really are. Now we've done a bit of a swap around here. We've got the other sew at the machine now. So what are you going to show us?
Well, we have been working on this lovely quilt, the weekend quilt, which I did set a challenge to myself that I would try and make the quilt top over the course of the shows. So on the first show I showed everyone how to cut the fabrics out using a rotary cutter, and then on the 8 o'clock show we just showed how to piece the little blocks together. And there's a bit of serendipity in this quilt. You know, I didn't agonise over the direction, I didn't agonise over the sort of, you know, what went where. All I did was I put one red and one grey together. So they are mixing. But if you really don't want to do that, you could put 4 red fabrics together. You could put 4 grey fabrics together, and then you could alternate them out with the different colour blocks. You'd have a red row and a grey row, you know, and do it that way. But I quite like a little bit of fun. Having said that, it's been quite challenging to put these out together, because you sort of think, oh, what I would just say, the one rule I would just say to everybody is, if you can try and avoid to have a big square touching the same fabric with one of the small squares.
I see.
Because otherwise it just slightly jars on the overall look of the quilt.
Okay.
And also it looks more like a little jigsaw puzzle then, and your eye's then trying to make a pattern from it.
I see.
So
that's
the only
tip,
tip. So I don't think we've made any boo-boos yet, but there is still time.
I've had to swap them around. And I know it's a Scandi design and it's aimed at Christmas, but actually, unless you really, really look into it, at first look, you don't realise it's Christmas.
No,
the colours,
no.
that
No.
you see and how beautifully they work together. But with some of the designs, all of the designs, they just are beautiful, aren't they?
I honestly I took my breath away when I saw it at the Stitches show, and I'm just loved the scale. You know, we talked about that earlier. Sometimes with patchwork fabrics, the scale's really big, and then you can't cut into the fabric too small because you're losing the detail on them. But with this, you know, taking them down into the small squares, you're still not losing the essence of the design there. You've still got all the little houses, the animals, and they still look, I think, proportionally correct.
Yes, I'd agree with you
so
there.
It's lovely.
Absolutely lovely.
So we've had some fun. Sue's been busy sewing off air, and also we've just started to put them together. And Sue's been pressing them all for me. So did you want to?
Yes, I will. So if I just turn row 1 over, where I've joined the blocks together, I've pressed all the seams closed in one direction, and then if I turn row 2 over, hopefully I've pressed all the seams closed in the other direction. So when I put them right sides to right sides, and I'll just have to turn it over so I don't want to get it wrong.
Just turn it over.
That's it. And then I won't. And then I'm going to flip that over onto here. And then it's so easy to get it the wrong way around if you're not really concentrating. And then the seams nestle and wrestle together. The opposing seam method, it's called.
Oh, right.
And so that
you're not getting that bulkiness. It's keeping it nice and even.
Yeah, and you don't have to hugely worry about matching up, because you're pretty certain that because you've done this they're going to match. I am going to pin them. I'll just turn it over a little bit here. My pin's over here, and I'm pinning them straight up like that.
I see.
So my dear friend is going to sew over these pins.
Or take them out just before.
Well, yeah, you might have to take them out just before. I did ask you if you had a spare needle with you. I do sew over them.
My mum taught me to sew over the needles as well, to put them in that direction.
Yeah.
But I have hit a few.
Yeah, you can do sometimes.
What I will just say is I don't, because I have seen damage from sewing machines. Where the needle breaks and goes down in. So I'm a little bit anti sewing over a pin. I am. I have to say I will whip them out normally if I can. But everyone's different, and that's the thing with patchwork. There's no right or wrong answers to stuff. You know, you do whatever pleases you.
I like to think that's the same over the whole of the crafting industry, really. Whatever you do, papercraft. I hate to say there's a right and wrong, because people find their own comfort place, don't they? They really do.
Exactly.
This is a very useful technique to make sure that when you open it up, hopefully, all the seams will be lined up nicely. You won't have any inaccuracies, and we also know which seam we're going to sew, because obviously it's very easy to get them the wrong way around. In fact, they move, don't they? By the time you've got them to the sewing machine, you've forgotten. Well, I forget which bit I'm sewing. So I have to use lots of pins. So you ready?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to do something now that probably no one else will agree with here, but I'm of the opinion, and I've done it so many times, by the time I start at this end and I get to this end, the fabrics have shifted, even with pinning.
And I haven't put as many pins in as I normally would. I would
normally
put loads more pins in, but it's just for time, really.
Yes,
because it'd take all the rest of the time.
I don't think anybody else does this, and Sue will probably hugely approve, and Gail sitting at home going, no, never do this, I never do this, but I start in the middle.
Oh, I do too.
Oh, do you?
Oh, there you go.
Something we agree about. We don't agree.
We don't disagree.
agree on much.
Well, we
but
don't
disagree why though. That's
I
a
think
good tip,
it's
actually.
really good. I like to start in the middle, especially when I'm sewing on sashing.
Yes.
Or anything on when you're making the quilt up to be the whole piece top. I generally start in the middle and work out, and then start in the middle and work out.
Well, if you've gone wrong, you've only got half a seam to unpick. That's my theory, and also you can sort of manage it a little bit better. I'm so glad. You know, I thought she was going, because Sue's such a little wonderful teacher, and has taught. No, you are, and you've taught for years and years and years, and I don't. I just sort of fudge my way.
I can see that makes sense to me. I can see how that would make a difference, and it's just playing it safe, really.
I don't always do it though, because sometimes I don't know, run out of time and I forget. But it is I think it's a really good way to do it.
I should certainly remember that tip for myself.
Yeah, it's just managing the sort of expectations that not every seam is going to hit. As much as I'd like to think I'm an expert sewer, we're working with fabric, and the fabric moves. You might have not sewn every seam exactly at a 1/4 inch. Stuff happens. It's sewing.
I didn't pin it massively either. I would have pinned it more normally.
Yeah. So she's given me a little bit of a difficult job here to pull it off.
It won't do you any harm.
Thank you. She's so tough on me. So I just whip the pin out just at the last minute. And also the other thing I do is just have a very quick look just to make sure the seams are hopefully nesting together, which they feel like they are. They feel like they're nicely nesting.
And you can always stretch the
a
fabric
little
a little bit
pulling.
if you need to. I tend to do that.
Keep it taut as you're sewing as well.
And the action of the sewing machine, that sewing machine doesn't have dual feed.
It doesn't, no.
It's a single feed.
Right,
so the top tends to drag more. Than the bottom, because of course it's got feed dogs to feed it along. So
keep it moving.
It will. What you after?
That little thread thing I was sewing on to.
Now details are on the screen still, of course, for the one-day special for you. So you've got a choice of those patterns. Very, very busy on the patterns as well. Not sure which one's in the lead now. Now we might have to find out. The Japanese folded cushions are still in the lead. Very, very popular. That's one of yours, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Woodland Friends is very popular as well. They're all just as beautiful as one another. It just depends on your style, I suppose. But of course, you can go for 3, you can go for 6, you can go for 9, you can go for as many as you want. 16 projects in total if you were to go for all 9 patterns. And you are making that saving, of course. It's the one-day special. Details still on the screen there. Now then, if you did go for all of them, it would only be £44.97 for 16 projects that you could use time and time again.
That's right, because they normally, if you bought 9 patterns, and I know a lot of my lovely loyal customers do buy from us lots and lots and lots, which is lovely. Normally, to buy 9 patterns would be £63, wouldn't it? So they're saving quite a bit. A good £18 saving, which is not bad really.
I like the fact that you would be able to mix things around as well. Maybe take the applique from one pattern and use it on one of the other projects as well. So you're not just stuck at that one project at all.
No.
You can certainly be very creative with them.
Definitely.
We try and give people just wings to fly and have a go at, with our stuff really, and Gail and Sue are both very good at sewing. And what if we did this with that, and what if we did that? Like Sue making a little tiny version for the spring hexagon bag. So all you need to do is you say take the hexagon, make the pattern smaller. Job done. You've got the instructions to make little. See how sort you can go.
It was so cute. It really was.
It was, wasn't it?
I'm just looking at these in front. You know, we were talking earlier about alternating the squares. I'm just going to. I don't know if Molly can pick that up. I see what you mean about. If you line them up together, you're kind of getting more of a jigsaw effect there, and then you'd get a bolder stripe. It just, for me, I do like what you're doing there, how you're offsetting them together.
Well, the red's quite strong, actually. That's come through as quite a strong colour, and one of the greys is quite strong. So again, the other thing I just was sort of mindful of when we were just playing with the blocks and putting them together, and it is a little bit like, oh no, you can't have that one there because there's another grey. So you do. That's why you've got a few extra 4 patches actually. So you'll have a couple of spare left over. I've only actually had to ever unpick one once because I just could not make it work. So I took one out from one block and put it back in, and then it worked beautifully. So I just was mindful. And the other thing we just did do is we did alternate the big blocks with grey and red, I think, on the whole as well. So we have tried just to give a little bit of a pattern design. But as I say, it's your project, your fabrics,
it would be interesting, wouldn't it? See, viewers at home who are buying this today, maybe buying the fabric, the Scandi fabric, and maybe the weekend pattern as well, how many different versions we would get.
I'd love to see what people make with them.
It would be amazing.
Yeah. It's a very easy pattern. I know I do keep on saying it. You know, there's not a lot of skill in it, but just sometimes you just want a quick fix.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there. I mean, I love working on complicated quilts, but sometimes I just want to get my hands dirty with my fabric, you know, and just enjoy working with them. So, moment of truth, Susie. There we go.
Now, of course, we've got very many followers out there for Daisy Chain Designs. All sorts of different bundles you bring to us here. Perhaps you've got some pictures to show and share with us as well. We'd love to see something.
Yes, please. I'd love anything.
I'm loving today because I've done quite a lot of sewing shows now, but I've had a first show today with Totally Patched, now my first show with you ladies. We keep bumping into each other. One day we'll get to work together. So I'm really pleased. In fact, I've got 2 shows with you today, I believe.
At 5 o'clock, the last call, haven't we, as well together? I know. It's lovely. I mean, we love working with all the presenters. Everyone's lovely, you know, and that's the nice thing. It feels like a family when we come in. It really does, you know. It's such a lovely, it's such a lovely, comforting feeling to Hochanda. I think, you know, the moment we walk in, it just feels, oh, we've come home, doesn't it, Sue?
Yeah,
it is lovely. You know.
Definitely is a second home for us all here at Hochanda. No, it's lovely to hear you say that as well, because we all do feel the same, you know, whether we're here as guests or you know, staff presenting. I see it from both sides because I'm here as a guest, I'm here as a presenter, and it doesn't change.
No.
It's always the same. You're just as welcomed every time you walk through the door.
You are. It's true. It's a lovely feeling. Yeah. And you know, I think everyone at home hopefully feels it's a nice, relaxed atmosphere as well, which is lovely, isn't it? So I'm just in case anyone's wondering what I do, I just sew onto a little snip of fabric here. It just saves you having long thread tails at the end of each.
So I just that's clever. I've not seen anybody else do that.
It's around, isn't it? It's been around.
Oh, now we are getting very busy. We've got queues on the phone lines now. Now there's about 7 minutes left on the show, but we've got 4-minute queues on the phone lines. So of course the website is the quickest and easiest way to shop, but if you can't get there and you want to stay on the phone lines, do hang on in there. We will get to you, of course.
Lovely. Yes. So
we'll just give you a reminder of the website, in fact, because of course if you're going for the one-day special, which is the pick and mix, they're very, very easy to manoeuvre your way around there. Just look for not Totally Patched, look for Daisy Chain Designs. I've done that one, that's gone today. Daisy Chain Designs, of course, is a brand name, and there are all the different options for you. You can multi-bind these, of course. Very easy just to pop what you want in your basket. All the prices will be worked out for you. Of course, if you're a Freedom member, the price that you're paying for the patterns is the price that's delivered to your door as well. Really, really easy to manoeuvre around there.
Do you know what? It really is starting to become a quilt, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I love it. I just love those fabrics. They're just making my heart sing, and I'm gonna keep this quilt.
I don't blame you, Sue.
But I think we've got ahead of the game here as well, everybody, because I can obviously talk about this quilt, bring it back, and maybe even quilt it next time we come on.
Lovely.
That'd be really nice, and bind it off as well.
How would you quilt it? Do you know what colour would you use an overall colour to quilt onto it?
I did actually bring with me. Sorry, reaching out of short. It's very unprofessional. I did actually bring with me some quilting thread in case I got to that level. Ha ha ha. And it is just
we've got one here backing as well, just in case.
Yeah, I bought this, which is a red and grey thread.
Now look at that.
You test it out by just laying it across the different.
So it's a variegated thread you've got here. It's got all those colours. Now that would be perfect.
I looked at that and I thought, you know what you think? I know I've got some fabrics, and I was like, trying to get through all my threads to find them. And I thought that's a lovely. Quilting thread's quite a statement thread because that's a 40 weight thread, so it's quite a thick thread.
Yeah,
it's going to make quite a statement on your piece of work. You don't realise. You think, oh, you know, it won't matter. But I thought that would be a really nice way of doing it. And
I don't think you're going to find anything that's going to suit more perfectly. To be honest with you, it's gorgeous.
And it will work between the fabrics as well. Now Sue might have a different opinion on this. I was probably going to quilt it. You can either just go straight down in rows and then just in the ditch, which means basically you're just catching just the very tiny part of the seam there as well, or you can just come in a 1/4 of an inch away and make a feature of it that way, or you could go diagonally down, or you can do a little wavy line. That might be quite nice. That would soften it down, wouldn't it, as well? What would you do, Sue?
Well, it depends. I really love free motion quilting, so I probably free motion quilt it, and I probably would do some sort of diagonal, I think, but not a straight diagonal, because I really like just a wavy diagonal across and then back up again. Yeah, because it's quite a modern quilt, so I would go for quite a modern pattern rather than a traditional. I love traditional quilting patterns, but I probably wouldn't go for a traditional.
I'm going to make a suggestion. You might
Go
think it's a
on.
terrible idea.
No, go for it.
I'm a bit frightened now. I'm looking at this square here, and if you've got a stitch that was like a little fern leaf, maybe use that because it would tie it all together. That would look very effective.
Do you know what? Actually, because everyone's got, you know, thousands of, well, not everyone, but, you know, a lot of people buy these sewing machines and they've got thousands of stitches on them, and that's such a lovely idea. You could probably select a stitch in there and say use your thread and just make a real decorative feature of it. It would be a really lovely project, and you wouldn't detract from the fabrics because they're not, you know, they're not sort of. It's just about the overall look of it, but that would be a lovely idea, Catherine.
This is the nice thing about it, though, isn't it? Everybody's going to be so individual. It's entirely up to you what you do, and I'm sure everyone's is going to be just as beautiful as the next person.
Well, the Japanese ones again will look very different to this. Again, you know, you've got a really bold statement. You know, and Gail actually said to me, you know, why didn't you make up a section before you come on? You know, of the Japanese fashion. But I don't have very much of it. And also ran out of time. So she didn't offer to make it for me.
That's the one where...
with the lovely fabric looking east. Yeah, so I just thought, oh, well, you know, we'll just have to use our imaginations. But that's what I love about this project, is it's just a great one for using up fat quarters. And a lot of people buy random fat quarters and like, what am I going to do with this fabric now? Well, here you go. You've got a quilt.
And of course, you could hand quilt.
Yes, of course.
I am a big fan of hand quilting.
Are you?
I am. It's quilting in the slow lane. You're not going to do it quickly. But it would be a very nice project to hand quilt, especially as it, at this time of year when it's a little bit cold, because you've got it on your knee, it's all lovely and snuggly and lovely. I love hand quilting, and I love to use thicker thread. Actually, you could hand quilt with that thread, which is a 30 weight.
Oh, is it 30? It is a very thick thread.
Yeah, it is quite a thick thread. You don't have to use special glazed hand quilting thread. You can use all sorts of different threads, including some of the embroidery threads, and you can make it more of a statement and make the stitches bigger. Your stitches don't have to be perfect and tiny. They can be bigger, as long as they're fairly even.
Do you know, it'd be interesting to know how many hand quilters we've got out there, because, you know, some people may prefer to do that, though, because they are totally hands-on, and they're not relying on a machine, and it is just a way of sitting, and a very therapeutic way to sit as well.
I think so. I love hand quilting, and sadly I just don't get time to do it very much. However, I did hand quilt the spring cushion, and I really enjoyed just the whole process.
Beautiful.
It's quite a therapeutic and calming thing to do, because you're only doing one stitch, which is a running stitch, and if you don't get too worked up about your stitch length, then it's a very nice thing to do.
Now then, we have only got 1 minute left, actually.
I'm
sorry, Sue. Yes, we're chatting away here. We've only got 1 minute left. And now then, if you've got anything in your basket, it's time to start checking those out, especially on some of the items that, you know, we can't get extra stock of. Now, there is the final call, of course, at 5 o'clock, so do come back and see us then. More inspiration. We'll see how far Sue's got with the quilt in between the shows as well. We have done quite a lot of chatting, which is lovely. Any questions, of course, let us know. Send in some pictures of what you've been making as well. It is, of course, Daisy Chain Designs. Final call at 5 o'clock. Join myself and the two Sues, of course, at 5 o'clock. It's been a lovely, lovely show. I'm getting more and more inspired the longer I'm sitting, and I'm sure everybody at home is as well. Don't go anywhere. We've got much more to come. We're going to give you the menu in a little while. Don't forget the final call with Sue and Sue and myself at 5 o'clock. We'll see you very, very soon.
Bye.
So coming up now, we've got Crafting with Clarity, followed by another Crafting with Clarity. Very busy day for Clarity today. PowerTex, the Enchanted Forest to follow Clarity.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly flexi-buy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Katie from Sizzix, and I've been crafting since I had my first daughter 16 years ago. I've been in the craft industry now for 5 years, and in that time I've become a creative designer and worked with many companies. I'm really pleased to be working for Sizzix and to be on Hochanda to bring you inspiration and education and show you how to get the best from our machine and our dies. With Sizzix, the possibilities are endless, and we want to show you how. So don't forget to tune in for my shows with Sizzix here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lisa and I'm part of the Creative Expressions team. I've been crafting for, well, most of my life, to be honest, and my passion is papercraft. I hope you get the chance to tune into some of my shows on Hochanda, where I can share with you some of the creativity and some of the designing that I've been able to bring to you through my designs.
I am short, thank you, Barbara, for pointing that out.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if I can keep it up for 2 hours, though.
Right. Good afternoon. I hope you are well. Can you see what we're in for? A great 2 hours of inspiration from Clarity and Barbara.
I'm looking forward to this one, Janice.
Yeah. We've got some brand new stamps to kick the show off with, and we've got some great demonstrations coming up as well. This is a super deal, it really is. Your details on the screen, saving £15 on this deal, aren't you, Barbara?
Yeah, so in essence, you get 4 for the price of 3.
Yes, you really do. And it's not just the stamps, you're also getting the platforms to put the stamps on, and you're getting the masks to go with the stamps. So it's the whole ecosystem, really, for making and creating.
Well, I think the thing, when I started playing with these, I realised very quickly that they're very interchangeable. And so the last thing you want to do is keep peeling off, sticking on the mount. So we said, right, well, we'll furnish you with mounts for every single stamp in the set. So there are 2 with every set, so there are 8 in total.
Yeah, which is
and they're a good size, and they're lovely ergonomic handles. The handle is always for hovering, whether you're left, they're ambidextrous, whether you're left or right-handed. Hover with the handle, and then you press on the flat. So they're really nice, good size.
Perfect. Love the images that we've got in this range of stamps as well. Let's take you through the different images, and these are all designed by your good self.
I did. I drew these myself, and I was pleased with them. They're the fine line stamps. You know, we just got an award actually for these super fine line stamps.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And you can see here, for example, we've got roses. What you'll see is when we look at the stamps themselves, what you'll see is, if I can just indulge these for a moment, you'll see that when I drew them with quite a sharp line underneath. There was a good reason for that, and more will be revealed anon, but you'll see that they've got a cut-off line. Yeah. And the idea was to be able to top and tail. I wanted to use them as a top and tail with words in between. And then of course, we developed the brick and the stone and the log piles, etc. But they're very, very interchangeable. And also, each one, for example, you'll know now, if you wanted to drop these roses behind the brick wall, then you need to cover up the brick wall in true stamping style. So you mask the brick brick wall, stamp the ball, mask the wall, stamp the stamp, stamp
and the
the
masks are
roses
reusable
in.
as well.
Very much so, yeah.
And there you go. That's the result of using that particular method.
There you go.
To make and create those beautiful images.
Simple.
I do love these fine line stamps.
Yeah, thank you.
Really,
and
really do.
I really think that today, I talked to my mum yesterday and I said, you know, you're going to really enjoy these stamps. This is going back to real clarity, classic kind of style with just really nice line art, very crisp. But you can see here there's Jane Telfer, there's Maria's, and you can see how they really, look, see? How they really, you can use them in that mixed media, grungy way that we have been, but you can also go really crisp and tidy, like you can see here, for example. I've got one that I want to show you that that Barbara Lancaster did here.
Oh, that's
and you'll
beautiful.
see she's taken all 4 flowers, but she's used the stone wall to mount them on. Absolutely gorgeous. There you can really see all 4 of the designs.
That is a lovely
and
idea.
The interchangeability. So you've got 4 cards there or 1, and I'll show you later how you can tessellate. So if you wanted to keep going with the stone wall or the brick wall, you can. And I'll show you how to make a frame with them as well.
Yeah, plenty of demonstrations coming up, plenty of inspiration as well. This really is a superb deal. We were busy before the show, but we've been very, very busy during the show. The 4 minutes that we've been into the show, you're already coming in for these on the website. Only 10% has gone. 10% of the stock has gone already.
Here we go.
So we've got the beautiful daisies here as well, which is a lovely flower used with those logs. And again, it's that fine line, isn't it?
That's right. Now the daisies actually come with the grass, and I'll show you later. You can bend the stamps as well because they're so strong. Yeah. So you can make that straight line. Obviously, when you're going to use the mask, it needs to be in a straight line.
Yes.
But when you want to just add accents of grass or meadows, then you'll be able to bend them. Yeah. And again, we've got that straight line for topping and tailing. I'll show you how that works later.
Then we've got the stone wall. There's something about stone walls that I love. I don't know what it is. I'm just fascinated by them.
And that's my Lizzianthus, the Lizzianthus. We used to make slate vases back in the day.
Did you?
And Lizzianthus is a fantastic flower.
Yes.
Because in the daytime it opens up.
Yeah.
And then at night when it gets cold it just twists and closes again. It's really fascinating.
It is. It's beautiful. As are these stamps. Remember, you get the masks as well, and you also get for each stamp set you get 2 mounts as well, so you've got a mount for every stamp.
You have,
yes.
you absolutely have.
Yeah, when you go
and I
for the
think
deal.
if you can get in close on this particular stamp set, I don't know if we can, yeah, there we go. So you can see here the Lizzianthus and the grass are very pretty. I was particularly pleased with these ones.
Yeah, so
and
you should
then, yeah, I like those. And there's so much versatility there, but it's a real traditional, lovely, super fine line stamp, all set for colouring in and embossing.
Yeah, it really is. Let me just show you a sample. And this one is by Julie
lovely.
Dunn.
Julie
this
Dunn.
really
yeah,
is.
I like that too.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Hasn't she done a great job?
Yeah, I really like the idea of just using part of that stamp, part of the brick wall, and then use it again on repeat and just getting a larger area down the bottom.
But you see now the brick wall actually went with the roses, so so it's very interchangeable.
Yes.
So she's taken the Lizzianthus and she's mounted it. Of course, they're all the same. They're all the same size, if you like.
Yes.
So they are. And the other thing that you can do is use them all. Look, Dee did a fantastic piece of artwork where she made a proper landscape.
Ooh.
And if I get time, I'll be doing something not dissimilar, where you can see she's used the grasses in the front, she's used the stone wall either side. So you can mix and match. There's a log pile there as well. Do you see? I think that's great. Yeah.
Let me just show you that stone wall again, because when it's used in that way,
when you see it in that context,
it looks completely different. So you've got your stone wall there, and then
great
now
for building.
It's an actual stone wall in a scene. I love that. That is a great idea. Well done.
And I'll tell you
Jason.
something else, right? If you can, I don't know if Chris can show on the mask here. Can you see on the mask there's actually a red print?
Just lean that forward for you,
Sorry.
Barbara.
Yeah, you see the red print?
Yes.
So that tells you exactly where to overlap so that the stone wall can keep going if you wanted to make it larger than this.
How clever, how clever. Yeah. And then this is your final set just here with the logs, and the grasses there again equally is beautiful, and such fine line detail in there. Use these interchangeably. Remember, you're getting the masks and you're also getting 2 mounts per set.
set, so you've got a mount for every single stamp that you're getting in this set. It's a great price, 2 payments of £20 and 23 pence if you're a Freedom member, because as Freedom members you save even more, which is fantastic. And a quarter of the stock has gone in 7 minutes.
Thank you so
towards 8
much.
minutes of the show.
Thank you so much.
I knew they'd like these.
You know, when you draw something yourself,
yes,
obviously it shows a show, and art is art. But I knew when I was drawing them, I thought I would really, if I was a stamper, which I am, I'd really like these. It's like going back to what we used to do, you know. So I'm so glad that we haven't lost it.
Yeah, no, you haven't lost it.
But
Not
you know
at all.
what, you know what it's like.
I do know what you mean. Well, well done for everyone that's got them so far. Here they are. Pop them into your basket. Phone lines are busy. The best way to order would be the website. If you've got access to the website, just head on to hochanda.com, find the show, and then you can check on out. But it really is a fantastic deal, and we've got some great demonstrations coming up. If you do have any questions, please email in. It's studio@hochanda.com. We would love to hear from you, and if you've got any inspiration to share, then we'd love to see it as well. We're having a busy show. Right, we've had a look at the stamps. We've also got some Groovy for you on the show. And do you know something, Barbara? Already 20% of the stock has gone.
Has it?
Yeah. We've not even seen them yet.
Well, these are very parchy, aren't they?
Yeah,
they are very parchment, because our parchers do like flowers.
They do, and these are the same images that you're getting with your stamps. So again, that fine line detail really does transfer so well, as you know, to parchment, but you're still getting the luxury of being able to mix and match the images and indeed maybe even build a scene.
Oh, absolutely. Even more so. It's even easier with Groovy. And what we did do was, because these are A6 plates, if you've got the starter kit, then clearly these are A6, so you need a little spacer. So we've included a lovely spacer down the bottom with a really nice verse that you slot into the starter plate, mate.
And that will make it complete for you.
And then it makes it a complete square. So
it's a lovely verse, isn't it?
True beauty lies in the tiniest things, petals, leaves and butterfly wings.
And what I love about that is that you can use the butterflies, the embellishment at the bottom. You could use it all together, or you could just use that beautiful text as well. And who wrote that?
Alec at work.
Aww.
Yeah. And so the little butterflies either end, they'd be perfect.
Yeah,
if you look at you see you can just add the little butterfly onto when you're making your composition. You just add a little butterfly there, you know. So there are the grasses. That's how it comes when you emboss it, which is rather lovely. And the log pile.
You're right, actually. A little butterfly just on the corner there would look absolutely
There's my favourite, the
beautiful.
Lisianthus. I like that one. That's really nice for shading as well. You know the shader, the shader tool.
Do you know why I like that as well? Because it's very it looks contemporary.
Yes.
In that style of drawing. It's beautiful.
It does. Yeah. But you can go very trad by just using not the number 1 tool, but the number 2 tool, so it's more faded, and then you can really get into the shading.
Yeah, lovely. And there you go, and there is the daisies and those grasses as well. Love that. 069967 is your item number if you want to go for these, but my word, we are busy. You're saving £8. It's a great price, isn't it? £19.96 to get these home delivered to your door. Of course, if you're a Freedom member, you don't pay any P&P, but if not, your P&P is on top. If you want to become a Freedom member, by the way, you can. It's 888 in your basket, and here's some beautiful samples of how your parchment work can work.
Who did that?
This one is done by
Carol Pankstella. Isn't that lovely?
That is lovely.
She's actually a traditional stamper.
Is she?
But yeah, she's turned her skill set.
Now this is interesting. This is by Jane. Now Jane has used the Pico cutting for that stone wall. That just changes it completely,
crazy,
doesn't it?
This is lovely by Karen Jackson too. She's used all 4. She's made like a lovely wall hanging. Look, so she's got the just as they come actually. There we go. The Lisianthus, the daisy.
Oh, that is
the
beautiful.
Rose.
And then, of course, if you've got your other plates at home, you've got other images.
That's really lovely, Karen.
You can mix and match in with that scene. Isn't that lovely?
There we are.
That is by
Ronk.
Oh, fabulous.
Isn't that great? Welcome to the team, Ronk. It's good to have you on board.
Welcome. Beautiful. What are you going to do with yours when you get it home? Can I just show one more sample? Because I think this one is beautiful. Reminds me of the Lake District.
That's Glynis. Yeah. Isn't that lovely? So she's used I really like the way see the way you use the grasses in the front just to add to that. And of course the hills in the background and the tree, that's all from the starter kit.
Yeah, that is
great.
beautiful.
Thank you, Glynis.
I do need to tell you though, nearly a third 1/3 of the stock has gone.
Oh,
yes.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're loving these.
That's brilliant.
069967 is your item number.
Cool.
And we will be demonstrating with some of these later on in the show, won't
We will. We certainly are going
sure.
to.
Right, let's show you what else we've got on the show as we head to the demo area. We've got the Artistry inks. Now, you've got a choice of colours for you. And you also get the sponges as well. Now, these sponges are perfect for you. So they come included and you get to choose. You've got 4 options. They're only £14.99. No, that's the wrong details on the screen. There you go. £25.99. It is an excellent price point because you're getting the sponges as well. But you get to choose between the different colours available. Now, this option is the golden turmeric. And you get 12 mini ink pads, and you get the free storage and your free spot-on sponges. The next one is haystack, so some lovely natural colours in there, which is beautiful. The third option we've got for you is your lime kiss. And then your final option is the old parchment. So head to the website, have a look at which one you want. If you want to go for more than one, you're more than welcome to. The price will just change accordingly. And if your basket does come to £60 or more, you can turn it into a flexi buy, which means we'll take half the payment today. Everything gets sent out to you as a Freedom member. You don't pay any postage or packaging. And then we'll take the next payment. Can you believe we're talking about April? We'll take the next payment.
Of course,
in
it's
April.
March already. Goodness me.
I don't know where this year
Are you
has
going
gone.
to the NEC?
Yes, I am. Yes, on the Friday. On
Are
the
you?
14th, yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So, are you there?
Oh, very much so.
Perfect. If you want to be there, there are tickets available on the website. Right, Barbara, what we're going to look at first?
So the first thing I wanted to show you, I just wanted to show you how to make a frame with one of the stamps, like with the log stamp. So I did something very, very simple. Maybe we could just have a look at this, and I'll show you how easy is this.
That's
right, can we take a
beautiful.
look at that? Right, so I'm just going to show you how to make that lovely, isn't that nice? Very simple.
And that's
just
the
by
one
using
stamp?
the one stamp, covering it up. So shall I show you how that works quickly?
Please.
Okay. Oh, look, I've been looking for that.
Have you?
Yeah.
Is that your moon?
That's my moon, just in case I want to go moony. Right. So there we go. So we need a bit of stencil card.
Okay.
And I'm going to go with the log pile. Now, what I'm showing you with the log pile, you could do this with all of them. The log pile and the stone wall are really brilliant for it because they just blend into each other. They're quite busy. So, for example, let's just pop the first log pile in, right? Black archival ink pad. Okay, so that's fine. Got that, nice. Now, what I'll do now is I'll take my mask. I've always used it a couple of times already, and then I'm going to cover up my. Can I just excuse my head? Is my head in the way?
No, not at all.
No, because I just need to cover up like so, okay? And then I'll just show you how quickly you can do this. So we cover up the mask, we cover up the log pile, and then we go this way. So all I'm going to do now is just, there you go. So you hover with the handle, decide where it's straight, and that's that side done. And we'll turn it round this way, do the same again on this side. This is easy. You do the bottom, do the left and right, that way round, right? And you could just hold it like so. Right,
so you're only going to move the mask once?
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do now, I've done that, now I'm going to lift this one off, aren't I? Because I want to put that one in there.
Yeah.
So I'll lift that one off there. I'll add that to this one.
Oh, right, I see.
Do you see?
Yes, yes.
So I'll add that to that one, like so. Now I'll turn it round. That's why we've got a pair of masks. So that when you go to do... See, so I'll put that one on there like so.
Of course.
Then I've done that. I'll turn that round. Now I can put the fourth one in. So it doesn't take a long time, does it?
No. Very clever. Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Wow, Barbara. Half the stock of the stamps has gone. I do need to tell you that.
That's
Sorry
it?
to interrupt you, but we're only 16 minutes into the show.
Golly.
Half the stock of the stamps has gone. We knew it'd be
Why
busy.
do I always doubt myself? What is it?
You should never doubt yourself.
Right, let's have a look what we've got now. So now if I lift this off, there we are, you see, and you can't see the join. So you replace the mask. I mean, you should wipe it really with a paper towel or a tissue so you don't get covered in ink like I am. but I reckon that that will work quite well. Now, actually, before I take it away, let's look here. So you know how the frame is done now, but let me just grab a paper towel.
You know, when you were drawing this, Barbara, can I ask you a question? Because that fascinates me.
Okay.
That's amazing that you can't see any joints. And do you consider that when you design it, that you're going to place a mask on there and that it's all going to join up?
Oh, yeah. And also, well, one of my friends at work, Lisa, that helps me, I give her the sketches and she runs with it. Yeah. She's fantastic at this stuff. So I don't even have to overthink it. She's the one that sorts out the tessellation. It's called tessellating.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah, she does all that. And she makes sure, her and Jim between them, they're an awesome team. They really are.
How clever.
Yeah. And so that's what they do. So I just want to show you, say for example now, I've got those ones. Now let's say I want to add the grasses in there. Now I've got to cover that up too. For the sake of argument, obviously I've got thousands of these, but it would be easy to cut out a third one, let's say. Or you could do that side, look, that's what Barbara's thinking. You do that side.
When you say cut out another one, Barbara.
Yeah, it'd be easy to. You just stamp this, the log, onto a post-it or with a sticky, cut it out and then make your own mask, can't you?
Fabulous.
Back in the day, that was what we always did, you know. Right, so now, let's say, for example, I want to add this grass here. Yep. So I'll take my grasses and I'll take a bit of copy paste. There we go, let's just tear. I don't need a ruler to do that. Just tear that like that.
See, for me, I would have started here and then gone to the outside. It's fascinating that we're working with the frame
We're
first.
making the landscape inside, aren't we? So let me just take my grasses, and what I want to do, you see, is just use, I only want to use that little bit of the grass. So in effect, I don't really need to ink up the whole thing. And what I'm doing is I'm just covering up the outside area. See, for a stamper, this is like pretty obvious, but for somebody, let's say, who's new to this,
like me,
it's interesting. You have to cover up all these bits as well. Do you see?
Yeah. Now the phone
there's
lines.
that.
Sorry to interrupt again, Barbara, but if you're on the phone lines trying to get hold of us, we will be there. Don't worry, they're 4 minutes long. So the queues are 4 minutes long, just to let you know. If you've got access to the internet, it's a really good idea to use the internet because you can just go on there and you can check out yourself. You can do that on a computer, as you know, your tablet, or a phone, because we've got the app available for Apple users and Android users as well. It's the Hochanda Go app. You can watch and order at the same time.
So all I've done now is I've taken that mask off there, flicked it to the other side, and then we'll turn that. And then I'll take my grasses stamp. So this time I want to just add some grasses on this side. So I make a note of which area I need to ink up. It's that area there. I mean, I'm using black archival, but this would look fabulous in a brown or in a, you know, and now you just look through the stamp and decide what you want to reveal and what you don't. There you go. Then you hover with the handle, you press on the flat of the stamp, and then you've got the front. If you miss a bit like that, like I just did, don't worry about it. You just go back in, like so, and add something else. There you go. No one will ever know. Right. Okay, so that then becomes, and then we're going to wipe this. Let's take these off here. I'm trying not to get my hands inky, right, like so.
Do you want me to help?
No, you're all right.
Sure.
You're all right. So then what you do is you replace these, because we can use those again and again, can't we? Like so. And what I'd probably do is just take a paper towel or a kitchen roll and just wipe the excess ink off like that. There you go. So that's ready to. Now we've got our landscape. So let's have a look now how we fill it. And this is where we just go freehand. And I want to tell you. So this is very easy, and you just have to think that this is the front, isn't it? So all we're going to do now is just come through here, like so, right? Now, Tina and I, we started a little thing going on Facebook.
Yes.
It was quite interesting, just doodling. Tina got me started, and then I went off on the Parchment doing it. But it's so interesting that we've decided to do a joint venture. We're coming on telly together, and we're going to do a doodling session so that get people. Yeah.
Do you know something, Barbara?
So I'm really looking forward to that.
I saw a picture of a doodle that Tina did of some hills and trees.
There you go.
Is that the one? And I actually sat down and tried to do that. Yes, because I saw how beautiful it looked. And with you doing this work as well, with that fine line, it just makes you want to do it at home.
It's not hard. Look, so this is how I make the trees. The trees are not stamps, but I just want to show you. And then you just start drawing, just go for it. Look, because they're at the end, these are just little trees. Look, and then you just keep going until you're happy. When it gets to the bottom where the hill is, you just obviously it's behind the hill. This one, right? So you can make the hill, and then you just go to the next tree. Just start, and then when you get going, here we go. So now you just start giving it little skirts. They're like pine, you know. Look, so you go like that, and then you go to the next tree. And you just fill them in. There you go. And if you want to, there you go. And then here's the next one. And it gets smaller and smaller because it's going into the distance, look. Yeah. Then the next one, just a little scribble. These ones are just a little tiny, look, there, you can't even see their trees, but you know they are because the front one tells you that that's what's in the background. So you see how easily I'm trying to keep my head out and I'm working on a 45-degree angle here. But once you see how simple it is.
Yeah, you're doing very well, Barbara. We're not seeing your head, it's fine.
There you go. But it just goes to show you. And then once you're happy with the shape, then you can go in and you can just add a little bit more detail, a little bit more interest to that. But I just wanted to explain that that's how I finished. That's how you make trees. And Tina and I are going to come in and show you how to make these doodles.
Oh, fantastic!
So that'll be quite interesting and fun to do.
I cannot wait for that. I
so
cannot wait for that show.
And that's how you make the frames as well, and that's why we've got the masks in there.
Isn't that fascinating? I think the logs in particular, I know it's very, very early to talk about Christmas, but winter time and Christmas time in particular, using those logs would look amazing with the different scenes that you can place inside. Oh my word, we are having a very, very busy show. 3/4 of the stock of the stamps has already gone, and we're only 25 minutes into the show. Let me run you through the stamps you're getting. It's a fabulous deal, it really is. You're getting 4 sets of stamps, two stamps in each set. You're getting the masks to go along with your stamps, and you are getting the stamping plates as well, the mounts. You're getting 2 per stamp set, so you've got enough for all the stamps in there. And the price itself, well, you're getting 4, but you're really only paying for 3. That is a great deal that we've got for you. And Freedom members, you're saving even more. £40.46 as a Freedom member. I know, it's fabulous. What I love about these stamps is not only the drawing, the fine line drawing, beautiful, is that you can make and create such a beautiful selection of different cards. For example, this one has been made by Elaine, if you have a look at that. So that's just using part of the stamps. These are the daisy stamps that you're seeing there, which are beautiful. I'll show you some other samples as I go through the stamps as well. This is using all of them, as you can see there, with the stone wall, which comes alongside one of your stamp sets, but using that stone wall and then using the different flowers looks beautiful. And that one is by Barbara, which looks gorgeous. Again, yes, Barbara Lancaster. That's one of your stamp sets again, and you are getting, of course, the masks, and you're getting the stamping platforms as well, the mounts. You get 2 per set, which are beautiful. Using these stamps as a frame, just using it as a frame and using the flowers on the inside, again, doesn't that look beautiful? And following Barbara's advice there about how to build the frame using the masks and how they just run on perfectly. You won't be able to see where one stamp ends and the other one begins. It looks very, very natural. We've got the logs. Oh my word, we're over 80% of the stock gone now. 80% of the stock gone. We are going to be called limited stock shortly. Those are the logs, those are the flowers on there. Again, just to let you know what the beautiful stonework looks like, and the mask that goes over the stone that you can make and create those beautiful borders. If you do want to get hold of these 4 stamp sets, my word, I'm just hearing how busy we are. Please pop them into your basket and do check on out. Just make sure you've got them. Check on out of your baskets, make sure you've got them, assure yourself of the product, and then you can sit back and watch the rest of the show. This is a 2-hour show, by the way. This is a 2-hour show for you. We do have other items on the show, and we're going to run through those for you now before we head back to Barbara. Now, if you fancy getting into the groove, this is also proven to be very, very busy. It's the same images, but it's in the groovy form. So if you love your parchment work, which we know so many of you do, we've got those beautiful images, but now they're in the groovy plates. Now, 3/4 of the stock has gone. Now, oh, I need to catch a breath. Now, we are aware that these will fit into your stamping, into your groovy plates, but what you do need is this addition in there just to fill out, so you can work with your groovy frames, your plate mates, and that, of course, not only will fill the space for you, but gives you that lovely sentiment and the butterflies as well. True beauty lies in the tiniest things: petal leaves and butterfly wings. It's beautiful, isn't it? It really is. You can use that in conjunction with your plates here, or you can use it with other projects that you are working on. I'll give you an idea of some samples here. It's always lovely, isn't it, to go through them. The scenes that you can make and create with these are gorgeous. Think beyond just the flowers, think beyond just the stone wall and the logs, and think about placing them together and different elements that you can add to them. Birds, butterflies, scenes in the countryside, for example. Here's a lovely sample I've got here, and this one is by Linda Page. This is beautiful. We've got the house in the background, and then we have those beautiful grasses along there, and then that stone wall, and then using the Pogamano pens to colour that in and add the colour. Oh, this is a beautiful lawn. Let me show you this one. There you go. Isn't that gorgeous? That is beautiful. That's with the roses. And how well does that go with that beautiful lady there, just going through the different roses against that brick wall, which is gorgeous. Nearly 80% of the stock has gone. Now, here's a lovely sample. There's the brick wall used on repeat to create a frame, and then the flowers in the middle just coming out through that hole in the wall. Isn't that stunning? Beautiful. All of these images, of course, you can make and create when you get them home. You'll have your own ideas of how you'll place these together, but you do need to get them. £19.96. If you want them, pop them into your basket to check out. You're saving £8. It's an introductory price for you. 069967. Now, if you are new to Groovy and you want to get hold of the starter kit, we've got that available on 2 flexi-buy payments of £25. So here's the thing: if you're going for your starter kit today and it is on flexi-buy, then anything you add to your basket will then be split into 2 for you. So you can go for your starter kit, and then you can go for the new plates that we've got on the show, and the cost of those will be divided into 2 for you. It's a great way to start a new craft, a great way to get your friends into the craft that you love as well. It means you can start grooving together. Only £25 today will get this starter kit out to you. It's got everything you need to take it out of the bag and start getting into the groove instantly. Right, now, the stamps. We're back with Barbara. Are you ready for this? So I love to see Barbara's reaction when we tell you.
Well, I know what the stock levels are.
Yes, right. So the stamps, limited stock.
It can't be.
Yeah, it's a 2-hour show, by the way.
Oh,
we're 30 minutes into the show.
Make my heart sing.
No, it's gone. Sold out.
No way.
Well done.
Well done. Hang on. We've still got 2 hours. We've got 1.5 hours still to go.
We've still got 90 minutes to go.
I'm still allowed to carry on. Honestly, I am.
Yes, you are.
Aren't I?
So, well done, everyone that's got hold of those. My
Goodness me.
Yeah, that was...
No way.
That was quick. But you know, when we saw these in the run-up to the show, because we always, you know, have a little meeting, they're fascinating. They're fantastic. If there's anything we can do...
Thank you so much.
If there's anything we can do to try and get any back, we will. But for the time being, well done, everyone. They've sold out. Well done, Barbara. And thank you for your beautiful designs.
Wow. There you go, Mum. I said it'd work. I said it was really... I knew it'd be up her street. You didn't buy any though, Mum, did you?
Can you imagine?
Very. Yeah, she's been on the phone like that. Another set. Just to make her daughter feel better. Go on, I'll have another one. I bet when I get home they're all to my Elmer Gray. No, don't do that.
Oh, dear. Right, OK. We've got a little update now.
OK.
The stamps, we've managed to get back on extended delivery. They will be dispatched on the 12th of March. They're not long to wait.
No.
There's not a lot of stock. Because it was a huge stock to start with. You can imagine they need to be made, they need to be created, they need to get out there to you. So they're on extended, but it's not a huge amount of stock. So just to let you know that, so you can carry on buying
so cool.
for now. So well done.
Yeah, well, no,
well
thank
done.
you so much. It really, that sends a message home, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Well done.
I want to show you what the whole idea behind it was. If we could just carry on undeterred.
Yes.
Right? Have a look at this card, and it's very, very simple. It's very crisp. It's really trad. And you'll see
when
here...
When you say trad?
Traditional.
Traditional,
yeah,
right, okay.
Traditional stamping, you know, because by and by, over the years, we're moving into this mixed media, arty, grungy, you know, but every now and again, a set of stamps come along like these, and it's just pristine, clear, which is what we always used to do. That was the way it was back in
Sorry, Barbara,
the 90s.
I'm just trying to subtly move your mat out of the way. Well, not out of the way, into the camera.
Oh,
and and as I moved it, you put your hand on it. And I was like, OK, I'll try it again.
Fiddling. Right, there you go. Is that better?
No, it's fine where it was there. OK. Right, off you go.
Promise not to touch. So when we look at this, you'll see that there's a top and a bottom like this, which is really nice. So the idea, what we'll do is we'll construct it now so you understand, because it's all bits, isn't it? So let's deconstruct it so you see. Now the first thing is, what we're going to use is, I used, you know, the blanks. They're brilliant for this.
They are available.
So you can see, you get a whole pack of them. So the back one is the white blank, right? That's the first thing. Okay. And then what I did was I cut one of the 5x5 ones up to make the layers. So I've got that one, then I've got that one, that's going to be the background, and then I've cut this one out to be the front, which I can trim back a bit more. Okay. So I think it's worth just mentioning that that's the way to do it, right? Okay. That's the first thing you want.
Details for the cards, by the way, are on your screen now. If you do want to get hold of them, you get 80, they're pre-scored, and you get 40 black and 40 white, so it's excellent value for money, £29.96. And I'm really sorry, I have to give you another update. OK, the Groovy is now limited stock. I'm so sorry for all these interruptions, but when we have a busy show, I don't want you to go to the end of the show and say, right, I'll go and check out my basket, and then it's not there. We want you to get the items on the show, as Barbara demonstrates. So we've gone limited on the Groovy plates, limited stock now.
I'm so glad to hear that too, for our partners.
Yes.
Our friends. Now, you're the best. So what I'm going to do...
Sorry,
yeah, you are.
Sorry.
So these are our lovely wee mini word chains. They're beautiful. And so what I want to do, you'll see here from the original, we've got You're the Best in there. So I'm going to start in the middle, and then I'm going to work my way outwards. And obviously I've worked it out on a bit of scrap first to make sure that it fits. So let's say, for example, You're the Best. Right, we'll pop You're the Best in, and then we know that that's in the centre.
Okay.
Right, that's it. Then I'll take my daisies, or I could take any of the stamps. If I was using the grasses, which are taller, I might have to make it a little bit taller that way. I might have to give myself a bit more room.
Okay.
I think white space is key to this. You know, it's good to give some white. So you can see now, like if that's the top, just excuse my head for a minute while I hover. Right, that'll be good. So I might have given myself quite a big border, maybe a bit larger than I'd like, but hey-ho. So that you can see it's quite a big area that I've given myself there.
I was just about to say, where did you get the line from? But it's on there, isn't it?
It's on the stamp. Yeah, there we are. So now I can take this one again, and now I can, if I want to centre it, then I can just give myself the same distance. I think it might be a bit big, but do you see what I mean? I can decide, can't I? Yes. I went a little bit too large, and I'll show you, it's not a bad thing to do this, because now you can see the difference between this one and one I did earlier, in case I got it wrong. Right, so let's have a look now, and you'll see, so there's your panel, you see?
Yes.
Now, let's have a look, exactly the same thing, but check how different it looks when the panel's a bit tighter.
Yes.
Do you see?
What do you like? Do you like it?
I like it a bit tighter.
Do you?
What you could write here is, now it's too late, but I could doodle. You see, this is where your doodling comes in. So I could do some really lovely, I could do some flowers, or, you know, I could doodle within the border if I wanted to. Personally, I prefer it tighter. What about you? choices, isn't it?
Do you know what? When you talk about the extra doodles that you could push in there, I don't know. I think I might like it.
Quite nice to put some little flowers in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, or a little butterfly.
You know, and you can. This is the other thing that you can do is you can stamp this out onto a bit of copy paper, cut them out, and then stick them on. You know, so what one of the stamping tricks would be to take that, put it on here. I would even put a piece of maybe double-sided adhesive sheet on the back before I cut it out, and then what you're doing in effect is you're making little stickers, aren't you?
Yeah, that's a good
And then
idea.
you could do that. But there you are. That's just a suggestion. I'm going to go to this one, right? And then what we'll do now is we'll use our colouring in, so pergoliners. These are our pencils. You know we own Pergamano, don't we?
Yes.
So we've got these lovely pencils. Pergamano show on Thursday. Linda Williams.
Coming, yes.
Linda and I are going to be here 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We've been given a third hour.
Yeah. Well, you deserve it.
Well, we didn't hit the sides last time, did we?
No.
We didn't touch the sides. And at the end of 2 hours, Linda and I and you, we all looked at each other like, oh, I wish we had another hour.
Yeah, it's true.
And so we asked the powers that be. And
did
we
they
were
say?
granted a third hour at 3 o'clock,
Fabulous.
which
And
is
that's
great.
This Thursday?
Yes.
This Thursday.
Because what that means is, it means that we can recap what we did last time in the first hour, we can revisit that, and then we're going to move into colouring. The theme this Thursday is colouring.
And then
Isn't it,
hopefully
Linda?
you will have a bag as full as Barbara's bag right there.
So I've got my pencils, and you can see with the pergoliner pencils, you've got A's and B's. So if we look at the pencils, let's have a look. This way round, you'll see B for blending and A for aqua. I mean, for colouring in, obviously pergoliners, we automatically think, oh, they must be for parchment, but they work beautifully on card as well. Really, really nicely on card. And so at this point, you settle down, and this is where we just get into our colouring in, and we can use just traditional. This is an aqua pen. So if I wanted to add water, I know that this card can take water. So A means aqua, water soluble. And so here we go now. So you just start colouring. I know a lot of us really like colouring. It's a therapy. The other day on Clarity Worldwide, I asked, what is your passion? What is it that you do to take yourself away from the daily humdrum of life? What is it? And a lot of people said, I love colouring. Dawn Serdifeld, she said, I like colouring in. That's what she likes doing.
I think these stamps really lend themselves to making
They're perfect
and creating.
for it.
You could actually make cards like this and then give them as a gift to somebody so they can colour them in.
Oh, goodness, yeah, what a good idea.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Because they make
Bind them
lovely
together.
notelets. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, you can create your own colouring books then.
But you can see how I'm blending the colours, and it's just, I mean, I'm rushing it a little bit but you can see how pretty it is, can't you? And how easy it is as well.
Yes.
It's always good to leave a little bit of whiteness, you know, but you can really get some lovely blends and colours. So I'm glad that you like these stamps, because I thought they were nice when I joined.
I've
forgotten I'd done a little snail. Look,
Oh
there's a
yeah,
little...
look at that.
It was only when I stamped him out I thought, oh yeah, that's right.
I love them. I love the fine line. I love the detail. I think on repeat pattern like this as well, that it just makes them so extra special.
And the other thing is, the other thing is, you see now here, for example, if you've got a fine pen in doodle mode, if you're up for it and you want to add more detail, you know, because the lines are fine. This is a micron pen. It's a 01. Right, and so it's exactly the same. So if you want to, you can add more detail yourself. It makes it your art, is what Tina always says. It makes it an original. It makes it not just stamped, but you're actually adding your own detail, you know, and that's something to consider as well.
Now, actually, whilst we're talking about that, if somebody wanted to make, create and sell, if they've got a craft fair coming up,
we're an angel
charity,
company. Yeah, we're an angel company.
Okay.
If you make things, I've always been an advocate of that. I think it's really important that you get some return on your investment, and you know, we support people if they are trying to set up a little business and they're not sure how to go about it, then Yeah, I've reached out to a lot of people and helped them along, you know, get them started.
Yes.
And then they're off and running, and it's fantastic, isn't it? But you can see how easy this is. Now, if I, obviously, colouring in, colouring in, colouring in. Now, this edge here, if you want to just do it freehand, then all you do is you keep your eye on the road ahead, I always say, right? However, if you're a little bit nervous of that, then obviously the ruler is the answer, because provided that you mounted the stamps straight, which is quite straightforward because they're quite robust, these stamps, so you can get a really good tight line there. So there's so much you can do. So I'm going to fast forward now. You know what? This is just an hour away from looking like this one. Okay. What I've done is just picked 4 colours like that. My snail's brown. I've decided not to make a pink snail. There is a limit.
Now we've got just under 15 minutes left of the first hour. It goes so quickly.
Wow.
We do have another hour left at 3 o'clock all the way through until 4 o'clock. And we've got a very special, one-day special launching
Oh, we
tonight
do
at
indeed.
6 o'clock.
Royalty's in the building.
Yeah, royalty is in the building. So make sure you stay with us for that.
I want to show you the background. This is worth paying, just having a look at. You see the background. Sometimes, I mean, I know we've got beautiful designer papers, of course we do, and you could stamp straight onto designer paper. In fact, let me show you. There is a card, which I doubt we're going to get to. So let me, I know we're not going to get to it. There's not a chance. But if I show it to you, you'll see how I've created, if you look at this, you'll see how I've used the roses, there you go, the stonewall, the roses, and then I've just carried on, you see, and I've put the grasses along here, and I've done that on one of the Indian summer papers, on the 12 by 12, because it was big enough to do that. And sorry, I digress a little bit, but it's worth checking this out. On the 12 by 12, if you look at where I've cut it or torn it, you'll see that's where I started. So I looked for the colour of the bricks.
Oh, right.
Do you see what I mean?
In the pattern of the
paper.
paper.
There we go. And then, so the brick was already pretty much established before I started. And then if you look at what I finished, then all I did was use the pergoliners to just bring out the brickwork a little bit more, a little bit of highlight, a bit of low light.
That is a fabulous idea, isn't
it? But don't get caught thinking, this is why the 12 by 12s are so cool.
Yes, yeah.
And I know it feels like I'm pushing them, but it actually is, because you don't go straight. Look, because they're so large, you can take your stamp and you can look, well, where do I want to be? Where are the flowers?
That's a great idea.
You know, that's where the 12 by 12s really come into their own on this.
If you do want to get any of the 12 by 12s, the details are on the screen at the moment. You choose any two. It's a pick and mix. That's a great deal. £29.98 to choose any two 12 by 12 papers.
They are, they're good.
Head to the website and have a look. We've got some choices for you. We've got like Northern Lights and Shenandoah in there for you. Some beautiful, beautiful designs, and all designed by Barbara as well, so they're very intriguing. Which is gorgeous. Now, if you need any inspiration whilst you're checking out your baskets, are we going to have a look at that? Let's take a look at that then. We are having a very, very busy show. In fact, we're on a very, very busy day here at Hochanda. It must be raining outside because you're all inside watching us, and it's great to have your company. It really is. Now, I need to give you some updates on what we've got. Now, half the stock on the extended delivery... Half the stock on the extended delivery is gone. We've already sold out once, but this is on the extended delivery, dispatching on the 12th of March. It's not a huge stock. It's not as big as the first stock. My word, this is a 2-hour show, but it is going very, very quickly. You are loving these images, and they're beautiful because they're so versatile as well. You've seen Barbara do some demonstrations with masking. You get the stamps, you get the masks,
and you also get the mounts as well. So you get 2 mounts per stamp set, you get the 2 masks, as you can see there just at the side, and you get the 2 stamps, but they're interchangeable. That's what we love about these. They're interchangeable. So you can use the roses with the stone wall if you want to. You can use the grasses with the logs if you want to. You can be creative and make scenes if you want to, using all of them. They really are beautiful. And of course, with the addition of the mounts as well, you're getting an excellent value for money here. You're getting 4 stamp sets with the stamping platforms and the masks, but you're only paying for 3. It's an excellent deal. £44.96 if you do want to go for them. Now, we are coming up to Easter, aren't we? Oh, we are coming up to Easter. And look, we've got a little bitty rabbit there. The rabbit just by the stone wall as those flowers are in bloom. That could be sunset or it could be sunrise. That's a lovely image, isn't it? And then using... Yeah, you can borrow that one, Barbara. I'll bring that one in. Similar images, but now it's a daytime look. But we've also got the grass. If you want to add any details with a fine line pen, you've got the opportunity to do that as well. Now, if you want to use your backgrounds, your mixed media style backgrounds, if you've got some great techniques with inks, for example, just the fine line of the detail of the stamp looks amazing, whether these be backgrounds you're making yourself or whether they be the backgrounds from the books that we've got available, the designer papers. If you want to use the stamps a lot and create a background, here's a really good example, and this one is by Sam. Isn't that pretty? And it gives it a really nice grungy effect that you've got there. But again, you've got all the different stamps on repeat. And I'll just open the little window there. Oh, look at that. A world full of colour. You can come in, Barbara, if you want to.
Thank you.
Yes. You can, Barbara, come in.
Mercy buckets.
Mercy bucket. These really are fabulous and a great value for money, Barbara.
It's the interchangeability of it.
It is, isn't it?
It really so is, yeah.
And because you're getting the whole set, you can interchange all of your images. And with the masks, you can then elongate those logs, for example. I mean, that is a beautiful image.
Isn't that? Yeah, there you go. There's the tessellating. Very, very clever.
Yeah.
I like that indeed, Anne and Demetriou.
Yeah.
How gorgeous does that look? And then a little bird. So the thing about these designs, and I guess that's because I drew them, they go with a lot of our other stamps.
Yes, they do, yeah, you're quite right.
So they complement a lot of our other stamps. And then, of course, the torn paper and the general kind of Barbie style.
Oh, Barbie style. All, of course, produces beautiful artwork. Now, 60% of the extended delivery has already gone. We've got another hour to go as well. I don't know what we're going to do in the hour if it all goes. Right, we also have the Groovy plates available for you. We're going to get to those in a moment's time. But those are the details for your stamps, for the masks, and for the platforms. You're getting the whole complete set, and you're saving. Right, we do have... You can stay here, you can go back, Barbara, it's your show.
No, I just wanted to finish off that little demo.
All right.
In your own time, though.
Do you want to do it live on the show, or did you just want to do it whilst I'm here?
No, I was thinking that our good friends at home might want to watch.
Right, we've got 5 minutes left on the show, so here's your Groovy. Here's your... The Groovy is now on extended delivery.
Is it? No way.
Yeah,
oh,
on extended delivery. It is, again, it's another fabulous set. Fine line, of course, with Groovy is what it's all about.
Yeah.
And that's why you're getting the same designs that are going to look gorgeous.
And this will appeal to our Groovy... there you go, look, see that one there? This will appeal to our Groovy friends and to our traditional Pergamano friends as well. So, look, there's that top and tail, exactly the same principle. Josie Davidson, Great Minds Think Alike.
Yeah.
And so, of course, this evening, it's Josie's designs are coming.
With the one-day special, please do tune in for that.
And there's Josie's again, Great Minds Think Alike.
Love that, very good. Let me pick this one
up. I like that, the way she's built that brick wall like that. Very nice,
It is beautiful, with those flowers just popping out. Here's a lovely design.
In fact, this is another one that's not dissimilar. Look, from Sheila Bradley. So let me show you this one.
Oh, yes.
And this is great. So this is... with the landscape. Do you know, I've got to tell you, so my brother and Sheila, they are partners.
Okay.
This is his girlfriend.
Yes.
And Steve's been on nights making these plates.
Has she?
Yeah. He has.
Oh, he
so
has.
He's been on nights all week making the plates.
Oh, bless.
And then when he turned up at Sheila's house on Friday, he had a great big box full to start cleaning them. So apparently they've been sitting there all weekend cleaning them.
You see, it's a family-run business, and Hochanda is all
I
about
thought,
family
God, she's
as well.
delighted. So she's sitting there snipping away. He's cleaning. We love you both.
Yeah, we certainly do. We certainly do. And we love you as well. These are being dispatched on the 12th of March. So do check out your basket and make sure you get hold of those. Right, we are heading back to the demo. We will be finishing the demonstration. Here's what you can get as well if you want to. Remember we were talking about the word chains? Here's your Clarity Stamp mini word chains. Kind and Ray of Sunshine stamp set. 12 stamps in total. They're fabulous because you can pick them out, you can mix them up, you can jumble them up, you can have them as you like, or you can just use the singular words if you want to. So we've got a set of 2 for you, just there. And these are the new arrivals and good news sentiments. 25 stamps in total there for £19.99. And then finally, you have got... Oh, these are busy. Your Artistry ink sets. You've got a choice of 4 sets. You also get the spot-on sponges as well. This one is the Golden Turmeric. Then you've got the Haystack. Then you've got the Lime Kiss. And then you've got Old Parchment as well. And they come in their own little, excuse me, storage trays. So you've got your own little storage trays that they come in, and you choose your set. You're also getting the sponges as well.
It.
So do head to the website, grab those, and we're going to finish, we'll try and finish the demo before the top of the hour.
Yes.
But we have got another round, so we can filter through.
Yeah, so these are the little tasters, and I love these because you've got like 48, so you've got like a whole paint, like a whole ink palette, the entire range in these 4 little boxes, which is ideal. They also are available in large sizes. So let me just show you. These are the little ones. These are the little ones. Where are we going?
Yes.
There. And then these are the large ones, which are also available on the website in a pick and mix.
Okay.
Now, these are great as, like for tasting.
Yes.
Not
tasting.
tasting, like as tasters, so you can test the waters, decide which your favourite ones are. If you find that you tend to go to the same ink pad again and again, that's when you go and get the large one. That's how I would roll with this. So you've got the advantage of having the entire collection, and then like Midnight Blue is one that I went to all the time. These pinks are very beautiful. So what I wanted to show you was, for example, let's say, with a 12 by 12, of course, we could put a black line around the edge, and then we could mount it on our designer paper, and it would look great. Cut it out, and then there we go, Bob's your uncle. But I thought, because I wanted to focus on the flowers, and I thought, right, well, let me show you another trick. If I, for example, I take a piece of the card, that's about the right size, like so. Now, I've got choices. I could either, let me show you something. Cotton candy is a really light colour, isn't it? Right, it's a real light colour. And I can come in directly, like this, onto the card. See, I'm using the blending mat in the background, and then I'm just going to start like so. And I'm just going to, gently, look how quickly you get coverage.
That's a lovely colour.
Yeah, so that's cotton candy. Now, if I was going to use the little one, let me see if I can do this. Let's have a look. I reckon that'll work. There you go, look. So I could use the little one exactly the same, look. You'd go through it quite quickly, though. Do you understand?
You would, yes.
You'd go through it quite quickly. So that's the only reason, because I'm saturating that. But having said that, it works. So let's try it with a small one now. Let's see if this works. So now, right, here we go. And I'm just using the small... Yeah, look, it works like a treat.
Yeah, it does. Now, we've only got about 1.5 minutes left on this hour. We are crossing through for another hour with Barbara Gray, so please do stay with us.
So that is how I did the background. You see, so when you just wipe that clean, wipe that off there. You could use that later. You could use the colour there. But then that then becomes the background for that. And that was all I did on the background of that. I'd cut this back a little bit. Do you see? Where's the one I was working on? That's better. Right, a little bit smaller, but that's how I did the background. And you know it's gonna, you blend the colours in, and you can even paint with those colours with the blending nibs as well. That's not a problem either.
Isn't that lovely?
So that was all I wanted to show you, was how the colours all tone in tone. And also, the other thing was that if you...
We've got 20 seconds left of this hour. You might
Have you?
Yes. Do you want to save it till the next hour?
Yes, we'll save it. We don't
To
wanna...
be continued on the next episode of
3 minutes.
Soap. Do you remember soap? We'll talk about that in the break. Please stay where you are. Thank you very much for checking out your baskets.
Thank you
Stay
so
with us. We'll
much.
be
Thank
back
you
in
so
a few
much.
moments' time. Now we have another hour crafting with Clarity and Barbara Gray for another hour. PowerTex and the Enchanted Forest will be back after that.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi there, let me introduce you to the Hochanda app. This is our free app that allows you to watch Hochanda live, on the go, anywhere, anytime, and purchase items featured on air, giving you a quicker and easier method of shopping using your mobile phone or tablet whilst watching us anywhere, and it's free. You can find Hochanda by simply accessing your iPhone's App Store or Android through Google Play, typing in Hochanda into the search bar and downloading. Once downloaded, this places Hochanda onto your home screen for easy access. Then simply tap the Hochanda icon to access Hochanda anytime via the app. Once open, you'll notice the current live show will automatically appear. If you turn your phone or tablet on its side, the live stream automatically becomes full screen. But that's not all. At the top of the app, you have 4 icons. The first icon is Live. Here you will find the live stream along with all the items featured in the current show. The next one is TV Schedule, where you'll be able to access the past month shows, catch up and purchase any items featured at the tap of a button. The third one is Your Search, where you can search our entire website for any items you've seen on Hochanda. The fourth button, currently this should be empty, but we can soon rectify that. When you add an item to your basket, you'll be asked if you wish to continue shopping or go directly to your basket for checkout. Once you reach your basket, you'll notice it is very similar to our website, where you can choose different postage methods as well as applying any current voucher codes. Simply agree to the terms and conditions to check out securely. Log in with your account using your registered email and password. Hochanda Go will automatically detect if you are a Freedom member and will deduct your postage accordingly. Also on the screen, you can select your delivery and billing address. Once these have been selected, tap Checkout securely. This takes you through to the payment page. Here you can make your preferred payment selection. Then once this has been selected, simply tap Submit Order and your item will be on its way. The Hochanda app. Download it now, watch live and order anywhere, anytime, on the go.
A very good afternoon to you. If you weren't here for the first hour, oh my word, you need to be quick to get hold of the stamps that we've got available for you. We are limited stock. We sold out once, we brought them back on extended delivery, dispatching on the 12th of March, but we are now limited stock. How are you? I hope you're well. Sorry to rush straight into that, but we were very, very busy in the first hour. We do have Barbara Gray with us for the next hour, and we've got some other products as well, because I'm sure we're going to sell out of these any moment. It's a fantastic deal, it really is. You are getting 4 stamp sets with the masks to make and create, so you can then take your images like this log, for example, and then take them a long way. You can also use them to make and create your beautiful frameworks as well. You get the masks with each set, and then you can make and create beautiful designs, even making a whole complete scene if you want to. Along with your stamps, remember you're getting 2 stamps in each set, you will be getting your masks. You'll also be getting your stamping
mounts, and 2 of those per stamp set. So all in all, you're getting 8 of the plates, which means you can put your stamps on individual plates. You don't have to mix and match, but you can mix and match the stamps in your images. £20.23 today if you are a Freedom member. It is an incredible deal, it really is, and it's proven to be so popular in the first hour. Selling out once, bringing it back on extended delivery. And we're only on single figure stock now. So if you do want it, pop it in your basket, do chuck it out, and it means that you will get your product and then you can watch for the rest of the show. Now, we also have the Groovy system, and it's on extended delivery. Yes, it did sell out once. We've got it on extended delivery, and we're dispatching this on the 12th of March. We need that time to get them made and created for you. If you want to go for this, it's the same images as the stamps. They're beautiful. They're fine lined, which is what the Groovy system is all about, to make those beautiful images. And like the stamps, you can mix and match, so you can take your images and make wonderful scenes if you want to, or make them very simplistic with the designs that you're getting. You're also getting the spacer plate as well, because these are going to fit into your Groovy plate mate to enable you to make and create. Isn't that lovely? That's really nice, and a great card for your dad, maybe for Father's Day or for a birthday card, using the images of perhaps plates that you've already got. You've got the images of flowers there, and you've got that superb brick wall. Do you know what I like about that brick wall as well? It's like an old brick wall. It's not all the same shape, and that's really, really nice. It makes it look very, very authentic. If you want to use the roses, for example, with the brick wall, you've got the opportunity to do that, or the roses with the stone wall, you can also use that as well. If you've got Groovy plates with images on that you love, but you want to add the elements of the grasses, how beautiful does that look in that white work? Isn't that gorgeous? Really, really is. And you can continue that on, or just use parts of that if you want to. Here's another lovely sample. Isn't that great? Using the heart. And then you've got the stonework, which could also be the soil, maybe in the rocks underneath from where the flowers are growing. Beautiful designs. This is very, very clever. This one's by Jane Telford. And this one's very clever. Using the stone wall, but then picot cutting it out. How lovely is that? £19.96. It is on extended delivery, but you get a set of 4 A6 plates. You get the rose, the wall, the daisy, the meadow, the stone wall, the log pile, and the spacer plate as well. Now, on the spacer plate, you get that wonderful sentiment as well. And if I go down and pick up a sample of this, if I got it, here it is, just to show you. There you go, this spacer plate. True beauty lies in the tiniest things, petal leaves and butterfly wings. But what's lovely about that is you could use that, you could use the butterflies, or you could use it all together. It's entirely up to you. But what is entirely up to you is how quick you get this in your basket and check on out. 069967. If you missed the first hour, we were very, very busy. We've managed to get stock back on extended delivery. So just to give you a little bit of a heads up how busy we were in the first hour, check on out your basket, sit back and relax and watch the show with Barbara Gray. Now, you can shop by brand if you head to the website. Now, you can shop either by Groovy or with the Clarity stamps, because they've each got their own page. So if you are a groover, then you can head to Groovy and have a look at all the different items available for you. Pop those into your basket, look at the 5-star reviews. If you see a red banner, it's on FlexiBuy, which means anything else you add to your basket will also be split into 2. That is a great way to buy from us here at Hochanda, spreading the cost. Then if you go to Clarity, you'll see we might have a blue banner, and that blue banner means if you're a Freedom member, there's extra discount. And if you want to be a Freedom member to take advantage of the discount and your P&P being included, it's 888 in your basket. It's a great way to buy, because if you do buy a lot from us, by the week, by the month, add that up. Just do that now. Think about last month, how much you bought from us on Hochanda, and add up your postage, and then you'll see what a great deal it is to become a Freedom member. And you can cancel at any time.
And that's in America as well, isn't it?
In America, in Europe, and in the UK.
See, that's where it makes sense too.
Yes, it
Big
does.
Style.
Yeah, it really does. Well, Barbara Gray is with us. If you didn't see her in the first hour, we were busy, and we had some great demos.
Have we still got some left?
We've got some of the stamps left for the moment. No, the stamps have all gone.
No way.
Yes.
Oh,
they've just
we're
gone.
allowed to carry on.
Completely sold out on the stamps, and that's on extended delivery as well. So we won't be getting any more of those back. Groovy,
Wow.
still got just. We're just hanging on.
Good. Let's have a look at some
Shall we?
groovy work, and then
Perfect.
we'll. Right. Well, in that case. And I
Yes.
apologise. I know the good people at home are saying, well, why doesn't she make more? It's not that easy.
No.
It's not that easy. And also, we had very, very sizable stocks.
Yes.
I mean, vast is a big word, but we had a lot of stock.
Yeah. It's not like, you know, one say, well, why isn't it endless? Why can't you make as many as you like?
No.
Well, they need to be made, and it takes time.
We make them in Kent.
Yes.
And they're made by hand.
Yes.
And so, you know, we've been peddling for this show for weeks. This has been being made for a long time in advance.
Yes.
And they're not, you know, they're not Victoria sponges. We can bring them back, can't we?
Yes.
So it'll be fine.
Perfect.
It'll be fine. Let me show you the Groovy system now, just in case you're new to this. I just wanted to take, for example, I wanted to show you this particular piece of artwork because it makes a board, it makes a frame with the brick, it brings the flowers in, it brings the landscape in, and I just want to show you how we arrived at this simple picture. It's quite nice, and it also is quite arty. It's not sort of trad. There's no cutting out. It's just ink. So let me show you. If you look, for example, at the starter kit, what you'll find is it's got a Groovy plate mate. Also in the starter kit, it's got the hills. Now, if you look at the picture here, you'll see the hills in the background. So I went to those to make my artwork, clearly. Right, now, if, for example, we were to invest in our plates now, what we need is the Groovy plate mate, which holds everything in place. But see, otherwise, when you're working on parchment, if you haven't got a Groovy plate mate, and then you start working, you're going to crease your parchment here.
Yes.
So the idea is we have a Groovy plate mate, then your plate sits in there. Most of the A5 square plates fit in there a treat, obviously. They all do, in fact. But then the A6 ones are going to rattle around, which is why we've given you that lovely, the beauty lies in the tiniest things. And then now it makes the whole set. So this is what I'm going to use. Now let me tell you something. See you can see there's a little bit of wiggle room there. Better that way round than if it doesn't fit in.
Yes,
see?
of course.
So, but with the wiggle room, what I would suggest that you do is that you straddle. If you straddle all three of them like that when you're working, right? Then it doesn't move. Look, it just sits.
Perfect.
So you see what I mean? You hold it in place. That's just a suggestion. And make sure that the Groovy is on. You can read Groovy, and then you know you're on the right side.
Okay.
Now, let's just wind it back a little bit, because when we look at the artwork, what I did was, if you see here, you'll see that it's got a beautiful picot edge. Now, I don't know, Chris, can you get in on that? I don't know where you would prefer to go. There. Right, so if you look, you'll see that the edge is actually picot cut. Even though I mounted it on white, you'll see. Can you see that okay? There you go, perfect. So you can see, actually, if I was to put something a little bit darker underneath it, like just to... there you can see that it's actually picot. Do you see that?
Now, did you cut those individually, Barbara?
No, that's run through a die cutter. And so what we've got, enter our fresh cut dies. These are the nested square picot cut dies.
Yeah, these are a game changer.
So these are a game changer.
I've never seen these before.
Oh, yeah.
We had a record-breaking show with these on Hochanda.
We did. It blew the doors off, didn't it? I don't think that record's been broken yet, has it? Right, so, and what we've got here is we're going to take the second one. I won't do it because it's obvious, but what you do is you put this on a piece of parchment. Now, it won't fit, the larger squares won't fit on A5 parchment, so you need enter A4 parchment. Right, enter A4 parchment, big styly.
Yes.
Right? So this is actually launching. We put it on this show because we need it for this particular project.
Yes.
But this is going to be with the ODS.
Yes.
It becomes a must-have, to be honest. And I realised that as soon as we started working the grid work, when we started doing the grid work, I thought, A5's too tight.
Yeah.
And so automatically everybody was reaching for A4.
Yes.
And we saw a surge in sales on A4 parchment. So I said, well, really what we need is a bumper pack, because you chomp through it, don't you?
Yeah, and of course with the launch of the one-day special later on today, it might be a consideration to go for this. £88.99 as a Freedom member is £80.09. You're getting 250 sheets. It's 150 GSM. If you work that out per sheet, it works out to be extremely great value for money. And the fact that this comes in this set, and you've got it. You don't have to keep going out to the shop.
£125 or something, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, I was just talking to Paul. If you, sorry to cut across you, if you bought this standard individually, like in packs of 10, it would end up being nearly, I think, more like £125.
Right, got you.
So that's where you're saving.
Because you buy it in packs of 10. But we've got it collectively in a bulk buy, yes. So, yes, it is a considerable purchase, we know that, but if you use your parchment paper, it's the right purchase to make.
Or friends, or groups, or workshops.
Idea. Yes, yeah, if you run a workshop, or if you do Groovy with a group of friends, get together and buy this. Now, on Freedom, it's £80 and 9p. It works out to be 32p a sheet. Is it available on Flexi? It is. Now, there you go. £40 and 5p today. We'll take another payment in a month's time, but it does mean if you've opened up your Flexi basket, you can add, well, I'm looking down the counter, there's not a lot left, but if you can add anything else that we've got available in the show, and then you can split the cost of that by 2 as well. So, if you do want to get hold of this, place it in your basket, 618981.
It's very
nicely packaged as well.
Yeah. Stuart at work, he designed the label. Nice, isn't it?
It is nice.
We do all our own labelling, all our own packs. Somebody at work even counted, so God, dear, oh dear. I know. It could be done more easily, I'm sure. But there you go. Yes. That's the way we roll.
Yeah.
So let's take our A4 parchment. Then we're going to cutting edge. This is the picot edge. This is where it gets really clever. We're going to run it through the machine. Right, and then out it comes like that. Look, with the beautiful picot. Can you see that now?
Let's have a look. That up for you.
So you run it through your die cutting machine.
Now we'll just get a focus on that. And
there
you go.
And there's your perfect picot edge.
That is.
So
and
that
you've
way,
also got that embossment. Do you see that?
Yes, and you get an emboss on it as well,
is fabulous.
Which is really nice, isn't it? Right. So when you've done that, then the next thing you need, because the fresh cut dies, they also come with a Groovy plate. So the Groovy plate gives you the actual line art as well. So let me show you how that works. So this is the one that we cut out. Can you see that the plate has the zigzags on as well? So what we're going to do next is we're going to attach this. This is the bit that's important to my mind. First of all, right, let's have a look. If that's the right, it doesn't matter which side is which. There isn't a right or a wrong side to this part.
And what are you using there, Barbara?
Tumble dryer sheet. Sorry.
And why?
Because what that does is it helps the tool glide in the groove.
Yes.
Right. So we'll do that. It's easier to do it now before you attach it. And then what we're going to do is line up the zigzags, right, on the plate with the parchment. There you go, like so.
Okay.
Because it's a lot easier to add the lines, the grooves, afterwards, next, than it would be to do the... imagine doing the lines and then trying to make sure that the picots are in exactly the right place. That would be next door to impossible. So then you're going to take your tool. This is from the starter kit. You've got a #1 tool, and then you've got the #2 tool with a little ball. So we're going to use the #1 tool, and I'm using a Groovy guard because what that does is it just holds. See, and it's so close. Look, it's so close to the picot, because if you were doing this actually cutting it out, you would be that close. So this is our way of making it as authentic as you can get. Look, so you come down here. I'm going as far as my Groovy tab permits.
Those lines are very close together.
They are. And you can see why it's important. See, if I didn't use a Groovy guard,
yes,
one, I'd have my hot, sweaty hands all over the parchment, and two, what the Groovy guard does is it holds the artwork or the parchment in place so that I end up it joins up.
Yes.
Really, there is a method in it. It's a very simple. I'm not a seasoned parcher, but I've learnt so much, you know, just by watching Linda and Tina and Glynis and the team and Josie, right? And And they've been invaluable. Look at my dirty.
Now, if you do want to go for the Groovy accessories, we've got the details at the bottom of your screen. £11.99. You get parchment paper, Groovy guard, and you get 16 tabs as well. You get 20 A5 sheets of clear parchment paper, your Groovy guard, and 16 tabs as well.
But you'll see, like when you do this, you're setting. Right before I move it away, I can remember that I went in on this one here because I needed to give myself a frame for my stone wall. So while it's in place, before I remove it, let me just do my...
And those Groovy tabs are reusable, aren't they?
Oh gosh, yeah.
It's not, you get 16. It's not like you use one and that's it. You just keep reusing them.
Yeah, I'm always finding them stuck to my jumper or... yeah, but no, you can use them again and again. Sure can. Right, so then when I go like that, now I've got my scene set. So look, so you've got your lovely picot edge. It looks so professional. Imagine if you had to cut that out. That would be, I wouldn't want to.
So crisp. And the fact that they're so close together, so precise and so
And then
even.
you've got a really professional from the Groovy. See, it's so nice to do. So now, if I was to take my next thing I want to do, if you like, let me show you. I'm going to go up, this is the same again, right? So I'm going to take this, I'm going to turn this over, and I know that it will sit, my stone wall will sit perfectly in there. Do you see?
Yes.
So my stone wall will sit in there perfectly. That's the first thing I'm going to do. And then when I've done the stone wall, right, let's say stone wall's done. Right, I'm fast forwarding here because clearly you understand. All I'm going to do now is take my plates, and I'm just going to stone wall first, and I move up to where my flowers are, and then I put my flowers in place. Perfect. Straightforward. And then when I turn it over, and I've used the #1 tool all the way through, and there I'm ready to go now, aren't I? Now I'm ready to apply colour.
And you can mix and match your Groovy plates as well, the images on the Groovy plates. So it could be a brick wall or a stone wall with the different sets of flowers.
I could put the brick wall in and then add the flowers. Yes. And all you do is just slot whichever plate that you want into place and then work. Now, once I've got that, see, now I can take this out, for example, so I've still got a little bit more line art to do. So I'm going to take my starter kit, and this is at the back, isn't it?
Yes.
So now I look at the back of my work. Just bear with me 1 second, because I want to... Oh, it's there, look. Right. So I just want to show you. See how I've got the back of my... Right, so that's how now I'm going to add my hills to the back. And again, I'll use my Groovy tabs to hold it in place, and I'll move my artwork around until I'm happy, right? But of course, I still need to, I can see straight away I'm missing my brick wall around the outside. So, back to the brick wall, and then what we're going to do now is take that in. I'm going to go like that. It's up to you. I think I'll make the artwork come to me. There you go.
With the stamps, you would use a mask to line it up.
Yes.
Is it easy to line it up when you're using the Groovy plates?
Oh, it's a piece of cake, look.
Yes.
So now, for example, you know the way we made the border before?
Yes.
All I'm doing now is holding that in place. Again, I'm working from behind. So straight away, I just hold it like so. I'll pop that in place. And now I can take my #1 tool, and I'm going to use my Groovy guard to hold it for me, and I shall wipe it with a tumble dry sheet just to be sure. And then all I want to show you is that just in this area, so you see, what you do is you go through here and you just take your time and you get in the groove, and wherever there is a picture or a grass or anything, so you do your, just to recap, you do this, the base of your stone wall first. Then you add your flowers, because I want them hanging out in front of the stone wall, right? And then you just go through and you avoid, so you go through like this, and you avoid the flowers wherever they are. See, this area here has got a brick wall behind it. I don't know whether I want to even go there because it looks a little bit busy, but I suppose I ought to for authenticity. Do you see?
Yeah.
And then, so you pick out the bits you want, and then you just carry on like so. And then when you've gone all the way around, see if you jump out, it doesn't, look, you don't affect, you only stretch the parchment in the groove. So if there is, if you jump out of the groove, it doesn't make any difference at all. So you go round all the way, and you see you've created your frame. This is the way I roll. I tend to want to work towards a frame rather than do my artwork and then have to construct the frame around it. I think that's my old stamping head.
Yeah.
You know, you work within a parameter. For me, that's the best way to roll.
I think it's a good tip, actually. Well, then you know what you've got to work with.
Well, and also when you're starting out, it's a good idea because you can control. If you only want to do a small bit, then you just make a small frame, don't you?
Mm.
See, so then you turn it round. Actually, I'll leave it like that. You lift this up. I won't do it because you understand how it works now. But now I've gone to that one. Then I'm going to turn it round. I'll go to there. There we are. It's all straight. Layer it up, and then I go to the next one. And you go and go until you've got your composition.
It's really easy when you get into the groove of things. I did the craft along with Barbara a couple of weeks ago now.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Using Groovy for the very first time, and it's as soon as you get confident with it, which is within seconds, you're up and running, and you can make and create some wonderful designs.
You can,
yes.
you can. You know what would be really nice? Well, let's have a look. It's 20 past. Would I be allowed? Hark at me. Would it be okay for me to do a stamp demo and then come back to this?
No, carry on with that. I'm only kidding, of course you can.
Did you hear that? Only you, Janice. Only you.
Of course you can, Barbara.
Thank you. Because I've got a really nice stamp one that I want to show you. Yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
Is that okay?
Okay.
I mean, there are many hundreds of people that are now invested in those stamps.
Yeah, certainly is. And it's always good to show you how to use them for when you get them home. And then you can share your creations with us.
And then we'll come back to this.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Right. Whilst we set up for that, let's take a look at the Pico dies. You also get the Pico plate as well, so you can make those beautiful groovy squares as well. If you do want to get hold of those, they are available on FlexiBuy, £17.49. That's the squares, 406-851. They are available in other shapes. We're very busy for the rectangles, if you want to go for those. And yes, so that's the rectangles, similar to a square but slightly different. And we've also been using the Groovy guard, and that's in the accessories. That's with your tabs, which are reusable, the Groovy guard, and you get your parchment papers as well. It's well worth going for that if you are new to Groovy, or if you've never used the accessory pack as well. It's very, very handy, as Barbara was showing you right there. Okay, now these are the new Groovy plates. You'll see we've got space at the side of us here because things are selling out fast on this show. Now, we sold out once, we brought it back on extended delivery, and over half the stock has gone of the extended delivery. They're all made here in Kent in the UK. So when we bring it back on extended delivery, it's because we have to go and make some more. When I say we, it's like the royal we. It's Barbara and the company there, the family-run company. If you do want to get hold of your Groovy set of 4 A6 plates, you've got the rose wall, the daisy meadow, the stone wall, the long pile, and the spacer plate as well, because these will work with your Groovy plates. So, taking you through the designs here, they're so crisp and so beautiful that you can use them together. So you can make different images if you want to. Here's a lovely sample. Barbara made and created a stamp design earlier on, but this is the same, but using it in parchment, which is fabulous. Now that's got that gap in the middle for a sentiment, but how about not having any gap at all, but still using the images? That's lovely. I mean, you could even have it that way as well. You can have it whichever way you wish. It's so beautiful, and giving you a chance to use all of them together if you want to in your own designer way, which is beautiful. Make it simple and elegant using sentiments that you've already got if you want to, or using the sentiment that comes in the spacer plate. The true beauty lies in the tiniest things: petal leaves and butterfly wings. You can use those butterflies as well separately
on your designs. How about trying this with the brick wall with the flowers just bursting out? Really like that brick wall as well. Love the elements that are in there. If you've got other Groovy plates with other designs you want to use, how about mixing it up a little bit? This is a beautiful, beautiful design with the flowers there in that lovely bird bath, and the birds waiting to get in there to have a bath, but the flowers perhaps have drunk all the water. Really is a beautiful design. You're getting all 4 of those plates and the spacer as well with that beautiful sentiment on. If you do want to get hold of these, they are on extended delivery, 069967. They're being dispatched on the 12th of March. Brand new today, sold out once, back on extended delivery, and nearly 60% of the extended delivery has gone. Now, the stamps have sold out collectively, but we do have some individually left for you. This is the Daisy Meadow, and if you do want to get hold of that on its own with the masks and the plates, by the way, £14.99. Great value for money. We also have the Rose Wall available singularly. Now, over the half the stock of that has gone, £14.99, and that's brand new today. We've also got the log pile available, but it's limited stock on its own. These are all individually on their own. You can, of course, go for all of them collectively. The price will just change accordingly as you fill up your basket. So the collection of the 4 stamps has gone with the discount, but you've still got the opportunity to get them singularly if you want to. But you don't just have to buy 1. You can buy 2, you can buy 3 if you want to. It's just that the set with the discount has gone, but at least you can still get hold of them. Right, we're back to the stamps because we sold out. So many of you have got them. You'd like to see some demonstrations and some inspiration.
Yes, yeah, and I spent 3 days prepping for this show.
Okay, that's the true reason why we're back.
Actually, also,
whether you want the demo or not, we're doing it.
But I will blog all these demos.
Yes,
I can blog them and I can YouTube them. So they're not wasted. They're never wasted, are they? Let's have a look at this particular piece of artwork, shall we? So let me just take that away, and you can see it now. It's I know. Chris is going. She just took my guide away, but you can see it's a really fresh, beautiful spring piece.
Isn't that lovely?
And we're using the grass.
Yes.
And then we're using the Lizzie.
Oh, you know how you said you could bend?
Turn it,
yeah,
yes.
You could bend and turn it. Here's a really good example of doing that.
So I want to show you how to do that, and I also want to show you how to get that lovely, that lovely
ombre,
faded ombre, and how to get that lovely blend. It's using a brayer, which is an old favourite of mine.
Perfect.
So what we're going to do first of all is take a 7x7, if you like. This is a stencil card, right? Cut it in half, and let's work with this half. Now what I will do though is that all right, Chris? Yes. We'll pop that on there like so that where I go over the edge like this, I'm not putting it onto the mat.
Okay.
And the first thing I want to do is use my grass. So whose glasses have I got on here?
Yours.
Right, okay.
They're yours, Barbara.
So we'll start, for example, with a straight one. This would be lovely for tags as well, wouldn't it? Now, what I want to show you, though, is I don't want to actually ink up this edge here. I don't want to ink it up. So I could cover it up with mask, but to be honest, it's just as easy for me to I can see exactly what I'm inking up, can't I? And I'll just avoid that line. So I'll go along like so. Oh, try not to go on there, Gray. Right, that's it. Make sure that I didn't. No, I didn't. Right, get rid of the ink on there. And then this is going to be where the divide is. So I'm going to say that it's about there. That'll do. Right, so we'll just pop that first layer of grass down. That's nice. It's quite a long way down. You can see now why I've put the white copy paper there.
Yes.
Right, now we'll do another one. And now, you see the top one, if you think it through, I need that to be straight because that's where I'm going to use my mask. This one, I can do it straight, I can do it at a quirky angle, I could curve it, I do what I like. But what I don't want to do, once again, I don't want to ink up that straight edge.
Okay.
Okay, so, again, I'll go in here like so. I'm going to keep it straight for the moment.
Now, the grass is in the Daisy set of stamps. We do still have that individually, so it's a good idea to get hold of that, especially if you want to follow this demonstration. You can watch the show again for up to 2 weeks when you get it home. It's £14.99.
if you want to go for that, but nearly a third of the stock have gone of it individually. But you still get the 2 plates, you get the masks, and you get the daisies and the grass.
Nice.
Yes, lovely.
So now let me show you how you curl. So these are very heavy-duty stamps. Our stamps are always very robust. So what we're going to do now, to make it curl, you just literally, you bend it onto the mount, and you can curl it as much as you like. You can make it as hilly or as non-hilly as you like. And then that, you see, I can just add it for interest. So, again, I don't want the straight line. In a minute you're going to say, why'd they put it there to start with? But there is a method in our madness. Do you remember the top and tail concept?
Yes.
That's what it's for. Right, so now we'll just do that. And now I can just make sure, because I'm looking through, make sure that I'm off the edge. I reckon this will be just perfect. Right. And if I've missed a bit, it's not like I can't draw in a few grasses, is it?
Of course, yeah, with a fine line pen.
Exactly. So you go like that, Bob's your uncle. There you go. So you've got your grasses in place. And then what we'll do is we'll just, it's a good idea, because I'm not saying they stretch, they will ping back. Let me show you, if just by way of interest, just to make sure that they are back in straight world, you need to ping them back the right way, and then they will be straight, okay? So that's how that works. Right, so we've done that. Now, let's get our mask in place, because in order to add the flowers, whichever flowers I choose to use, right, let's do all the stamping first. So we're going to use our grassy mask.
Goes on perfect.
Yeah, it does. Let me just get my head in. Right, there we are. So that's in place now. Now, I could use my Lizzie Anthus like I did in the picture. Yes. Would you prefer me to use the daisies? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, I'll use these. I like these.
Yeah, they are nice. Because you can mix and match. If you've gone for the set, and many of you have, you can mix and match. We do have some available individually. You can still mix and match those if you want to buy them individually. So,
and all you need to do now is make sure that that double line is underneath, is sitting on the mask when you see. So you press. These are big stamps, by the way. These are big stamps, so don't be deceived by, you know, they're substantial, aren't they? Right.
What were these flowers again?
Lizzie
Anthus. Lizzie Anthums, that's it.
Right, so then when you peel that off, you see, now they're behind, aren't they? So it's a very easy construction. I think they're lovely.
So effective, though, isn't it? It is so effective.
Now, let's get the old brayer out. We haven't had the brayer out for a while.
No, let's do it.
Let's do this thing.
So your daisy set that we've used for the bottom, that has the grass. You get your daisy flowers, and you also get the 2 mounts as well, which is only $14.99. Excellent value for money. It really, really is. So the big set of 4 have sold out, but we still have some individually for you, just to let you know.
Right, back to basics now.
Okay.
The Clarity stampers will really enjoy this. Do you remember? I must have had, I said once, I'm going to get this grafted to my arm, because all I ever did was the brayer. That was it.
Really?
So let me see if I can remember how it goes. So we're going to use 2 colours, golden turmeric and green garland. Do you remember what I said about they're in the little taster ones as well?
Yep.
My recommendation is that you go with the tasters. I'm going to just use these large ones. It's always a good idea to start with a lighter colour and then work into the darker colour. I'll show you why. Now, I'm going to use my blending mat, and I'm going to add my colour to the blending mat. This is a really cool way, especially if you're using a new ink pad, right? It's a cool way of blending colours. That's why it's called a blending mat.
Okay.
Right? So I could, for example, if I wanted a particular green, and I only had a really dark green, I could add a bit of green. In fact, I will do in a minute.
Yeah.
But watch this. What I'm going to do now, that's it, brilliant. So you see how you spin the roller? The trick is to flick.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The trick is to flick. And the other trick, if you look, see this edge is the edge that's going to come in on my artwork.
Yeah.
So when I start to go, this is the edge. Okay. And so I don't want any ink on there.
You don't?
No, you don't want, otherwise you get a stripe. You'll just end up with a stripe. See, the trick with the brayer is that you don't get a stripe.
Okay.
This is where the brushes came in. Everybody started buying the brushes because it's just so much easier.
Yes.
But I like the brayer. And you do get a lot more intense colour. Right, now, So I haven't got any ink on there. If I did get ink, say I went that way and I got ink on that corner, now I've covered that edge, haven't I?
Yes.
So if I went like that, I'd get a stripe straight away.
You would,
So the
yes.
trick is to do a wheelie. Watch. So what you're going to do is just get rid of the ink on that corner. You just press in. You just go up on that edge and do a wheelie like so.
Okay.
And then that way you've graduated it again.
Okay.
Okay. Right. See how I'm gradually coming over here. Right. So now what we're going to do, we're going to cut across the corner. These are all tricks for people. They gave up in the end with the brayer. They said, oh, it's too hard. But it's not. So you go like that, and now you start, and you flick, 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 flick. And watch how I start to move down the page. So I start up here, and then I start going down and down and down and down. See what I mean? So I pick up my ink again.
Yes.
That's why the blending, so it meters out the ink
Yes.
to you. This was a game changer, this
Was
little
it?
bit of
Yes.
plastic. Yeah. So now you go in again and you watch. So down we go. Watch how the ink pad, not the ink pad, the brayer. Look how far I'm coming right into the green area now. I'm going over the flowers, right? And again, just do a wheelie just in case, especially if you're new to it. But look at the beautiful grade. See how the colour
gradient's fabulous.
Look how it's. See, it just starts light and it goes down. And if you want it to be darker, then you just get more ink, like that, back on your blending mat, spread it out again, and you see when you lift it, you see how it starts to, it's rolling, the brayer's spinning. And then you go again, and straight away, right, so there you go. And I'm going to go right off the edge, so I'm going to get a real springy green. It's really, really bright green. So now, when we turn that over, you'll see there's your lovely yellow sky. Now, you could do that with a blue in exactly the same way. If you're starting out with a brayer, we're bringing the brayer back, right? What you'll find is when you start out with a brayer, it's good to start with lighter, safer colours. You want to go with dark blue and you get lines.
Yes.
Also, we're working with an absorbent card. Back in the day, we used to use Clarity card, which was coated. Yes. It's the same gear that Mike Boston uses for his encaustic art. So it's got a sheen on it, and it's quite forgiving. You'd be able to slide around a little bit more, whereas this is just like soak it up, final. So let's say, for example, now I want to make the green, don't I, in the bottom? Look, see? So let's do the background next. So this is where the other half of the mask kicks in. So what we're going to do now is cover up this half, because I'm not too fussed about yellow being in the green, but I don't think we want the green in the yellow, if you see what I mean.
I've got you.
Let me just, does that make sense?
And this mask comes along with your Daisy stamp set.
Yes, that's the other half, isn't it? So now, that's the other half. And do you notice that when I turn the artwork so that it's more ergonomic for me? That's not so easy as that.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean? To start rolling like that would be really difficult. Do you know, that's why I stand to demo. I can't sit to demo. When I do artwork, I stand at home. I don't have a chair to sit on.
Really?
No, because I spent about, I don't know, the best part of 25 years standing at the NEC and places like that.
Yeah, that's
with the
true.
brayer.
Yes.
So I had to stand up to get over the brayer to do the job.
So you get used to it.
You do indeed.
That's interesting. But you can still use it if you do sit down.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But I can't. I can't. Isn't that strange? Right. So now there's my green, and you'll see now. See, if I don't lift the brayer up, can you see this? It gets patchy. But as soon as I start to, if I lift and spin and spin and spin and spin, see, that's how you get. And now I haven't got. See, I do a little wheelie to get rid of the. And then what we'll do now is we'll just start adding the green. Do you see? Make sure you don't come too far. If you think you're going to get excited, then just look, cover it up like that.
Yeah.
And then in you go again. We ought to do a masterclass on this. I reckon you'd
Brayer
really
techniques.
enjoy
Yeah,
it. Yeah, there's so much. There's so much to do with the elastic bands wrapped round it and torn
Elastic
paper.
bands?
Yeah. Cool. I dined out on that one for a few years. I really did.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well, you know, in those days, it was only me, myself and I.
Yeah.
You know, so one day it was an elastic band and then the next day... Right, now here, this is where these makeup sponges that come with a little...
Yes, now you get the spot-on sponges if you are going for the smaller sets of Artistry inks. Well, when I say smaller set, you're getting a whole range of colours, but the actual stamps themselves are, it's a taster pack. It's a taster pack.
It really is excellent.
And they are excellent value for money.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah, yeah, and the details for those are at the bottom of your screen. They are, it's a pick and mix set of, oh no, the pick and mix set of 5.
That's the big
ones.
Yeah.
5 for $19.99.
From the big
the larger ones.
Yeah, they're a good price.
That is
fantastic
an
colours.
excellent price.
They're made in India, and the Indians are so good at colour.
Yeah, definitely. That's the larger size that I've got here in my hand. And the details at the bottom of your screen. So, yeah, 5 of the larger ink pads for $19.99. That is excellent value for money. A whole host of colours to choose from. $19.99, there you go. 207,359. If you want the set of 10, that's at the bottom of your screen. So that's the larger one, but the smaller ones that are in the taster pack, just to show you the size comparisons, there you go. I know these aren't the same colour, but it's just a size comparison.
You get the idea, don't you?
Yeah. You can go.
I mean, they're both saturated.
Sets.
They're both. I mean, these last ages as well. But if you're doing vast expanses, or you're using a brayer, or like I was when I was doing a whole background, to be honest, the larger ones are the way to go.
Yeah. Let me just show you the box that they come in as well. Let me put the lid back on there because we've taken a few out of here. You get the little storage as well, which is great. We've just taken a couple out of here to do some demos, but it comes in a storage box, and you get to choose from the different colours. £25.99. Golden turmeric, haystack, lime kiss, and old parchment. So they are fabulous, fabulous. Go and check them out.
Right.
Oh, and you also get the spot-on sponges. That Barbara was just using.
That's where we went. That's where we started the conversation.
Yes.
Yeah. Now let me show you. Can I show you a trick,
please?
Okay. So this is cool. So these enter the blending tools. You know, when we've been going for so many years. And so what happens is you just evolve and you come up with new ideas and new products. And certainly working with Linda Williams and Tina, you know, so these are the Pergamano pens. And then Dave, he came up with these nibs. Well, these are absolutely fantastic because I'll tell you what it was, Ranger, they used to do these cut and dry nibs. And the artists, mixed media artists and us, we used to use them to mix colour.
Yes.
Well, and then they stopped making them, and then there was a run on them, and then they were gone. That was it. So Dave came up with these really cool nibs. In fact, as if by magic, this is the set.
Yeah, you can get hold of the set. So you've got the holder, you've got the nibs. Why do we get so many nibs?
Because you want one for blue, one for green, one for yellow, one for...
Yeah, and you
one
also
for
get...
oil, one for water.
And the tweezers? With the tweezers, why do we want the tweezers?
Because sometimes people, I don't care, I'll just get in there and get them out. But some people don't like getting their hands dirty, so you can just pull them out with tweezers.
Perfect. Let me pop that the other way, that makes more sense. There you go. 781285. It's a great toolkit. It's a great additional toolkit for you. And is it £12.43? It's not a happy hour deal, but it's £12.43. That's just a banner that's just stuck there, but it's still a great price, isn't it? It really, really is. 23 nibs and tweezers that you get. Let's see how we use it.
Right, yeah, we've got time to show you this. This is so cool. So, for example, I've just added a little tiny bit of water in my little bowl, my little Chinese bowl. And then what I'm going to do is, let me show you. If, for example, I can pick up the ink now that's on here, you see? I can pick up the ink that's on here and I can use it. If, however, I add a tiny bit of water, just literally dip my nib, thank you, in the water, right? Then I can go in here and what you'll find is that it flows so much better.
Why am I thinking Dorso oil then?
Dorso oil works with the pencils, doesn't it?
It does.
Right, so what I'm doing though is I'm using, look, see, so and because we used a permanent ink pad, can you see this?
Yeah.
Because we used a permanent ink pad, the ink just glides beautifully and you know it's going to sit nicely. It doesn't, the water doesn't affect the line art, you see? Yeah. Oh, well done, that's really lovely and it's a good job. It works when you're in that tight, isn't it? Right, so you can see how how you can, in there, I just looked up at the camera, I frightened myself with my hands.
Yeah, wow.
So, cool. That's very close, isn't it, Chris? Right, let me just find something to lean on. Let me find something to lean on. There you go. So I'm not leaning on. And I just want to, for example, the larger flower. Notice that I started on the smaller one in the corner because I wanted to make sure it worked. You don't go to the centrepiece and then go, oh, no, that wasn't so clever. I mean, how do I know these things? Like, I haven't done it before. Do you know what I mean? What you'll find is just a little tiny bit of water will really help. Yeah. And it really does just soak up the ink that's on the mat, and then you just start painting with these, and they really work well.
So here's a question for you.
Yes, love.
With the nib that you've got there, you're using yellow.
Yeah.
Would you then keep that for yellow or a darker colour therefore afterwards, or can you? I know this might sound silly.
No, it's not silly at all.
Can you rinse it out? Can you clean it?
So what I do is now, right? I take that one out. I'm spoilt because I've got more than one pen, haven't I? So now I'll put a new one in because I'm going to the green now.
Right.
Yellow is yellow is yellow. You'll never. The thing about yellow is, if you contaminate it with the green, you'll never go back to yellow again. It will always be a muddy yellow at best. Right. So now let's look at. So I've done a little bit of water going into the green now, and now let's make sure it's not too. Start with the. Yeah, perfect. Look, see, but look. So you're using exactly the same colour tone.
Yeah.
Because of course you pulled it off the side, didn't you?
And I think
isn't it lovely?
You know, if you try to do this with a little brush,
these are so tight.
You won't get that effect.
So in answer to why have we got these nibs and lots of them, it's so that you've got lots of different colours.
Yeah.
See, I keep them in a little pot.
Okay.
You know, you're talking about that particularly nice pudding.
Yes.
You know, with the little glass jar?
Yes.
I heard you.
Did you? I've got about 200 of them.
Yeah, well,
it's terrible, isn't it?
You only need one.
I know, but the thing is, I gave a load of them away to someone who was getting married so they could light up the little pathway. That was about 400.
Really? Did you?
I did.
You like them a lot, then?
Crates of them. Crates of them.
Let me show you this. So these are the Perga colours. Let's say I want to add a little bit of, like a little bit of shade, right? So I'm going to take one, there we go. And again, I'll add a little bit of water, and I'm going in, so I've put a little bit from the pen now.
Yes.
Gone straight onto the mat, added a bit, because it's water soluble as well. Then I'll go in with my, I could go in with the yellow one, but then it'll be dark yellow, right? And I just want to show you, say for example I want to come around the outside here. So this is a different colour. I'm playing it safe. I want to make sure it works before I get carried away. Yeah, it works like a treat. And then I can come in and I can start adding shade. Here we are. So you come in here and it's so delicate.
Blends it so well, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. There you are. So can you see that all right? So you can go in and you can get... You can also, if you want it to be vibrant, don't water it down, you can go in, because the thing about these Perga colours as well, they've got two ends. These are Pergamano, they're brilliant. So you've got the bullet point, which is quite... And then you've got this really fine one, which is seriously fine. And that now, if I wanted to really get in tight, you see, how else are you going to get in like that to do that? And the colours are superb on these as well. So that works really well.
Doesn't it?
Cool, you're getting in tight there, aren't you, Chris? Do you want to come and sit on the counter with me?
If you have to join us,
that is what I call camera work.
We're crafting with Barbara Gray.
But isn't it nice? Look, see, so you can see that I'm just 10 minutes away from finishing it.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's a really nice tone, a real beautiful way of blending your colours. But those stamps, that fine line, will give you that creativity. It's gorgeous. Wow, we have had a very, very busy 2 hours. We are heading up to the end of our 2 hours, so it's a good idea to check out your baskets and go and have a look at what we've got left on the show. And whilst you do that, take a look at this.
right? Spend hours building it up, minutes it gets taken down.
I know. It's like, what have we got left? We started with a very, very full counter.
We certainly did.
We certainly did. And we've had an incredible 2 hours with the stamps that sold out, then they came back on extended delivery, and then they sold out. We've got the Groovy plates that sold out, but we've got them back on extended delivery, but 70% of the stock on extended delivery has gone. It's the same artwork, isn't it? As the stamps.
The Groovy artwork. Yes, yeah.
It's beautiful.
I was going to get back to it, but clearly I'm not going to.
I don't think you'll have time.
So I can blog it though.
You can blog it, please.
Step by step. BarbaraGrayBlog.com.
Yeah.
I will do that because I know when I was building it up, I was taking photos.
Yeah, yeah, it'd be lovely to see. These are the designs, so that brick wall and the roses. Yeah. Again, you can interchange them if you want to. Here we've got the daisies and the grass. You'll notice that straight line. And notice that snail. Love that. A straight line going underneath. That's because you can open up that gap in your artwork if you wanted to. We've also got the stone walls, you can see there with the beautiful flowers. Yep. And do you know what? I think this could be one of my favourites with the grasses. I think that's really subtle, very, very beautiful. And those logs as well with the detail, the fine line that's gone in there.
That's it. And that one, that simple one with the bulrushes and the honesty now, those wreaths, that lends itself beautifully to so many other landscapey pieces. Yeah, it does. You know, just use it as a little embellishment at the front in the corner.
Yeah, because you can use as much or as little as you like. And again, you've got that lovely spacer plate as well. True beauty lies in the tiniest things, petal leaves and butterfly wings. And you've got the butterflies on there and the embellishment. Look, you can use all of that independently if you want to. Let's take a look at the sample you were working on.
Let's take a look at the one that I was working on, yeah. Because what I wanted to show you, there is actually a correlation between this and what I was just doing on card. So if we, thank you. If you take a look at this, if you come in really tight, what you'll notice is that I used the ink again. You know the way I took the nibs?
Yes.
And that was exactly the same technique that I used here. The only thing I did do was add a little bit of white work before I coloured in. And on the brick, on the stone wall, it's exactly the same as well. But I did a little bit of rough white work. You see where it's white? I just stretched it really roughly with this number 6 ball tool and with the shader tool. Randomly, this way and that way, just to get that white. And then I went over with the blending tools and the colours. But it's no different to this.
The two little birds at the top, was that freehand?
That's done with one of the symbols. Stay there.
Oh, is it? I want you to see. Notice all the details and then find out all the tips and hints on how to do that. How did you do that then?
Right. So you see on the starter kit, see that little tiny accent there?
Oh, see that one there?
The ghoul or whatever it's called.
Yes.
See that little tiny one there? The Chinaman's hat in there. That's it. That's the bird. The bird.
Amazing. That is brilliant. I love that. If you're going for the starter kit, it is available. It's a great way to get into the groove, as we say. But we are very, very busy for the set of 4, and you also get that placer, the spacer. What's the spacer for again?
The spacer is so that when you slide these A6 plates into the Groovy plate mate, the little spacer makes up the gap.
Yes, yeah, which is really important. And then again, of course, you can use the accessory pack, which are the Groovy stickers that you get, the removable ones. If you want to go for those, pop those into your basket as well. We'll look at some of the samples here because they're fascinating.
This is a lovely one as well. So this is by Sheila. In between cleaning plates, Sheila was doing this. And you can see here she's extended the bricks, which is really easy to do with Groovy, because you just move it along.
Well, the straight lines underneath as well, here's a great example of why you would need those straight lines.
Isn't that
and
gorgeous,
you've got
James
the snail
Halford
there to show you that, and then it's a repeat, just simply upside down, you've got the snail there, and of course, because it's a repeat, it'll work upside down.
And you know, there's another thing, because I was looking at this thinking, you could make a reflection, because what you do is, you'd flip the parchment over.
Yes.
So when you do the in the water, right, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Let's pretend this is above the water.
Yes.
And then when you want to do the reflection, what you do is you flip the parchment over and then do the reflection in the water, but do it with the number 2 tool. So, or even maybe the number 3 tool.
Yes.
So it's really faded like it would be in the water.
That is a great idea. What a lovely
idea.
idea.
There's the challenge.
There is the challenge. All right, we'll challenge you and place all of that onto our Facebook page to have a look. Here's another lovely sample. I think I'll make a lovely Mother's Day card. I think roses and Mother's Day go beautifully together.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Love that. This one as well caught my eye. with those bulrushes. I think that is gorgeous with
a lot
that
of
white work.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah.
And then, you know, that background, that could have been done with a brush, or it could have been done with a brayer, as I did. Maybe is it on parchment? Yeah, it must be, otherwise it wouldn't have.
Now, nearly 80% of the extended, 85% of the extended delivery has now gone. So do check out your baskets to make sure you get that. We might sell out just out the hour. This is fabulous with the picot cutting on the stone wall. And this one's by Jane Telford as well. Isn't that clever?
Jane retired a while ago.
So it's probably a good job, yes. Because that would have taken a while to do that.
It would have taken a while, Beautiful, Jane.
But it is, it's beautiful.
Do you know, all the crowd, all the Clarity crowd, they all hooked up at Harrogate at the big, you know, there's the craft show that's been on yesterday. It was on yesterday. They were on Facebook, there was a picture of, Leonie was up there, and Jane Telford, they were all there, weren't they? Linda Page. Yeah, the whole Clarity crew.
Fabulous. Well, we're now limited stock on the extended delivery, so it might sell out before the top of the hour. So it is a good idea to check out your baskets if you want these. But they're beautiful, Barbara. You've done such a lovely job.
That's on the designer paper. That's Chris Walker.
Yeah, isn't that
Chris
beautiful?
Walker. She's Josie Davidson's best friend. Yes. And where you see one, you always see the other.
We've only got 8 seconds left. They're not selected me, so I can't hear you. Sorry. Bye. See you later. Bye. Sorry about that. Yes. See you at 6. Right, we've got PowerTex, the Enchanted Forest, coming up next with Tracy. Daisy Chain Designs one day special after that, and get Groovy Clarity one day special. I'm going to go and chuck a bucket of water over Barbara.
Thank you, Janice. Now, we have got a bit of a treat in store. Remember, a little while ago, we had a craft along with, of course, the lovely Barbara. You've just seen her. Well, we've got another one coming up on the 24th of March. It's going to be a chocolate baroque craft along with the lovely Leslie Walton. Now, just like the previous craft along, if you'd like to take part in the show, you can order this bumper bundle of goodies from Chocolate Baroque. Now, you've got a great £15 saving on here, and it's on 2 flexis as well of $29.99 today and $29.99 in 4 weeks' time. Now, if you order this now, it will arrive well in time for you to take part of the craft along on the 24th of March, between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. Now, also, if you buy this, you'll also find that you'll get a £5 voucher, which you can redeem against other craft along purchases. And there's a special section on the website at hochanda.com, of course, that's got the craft along purchases. All sorts of other things you can buy to help yourself in the craft along on that day. So join Leslie on the 24th. Go for the kit today. It is on the website if you want to find out more about it, and enjoy.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, you'll receive £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along brand shop that month. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Hochanda. Great to have your company on this Sunday afternoon. Thank you to Barbara and to Janice for the last couple of hours. And this is going to be a busy show as well, I know, because it is the return of PowerTex. Now, you're looking and you're thinking, why are they showing me a pair of jeans? Well, this product is remarkable on fabric. Tracy's with us. I'm in pink because you're here.
Yes, I know. You always check, don't you? And if you're on with me, you have to wear pink.
I do. She's the lady that sprayed my hair pink once, said that there was a special charity thing going on, and it wasn't happening at all.
No, it's just
for fun.
For devilment.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Now, explain what we're looking at here, because what is PowerTex all about?
So, PowerTex started its life as a fabric hardener, and we thought this show we'd go back to basics for people that are new, never heard of PowerTex, exactly what it does. This is a little pair of children's jeans.
That is my favourite. That's a flower pot, isn't it?
You can put a plant pot in the top, and you've...
So that is...
Solid.
Solid. Hey!
Yeah.
So you can upcycle, recycle clothing.
This is using the transparent PowerTex.
Right.
So you can see the denim coming through.
Mm-hmm.
If you use the transparent, you do need to varnish it.
Right.
If you're going to put it outside. So, but it's a brilliant way to have something like that that's going to be a memory for forever.
What's just by your side there? Because this is like a vase by the looks of it.
Yeah, that was a vase that I got from a car boot, and it was quite ugly, to be honest.
Right.
You know, when really dated things. And I've just wrapped T-shirt fabric around it.
Okay.
Some plaster faces, dry brushed it, and it's transformed it into something very special.
And what PowerTex have you used on that? Is that the black?
That was bronze.
Bronze, right, okay.
That was bronze. It's brown, but it's called bronze.
But that's amazing. It's crispy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the thing is, it's weatherproof,
yeah,
but it's water resistant. So I don't have to worry about trying to dust this. I can just run it under the tap and it's sorted.
It just gets better and better. I mean, this is an old, what, pop bottle or beer bottle or something?
Beer bottle, probably now in our house.
I wasn't going to say but look at that. That's, again, just... does it have to be a cotton or can it be...
natural fibres work best if you want them to be weatherproof or water resistant.
Right.
You can use synthetic materials if you're doing something that's staying inside on a canvas or something, but if you want it to be weatherproof, it needs to be natural.
Well, over here, this is something that you were really keen to show off as well. This is, you know, kids grow up so quick these days. Their clothes, before you know it, they've outgrown them. You don't want to throw them away or maybe give them to someone else or the charity shop. Make them into art. Make
it into art. And then you've got that forever.
Yeah.
To look at. I think that would make a fantastic gift.
It would.
If you wanted to give it to grandparents or grandparents wanted to give it to the parents,
so
you know.
Has he PowerTexed the Teddy as well?
Yeah, Teddy's PowerTexed. He's solid.
Oh, yeah. This is brilliant. So, again, that is... What colour PowerTex would that be?
That was bronze as well.
Bronze as well, okay.
Yeah.
And this is something else. This, I heard you say to Janice earlier on, this was in your garden or something, wasn't
It's
it?
been in my garden since our garden party last year.
Mm.
I didn't make it. Joanne Connolly did it.
Right.
One of our tutors. And I thought it was worth bringing along to show everybody. It's fantastic.
And the horse as well at the back here. All of this has been PowerTex as well. The mane. And this
the mane is power cotton. It's cotton threads, and the body's made out of clay.
Right. I love it. And also, just looking at the back here as well, the PowerTex has been used on this canvas for mixed media as well.
Yeah, with a school T-shirt and like an Airtex T-shirt, to incorporate that and make it part of a piece of art is really stunning.
Absolutely. Well, that's the concept. That's what you can actually do with it. So let's have a little look at the PowerTex page. There's actually, by shopping by brand, you can see all the PowerTex goodies that we've got from Tracy. Even things that aren't actually in the show today, you can have a little look at. And, of course, there's also lots of other things that work in conjunction with PowerTex as well for effects and colouring. We've got some paints. We've also got some micas in the show as well. We've also got the Easy Structure Paste. We've got that for you too. So, quite simply, just check out the website, hochanda.com, and you'll see everything to do with PowerTex there. And the transparent is where we're going to start. So that's what you used on the jeans. So when you've got something you want to keep the colour true, transparent is the way forward, isn't it?
I put this here. This is a bottle that was covered just with some different transparent. We did try out some of the acrylic paints on it earlier on, but yeah, that shows you how you can let the colour show through. There is a big canvas behind me that I've used and made a picture using. Yeah.
Can I go and grab it?
Yeah, of course you can.
I'm just going to grab this and bring it forward for you. Oh, wow. Can you hear? It's crispy.
Good. So it really is. If you've got some fabric that I've cut these out, little motifs out of the fabric, and just utilised them in making my scene, if you like.
So if you want to cover over, you've got the choice of the black or the copper or the ivory, or the bronze it is, isn't it? Black or bronze or ivory, or the translucent if you want to PowerTex it and keep the colour of the fabric, then this is the one. 40% of the stock of this went in the earlier show.
But you must remember that if you use the transparent, there's a few things to remember if you use transparent. It's not water resistant on its own, you do need to varnish it.
Yeah.
It isn't transparent when it comes out of the bottle.
Ah, so don't panic.
Don't panic, we haven't supplied you the wrong stuff. It isn't transparent, it's like a milky colour. And it does make your fabric look wet. And it stays looking wet.
Right.
So you need to, I always suggest to people, wet the fabric first.
Okay.
And if you like the colour it is when it's wet, it'll be all right when it's...
So does it kind of intensify the colour of the fabric?
Yeah, and some colours, if you put sort of purple fabric in water, it goes very dark. So just, you need to test it out before you make a decision.
With water before. Okay,
yeah.
I'll just pop this back up here. Now we do have the coloured PowerTex as well, which we've been using, of course, in some of the other displays. There are 3 choices here: the black, the bronze, or the ivory, okay? And it all works in the same way. Just choose the colour that you like the look of. $16.99 for a whole kilo of PowerTex as well, which is a lot, and it's 535991. But we've shown you on the back there some of the ones that we're using colour. The bronze one has been used on the vase, and also, of course, on that little girl's dress as well. So
the advantage of having the black or the bronze, it covers whatever fabric you're going to use. So I could use your shirt. I won't.
You won't.
But I could, and it wouldn't matter, the stripes wouldn't show through.
Right.
Whereas if I use transparent, obviously, that's going to show. The same with the ivory. The ivory has a little bit of a translucence to it, and it won't block out something as vibrant
as this. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, so those are our PowerTexes. They're all available and always very, very popular. Stock up. And by the way, can I invite you to share in the show today? If you've got anything that you've PowerTexed yourself, maybe you've just started or you've been doing it for a while, send your pictures in to us. We'd love to show everybody else what you've done, because obviously, you know, it's your imagination as well. It's studio@hochanda.com if you want to send us in a picture. Now, these are fantastic. These are MDF, beautiful embellishments, and half the stock went in the earlier show with Janice and Tracy earlier today. Only £12.99, and they're in the show because you can wrap fabric around them. Is that the idea?
You can incorporate them into your mixed media work, and I just think they're beautiful. And we've called the show the Enchanted Forest. What better to have than wings and butterflies and dragonflies? And
the thing with PowerTex is you can call the show really whatever you want, because you can change what you're using it in, what context you're using
That's
it
right,
in.
yeah.
So there we go.
The only limit is your imagination, isn't it, really, as to what your sort of style is.
Yeah, totally. Well, they're really affordable. £12.99. Even if you're not into PowerTex, you like the shapes, you can, again, incorporate them into your mixed media, or even put them on cards, some of them as well. Why not? So those are your butterfly wings and your dragonflies as well. Now, with PowerTex, the one thing that everybody really realises and loves is texture. And that's what PowerTex is good at, giving you that texture, letting it dry completely solid. It started life, as Tracy said, as a fabric stiffener. So here you've got a little bit of everything in here. You've got lace, you've got cord. This is paper, isn't it?
That is mulberry paper.
Mulberry paper.
Yeah.
But paper is cotton, isn't it?
Paper is wood.
Wood.
But this is made from mulberry bark.
Right.
Eventually it would become mulberry paper like you use in card making.
Right.
But this is left quite coarse, and it gives us lovely texture.
You can find some card that's cotton as well, though, can't you?
Vellum is made from recycled fabric, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew there was kind of fabric in some cards.
I think it's vellum.
Okay, so this is a mixture really for great textures to incorporate with your PowerTex. Only £9.99, and half the stock went earlier, so this possibly could be another sellout in this show. 265174. Now we've only got one stencil left. There were 2 earlier. This has only got a handful remaining as well. This is all the stock we can get our hands on. This is the palette knives as well, and the 12x12 stencil. It's Dance in the Rain. Art is a mystery. Live beyond your imagination. Believe in yourself. Live your dreams every single day. And beauty is a joy forever. And of course, you can use all of the wonderful texture pastes that are in the show through these as well.
That's right, yeah.
Fab. Okay, only a handful left. That's going to be a sellout any minute now. Now, this next selection is paper.
It's there's a small piece of that in that mixed bundle.
Right.
But it's such fabulous stuff If you open it out, Dave, there's quite a lot there. And I did show a little bit in the previous show that how it reacts once it gets some PowerTex on it. I'm going to use some more in the next show.
Does it expand?
Yeah, it goes soft and you can open it out like a web, and it gives lovely texture, bark texture.
I've never felt anything like it. Really unusual. So you're going to get a strip of the red, and quite a long strip as well. You can probably see there's a lot there. And also a strip of the purple as well. You get the same quantity.
Now you could use transparent PowerTex on here.
Yep.
Or you could use the black or the bronze.
It seems to cover up the colour, really, doesn't it? So maybe transparent would be a good one to go.
I have to say bronze is my favourite.
Is it?
Because you can put colour on top of it.
Right.
You just layer up your dry brushing.
Well, like you did with the blue over there.
Yeah. And then it's, you know, it just changes it totally.
OK, well, $10.99. I've never seen anything quite like it before. $399,223, and we're demoing that, aren't we?
I'm going to be using some of that, yes.
And this is another thing that Tracy's very, very famous for. She does. You do these yourself, don't you? Make them yourself. 3/4 of the stock of these has gone. To incorporate these in your PowerTex. Now, you might think, what on earth can I use them on? What can I do with them? Bear with me. I'm going to grab these. If you're having a party soon, or you want to have... That's my glass. What about doing something like this? This is PowerTex wrapped around a glass, wine glass or goblet. But look, one of the faces is incorporated in there, a skull in this case. There's another face in that one as well.
I did these because we went to a pirate party,
Did
so
you?
we had to have our own glasses.
Absolutely brilliant. So that's giving you some idea as to what you can do. But you're going to get 4 of the standard faces, 2 longer than the other. You're going to get 2 skulls, and you're going to get 4 doors. Could they be fairy doors? Is that what you think? Yeah, I thought so.
Yes.
$9.99, it gets you all of them. So there's 10 items. It's just £1 each, really. And they'll come made up for you. And you can paint them with the PowerTex if you want to as well, can't you?
Yes.
Brilliant.
We're going to paint them with PowerTex.
Now, the acrylic paints we've got here, these are on pick and mix. Now, you can choose any 3. Presumably, one of these colours here is the same one that you used on the blue dress, is it?
No. The acrylic paints I use on ivory. I used it on the canvas that I did in the previous show.
Right.
They are a little bit translucent, so they don't have the impact on the darker bases.
Right.
We use the powder pigments on the darker bases.
And they're coming up in a second.
Yeah.
So these are the acrylic paints, 48ml in each. You can choose any 3 for $10.99. Any 3, pick and mix on the website, or the operator will do it for you as well if you just tell them what colours you'd like. Then we've got our
powder
pigment
pigments.
powders.
They're pearl pigments.
Right.
Now, we've got on the show a tray, I think it's $19.99, with small ones of these in. So if you wanted to just have that, rather than, you know, you think, oh, well, I want to try all of the colours, that's a good way to try them.
OK.
But if you've already had that and you think, well, I know which ones I like now,
Okay, well,
we've got the full size.
These are, again, any 3 pick and mix, but we will show you the little palette that gives you a lot of mixture. That's coming up in a second. $16.99, though, for any 3. And then down the end here, we've got these fantastic Bista sprays. Now, I'd not known about Bista until I started working with you. I didn't know what it was.
It's a walnut ink.
Yes. A walnut ink, and you can choose any 3 colours. You can see the colours that are here. We've got... does it say the colour on the front?
It does. There's mahogany, yellow, green, blue, red. Which one have I missed? Brown, black.
OK.
So there's some pictures, actually, I saw earlier on of somebody sprayed it on a piece of card. It looks really good on them.
They're all on the website as well. And are we using those in the demo at all?
Not this time, no. I did use them in the last one.
OK, but they're there if you want them.
to see that on Rewind, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Vistas, any 3 Vistas for £10.99. This is how the pick and mix works. It's really, really easy. Select the item that you want, and then basically have a little look at all of the items and all the colours that are available. Underneath each one, it just says pick. So you select which colour you'd like to go for. They're all listed there, so you can... you can't make a mistake. You can't order the wrong one. Black, brown, green, yellow, red, blue, and mahogany. Put 3 in your basket. Have a little look at the basket, and there you can see... There it is, all 3 in there. Click on the basket, it shows you $10.99. Thank you very much. No P&P if you're a Freedom member. The computer knows that if you are. There we go, and you can add Freedom membership to your order if you'd like to. Now, the pigment trays that Tracy was talking about, these are the trays just here. So the first one is Party Pearls. So these are exactly the same as the Parchment pigments, or the pigments we showed you a few minutes ago, but in these slightly smaller pots and in different colours as well. Same quality though, aren't they?
Exactly the same thing, but it's just a great way to try out all the colours before you decide which are your favourite.
And you're getting a trial of the varnish as well, that's coming with it too. So this is the Party Pearls 402033, only $19.99. And this one we're calling the Selection Tray. Please don't fall out. There's the Selection Tray. So these are slightly darker colours that you can see here.
They're matte colours as well. So the Party Pearls have got that lovely pearlescence, and those are mainly matte colours.
Right. And also you're going to get a little file of the varnish to try as well. And that's $14.39 on a Freedom discount if you would like that one. And that is item number 220830. And we've also got, of course, on the show as well, we've got our Easy Structure. We've also got our Easy Structure and Easy 3D Flex, which we'll touch on a bit later on. And also a duo here, which is the varnish, full size of the varnish, and Easy Coat. So you're going to get those 4 items together, aren't you?
Yeah.
OK, so that's available. Give you details of that. $14.99 for, that's the media pack, actually, the mixed media pack. So if you want all those 4 items, $14.99 new today, 772555. Right, what's the first project? Can't wait.
So, it's an enchanted forest.
Yep.
We're making little woodland houses.
Oh, cute.
And we're upcycling, recycling. This is a jam jar.
You're joking me?
So you can use that for whatever you like.
That's a jam jar?
It's a jam jar. This is
wow,
a wine bottle, a large wine bottle.
Don't believe us. Look inside. Could be a pickled onion jar. Could be anything like that, couldn't it?
This one was a wine bottle, a big wine bottle.
Right.
That I lay on its side, and I've attached. Used PowerTex as my glue, and I've stuck that one on there. So I'm gradually building my my woodland village. If you
where all the
like.
little creatures live.
Yeah. So that one sits there.
Can you imagine having this in the garden with the grandkids come round on a Sunday?
Amazing.
They'd be amazed at it, wouldn't they?
And then you can do some more and add to it. But
okay.
Okay, so how are we going to do this? Here's my jar.
Yeah.
Wash it first because it's very nice if you go back to it after a while. And to create the roof, I'm going to work on the lid. Now this is very precise, so pay attention. I've screwed some foil up.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to build the roof.
I noticed there was a question on Facebook earlier about whether PowerTex actually sticks to tin foil or not. It does then, obviously.
It will stick to tin foil, but the thing is, if you paint PowerTex onto that foil now, it always looks shiny. You can see it's metallic underneath. So what I suggest to do...
That could be what the effect you want to create, but...
Yeah, it might be, but what I suggest to do is to cover all of your foil with masking tape when you're ready and you've got your shape, to cover it with masking tape. So that's more or less starting to look like my little roof.
Okay.
But this is woodland, so we want to put some branches on there. This is 2mm jewellery wire. You can use any wire you've got, garden wire.
Oh, okay.
There's no set rules. I like this because I can just use my scissors. Not my best scissors.
No.
But I can just use my scissors and snip off pieces.
God forbid there be a fabric scissors.
I'm not a sewer, so I haven't got any fabric scissors. Going to just stick that little bit of wire onto there. And then turn it out for my branch. A little bit more masking tape. Just to hold it in place for me. A little bit more foil, because I don't want my branch to be too spindly.
Right.
Tuck it in there.
You don't have to be too accurate. Nature's not accurate.
It's a good job, because I can't do accurate crafting. Somebody says measure something. Does a tape measure exist in this house?
I know a few people like that.
That's what I love about PowerTex, is that it's, because there's no sort of, you haven't got to be accurate, it lets you be free just to create.
Yeah. But sometimes people struggle with that. So if you're a little bit kind of, everything has to be in that place and that order and everything like I used to be, then give PowerTex a go and just throw caution to the wind and have a play.
Yeah. You're my favourite people to come on a workshop.
Really?
Yeah, because I love people that are obviously a little bit tense, and then to see how, once they get going, they really relax into it, and it's quite liberating, really, not to have that.
I can imagine, actually.
So just keep chopping up your wire and adding a little bit more on so that you create your branches.
Mm-hmm.
We can carry on with that and put as many branches on as we like.
So once you've got it covered with the masking tape...
And then go over the whole thing with masking tape.
Okay.
So
could that be crunched up newspaper that you put masking tape over, or does it have to be tin foil?
The foil has a bit more body,
Right.
a bit more strength to it. It could be newspaper, but I think you'll get more strength if you do it with foil.
Okay.
Some of these I've left quite thin, and it's starting to look quite realistic.
It is, actually.
I think you could do something like this for antlers, you know.
I was thinking the same. Just as you held it like that, I thought that looks like stags.
Yeah, you could do the same sort of construction for antlers. Now, will PowerTex stick to my glass? Yes, it will. But once I've got PowerTex on here, it could slide on the glass. It could make it a bit tricky for me to be creating.
Mm-hmm.
So just some random bits of masking tape.
Just to give it something to grip onto.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be precise. I kind of purposely do it.
Could this be not glass but plastic? Would you do the same?
The same thing.
Right.
Same thing if it was plastic.
Just heard from my producer as well that we're getting lots of pictures from you about PowerTex projects that you've done. Kate has sent us this picture just before we get stuck into the demo proper. Thank you, Kate, for that. That's fantastic. Is that one of you using one of those faces that we've got in the show today, maybe?
I think it's bigger than that, actually.
Is it? Love it. The next one is from Joe Channon. Hello, Joe. One of our demonstrators here at Hochanda. Oh, wow.
Stunning, isn't it?
That is amazing. An old shoe that would otherwise been thrown away. Now it's become a perfect ornament. Yvonne, thank you for your picture. Oh, wow, that's gorgeous too.
Lovely things. I love seeing what other people create.
This is what Jackie's done. Thank you for that one. This is Jackie who's done a lovely mirror, as you can see there, with all sorts of embellishments, PowerTex over the top. And the last one for now, Leslie sent in this. Oh, great storage unit. Brilliant.
Fabulous.
Loads of ways of using PowerTex. Keep them coming. We'll show some more later.
So, I've got a selection of fabric here. Some of this is what you've got in that texture pack, the texture bundle. This was one of my old dresses, but I'm going to use it just because I want to be able to show you the reason that I like the bronze.
Okay.
If I was to use that bright pink fabric and use ivory, it would glow through.
Mm-hmm.
But the minute I put this in here...
So you put it in like a takeaway food container, the PowerTex, something like that?
Yeah, reuse things rather than get new.
Next time you have a Chinese or something, keep the containers.
Yeah.
Does it have to be a plastic container, or can you put it on a metal tin or something?
You could, but it'll stick to the tin. Whereas this, what us PowerTexers like to do is when we're finished with this, is leave what's left to dry, and then peel it out.
Okay.
And then put it in another little pot and save it for something else that you do with nice texture. It's a bit like using eggshells, you know, you get that sort of nice rough texture.
So it covers the fabric really well, doesn't it?
There's none of the pink.
Can't see the pink at all.
But if you're new to using PowerTex as well, this way you can really see when you've got it covered. Because if there's pink showing, I still need to work.
Just give it a rub.
Work the PowerTex in, but I don't need to keep adding more. There's actually plenty on there. I just want to work it through. And it's worth spending just that little bit of time. You see how this fabric has completely changed now?
Totally.
And it's gone very tactile, quite sticky.
Are you wearing latex gloves? Obviously, just from a cleanliness point of view, it's a good idea to wear gloves.
Yes.
It's perfectly safe to use, though, obviously.
Perfectly safe. And very often I don't wear gloves.
Right.
That's why when I take my gloves off, you'll see I've got black nail varnish on.
Fair enough.
Hides a multitude of sins. So I'm wanting to put this on here and just press it on.
So as well as it being a colourant, it's an adhesive as well?
It's an adhesive as well. Sticks to itself, and that'll stick to that paper tape as well, the masking tape. Just push it on and mould it. Now, in the show earlier, I was working in the flat on a canvas.
Right.
So I need here just to give it a press because it's upright.
Mm-hmm.
You can't defeat gravity completely, so you've got to make sure that it is pressed onto there, pressed onto itself. Look at that lovely texture in there.
Yeah, I love it.
Already. And without a lot of thought.
No. Well, the trouble is with this, you can potentially overthink it. Don't do that. Just go with the flow and chill out and enjoy it. And that's when you get the best results, I think.
Exactly. Exactly. Now,
is this part of this paper that we had?
Yeah.
Right.
So there's the twin pack, or there's a little bit in that texture pack. I'm going to use some of this just because it gives us that lovely bark effect. But I want to show you how different it goes.
It's quite coarse when it's dry.
Yeah.
But look at what happens when you put PowerTex on it.
It goes soft, and look how you can
wow.
pull it,
yeah.
mould it. And suddenly now I can lay that over the top, give myself another layer there. I'll have some of this peeping through, but it's coming to look very barky, like a little tree house. So I like the fact that we've got some of that underneath layer peeking through there.
And obviously the actual colour that Tracy's using in the demonstration is quite a neutral colour. If you're going to go for the purple and the red, you may choose to keep that colour, use the translucent PowerTex then in that case, but if you choose to cover it up, the brown or the bronze would actually do that job and you wouldn't see any other colour at all.
I'm just going to move that to one side because I want to show you how you deal with all these bits.
Right.
Because it's a bit different to just draping round. First thing I want to do is just paint over the masking tape.
Mm-hmm.
Just because as I'm putting different fabrics over, some of the open weave fabrics might actually let some of this masking tape show through.
Right, got you.
So it's good to give it a base coat and put some colour on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just do that little bit for now because I can show you what I want to show you just on that side.
As it's a glue and you're using brushes, do you have to be very careful how you wash them out?
Just in cold water.
Oh, okay.
Just in a water pot. Actually, you could just, if you can reach my water pot, it's a bit enchanted, is my water pot. I like to do my pot in theme to what the show is.
There you go.
So there you go, look.
How cool is that? So this is the water pot, but equally it could be a pen store, it could be where you put your crafty tools or something like that. And that is, I can vouch that that's just a glass jar again.
Yeah, just a jar.
It could have had beetroot in it,
one of
pickles
the fab things really about PowerTex is you've got a lot of stuff that you can just use to make other stuff, you know?
Stuff that you throw away or recycle.
That's right. If we can use something, recycle something, all the better really. So I'm going to use a little bit of this fabric. This is a bit of an Airtex t-shirt. On here, because it's quite a small scale, I don't want two big pieces of fabric, you know, just nice small pieces, it's easier to manage. And I'm going to just wrap that around very randomly. Very, very random. And then a little piece of this again.
Now the bronze, a quarter of the stock is gone. It has been very, very popular. The translucent, remember, that was a very popular one as well. We used that in the earlier show as well. So we've got bronze, we've got black, we've got the ivory, and we've got, of course, the translucent. But the choice of, the transparent is on its own at 732428. That's a different item number. But the other three colours are choices of, OK? And they are also the same price, I believe, for $16.99 for a kilo of it, and it's 535991. And believe me, a kilo, that's a lot of PowerTex there. That's going to last you a long time, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yeah, definitely. You make all of these out of 1 kilo easily.
Right, brilliant.
So can you see? I know with a dark background it's harder to really see what I'm doing at this point, but you can get the general idea that the texture that you can build up there.
Yeah. How long does that take to dry then?
About an hour would be touch dry. I tend to like to leave it overnight before I try and add colour.
Right.
Because if it's a bit damp, the colour seems to disappear in.
Right, it absorbs it.
It absorbs it, so it's better to leave it overnight. I'm just going to use a bit of this power cotton now, and I can just incredibly roughly mould it round there. I want you to see that, you know, there isn't any incredible secret to it.
No. Think of all those T-shirts and all those blouses that you've taken and recycled or just thrown away or whatever. You know, you can use them now to make wonderful ornaments around the home.
And if you're working on something fiddly, just work small pieces of fabric and build it up, and then do another piece and keep going. All right?
Yeah, brilliant. So that's the way to do that. Can I just grab my favourite item in the show? I've just got to show you this. Do you know what? If I went to a fair or a shop, or I was somewhere where these were being actually sold, because look, that is actually a vase. You could put flowers in there, you could put a pot plant in there, it could be anything, and they are proper denim jeans, a child's denim jeans. I think it's the coolest thing. You'd pay a lot of money for something like that, or I'd be prepared to pay an awful lot of money for that. I think that's just genius. So this is the sort of thing. Yeah, I didn't even think about that one. There you go. That's what you could call your company if you sold those. Genius.
Yeah, genius. Perfect. I think you should get started, Dave.
I think I should. I might have hit on something then.
Yeah.
I've told everyone about it now. That's a big mistake, isn't it?
Yeah.
Phone lines are very busy at the moment, so if you'd like to order your PowerTex or anything else in the show, you can use the website without a Q, okay, which is hochanda.com, obviously.
Okay. So you can see I've gradually built it up, winding it round my branches, and then I'm going to swap over, and I've got one that's dried, and I can show you how to dry brush it in a minute.
Shall I remind everybody of the options?
I think that would be a good idea.
Okay, let's do that then. The translucent, first of all, which is just in front of me. Here it is on the website if you'd like to have a little look at it. Everything in the show is there, including, of course, the fantastic plaster faces and the doors, the fairy doors there as well. The bistas are there. The trays of mica, the pigment selection tray, and also, of course, the little trial of the varnish is there as well. They're great value, actually, at $19.99 if you want the pearly one. If you want the standard colour, then that's $14.99, I think that was. Okay, half the stock of the transparent is gone now. If you're thinking, what will I use the transparent PowerTex on? Those jeans I just held up, they were treated with the transparent PowerTex, because unless you want to cover over the colour of the fabric, which when you're dealing with jeans you probably don't want to, this is the one that you need. So if you've got fabrics maybe in your stash, if you're a soft crafter, maybe you're doing something along these lines, or you've got particular fabrics that you absolutely adore but you're not quite sure what to do with them, you can't make them into a quilt, or you don't want to, or you don't want to cut into them, why not make them into wonderful ornaments of the home? The translucent will not cover the colour of the fabric. It will create this kind of hard texture, but it leaves the colour of the fabric there for you to enjoy, which is probably the reason you bought the fabric in the first place. So that's the translucent. Then if you want to completely camouflage old cloth and just cover it in the colour of PowerTex, you've got three choices. You've got the black, you've got the bronze, which is, as you could probably tell, Tracy's favourite, and you've also got the ivory as well. Now obviously the bronze and the black are going to be a lot more covering because they're dark colours. The ivory will be less so, but certainly you're going to have that lovely block ivory colour. $16.99. You choose any of those three. $16.99. 535991 is your item number. 535991. Okay, then we move on to our MDF embellishments. Now we've got here the fairy wings, those two at the top, and then underneath that we've then got your butterfly and we've got your dragonfly as well, and these are all laser cut. So whether you're using them with PowerTex or not, you can use them however you choose. Always popular, £12.99 whenever we do something like that. 351559. Now the texture bundle, Tracy was giving you an idea how you can use all of the fabrics here. You've got lace. This reminds me of the type of cloth that I used to polish the car with years ago. It's that sort of material. You've then got the little section of the... Did you say this was this wasn't paper? You said that was...
It's mulberry bark.
Mulberry bark.
Paper decoration.
Okay.
But it comes from the mulberry tree.
And you will get an element of the papers that we showed you earlier on as well in there too. Various different textures, various different pieces of string and cord and that sort of thing as well. So £9.99, a good varied bundle. I mean, where would you go to get all of those? It's all in one bundle. 265,174. Now the stencil, we're down to single figure stock now if you want this stencil. Maybe it's for interior decor, you want to put these words and verses on walls, on maybe trunks, on boxes, on bed heads, anything like that at all. But of course you can use it with all your mixed media pastes and that sort of thing as well. So 3 spatulas plus this stencil. You don't have to use the whole thing, just use little parts of it. If you just want to use the word art for a project, it's there for you to use as much or as little as you like. £9.99. 958,278. The twin pack of these papers, now we were using like a natural colour, like an ivory sort of colour earlier on. But these will equally be covered brilliantly with the brass or with the black PowerTex. You won't see any of the colour. If you use the translucent, of course, that colour in red and purple will still stay there. £10.99, it totally changes its feel and how it behaves when it's actually been submerged in the PowerTex. Something a bit different. You get a lot there. If I open it up, there's a lot there for your money. There it is, look. £10.99 gets you both, purple and red. OK, now the plaster, that's now limited stock for the plaster faces. You're going to get 4 faces, 2 long ones. Why the long face? 2 slightly smaller ones. And then you're going to get 2 skulls, and you're going to get 4 of these doors. Now, these could be fairy doors, they could be castle doors, they could be gnome doors, whatever you really want them to be. But you're going to get 10 of them in total for £9.99, and only a handful of those left now. OK, now the pick and mixes, if you want acrylic paints to start off with, 48ml in each of these jars. You can choose any 3 of these colours. We've got orange, red, yellow, green, blues and purples and so on. They're all listed on the website, or the operator can do the pick and mix for you if you'd rather that happens. Then we've got the pigment powders, the pigment powders. This has got the pearlescent to it. Now this is basically larger pots of the pigments that we showed you in the trays earlier on. So there you can see there's a lot in there. You actually get 10 grams in total of this, and you can choose any 3 of these. That one is your blue curacao. You've got limoncello gold, tequila sunrise, great names these. You've got the lipstick fizz, pink flamingo, berry sour, and then the bottom you've got mojito lime, green ginger, the green parrot, and you've got golden olive. So those are the colour choices. Choose any 3. You'll only be charged £16.99, and you only need a tiny amount of that as well. Then the Bista sprays we've got at the end here. It's not obvious what colours they are when you look at them in the jar, but if you go to the website, they're all listed and photographed for you as well. And they were used on the earlier show this morning, so if you want to have a little look back at the earlier show. What time are you on this morning, Tracy? 12 o'clock, OK, lunchtime. Look back at 12 o'clock and you're able to see how to use them. 219159. OK, now what haven't we seen so far? Bearing in mind that PowerTex is not just a colour, it's also a fabric stiffener and it's a glue. If you want more texture on what you're working with the PowerTex, then you can use these. So you're looking here at your 3D balls. You've got various different textures, 3 different sizes of the balls, and you've also got a sand there as well. £17.09 if you're a Freedom member, gets you all 4 of those. 258831 is your item number there. And they are really handy and they get coated very, very easily as well. Love it. £17.09 Freedom. If you're not a Freedom member, you can still buy them, but you pay a little bit more plus postage, which hopefully you won't want to do. Now the faces, I just showed you the plaster of Paris faces. They've now sold out at £9.99, so congratulations if you got those. You can easily mould those and put them in between your fabric when you're using your PowerTex. Now what about using the colours? How do you use those? Now, do you mix them with water? Or
I've used some of the varnish.
Yep.
Just a little bit of varnish. Pick up a little varnish on your brush.
Yep.
Dip into the powder pigment. Mix it here. I'm not going back in there because I don't want to mix that much up. I just want a little bit. And I'm using a tiny little bit of the white just to lift that colour a bit.
Yeah.
A little bit more than that so that it shows up for you.
So you're not saturating the brush, it's quite a dry...
Quite a dry mix. But I'm just wiping off what's on the outside.
Yeah.
There's still plenty in that brush. And you can see that as I stroke that on there...
Oh, wow.
It brings out all that fabulous texture. You can start and see that was some of that air texture.
Could you use things like gilding waxes and things like that over them?
You can use gilding wax. It depends on how much pigment is in the wax that you've that you're choosing.
Yeah.
But there's no reason that you shouldn't, you can't use it. It's just whether it shows up very well or not.
It's just going over it like this with a brush. It's almost like you're kissing the colour onto the ridges.
And I'm working with, they happen to be my favourite colours, but as we're saying Enchanted Forest, I'm keeping it towards the forest colours, but there's no reason that you can't use any colour on here.
So if you want the varnish, remember, if you're going to go for any of the trays of the colours, the pearlescent or the flat colour, you are going to get a trial size of the varnish to get you started. But if you do want the full size of the varnish, that's available in the mixed media pack, which has got the easy structure, the easy 3D flex, and you're going to get, of course, the varnish, big version of the varnish, which I think is 50mm, yes it is, and you're also going to get your easy coat matte as well. All of that for £14.99. That's great value.
So what I'm trying to show you is that be patient, let it build up, keep going back, add in a little bit more colour. I've added a little bit of yellow into here just to add a bit of interest. Haven't washed my brush in between. Just go into there, pick it up and mix it into that paint that you'd got before. Slightly more varnish.
So you only use the varnish to mix it, you never use water?
No, because if you use water, you can use water on a mixed media piece, but it then becomes like a watercolour, it's a wash, and it will wash back off. If you mix it with the easy varnish, you're making a weatherproof paint.
Ah, right.
So
got you.
This sort of thing we're probably going to end up putting outside, so we don't want the paint to wash off. So you can use any paints over the top of PowerTex, but I can't say to you whether they will be weatherproof or not. But I know this will.
I'm just thinking, you know, I know you've covered the whole vase or the whole jar here with the fabric and the PowerTex. If you left a little opening so that you could see the glass through, could you put a little candlelight in there?
Well, you could put one of the little electronic
battery tea lights.
Battery tea light in there.
Not a naked flame one.
I wouldn't put a naked flame one in there because it's still fabric at the end of the day.
True.
PowerTex itself isn't flammable. However, once it's dry, the fabric is still flammable.
So a little battery operated tea light. You can get a pack of 10 of those for about £3 in certain shops. That would be really effective.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hang them
Dave,
up on the
about,
trees in the.
You know, to bring up about the candles, because it's an email that I get on a weekly basis.
Oh, is it? Right.
Yeah. Can I use a candle inside? You know.
Well, I was thinking, you know, with the spring on the way, if you're having like a barbecue and you've got your outdoor furniture there, you could have these, you know, dotted around the patio or something. They look fantastic.
Yeah, look wonderful. So we always have lots of them in our garden. When we have a party or something.
Have you got fairies at the bottom of your garden?
I have.
Thought you might.
Yeah, lots of fairy houses. Yeah, hidden. We're very lucky, and we live backing onto some woodland. So we've got some big trees in our garden with lovely gnarled roots, and they've all got little fairy houses in the bottom. Can you see how this is? Yes. I will do. Can you see how this is really, really?
Yeah, it's really looking good.
Building up, and I think sometimes people give up before they get this far, and that's why they think that the dark colours are dark.
Don't have to be.
They don't have to be. You just keep going and adding more and more colour.
Well, it's a very similar effect. That's why I mentioned the gilding wax earlier on. If ever you've done any embossing and you put a gilding wax over the top, it just makes it pop. That's what you're doing with this, but with the paints and the colours. Yeah, so I'm going to add, because we're in Enchanted Forest, I think it should have a little bit of twinkle. I'm going to go on to some of these lovely pearl pigments. This is golden olive. Just seems quite nice for over that. And is that these? Do you get golden olive in the palette? I wonder. In the pearl palette, you get. In the pearl palette. Okay. Let me just show you the colours that you're going to get in the pearl palette again, because there are loads. There's the olive there. Look. So these, if you love that pearlescent shimmer, which I know most of us do, 3, 6, 9. There's 12 in there, and it does come with a lid as well, so you can stop them from falling out. But you get a lot there, plus you're going to get that small bottle of varnish to get you started as well, so it's everything you need to give a bit of colour to your first project. So I like to put some matte colour underneath first, because that gives me my basis to work on. But then once you start adding a little bit of shimmer to it, it really does
work, doesn't it?
It's looking great. Everyone's being very quiet at the moment, and just watching and looking. I think we're all expecting the door to open and someone walk out in a minute.
Oh, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? I'm going to use a little bit of this one, just to add a bit of warmth to that door.
You know what? Expect to have lots of visitors ask, how on earth did you do that, or where did you get that from? You can tell them what actually made it.
Look at that. How does that work on there? It's
Love
beautiful, isn't it?
Mm.
So you can keep going. We want to work on the roof as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back to a matte colour, but I think we want a slightly different colour to the roof so that it contrasts.
If you got something like an old clock face or something like that, or an old pocket watch or something, could you incorporate that into the PowerTex as well?
Absolutely. I don't see why not at all.
Just thinking we do those little pocket watches that Anna brings us with the craft box, and they're not much money at all, but you could, because they're kind of antique-y looking, the burnished brass look. That would be fantastic.
Oh yeah, that would look really good, wouldn't it? So like you've got a clock tower.
Yeah,
That's what you mean. Yeah. That would look really cool. I'm going for a little bit of red ochre on the roof because that's like a tiled roof, isn't it?
Right.
And then.
So this is different to the one you did earlier on. This is a dry one, yeah.
Yeah. This is. Oh yes, this isn't the one I did earlier. This is one I let dry out. You see, there's a little bit of the masking tape actually showing through there, but because I covered the foil with masking tape, it doesn't matter.
No.
Whereas if I've got a bit of foil showing, it would be annoying.
It's hard to believe that actually is just tin foil and a little bit of wire, and it's just an ordinary jam jar or pickled onion jar lid or something.
That's right. I mean, for children's presents or teachers' presents when it comes to that time that I know now. Thank goodness it wasn't like that when my children were at school, but nowadays teachers have to have hundreds of presents when it comes to Easter and everything, don't they?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
My teacher never got anything when I was at school.
No. So look, I've just added a little bit of white into that pigment.
There's a very well-known Wizards film that people are talking about in my ear at the moment. Our crew are saying, doesn't it remind you of this hat that's in a well-known... Yeah.
I think everybody knows exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly.
But, so, how popular with children? How popular that...
Maybe you've been looking for a craft to get them interested, and you just have struggled. They're not interested in fabric, they're not interested in colouring or whatever, but this, you're thinking, hey, hang on a minute, this will be great for half-term, this will be great for the holidays, to keep them occupied. Because it's perfectly safe for kids to do as well, isn't it?
Perfectly safe. The one thing I would say is if you're immediately thinking, oh, I wouldn't let my kids loose with this in my house, we've got over 100 tutors who will run workshops throughout the school holidays. Great way to keep kids occupied.
Absolutely. So they can learn at the workshops and then have PowerTex at home to play with as well.
Come home and do it when they know what they're doing and they're not putting it up the walls.
Imagine. Oh.
But that's, you know, when it's something new that you're not sure of, I think that's the sort of thing that you think, oh, you know, how would I do that? So.
Well, thank you again for the pictures that you sent in earlier on. We've still got enough time, if you've probably got another 10 minutes or thereabouts, to show a few more if you've got some PowerTex projects. Maybe it's your first ever and you want to show everybody what you've done, because everyone's going to use this in a different way.
So look, just a little bit of that green on there, the green pearl, if I can remember where I put it. And that looks like some glistening moss on there, doesn't it now? I mean,
it's great.
You could play all day doing this, really, couldn't you?
So if you were looking at, for example, this one that we showed you at the beginning of the show, this is a canvas that Tracy's put this fabric dress, the little girl's obviously outgrown it and what have you, but the teddy bear, it's been PowerTexed, the dress has been PowerTexed, but now you know, now you can see how that effect, that highlighting effect has been achieved, because that's just one of the pearlescent colours, isn't it?
Yeah, what I loved about this little dog is the nose is really worn.
Yeah.
And I didn't actually, it didn't belong to anybody I know, but I thought if it did, how cute that you'd still be able to see that, you know, when they're 30 and you'll be able to think, look, that was your favourite teddy.
Absolutely. I love everything about it. And of course you can be, if you're very arty, oops, stay. Let me just grab this to show you. And this looks like a sculpture that you have spent a fortune from an art gallery. There's an art gallery near where I live, where a sculpture like this would be probably a good £500, £600, £700. This is from fabric. This is just made from fabric. Isn't it beautiful? Again, look at the wings.
A little bit of lace, look. The wings are with the paper decoration, that open weave paper.
And yeah, just spread it out so it's like a web, and it covers the wings beautifully. But that looks like a really expensive work of art, and you could charge a lot of money for this.
Definitely.
And you're okay with people making and selling?
Oh, absolutely.
Brilliant.
That's half the fun of it, isn't it? To be able to, I don't know about you, if you made something yourself and you take it somewhere and someone parts with their hard-earned money to buy it, it's just such a good feeling.
It's still my favourite. That will look so cool in my house. A little flower pot in there with a plant in it or something like that. That's genuine jeans. But with the translucent PowerTex, it's made them crispy. And we've got a little puzzle piece, I think, in the pocket at the back.
Yeah.
How cute is that, though? Really amazing. I love it.
Recently on our Facebook, somebody had put a picture on of a full-size adult pair of jeans that they'd done. And it looked as if the person was kneeling down.
Oh, wow.
It must have taken a lot of PowerTex and quite a feat of engineering to sort of hold it all together.
So you'd have to put something in the legs to keep the shape.
Obviously, while the fabric was wet, it would have just collapsed. So they must have packed it out somehow. But it looked really good, and then in the waistband they've got like an aspidistra type of...
Brilliant idea.
Yeah, fantastic.
If you could either have the jeans kneeling down or have them standing upright, if you can find a way of keeping it supported while it dries, and then put a flower pot plant in there, that would look incredible, yeah.
I would stuff them with foil.
Right, that's a good idea.
So that it keeps it nice and solid. But
bit of work, but what a great result that would be.
Janice did say that I would finish this.
We've got 5
and
minutes.
bring it back to for this show, but I didn't finish it because I went out to lunch instead.
Oh, okay.
So
It's Sunday for lunch, so we'll let you off.
I thought, well, I've just got a few minutes, if that's all right, we'll do a little bit more on here.
And this was the project you did in the earlier show at 12?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So we've added acrylic paint over ivory PowerTex, stencils with some of the structure paste, used fabric here, one of the fairy doors. Sorry, I can't have those, they've all gone.
Yeah, sorry. We will get some more back for Tracy's next visit. Do you know when you're back next?
I can't remember actually. I am booked in to come back, but I'm not very good at remembering things like that.
It's all right.
This sort of...
Now these are the acrylic paints that we're using, aren't we?
They are.
Yeah.
And I'm wanting to... just trying to find a good colour to use there on that tree. So I'm going to use... we can mix these together, so I'm going to use some of that. Bit of that in there because I want it to stand apart from the rest of it.
So this is a polo shirt. I've just realised that's the neck of the polo shirt, and this seam is coming out of the neck.
That's right.
See, there's the button, top button. There's the collar. See?
And there's some sand and balls on here.
Yeah. Which
you mentioned earlier on, Dave. Then this is just little strips of fabric, bits of the paper decoration that we were talking about, that lovely open weave.
So it's the bark of the tree coming out of the neck of the polo shirt.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's actually not really my idea, but most things you find you're inspired somewhere else. I was looking online at lots of pretty pictures, as we all do. Lose yourself for hours on various sites, don't you?
You do.
And saw the work of a lady called Elfie Cella, I'm not sure how you say it, and she does lots of textile art and creates beautiful landscapes. And I saw it and thought, you can do that with PowerTex. It's the thing that happens once you start using PowerTex, is that everything you look at, you think...
Well, I've done shows with you before many times. Today, I want to have a go. It's this show that's made me want to have a go. It's the jean thing. That's what it is.
You're going to have to do it.
I want to have a pair of fully sized gents or ladies' jeans, I don't care, with like a plant in them in the hallway.
There you go. What a talking piece.
Yeah, it'll be brilliant. And it's the transparent PowerTex that'll do it.
I've got a full-sized tree in my hall made out of a mannequin.
Right.
But she was one that I bought on the internet, and she was minus one arm and she hadn't got a head.
Right.
So nobody wanted her.
Right.
And I turned her into a tree for my daughter's wedding.
Oh,
she
amazing.
stood by the whole theme was woodland, and she stood by the buffet table. She had a collar that fitted onto her neck, and then big branches coming off. She's stunning.
I bet she was stunning.
And she stands in my hall now.
Did that take a bit of PowerTex to do that?
Quite a lot of PowerTex to do that.
You know what? It's not expensive when you consider what it does. I mean, how many of these would I need to do a whole pair of jeans, do you think? 2?
Probably a couple, yeah.
Yeah. So for 35 quid, because it's what, 17.99 each, isn't it? I think
16.99.
So for
depends how thick your denim is. I mean, that can vary a lot, Dave. Can't it really?
the translucent's 14.99. So for £30 and a pair of second-hand jeans from the charity shop, I can have a stiff structure that I can use as a flower pot. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Oh yeah. I can't wait to see the pictures.
I know. I can't wait to show you. It's going to be good.
Well,
I've been looking for another project to get my teeth into.
you've got a bit of time now, haven't you? You said to me that you've got a few days to yourself, so...
Well, I'm going away for a few days, so I don't know if I'll be able to take that with me
you
on
might
the
have
plane.
to cancel that because you need to do your project.
Yeah, cancel your holiday. You've got a project to do.
Yeah, it comes to something. I go away at Christmas every year, and I have to take PowerTex with me.
Yeah, because otherwise it's wasted time. We've got 1 minute, Tracy, that's it. But I think you'll agree, if you've watched today for the first time, or maybe you've watched, like we, a few times, I want to do it now. Maybe you're the same. And if you do want to do it, the PowerTex is in stock. Remember, that's the translucent one. We've got the black, we've got the bronze, and we've got the ivory available as well. So whether it's projects like this that you want to do that's going to kind of cover the actual fabric, or whether it's like the denim or this bottle here where you want to actually see the colour of your fabric, it's brilliant. It's brilliant stuff. I can see why now so many people watch out for the PowerTex workshops, and of course they're going to be around the country, so keep your eyes open.
Yes. Yeah.
There we go. There it is. Done and dusted. That's a polo shirt, and that's the tree coming out the top of it, all because you're using fabric. Tracy, thanks. You've inspired me.
Oh, I'm glad I have.
And you're back soon, hopefully.
Yes, so it won't be too long.
OK, I'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for a craft price drop. Have a great Sunday afternoon. This is what's coming up. So I need a pair of jeans now. Daisy Chain Designs one-day special coming up next. Then we're getting groovy. It's a Clarity one-day special launch at 6. And then craft price drop tonight with Janice, I think it is, at... Oh, no, it's with Catherine tonight at 7 o'clock.
Hello, I'm Paula, and I'd like to welcome you to the wonderful world of witchcraft. We're situated in this fabulous building called the Corn Exchange, right in the centre of Doncaster, and we've been here about 16 years. We're delighted to be working with Hochanda, bringing you lots of fabulous products and demonstrations, and hopefully lots of inspiration to help you craft along the way. So join us here soon on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hochanda will yet again be attending the Creative Craft Show at the NEC in Birmingham. Would you like to take part in our famous Hochanda Tombola? Would you like to meet and chat to your favourite Hochanda presenters? Well, just look out for our bright pink stand. You won't miss us. Why not take the weight off your feet, park your shopping bags and become a member of the Hochanda audience? Enjoy fantastic and inspirational demonstrations from your favourite crafting guest experts, as we broadcast live from our very own Hochanda Pavilion. Receive your buy one get one half price tickets when you use code EV160. So why not treat yourself and a friend to a fantastic day out? We can't wait to see you all there.
Yes, it's the final call. So glad to have your company. Now, the clock is on the screen for you. Keep an eye on that clock because once the hour's gone, the price will go up, of course. It is the one-day special final call, and we're here, of course, with Daisy Chain Designs. This is my second show with you today. It's been lovely. It really has. Thanks. Now, of course, I think you all know Sue. We have got another Sue with us as well, but she's over at the demo area right at the moment, so we'll see a little bit more of the other Sue a little bit later.
There she is.
She's waving. Yes, there she is.
I've got her cracking the whip to get. We are going to get that quilt finished. We are going to get that quilt finished.
Hopefully we're going to get a lot crammed into this show, so we're going to make a start. Yes. Now, the one-day special, we're talking about the pick and mix with the patterns.
We are.
These are stunning. Now, we're going to talk around the patterns and all the individuals, but this number one, love this, the flower bed. Now, isn't this gorgeous? Now, you're getting both the cushion and the quilt on the pattern piece, aren't you?
That's correct, Catherine.
And all the details to make these, and the applique, which I think are absolutely gorgeous.
I know, the detail that Gail always goes to, I think, is just extraordinary. And also the detail that you can get from the shapes, because they are, you know, quite straightforward. They're not difficult. Have fun with them. You know, we've turned them into a cushion. We've used fleece, so it's incredibly tactile, incredibly soft.
Gorgeous.
It's long-lasting. I made a similar quilt for my niece when she went off to university, and she was sort of 18, 19 sort of touch. So, and again, at any age, from a child right up to somebody maybe, you know, elderly who just wants to be kept warm. So I just think they're really great fun.
It really is lovely. Of course, you can choose the fabrics that you want to stitch with because you're buying the patterns. But for me, the colours here are just so cheerful, so bright, absolutely lovely. So that's option number one for you. Don't forget, this is our pick and mix, so we've got lots to show you. Now, the Japanese folded cushions. I believe this was a little bit in the front earlier. I don't know if it still is. Now, these are beautiful. These are very different. Now, I did undo this earlier, so it looks a little bit untidy. I should have spent some time to do that back up. But actually, hopefully we're going to see this demoed by Sue in a little while as well.
Yeah, it wraps up, and basically it's almost like a sort of a cushion within a cushion, which is really clever. You can wrap it round, and I've said before, you know, it's one of these fabric. You can use lovely fabrics, but you can also showcase your favourite fabric that you think, oh, I really can't cut into that too much. I want to showcase it, and this is the perfect project for doing it. I love blue and white fabric.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's always very crisp and clean looking, but you know, in reds, in golds, match it up to your home deck, it would look really, really nice. Yeah, it's
very
lovely.
busy. 75% of the stock for this particular pattern has now gone, and you're getting both of the cushions there. Again, part of the pick and mix. Now, moving on, we've got something a little bit different. We've got the hexagon bag. Now, I love this. This was demoed in the early show at 1 o'clock, and I didn't realise. I thought there was a piece of wood or something in there to keep it held nice and firm, but actually, within the instructions, it's telling you how to create that bag. It holds its shape so beautifully.
It does. Use a product in there called Innerform. There are other sort of similar products on the market. It's strong and it's firm, but you can sew through it. It's a wonderful product, and it's sort of revolutionised bag making really for us crafters, because before we had to rely on wadding, on pelmet viling, which wasn't always quite up to the job. And this is just a fabulous product for making this lovely bag.
Two little pockets there as well. I love the quilting on the inside.
Quilting. You can have a little practice with your quilting if you know, a lot of people are a little bit unsure about quilting. It can be a little bit daunting, so no one's going to see it but you, because it goes in the lining, so just have some fun with it.
Wonderful. And we said earlier, didn't we, that you could shrink down the hexagons and make a smaller version as well, maybe make a makeup bag to match or something like that.
Little purse
so it's another choice for you, another lovely buy there. Now, we have another bag here in the front as well.
Yep. This is the woven bag, and I don't know if we have time to demo. I'm so sorry, it's been one of those really busy shows, but it's a very simple technique where you take lovely strips of fabric and you weave them in and out, and obviously that is what forms the body of the bag, but it also has got a lining to it and a little zipper pocket for the a zip along the top, so it just keeps everything lovely and secure.
Let's just have a look at that. It's so sweet. I love the size of this. There's a little zipper at the top. So
just
it keeps
to keep
everything
it
nice and safe. It's a lovely design, it really is. Absolutely gorgeous.
If you were sort of going to a wedding or something, you know, you could even make the bag in some sort of similar outfits, you know, colours to the outfit you were going to make, and it would be quite a talking point, I think, wouldn't it?
I think it certainly would. Now, talking of talking points, moving down, the Woodland Friends. Now, you can see, just like the first one, I can tell straight away this is one of Gail's. Now, isn't this lovely? It's such fun. Again, these have been made in fleece, but you can choose other materials if you want to.
Absolutely, don't have to use fleece. But again, I love fleece. It's very inexpensive compared to ordinary cotton fabric. It's at least half the price of it. It's very forgiving. It's very easy to work with. You can just have fun. And there's lots of little details in these cushions here. We've got a little miniature toadstool there. You've obviously got the big feature toadstool, which is adorable, with the little curtains. And you know, Gail just always goes to a lot of detail in her work, and I think that's what everybody just is sort of charmed by, really. It's just that little level of not just finishing the cushion off with a little square around it. No, let's put some little applique details on, little flowers and little toadstools, little butterflies, and then you've got the owl cushion as well. And as I mentioned earlier, it just sort of came to me actually as we were chatting, is that if you wanted to make the quilt for my flower bed and you wanted the pattern for this, you could possibly, you know, just look at your pattern, jiggle it around, and I'm sure you could actually include these motifs in that quilt as well. There's a lot of possibilities.
That's the beauty of buying the patterns on the pick and mix. And we have said choose any 3, but of course you can go for 6, you can go for all 9, because there are 9 different patterns. You can multi-buy on those. We'll tell you a little bit more about the benefits of actually going off for all 9 in a little while as well. But let's finish with the actual patterns themselves.
Yes.
Now these I love. I know these are your designs, aren't they, Sue? I really love these because I'm someone that doesn't have a chance to sew an awful lot, but when I do, I like things that are nice and usable.
Yes.
And this is certainly something that you've got here.
That's a really lovely little project, the little Sew Tidy. I just designed it. It's, again, in its essence, very simple, but one of those really useful little projects. If you want to make a gift for a friend that sews, it's a really nice little present to make for somebody. You've got the little bag there to keep all your trimmings, little snippets in, your threads, and then I've weighted the pin cushion so that it would sort of drape over your desk or over your armchair, won't fall off, and then you can just, as you're sewing, just put your little scissors in. There's a little pocket there for your scissors, and then just use it for your snips and threads.
It's so lovely, and then a little inner pocket as well for your scissors in there, so it keeps them nice and secure. Now another one for you, and this is another one of my favourites, simply because I just love these cupcakes. Oh, they are gorgeous. Now this is your quartet, your cupcake quartet. Now you get in here the details, the instructions of course, and the pattern pieces to make these gorgeous little cupcakes. You can make the pin cushion, you can make the little needle case as well, and also the scissor holder, which has also got that beautiful little cupcake on there.
The details lovely.
It's gorgeous.
This actually, I know it's very flattered that you called them my design, but I better own up to the fact they actually are Gail's.
Oh, are they?
This set is. Oh, thank you, I'll take that, Catherine. But Gail won't like it. She'll be sitting at home going, no, they're mine. I better own up to that. They're Gail's designs. But again, that's all right. No, she does lovely. And again, just a little detail, I think, as you said, on the little cupcake. And she gives some nice little tips and hints how to get a really nice satin stitch, which is the little thin stitch that goes around the cupcakes. Just little hints and helps to get you on your way with them.
Is this one yours?
That one's mine.
I knew one of them was.
Yeah, and the chicken quilt's
mine.
And
the chickens. Well, talking of chickens, now let's have a look at this. This is stunning. Now, I've got a fondness for chickens myself at the minute.
Are you having any? Do you have any?
I don't have any. My brother used to have chickens, but I've created them recently in MDF, and it just seems to be a very popular theme at the minute. Now, I just think, look at the design. These are wonderful. They're absolutely wonderful. And how you said earlier as well, Sue, that you can mix and match those fabrics in so many different ways and get a different look every time.
Definitely. And if you don't want to sort of use, they're one with fusible appliques, so terribly easy to work with. You just cut the shape out exactly, bond it on with, it's set by the bonder web set by, or fusible web set by an iron. And then once they're bonded down, they're not going to move. And then that makes it much easier to sew the pieces and just sort of make a feature. You can use blanket stitch, you can use zigzag stitch, you can use a fancy stitch on your machine, or if you want to be really bold, you can actually do a free motion stitch around it and just practice your free machine sewing. So there's a lots of sort of different options with this, and I've done them in these sort of soft country colours, but again, you know, make them pinks, blues, oranges, yellows.
That's the thing.
Anything
with
for
the
spring.
You can choose yourself exactly what fabrics you want to use.
Thanks, Catherine.
I think they'd look great in a kitchen. I'd have them on the curtains, I'd have a wall hanging, I'd have them on the tea towels, my apron. Just think they're lovely. So there's another option for you. Now the final one within the patterns is the weekend quilt. It's a great name. We're going to hopefully see the weekend quilt being almost completed because you've been working on this over the last couple of days.
We have. Sue, we've got one more strip to sew on. Can I borrow it, Sue? Is that allowed? Do you mind? So it's terribly unprofessional, but we're just doing by the magic of whee! So it's nearly done.
Oh, look at this.
So we'll just hold it up, that's the beauty of it. So I'll be working on this with Susie all weekend. So we've just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one more row to sew on, which I'll sew on shortly. And there is a quilt top made in 24 hours or just under. I love these fabrics. I know we're going to talk about these fabrics, but it just goes to show you can make a quilt top. And I've been distracted. There's been lots of meetings today.
Yes.
Little trip out at lunchtime for some lunch. So yeah, it's not been an all-day job by any means, but we have just cracked on, and I'm thrilled that we've made the top. It's a real achievement. This is going nowhere. I'm keeping this.
I'm not surprised. Now we're going to take you to the website just to show and explain to you how you can order the pick and mix, because there you can see on the details on the screen, £14.99 is going to get you 3 of those patterns, any 3 of your choice. If you want to go for more, you certainly can. Now let's see what I would be going for. I would be going for, let me think, it's got to be the cupcakes. Yes, I think the cupcakes. I'd like the hexagon bag, I think, as well, please. Oh, top row at the end. Oh, there's so many. I want them all, actually. Put them all in, please. I'll have them all because if you go for all 9, there are actually 16 projects in total, because you get more than one project on some of the patterns. Now, if you went for all 9, that would be £44.97 for 16 projects, and you can use those patterns over and over
again.
You?
Absolutely.
It is crazy value, but it's up to you. You can go for 3, whatever you want. But talking about fabric, yes, that's important actually. Just thinking about it, it is final call, so remember the prices will go up at the end of the hour. So take advantage of this hour now. It is the final call. Keep an eye on the clock. Now, we did see that beautiful quilt top there.
We did.
And the fabric, I'm sure everybody at home has fallen in love with that fabric.
Along with me. It's just stunning, isn't it?
And me too.
It's absolutely beautiful. And again, I was so lucky to have it. Hopefully, certainly the first person on TV with it. And I would like to think probably one of the very first to have it available. So I'm thrilled that I could offer it to our lovely Hochanda audience, because I saw this range 2 weeks ago, and it was one of those like, oh, I've got to have that in my life. You know, it's a bit like I don't know, they're so addictive fabrics, aren't they? I absolutely fall in love with all sorts of fabrics. And I loved this range. This is the Scandi Christmas 2019 by Macawa. They have done similar ranges in the past. So this is the new set, if you like, for 2019. And what I loved with these is I love the colours, the grey and the red, still in huge fashion, modern, and yet there's just the sort of timelessness to them. But what I really love is the scale of them. The scale of the print is fantastic.
Perfect. It really is.
And I've not chopped with my quilt, which was deliberate. I haven't made them too small, the pieces, because I really still want everyone to be able to see the blocks. And you really can, you know, even with these little small squares here. And then we've still got some little details of the house. We've still got details of the little, presents, and it just works really well. I'm delighted with how the quilt's come out. I really can't tell you, how easy and fun it has been to make.
Oh, wonderful! I can't wait to see when it's lined and
quilted
as well, because we were talking about that earlier. So I hope we'll get to see that at some point. Now, if you do want the Scandi, now there's 3 options here. This is just the first option. This one, I've got to tell you, has been very, very busy throughout the day. It is on extended delivery now because we've sold so much of it. 15th of March is the date it will be shipped from. That is for this option, the Scandi option. But under that item number, you're getting 3 choices. So our second one, this is beautiful as well. Look into the east, and you can see why. You'll see the oriental feel with this. Once again, the colour scheme, very different to the Scandi, obviously, but those colours are absolutely beautiful, aren't they?
They are. They just twinkle, I think, on the TV as well. And you can just see the lovely shimmer in them. There is obviously a metallic coating, or the printing, I should say, on some of these fabrics, which just add that little extra pizzazz, I think. And I love that green stripe. I think, that made as a weekend quilt would just you know, be really lovely and bold. And these are just such nice prints. I would have really liked to have made the weekend quilt in these fabrics as well, but you know, I had to make a decision which I was going to go with. So I think the Scandi Christmas won out. But you never know, there might be a quilt made with this at some stage as well.
I would love to see this finished
really
as well. I think
pretty.
it's gorgeous. I've got a thing about pink, and actually green is a colour that at one time I was frightened of. I didn't use it a lot, but that green, it's got so much punchiness to it, hasn't it? And with the black and the white in there as well, and that beautiful orange. The designs of these are absolutely gorgeous once again. They really are. So that's option number 2 for you.
Yes.
Now then, we've got country inspirations for you as well. Now this one, they're all so different, but I honestly can't choose a favourite, so I do genuinely like them all. This one was pulling me early. I think it was after seeing the chicken quilt as well, and thinking of the country sort of theme. Beautiful. So you've got golds in here, you've got those deep reds, you've got the blues, you've got the greens again. Beautiful designs again, and the scale of these, once again, you're not going to lose any detail, are you, when you're putting them out?
No, not at all. You know, the detail's still in there, and I just included sort of 2 blues, 2 reds, 2 greens, 2 golds, and I sort of always they're like my default country colours. I think, you know, you really can't go wrong with those fabrics. They're colours that most people have got in their houses. They're warm, they're cosy, and they just work, I think, really nicely together.
They do, they work beautifully.
They are a pretty range.
So there's your 3 choices. So of course you're getting within each option there, you're getting 8 fat quarters, half a metre each. Item number there on the screen, 779227 is the item number. Just choose the one or the ones that you want there. £32.99 new today. Now let's just give you a reminder of the Scandi fabric there. We'll see it in a little bit more detail here, a little bit of inspiration for you because it is stunning. Aren't they absolutely stunning fabrics? Now we're here with the other Sue, of course, now, so it's demonstration time. Now I can see, Sue, that you're going to show us the Japanese cushion. Now that was 75% stock gone the last time. Oh, it's gone up actually. 80% of the stock has now gone on that particular option. It's been very popular throughout the day, and I know you were keen to show us some of the hand stitching.
Yes, well I have demonstrated a couple of times now the actually how to make these blocks, but I haven't had a chance to demonstrate how to sew down the edges, so I thought that would be nice to do, and also how to sew the 4 of them together, because this is just 1 block, but you need 4 blocks to make the wrapping that goes around the cushion, and I think one's appearing now. So if I just start stitching, and I'll try and hold it up. Where are we? Just stitching down. What I wanted to show people was stitching down towards the corner. I'm just, sorry, my voice is going. We've been talking so much today. I'm stitching down towards the corner, and I'm using a matching thread and just a hemming stitch. Try and move my hand out of the way so that you can see. And then when I get to the corner, I'm just going to poke that little bit that's come up out of the way. And it's difficult when you've got to do something with both hands. And then in the corner itself, I'm going to do a little bar stitch. So just to pull the corners tight, I'm going to stitch over and over again. Can you see?
We can see, yeah. fine, that's lovely.
And then when I
very
pull
neat.
it pulls it nice and tight at the corner. And then
Wonderful.
you can continue to stitch down the other side.
I see.
You've got a lovely finished edge to hide things, so then I would just continue stitching down the other side as neatly as I can. But that's not the end of it. I do tend to, when I'm doing this, I tend to stitch everything down like this, so it's nice and firm.
Okay.
And then I may very well go over it with a contrasting thread and a bigger stitch, and that's what I've done on the blue cushion. It's got a contrasting blue thread to just highlight the colours. I think
So it's just on this one
see
here?
It? Yeah, just on the white I've done a contrasting blue
See it
thread.
running along the edge there. It's a lovely design, it really, really is.
It's very pretty.
Now you are getting both of the cushion patterns, aren't you, within this one? What I love about this, I didn't tie it up very well, so I undid it earlier, but look at this. I just love the design of this. So you've got a wrapped cushion, so you can just untie that and then tie it back up again. It's such a lovely design, and it's such a nice feature with it.
It is, it's very tactile, isn't it? And yeah, it works really nicely. So it's all Japanese folded. So that's my demo of stitching that down. I'm taking the shortest path I can down into the square and then back up there, so that you can't really see those stitches. I don't want these stitches to show, but if I was going to do it in a contrasting thread, and I'd probably pick one of these lovely blues in an embroidery thread or something, then I would want those to show, because they can look very pretty. And if I could find a variegated thread, even better, because they can look very pretty.
That would look pretty.
Yeah, so my sister-in-law has made one of these, and she's a very good embroiderer, and she put lots of embroidery on it.
I was just going to say, you could embellish it further, couldn't you?
Yes, she could. She
really
put,
go
she
to
put
town
lots
with
of,
it.
Yeah, she put lots more on there, and I've taught it a lot of times. People use buttons and all sorts of things to finish it off. So I'll just put that to one side, because I want to show actually how to sew the four together. And this is yet another version of this, and if I turn it over, that's the right side. This is what's going to be showing on the outside.
Okay.
When I turn it over, this is how they're joined together. So I'm going to use either a ladder stitch. I'll show you the ladder stitch first. So I think on that one I used a whip stitch, but occasionally I'll use a ladder stitch. Now I would normally use matching thread, but because I need you to see it, I'm using a white, and actually you will see that ladder stitch really disappears amazingly well. So I can slide my needle down there, and because I've got a nice finished edge for it to go in, I'm not going to pull it tight, and then straight across. Can you see? It's like they call it ladder stitch because it's like a ladder.
Yeah.
There, look.
And then when you pull it tight,
and then when you pull it tight, it closes
perfectly.
it there, and it disappears.
You can't see it at all.
You can't see it at all, even though it's white. So that's a really nice stitch. The only criticism I would have of ladder stitch is it's not the strongest stitch in the world.
I see.
So what I tend to do with ladder stitch is I do it twice. So I'll do it once in one direction and back again in the other direction.
That's a good tip.
Well, because it just makes it firmer. I like ladder stitch because it disappears so beautifully, and you can sew them together really nice. Because you can't have a seam allowance with these; they've got to be buttered together because they're finished already. Now the other stitch that I could do, and I'll show you, and I will show you with the white thread, but you will be able to see it, is a whip stitch. So then I would have this on a table normally flat, but with a whip stitch you can have it in your hand. And this is how you stitch hexagons together and all sorts of things. So, and then the stitch is just going to go over the top, close together. And a whip stitch is how I've stitched that one together.
Okay, so
it makes a little bit of a ridge. But it is very strong.
I'm learning so much again today.
Are you?
I am.
Good. This is whip stitch. I'm not doing it particularly.
No, but as you say, so we need to see what you're doing there with the thread.
I hate doing it with the white. It was horrendous.
Do you have to pull it out afterwards?
Yeah,
and finish it off properly.
I'll have to take it out. I won't be able to bear it. But you get the idea. And this is how. This is a stitch that I use to stitch hexagons together if I'm doing English paper piecing, but I'm not doing it as close together as I could have done because it takes ages. But the only difference really is that this makes a slight ridge on the back, whereas the ladder stitch is completely flat.
Keeps it very flat, doesn't it?
Keeps it very flat. It depends. You don't see the back of this because it's wrapped around the cushion, so it doesn't really matter. And really, there's very little to choose between them. It's a matter of personal preference.
Is the whip stitch a little bit faster then?
Yeah, and it's a little bit stronger.
Yes.
So yeah, because there's just you just get it closer together than you do a lighter
And
stitch.
the other thing I've noticed as well is because where you've got the tabs, and this is where the cushion's going to be pulled when you tie it together, they're on the points, not on the areas that you've stitched. So you're not worrying about pulling too much of those stitches,
and I actually stitch those on by machine.
Yes,
I would stitch those on, and you can.
I think
stitch,
it's a lovely design.
You can stitch these together on the machine, but you would have to use a zigzag because then it would travel from side to side and join them together.
Yes.
Because you don't have a seam allowance like you normally do with patchwork and quilting. They've got to be butted together. Then you can use a zigzag if you want to, and you can do it all by machine if you want to. If you're going to do Japanese folded on the machine, then you really have to tack. I'm not a fan of tacking, never have been. Tacking's for dressmakers, but you do have to tack these because they slide around. So if you don't tack them, you'll end up with nasty corners. So if you tack them down...
Well, worth doing it right then, isn't it?
If you tack them down, you can do it all on the machine. You don't have to do it. But I love hand stitching. Hand stitching is my passion, really. Yeah, if I had time, I'd hand quilt everything and hand stitch lots and lots of things.
It's a real art, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is just such a lovely thing to do because it's very contemplative, and it gives you a chance to think about things and listen to the radio. And yeah, you can't watch anything in a foreign language though, because then you can't see. So that's it. I can't watch any of those Scandi noir things or anything because I miss what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, it is a very nice thing to do, I think.
Well, what is very nice are the cushions, and these have been busy throughout the day. Now then, maybe you pop in one or two things in your basket and it's going to total more than £60. We're going to give you a bit more information on our flexi buys.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on Flexi buy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your Flexi buy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi buy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Yes, thank you, Leonie. Now, of course, it is the final call for the one-day special. Keep an eye on the clock there. 32 minutes left and counting down. Now, the one-day special, what's it all about? You've got the choice of those wonderful pick-and-mix patterns. Now, we're going to run through all the options again for you, but you can buy exactly which ones you want. My flower bed being the first one here on the counter. I fell in love with this from the moment I saw it. I just think it's absolutely wonderful. You are going to get the pattern piece, which will include everything to make the cushion and the quilt as well. But, of course, you could use those designs in other ways. You can mix your patterns around as well, but this is here just for your inspiration, and I think if I was going to make this, I would do it in exactly the same way. I just think it's so much fun. Now, of course, with your pattern pieces, you're going to get the full instructions. You're going to get all those pieces to create the beautiful designs within this. Very, very clear instructions. You're going to get these, you know, so you can use them over and over and over again. So this is option one. That's our flower garden. Now, we just saw Sue working with the Japanese folded cushions. Very, very busy for this. It's been busy throughout the day. Now, of course, you can use any colours you want. I think it looks stunning in the blue and white, but you can go with exactly the colours you want. You're getting the pattern piece to make both of those cushions there. Beautiful designs. Very, very busy. Don't forget, keep an eye on that clock as well. Now, the flower hexagon bag. This was actually demonstrated on the 1 o'clock show, so you can always get that one on rewind as well. Beautiful design, and you can actually adapt the pieces, so you get the pattern piece to make the hexagons to create this bag. It is wonderful. There's more going on here than you first realise, because on the inside, you can, if you want, you can do your quilting. There's little pockets in there as well, so the detail inside is just as beautiful as the outside. You can shrink those hexagons down as well and make a smaller version, so maybe a makeup bag or a little pouch to pop inside this bag, so it keeps it all in keeping within the theme. It's absolutely lovely, isn't it? Love that covered button on there as well, just finishes it off. Then we have our woven bag as well. The size of this is lovely. The detail is absolutely gorgeous. Again, it's a beautiful shaped bag. Now, you can bring out the detail in any way that you want, using the fabrics that you want. You can see the stitching that's been used. That's entirely up to you. It's just another lovely example from Daisy Chain Designs. Now, the Woodland Friends, I know this one has been very busy as well. Approaching 80% of the stock of this particular pattern has now gone. You are going to get the pattern to make both pieces. So you've got the owl and you've got the wonderful toadstool as well. Once again, you can use those applique pieces, use them in a quilt or put them onto clothing. It's entirely up to you. Of course, you're going to be able to use those time and time again as well. They are gorgeous, aren't they? Every time I look at these, I'm seeing something different that I didn't spot before. Now, the sewing tidy, a very, very useful piece. Now, I've seen things like this before, but actually the size of this one I think is absolutely amazing. It's just the perfect size. It's not too small. It's very, very neat, but you've got plenty of room to pop all your threads, your bobbins in there, your needle pouch, all those different things. A little bit of weight into the cushion. That means you can sit it onto a desk or the arm of a chair. That is used as a pin cushion. You've even got the little pocket inside the base there to keep your scissors nice and secure as well. Lovely. Lovely option again there for you. Now, our cupcake set, this is beautiful. I really love this. It's just such a fun piece again. Now, you're getting the quartet, so you're getting the pattern pieces to make the scissor case there, also the needle case, the pin cushion, and of course those little cupcakes, which I think, do you know, I would be hanging these all over the house, I think. Again, I'm thinking kitchen here. Maybe if you've got curtains and you've got a cupcake theme, you could put these on hanging from your tie bags or something like that. Just use them for so many different reasons. Now, another item for you is the chickens. Now, these are gorgeous. I think these are great fun again. Now, again, you can use your own fabrics here. So if you like the colours here, you can go with the same effect. If you want to totally change the colours, you certainly can. By mixing those fabrics, you're going to get a different look every time. And I would certainly be using those chickens on more than this quilt as well. I think they should be all over the house, actually. I think they're gorgeous. Now, the final one is the weekend quilt. Now, we did see the top of the quilt finished. Sue's been working on this over the last couple of days. The weekend quilt, it is just that. You should be able to make that in a weekend. So maybe this is a project for someone that's wanting to try something out for the first time. It's entirely up to you. Again, different fabrics, you're going to get those different looks. That is another pattern piece that is going to be so, so usable. So with 9 options within the one-day special, if you wanted to go for all 9, you've got 16 different projects. Now, if you wanted to go for all 9, £44.97 for 16 projects, and of course you can use them time and time again. But it's entirely up to you. As long as you're buying in multiples of 3, that's the pick and mix for you, the one-day special. Keep an eye on that clock, because we're down to just over 27 minutes left. Now, our final item on the counter here is our fabric bundles. Now, we've seen these earlier, the Scandi. This is absolutely beautiful. Sue spotted this when she was at a show recently. We believe this is the first time you've probably seen these on screen. Now, these are, you can see, a Christmas design, but to me the colours just work so beautifully together. They're absolutely timeless. I'm just going to flick through a little bit so you can see. We have sold out of this option twice already today. It is back on extended delivery, shipped from the 15th of March. That's just on the Scandi option. It's a little bit different for the other bundles, and I'll explain as we show you these. But aren't the designs absolutely gorgeous? Hopefully we're going to get to see the top of the quilt that Sue's been working on again, so you can see it in all its glory. Gorgeous, gorgeous colours. Now that's option 1, shipped from the 15th of March. Then we've got this beautiful bright bundle. Look into the east and you can see exactly why. If you think of the Far East, those wonderful blossoms, they're right in there with that metallic finish. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got the pink in there, you've got that really punchy green, you've got the black and the white in there, and you've got the orange in there as well. The designs, again, beautiful in size, because you can cut into these and you're not going to lose all the detail from the different fabrics. I just think they're gorgeous. Now, when this one is gone, it is gone. There's no more stock to come back in. So if you do like this particular option, I would definitely be popping this in the basket now. 3/4 of the stock has gone of this particular option. And when it has gone, it's gone. And of course, it is final call as well. So make the most of the rest of this hour. Then we've got the Contra Inspirations. Again, very beautiful colours. Now look, you've got gold, you've got deep red, you've got the blue in there as well. You've got that gorgeous green in there. They work so beautifully together. I can think of so many projects that I would use these for. These would actually work really well for the chickens as well. I think they'd look great. Lovely, lovely colours. So this is option number 3. All under the same item number, 779227, £32.99 for your option new today. Now we are going to take you to the website again, just a little reminder. Do have a search under Daisy Chain Designs, because you'll find absolutely everything there. Now this, as I keep saying, it is the final call, so do take advantage of those prices. You can see that some of them have got savings on them there. Look at the reviews on there as well. Also, there's lots of different books available, which are very, very interesting. Some lovely designs, all sorts to see. Now then, oh, it's demo time. Are we going to see that?
I think we're
top?
going to finish the top.
Yay!
No one said it could be done. I couldn't have done it without Susie here, who's done a lot of the sewing to help me, which is lovely. But it's amazing. The time always beats us on these shows. It's amazing, isn't it? You think, oh, I've got, you know, all these hours to make something, and then before you know it, it's gone.
Anyone at home would think, this is it, Sue's just been sat here sewing hour upon hour. Yeah. No.
I do a lot of talking in between, a lot of drinking tea, putting the world to rights, catching up with, you know, everybody. And
meetings.
We do have meetings, we do, yeah. So I'm just on the last row. For anybody who missed the earlier show, what I did was, when I sew the rows together, rather than starting at one end and then hoping and praying they're all going to meet, start in the middle, have a quick look. And if it's okay, then you can go back and do from the middle.
I think that's a great tip. That's something that I learned today as well. Cause to me, it makes so much sense, because I know how much fabric can actually move.
It can. I mean, and I've made this very, very quickly, and I'm sure at home people will probably just take a bit more trouble and care than I've taken. But on the other hand, we have almost got a finished quilt top, which I'm thrilled about. And what I wanted, maybe Susie can just show, we've got some pieces left over actually.
There's some bits and pieces left over.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah, sorry. No, I was going to say, sorry, Susie, I think we worked it out. There is enough there from this particular range to make another row if you wanted to.
Oh, you could make it a little bit larger then.
Yeah, or you could make a cushion.
The cushion would be beautiful, wouldn't it, to sit with it on the bed?
Yeah,
cushion would be really nice, don't you think?
These haven't been cut properly yet, but yeah, you've got lots of bits and pieces left over. And since this would be a 12-inch cushion, or you could carry on, and that's actually like...
It is absolutely timeless, isn't it? The design of the fabrics, and I'm so with you, Sue, about the scale of everything. You really aren't losing any detail, even with the smaller areas. You can see everything. I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm spotting new things all the time. I'd seen the owl, but now I've just noticed the foxes on there as well.
Lovely,
the deer with his antlers is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. And there's different greys in there as well. The grey isn't one grey, is it? You've got the different shades.
You have.
Just works so beautifully.
It was really hard, because actually there's more in the collection than what we've given you. I think there's 13 or 14 fabrics. So I selected these 4 reds and 4 greys with a view that I thought they would work quite well, because I wanted some stronger reds and some stronger greys, and then some medium reds and some medium greys. So now is the great unveiling of the quilt top. It's so easy. Shall I?
chuck it over. There we are. It's not been ironed, but there it is. It's funny, isn't it? Now it becomes a little quilt top, and it's just really effective, isn't it?
Nice.
And we've had just fun, and we just say the only serendipity part of it was I didn't take any particular care when I sewed the 4 patches together. I didn't worry about direction. All I made sure was I had one grey and one red, and then another grey and another red, and they are opposing each other. And then I just decided to intersperse them with a larger grey square, and then a red square. But again, you can have fun. You could make all grey blocks. You could make all red blocks. You could go red, 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 grey, grey, grey. You know, you could have real fun with them. My only stipulation is try not to put whatever the feature fabric is next to it or around it.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
But everyone chooses their own design, and it's going to look amazing, I believe, whichever way you decide to put it together. Now we're just going to hear from Dave. He's going to tell us all about our Freedom Club, and then we'll get back to another demonstration.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings-on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for just £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. So what are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Yes, you do save, of course. Now then, it is the final call. So 5 o'clock is the final call every day for the one-day special. Just want to give you a reminder, keep an eye on that clock, because if you've got things in your basket, some of these are getting very close now to selling out on the patterns especially. Now, they will go up in price after the hour, so do take advantage of the price as it is now during the final call. Now, just going to take to the website again, because the pick and mix, this is the one-day special. You have got 9 different patterns. It's so easy to choose. There we are, just go in there, so just choose your any 3. Of course, you can buy multiples if you like, but if we're going for the 3 there, we're just going to click on 3 of our chosen patterns there, add them to the basket. There you go, it's all done for you. So everything's worked out for you. Of course, if you're a Freedom member, delivered, postage and packaging free for you as well. And just one little reminder again about if you wanted to get all 9, you are going to get 16 projects in total over those 9 patterns, which is a fantastic buy, so I've got to say. And they're going to keep you busy for such a long time.
That's going to keep everybody very busy, hopefully, for a number of weeks anyway. But it's lovely, isn't it?
It really is. Now, before we do get back to demonstration with our other sew, we just want to show you this. This is absolutely beautiful. Now, we touched on this in the 1 o'clock show. It was hung on the wall then, but this is gorgeous.
It is. And I know, again, it's March and it's Christmas, which does seem a little bit crazy. I know, but we have just made a Christmas quilt and everyone's enjoyed the Scandi fabrics. So while we're in the mood, I just thought I would talk about this lovely panel that beautiful Sue designed. And it's red work, which is just such a lovely project. And I know it's been really popular. A lot of people like stitching this at home. It's unbelievably portable, isn't it? So you literally just need your thread, your needle, scissors and your panel, and you can go anywhere and just work on it while while you're away.
It really is gorgeous.
And what's been really a revelation for us is that we've managed to get the fabric pre-printed with the design on it. You know, a lot of people go, oh, I've got to transfer the design, I need a light box, or I've got to tape it to the window, and then, you know, you've got a pencil and, you know, the fabric, it pushes the fabric, you don't get a nice clean, like all of these things, you've all been there and done it. So we're working with Craft Yourself Silly, and they've done a permanent print onto the fabric for us.
Wonderful.
And it's a lovely fine line. So with 2 strands of thread, you'll be able to cover the line and basically do all your stitching, and then Sue's going to demonstrate how to do this lovely block that goes alongside it.
It is gorgeous. I can imagine these panels on cushions as well, and maybe scattered around over Christmas.
Yeah.
Bring them out every year. Details on the screen there for you. £19.99. It's a fantastic price. It really, really is. 202779 is the item number. Of course, keep an eye on that clock, it's ticking down, but we want to make sure we get back to Sue for another demonstration. We promised you 3 demonstrations within this hour.
Just a quick demo of the very quick way that I make the hourglass block, which looks really difficult, and it makes the star, but actually it's not difficult at all. And I think Sue's, my glamorous assistant, is holding it up for me since I can't reach it from here.
So the hourglass is this one here.
It's that little element there is the element that I'm going to tell you about now. So to start off with, you cut 2 squares, one of white and one of red, and draw a line from corner to corner on the white fabric on the wrong side, they're right sides together. Then using a 1/4 inch foot, I'm going to firstly make a half square triangle. So it's hard to sew triangles together because when you cut fabric into a triangle, you're cutting across the warp and the weft, so you're making a bias edge, which is not as stable as the straight of grain. So it's better if you can avoid it if you can. So, I mean, there's a lot of information online about this as well. It's not something I invented, it's been around for ages. But to make these half square triangles and to avoid cutting a bias edge, you stitch across, and I'm stitching a 1/4 inch away from the line. If you're not confident with your 1/4 inch, you can draw the line that you need to stitch as well. So I'm just going to do it quickly. Lovely. And then when I cut it apart, you will see, using my rotary cutter quickly, when I cut down the centre line, I find it very difficult to cut sitting down, and I'm not quite got it straight, but it doesn't matter. When I open them up, I now have 2 half square triangles.
Oh, I see.
Do you see? Clever, aren't they?
Really lovely.
Yeah, but we still haven't got to the hourglass. So the way that you get the hourglass is to put these 2 together with the fabrics opposing each other, and you do need to press. So I would always press the seam closed towards the red fabric. Okay. So just like when we were doing the opposing seams before, it's the same principle.
So that's going to sit nice and flat.
They sit nice and flat together, and so you end up with a piece that looks like that. And again, you draw from corner to corner, and then I'm going to stitch again to make the hourglass element.
Now you see, just watching it, you realise actually that is very simple to do. And when you first look at that panel, you think that does look complicated, and it really isn't.
Yes, as Sue says, dealing with the bias edges are always tricky with triangles. It's never easy. I've done it myself. You know, that you end up, if you're not careful, stretching it slightly, and you haven't got a square. You know, you end up with a slightly odd shape. And then, to be honest, then you're on a hiding to nothing. We've all done it. You think, oh well, quilt it out, and it just doesn't quilt out, does it, Sue?
I'm storing all this information because that's something else I've learnt today. I've sewn, but I've not quilted before, but that is something I'm starting, and I'm just taking on board everything you're saying, because this is why it's so wonderful having the ladies here and all of the guests here on Hochanda as well with the sewing shows, and every show we get so many wonderful hints and tips.
I think that's always nice, isn't it? We do try, you know, and Gail's obviously always, you know, we look also for shortcuts that don't compromise but just can help, and this is just the best thing I ever learned, because it's improved my sewing no end.
It's brilliant. Just knowing to close the seams rather than opening them is something that a lot of people don't realise. And now the moment of truth. Drum roll, everybody. Yeah. I don't want to hold my. Oh, I will hold my breath. I'm just going to
fine.
Cut these up. Well, it felt fine, but just have a little.
Oh, yes, perfect.
Thank goodness. And there is.
Expect anything less than
Shall I lay it on the block?
There's my hourglass, and that was so easy.
It's lovely and fresh, isn't it? Our new quilt's going to have this sort of lovely red spotty fabric in it. Our new red work quilt that we're working on, top secret, coming in February. No, April.
It's lovely, isn't it? Do you know, I'm looking at these and I'm
imagining
imagining my sofa with these on as cushions next Christmas, and I'm thinking as well, this panel here with the little berries, you could sew beads on there as well, couldn't you, as the berries? That would look really, really pretty.
We have
it is gorgeous, it really, really is. Now we're going to take you back to the website so you can see absolutely everything. Of course, you can view by looking at the name, of course, Daisy Chain Designs. Just type that in, everything's going to come up for you. You can see all those wonderful patterns, part of the pick and mix for the one-day special, of course. There's much more besides. Look at the reviews as well. We've got some great reviews on there. There's so much beautiful work. It's Gail, it's Sue, and it's our other Sue as well. They all have so much input into these designs, and you know, it covers, for me, it covers everybody's taste. And I think that's important, I really do.
Hopefully someone's sort of fired up to have a go. That's what we really want, is, you know, have a go. If you're sitting at home thinking, oh, I don't know, can I do it? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yeah, have a go.
Now, we've a little bit over 10 minutes left of this show, so of course the prices are going to change at the end of the hour, so take advantage of the last 10 minutes. If you've got anything in your baskets, be checking them out. Some of the patterns have been very, very busy throughout the day. So we're going to go through them all again in a little bit of detail for you. So, Sue, you're the best person to talk to us about everything. Why would you go for the flower bed, first of all?
Well, if you're a person that likes applique, it's a really lovely project. It's fun and it's forgiving. But what I love about it, and we haven't probably focused that much on the quilt, but if I just move the cushion out the way and hold the quilt up, you can see all of these lovely motifs that you get within your
so soft
pattern.
In the fleece, it really is.
It's just lovely, isn't it? So you've got, and it actually spells out the word my flower bed as well. So if I hold it up, you can probably just start to see my flower bed. It's heavy as well, isn't it? It's so nice, isn't it?
Do you know what, the buttons on it, for me, and you can buy all sorts of buttons, can't you? And how it picks out the detail within the applique there. Now, we say that in different ways. Is there a right and a wrong way of saying it?
I don't think there is. Some people say applique, other people say applique. It's like scone and scone.
I better check in case I've been saying it wrong.
No, it's fine, Catherine. You're doing fine.
It is stunning.
It is lovely. And again, Gail's got quite a clever little technique, so she doesn't always necessarily sew the whole part of the applique down. So here we've got just like a little freestanding part of the flower petal, and then she just caught it in the centre, so it holds it down. So there's like 3D within 3D, if you like. But I think what I love about it is this fringing. It just comes to life, doesn't it, with that? And I love it.
I can't tell you how soft and comfortable this feels. This is in the fleece. Of course, you can make it in a different fabric if you prefer. But I think if you could reach in and just feel this now, you would be making exactly the same fabric.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I know. It is a lovely project.
I keep changing my mind about my favourite things on this show. That's the problem.
I know, they're all nice, aren't they, in sort of different ways. I think it's just what people are, you know, excited by or appeals to them, really. So that's why we put such a nice range in. We've put 3 projects from me, 3 from Gail and 3 from Sue. So if you're a particular fan of Gail's, you can get her patterns. If you love Sue's work, you can get hers. Or just buy between the 3 of us, have a go. Never know.
I'm learning a lot about you, because although I've not yet worked with Gail, I can see the very fun side of Gail.
Yeah.
I know from Sue doing the demonstration, she likes her hand stitches, so I know what to watch out for.
Yeah.
And of course, Sue, you do some wonderful things as well. They're right down the counter. Oh, I can't pick a favourite. Japanese folded cushions. Now, always have been popular right throughout the day. Now we're down to the last 8 minutes. There's still some stock left on this one, but it's been probably the busiest throughout the day for this particular pattern piece. Now, it's the pick and mix, any 3. This is beautiful. I love it in the blue, but of course you can do whatever colour you want there, and you're getting both of these, aren't you?
You are. Both the patterns for both sizes of the cushion. So have fun, make lots, use whatever fabric you like. If you bought the Scandi fabric even, you could have a go with some of that, couldn't you? You know, it's just lovely.
You know, that would look lovely.
That
really would
be
look
nice,
lovely.
wouldn't it? No.
Now the flower hexagon bag, I do love this design as well, and I like the fact that it's been quilted inside. That's entirely up to you, but I just think it adds so much detail and it just sets it apart from anything else. You can make a smaller version if you want by just shrinking down the hexagons. You know, you can scan them in and shrink them down a little bit on your computer and make a smaller version as well. It's a beautiful design. Now we've 2 bags for you because we've got the one at the front here as well, our woven one. Now again, I just think that looks so effective, and it's going to look different every time you make it with the different colours, the different styles of fabric, the different stitches that you use. It's a really lovely size bag, and it's got a little zipper on the top there if you want to put that in there. Keeps everything nice and secure. Now you can tell this one's Gail's again because you can see the theme running through, and I'm with you with this one, with the flower garden. You could easily mix these 2 around.
You could, you really could. You could take certainly sort of some of the blocks from here, put them into the cushion, you know, vice versa, but just have fun because you've got the templates and the instructions for them all, so you can just have fun with them. And I've always loved these. These have always been, you know, real favourites of mine. And when Gail first designed and showed them to me, I was like, oh, you know, just the little extra detail. She always goes that extra mile, and Sue does as well. You know, they make a huge effort just to go, well, rather than just make the squares plain, no, let's put some little details on, let's put some little butterflies on, and I'll tell you what, let's make the little butterfly slightly, you know, 3-dimensional. Let's put a little toadstool in here and a little ladybird, you know, so it's just fun to have
absolutely lovely. And I'm thinking about the owl as well. You know where the little black pupils are? Just by moving those around, you can get completely different looks. It changes characteristics, having them looking up, having them looking down. So you've got that option as well, haven't you?
Definitely, yeah. You can put exactly, and I say exactly where you put them. And it's the same with the chicken quilt. You know, where you put the eyes actually really defines how zany they can look. So they're a lot of fun with the eyes. Definitely,
it really does make a difference. Now the sewing tidy. I know this is one of yours, and I love this. It's such a handy little piece. And maybe if you're wanting to make something as a project and give it as a gift, you can make. Oh, do you know? I can imagine so many of these. People can sell these, can they?
Yes, they can.
Fates and things like that.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we have a very flexible angel policy. We just ask people don't teach from it. That's the one thing. But if you want to make them and sell them, that's absolutely fine.
Again, using the different fabrics, you're going to get so many different looks. I think the size of it is so wonderful because it's not overly big, but you've got plenty of room to keep all your bobbins and threads in there. You've got the little pocket for your scissors in there, which keeps them nice and safe and easily to access them. And of course, the pin cushion on the top, a little bit of weight in there. That's all that's required, and that's going to sit on your desk or on the arm of your chair. It's just a lovely, lovely little pattern piece again there. Now the cupcake. I know this is Gail's now, not yours. So.
I'll claim it as mine, but she might have a word.
It doesn't matter whose it is. It's just beautiful. Now we've got less than 5 minutes left on the final call. Do be thinking about checking those baskets out. Don't lose anything at the prices you can get them at, because of course the one-day special, you're saving £6 over the one-day special. So if you are going to multi-buy, you're going to save more than that, of course. These are lovely. The designs, again, you could take them into other items. You could do so much with them. It's just another wonderful pattern piece. Again, the fabrics you've used there, I just think work so beautifully together, but that's entirely up to you. Now, very quickly, I'm going to move on to your quilt. And I'm only saying quickly, not because I want to scoot over it, because I know we've got very little time
We're running out, aren't we? The time is running against us.
The chickens are absolutely glorious. And again, I can see them used in so many different ways, but you're getting the pattern piece to make this quilt, and it's just, oh, it's so much fun. It really is.
It's easy as well. The pieces are easy. You can have fun, interchange them. It's just easy to do.
Now, our final pattern piece was, of course, that weekender quilt. So you saw the Scandi fabric was used. Sue's been making that over the last couple of days. So our weekend quilt is the final one that we can offer you within the one-day special. We're almost out of time. I can't tell you that. Keep that. Do you know, it's just flying past today. So there you've got the details for the pick and mix. You've still got that time just to get those. Check them out quickly. We're going to bring Sue back in as well. We've got the 2 Sues here. We're going to say goodbye. I can't believe how fast this has gone. It's been absolutely wonderful working with you. I can't wait until next time. When are you next back?
Oh, 26th of March or 24th. No, a couple more weeks.
Gail.
Yeah, with Gail.
Keep an eye out for everyone. Gail's going to be here as well, so that's going to be amazing. Hopefully I'll get shows with you again. That would be lovely. If not, I'll be coming and having a look regardless.
Oh, thanks, Catherine.
Please stay with us. There's a new one-day special about to launch. Of course, we'll give you the details any second now.
Bye.
Yes, we're going to get groovy with clarity. It's the one-day special, the new launch for today. We've got Barbara and Paul here, of course. Craft Price Drop following that. Then it's Get Groovy again with clarity, one-day special at 8 o'clock.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hi, I'm Lisa and I'm part of the Creative Expressions team. I've been crafting for, well, most of my life, to be honest, and my passion is papercraft. Creative Expressions have given me the chance to spend my time drawing and bringing things to life, which I never thought I'd ever be able to do. So when you see me on TV, hopefully I can bring you something that will inspire you, whether you're a paper crafter, whether you're a die cutter, or whether you're a stamper. I hope you get the chance to tune into some of my shows on Hochanda, where I can share with you some of the creativity and some of the designing that I've been able to bring to you through my designs.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
A very good evening. It's 6 p.m. on Hochanda, which means it's the launch of a brand new one-day special. Now, this one-day special, I think you have been waiting for. I really do. We're already busy. We've already started selling the one-day special. So let's jump straight in and explain what we have got here, Barbara.
Well, we've got the Kings.
We have.
The Kings
we have.
are in the building.
They certainly are. Now, you launched a system with the Queens before Christmas.
Just before Christmas in December.
And you're incredibly busy with that.
Yeah, and
Yes.
we obviously hit a sweet spot because everybody, like myself, we were all at a place with our grid work in Parchment, where we wanted to learn it, but like me, many of us clearly were struggling with it. Yeah. And then Josie Davidson, she masterminded this idea, and she and Jim, between them, they've engineered this incredible. It really is a feat of engineering, and it's the only time. It's the first time where we've had the drilled holes and the groovy plates on the same plate. So they work together in tandem, and it really is quite. It's so easy.
Yes.
And you know what's exciting is from the work just started pouring through Groovy Worldwide on Facebook of people suddenly going, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. And then about a week later it's like, well, so when are the Kings coming?
It is, it's a sense of achievement, isn't it? And when you are using Parchment and getting results like this through the plates provided within this one-day special, I think it is a game changer for you. It takes it to the next level.
It's a massive game changer. So many of us wanted to do this grid work, and you know, traditionally it was a lot of counting, you know, and then you got it wrong or you went off piste, or you know, and so these are 4 patterns that you're looking at here. The Kings. What's the difference between the Kings and the Queens? Well, here we've got Charles, Edward, George and Henry. and they're a bit beefier than the queens. Yeah, they're a bit
broader,
yeah, bit
broader,
beefier, a bit deeper, a bit beefier.
Yeah. They will.
chunkier.
They'll complement the set of queens if you've already got them. If you've not got the queens, we've got them on the show, and it's a great starting point for you. But I will tell you now, this was a huge stock. You've been working on this.
Huge.
10% has gone already. 10%, and it's only 2 minutes past the hour, and it is a huge stock. Right, so we do. I'm just being told now how many are going. Right, okay, we'll keep it. We'll try and keep calm. We'll try. I'm so excited, isn't it? Let's take a look at some samples so you can get a really good idea of what you can achieve. And that's it. You can achieve this when you get this home. Beautiful detail around the edge.
Look at that. So now this is Louise Golding, and we're looking at Charles now. Now Charles, of all the kings, he's the slim one.
Okay.
It appears. Right, and so you'll see here, like, this is Ronk's work again. Welcome to the team, Ronk.
Yes, welcome.
Ronk Langton, what a wonderful name. So this is the King Charles plate, and she's turned it on. It's so clever, look. I
think
Charles.
that really shows it off. And it is Charles, isn't it? That is Charles, with it's almost like the feathers.
Yes,
in his headdress.
So
yeah, it's
but
beautiful.
Look at and also you'll see that the rose work in here, that's from lovely Jane Nesterenko's plates. We decided to take those to wrap our grids around, and you can see also that Chris, even though the plates are square, you can
Barbara, I'm sorry. I have to tell you this. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the rate that it is going at, I don't want you to miss out at home. A quarter of the stock has gone.
It can't have.
Yes, it has. A quarter of the stock has gone. And that's why I needed to interrupt you, because I need people to know we're busy on the phones. The best way to order is the website, as you know. We want you to get these. We don't want you to miss out. So that's why I interrupted you there. Sorry, Barbara.
That's okay. Right, as we were.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes,
right,
we're looking at
Charles.
Charles.
You can see how long. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That's Maggie Byford's work. What a gorgeous piece of artwork.
Yeah, it is. Now, the long work there, but also the Artistry cards. How gorgeous are they? Let me just
beautiful
turn that way.
PTCs. Look at that. So this is from Josie Davison, because she started a Parchment trading card.
Yes.
And it's gone crazy. And you really should go on Groovy Worldwide.
Yes.
And look up Josie Davison. Yeah. Because there are loads of us, and we swap one of these every month, and we get somebody to send it to. It's a really cool way.
It's fantastic,
of learning,
isn't it? Well, that's
nice
Charles.
nice
not wishing to give one king all of the attention. Should we move on to Edward?
Let's go to Edward. Edward's a bit beefier.
Okay. Beefy Edward.
Beefy Edward. You can see here that if you look at Edward right now, if you look at the plate. Can I look at the plate as well?
Yeah.
So you can see here, this is the way the plate looks. So it's got the embossed on this side, and then it's got the drilled, if you like, the perforated there. You see it there now.
I see.
And so what you do is, and I'll show you how it works, this works in conjunction with that to create that.
Perfect.
How cool is that? Look at that. I love this one. This is Carol Pangstello. Do you remember I said she's a stamper?
Yes.
She's also
my goodness.
Isn't that beautiful? With
now,
that heart?
we're just having a few issues with our graphics, so I would like to give you the item number if you have just joined us, because we're only 5 minutes into the show. And did we say a quarter of the stock has gone? My word, right. The item number for your one-day special is 508 318. It's £49.94, and it is available on FlexiBuy. So give us a call, head to the website, all the details are there. We just need to let you know that because it is going bonkers. So we're extremely busy. And what we're going to do is write down that item number for you. So it's 508.
Yeah.
318. So we'll write that down, and then we'll have that on show for you, because we can hold that. That's perfect.
When in doubt,
write it out. There you go. That's your item number if you are giving us a call.
Do you want to put the price on it as well?
you can do. You can do. Now, the price for your one-day special is £49.94.
£49.94.
Yes, and it is available on two flexes.
Two flexes.
Of £24.97.
20 what?
£4.97. There you go.
There you go. Happy days.
Perfect. It's almost like going back to the Tudor times. See,
back to Tudor.
Back to Tudor. Let's talk about Edward. Let's talk about that beautiful design on there and what you can make and create by showing you some more of these samples as it is absolutely flying out the door. Yeah. A little bit of Edward didn't hurt anyone.
And I love the font, the typeface.
Yes.
Now, when we did the Queens, Jim, there was a really beautiful calligraphy, very lovely sort of feminine font. And now, we took a while on this one, and Jim constructed this.
Yes.
But I love this font. Look, Edward, and you'll see down the road, there is an actual... There is a border plate with this entire alphabet.
Yes, so
it's
you can...
very kingy sort of alphabet.
Yes, you can make your sentiments from that. We also have that available on the show. So that's Edward. Shall we move to George?
All right.
Let's move on to George.
We like George. George is really beefy.
Yeah, George is.
Look how thick George is. I mean, oh, dear.
These are the kings you're talking about.
Thick sets.
Yes.
Thick sets. Look, thick sets.
You'll be headed off to the gallows if you're not careful. It is beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it? We're just so happy because it is right out the door.
It's really thick like that.
Yes, it is, which gives you the opportunity to make that border, but also use as much of it as you like. But you can use part of it, if you want to.
And that's what I wanted to show you in the first demo, is how you can actually just use elements, just use the first, or you know, it's very clever actually. And the other thing I wanted to just point out is when you receive the plate, right, you also on the back, this is so cool, there is a picture, actual size of what it's supposed to look like.
Okay.
And then on the inside, Josie's also kindly furnished us, very kindly furnished us with the cut. So you see the little red crosses. If you can get in there really, really tight, Andy. Come on, come on. There you go. See the little red crosses? That tells you exactly where to cut out.
With your Pico scissors.
With your Pico scissors.
Oh, perfect.
So,
perfect.
Easy.
Yeah, is it perfect? Perforation, perfect. Yeah. So that is George. We've then got Henry. There are 4 in this
really
set.
Thick.
Yeah, Henry is a really big, thick set, but a beautiful design. And believe it, you will be able to achieve this when you get it home. How beautiful is that?
Astounding, yeah. And so you can see here how deep Henry is. And so deep, we couldn't even put it in the middle. We couldn't even get his name in the middle. We had to put it down here. But you can see there's the perforation. And there's the Groovy plate. Isn't that superb?
It is absolutely stunning. 508318 is your item number. It is flying out the door. It is so busy. I think people are seeing this. They're buying it for the first time. People have bought the queens, so they're now completing their collection. We do have the queens available. They are on the website. We have brought them back. So please do head to the website and get hold of those. And if you do, it means, of course, that you'll be making and creating fabulous, fabulous artwork. We are so busy. Bear with us because our phone lines are busy, but we're getting through your calls. The best way to order is the website. So we are coming back with Barbara, but there is something we would like to show you if we possibly can whilst we're here. We were talking about the font that you see there on the Kings, which has been designed especially for this set. Now, along with that particular font, you've got the opportunity to buy the font in uppercase, lowercase, so you can now put your own sentiments, make your own names, make your own...
Beautiful though, the lettering.
Yeah, it is gorgeous. Now, have we got the details for the alphabets? We're having issues with RL again, so I'll give you the details for the plates. Oh,
okay.
Oh, it is. Oh, sorry. Right, we'll start again. £49.94. You're saving £14. That is the information for your alphabet. So if you do want to get hold of those, it is available on a flexi buy as well. So making it affordable to you, which gives you an idea of just how busy we are, because plenty of you are going for that. And plenty of you are going for the Kings. It is amazing, but it is a beautiful font to use to really make your embellishments.
Now, Karen Jackson, who's helped us with all the step work and the projects that we're going to be showing you over the next 5 hours, you can see here exactly. She's already written out some of the... It's like a template, really. She wrote out a whole A4 sheet of beautiful sentiments using... Isn't that look fantastic?
It really is.
So you can really see there what is possible with these 2 borders. And the borders are available on their own?
The borders are available, and we're going to bring the details up in a moment. We can't change the details on the screen at the moment, but the borders are available. Head to the website. We're going so crazy, everything's crashing. But it's all good. It's all good.
Right.
If in doubt, demo it out.
Demo it out. Right, OK. So... let's have a look. Let's have a look. We're going to use the starter plate, Groovy Plate Mate.
Yes.
That's the first thing we want to look at.
Now, the starter kit
there we go.
Is available on the website. I'm just being told how many we've got in allocation of the Kings.
Yes.
Wow.
Everybody's going...
have we got a stall
What's
for Barbara?
wrong?
80% of the stock has gone.
No way already.
80% of the stock of the one-day special. It was
only 12 minutes in. Oh,
wow.
Mother.
Wow.
Mum, are you watching?
Is it your mum getting them all in a basket again?
Yeah. Slow down, Mum and Dad. It's all right.
It's going so quickly that you're even breaking the graphics, but it's all good.
Oh, Josie would be like that at home.
Right, we'll head into a demo. Details on the website. That's your item number and price. We're going back to basics here at Hochanda. Barbara, what are you doing to us?
I love it though, don't you?
Yes, I do.
I love it. I'm
do.
so grateful. You have no idea. This is so well timed as well.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Right, as promised. Let's demo it out before we sell out.
Just so that you know how it works.
Yes.
Not that you don't know. And also, I have done a YouTube on this, so if the screen suddenly goes, right, Barbara Gray, it's a YouTube, Clarity Stamp YouTube, and I did do it for the Queens, and it's exactly the same principle.
Okay.
But this is what we're going to do. So we've got the starter kit, and we're going to use George.
Right.
Because I want to show you, and again, many, many thanks to Karen Jackson, bless her heart, for helping me out with the stages. Now let's have a look at this lovely picture of a wedding party.
I wonder what wedding party that is.
Yeah, I know. The only decent... I haven't got any other photos except for the wedding. But you can see, I want to show you how it works. Can we see this okay? And I want to show you, right? So there we go. There's the wedding party. There's Dave and myself and my dad and Mum and my brother. And there's Grace, my daughter, and her fella Mark. And then my son Mark and his girl Alex. Aren't they lovely couples?
What a lovely picture.
Yeah. So, what I wanted to show you is interesting though. If you actually look at the George plate, you'll see that the plate is a lot wider than this.
Yes.
You see, if you look, it's much wider than what we've got there. In fact, if I was to show you this picture, Best Wishes...
We're limited stock now, Barbara.
It can't be.
Limited stock on the one-day special. The details are on the screen.
Are you sure
for now.
There's not a little glitch in the system or something?
No, there's certainly not a glitch with you buying it. Absolutely not. Just with the graphics that keep going off the screens. But at the moment, they're there. We are limited stock on the one-day special. 15 minutes into the show.
Right, well, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Wow. Well,
actually,
we've got huge...
We might as well slow down because we've got 5 hours.
I know, yeah. We've got huge...
No point in rushing, really, isn't it?
We've got huge queues on the phone, so do bear with us. The best way to order is the website, so you can check out your baskets.
Right.
And relax.
Cracking on.
Yes.
OK, so back to George. So George, as we established, is quite thick set, isn't he? He's beefier. The Queens, you'll see them, because that's what we're going to go to in a minute, I can tell you. You can see here, if you look at Best Wishes, you can see exactly, this is exactly that, isn't it?
Yes.
However, if you look at the little wedding picture, you'll see that it's less. You see, it's kind of only that bit, isn't it? Without these bits even. And that's really worth knowing, that you can use a plate. Let's take the little photograph. This is my way of working out how to use the plate really efficiently. Let's say, for example, this is a copy of this little photo, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, so I can say that's going to be my... I use it now for positioning. This is just a photocopy of the photo. I'm not going to do this to my favourite photo, right? So what I'm going to do is make a little folded, like a Groovy tab, like that.
Okay.
And now, but watch, I can... If I wanted to, I could do that whole area there, couldn't I? And notice that on the Groovy, what we do is we give you 2 lines. So if you're not into cutting out, for example,
yes,
you could just use the Groovy lines to establish a frame.
Okay.
Right? You don't have to cut out all this bit round the outside. You see, if you look at Karen's work here, see how she's cut out all around the outside?
Yes, yes.
See, we don't have to do that. If you don't want to, you can just do a straight line.
Perfect.
However, let's say... Taking Karen's one, that could be the whole area, couldn't it? We could go all the way around, like that big. Or we can come in a little bit, and what I'm doing now is I'm going to put this this is where I want to be to create this particular border. I'm making it thinner, right? Because otherwise it would be overwhelming on a small picture.
And you're using the pattern just to make that line across.
That's my guideline.
Yes.
So now if I take I put my little border, my double-sided Groovy on there, and then I'm going to, this is just my way of doing it, and I'm just going to hold my, hang on a minute, just get it in the right place. There's no rush, is there?
No rush at all, but we are very limited.
Are we really?
Yes.
Oh, goodness me. Right, so let's say, for example, let's get it straight, because it needs to be straight, and that's my template now. That's what I'm going to go with. Great. Hang on a minute. Just, sorry, Mum.
No,
it's come undone.
Barbara, take all the time in the world. We've got a whole day tomorrow. But we're nearly sold out of the one-day special.
I'm going to do my two-finger trick.
Okay.
And that's when I just, see, I'm looking exactly at where these patterns are here. They're going to be, they're my guide, even though I'm not using them. Right, now that's in place. Okay, enter the A4 parchment. I'm going to use my A4 parchment. Now, the reason I'm using A4 is because I find when I'm going to A5, it just is too tight. And I saw it on Groovy Worldwide too many times where somebody starts here, right? And then I've seen it and they go, oh, I've run out of parchment.
Yes.
And I've seen it so many times now. So I thought, right, well, the best thing to do is just use an A4. And then you can always cut it back. You're not going to waste the bits.
That's true. We do have some A4 available for you on the show.
Good, big bumper pack.
Yeah, excellent value for money. It is a considerable purchase, but it does work out. If you do want to get hold of it, have a look on the website. I don't know if we can bring... I'll give you the item number rather than coming up on the screen. So it's 618-981. And if you're a Freedom member, it's £80.09. If you're not a Freedom member... It is £88.99. Okay.
Code?
And you also have this available on 2 flexi payments. So if you want to pay, we're doing it the old-fashioned way here, £40.04. We will send this out to you if you're a Freedom member. Your delivery is included in that, and you will get these home. And then we'll take the next payment in a month's time. We apologise we can't give you the details on the screen. I'll give you... I was so busy. I'll give you the item number for this one more time. 618-981. 250 sheets of parchment, A4 in size, or 150 GSM. It works out to be excellent value for money, because if you're buying it in packs of 10, which you can do, it would be about £125. So that is excellent value for money. So go and check that out.
You just chomp through it, because
you certainly do.
And if you've got workshops, or you've got groups, or you craft along with other people, this is definitely the way to go.
Yes.
With the big bundles. Now, so what we're going to do now is just, this is the way I think it's a good idea. What we're going to do is take our, right, like so, and I want to make sure that I've got enough space around the outside. So I'm going to take my A4. You're all right there, Jen?
Well, no, we're down to single figures for the one-day special.
Oh, we can't say this.
Yes, we can be. And we are. Single figures, as in a handful, as in... a handful.
No way.
It's gone, sold out. One-day special sold out in 20 minutes and 57 seconds.
You can't be serious.
I am.
Are you sure there's not a technical glitch?
No, there is no technical glitch. It has sold out. Now, we have got it available on delay. It's going to be 7 days delay. But you saw how quickly that went. So it's back on extended delivery. The reason why we do that is because we need to make more for you.
We can't get it out the door otherwise.
No. So 7 days extended delivery, but that is a limited stock that's on there. Yes. So after that
is sign on.
So the huge stock, I can't believe this, the huge stock that we had sold out in 20 minutes and 58 seconds. Now we're on to the extended delivery. You've only got to wait 7 days. That's all. Dispatching on the 10th of March. So it's still available. £49.94. We do apologise for any of the graphics, the glitches we're having. But woo, we are getting there. It's just all of a sudden just gone boom.
It slowed it down a little bit, didn't it?
So head to the website.
Said, Get rid of the graphics and slow it down a bit.
Head to the website. Quickest way, of course, to check out your baskets. We will get through all of your phone calls. Whilst we regroup, because we do need to do that, take a look at some inspiration. And relax. Okay, we will get to finish this demonstration, but I do need to tell you a couple of things first, if that's okay. Wow, so sold out of the one-day special, bought it back on extended delivery. That is also very, very busy at the moment. The best way to order is the website. So if you've got access to a tablet, computer, your smartphones, you can go to the Hochanda Go app. You can order and watch via the app. It's free to download, or go to the website on your smart devices. That's the best way to order, because you are in control of that yourself. You can head to the website, pop it into your basket, check out instantly, you know it's yours, everything is fine, have a cup of tea. Bob's your uncle.
Oh my goodness.
If you are on the phone lines, we have got a 10-minute queue. So yeah, a 10-minute queues on the website. So we are trying our hardest to get through. We've got everybody on the phone lines. We'll probably send Ben up there as well, and a few others. Maybe Sue from Daisy Changes Eyes, they can go up as well and help.
Go on, Sue.
we will get through your calls, but we are having an extremely busy day here at Hochanda, and a very, very busy one-day special. So that's where we are on that. We've got the details on the side of the screen for your kings. You are getting a set of 4. Please head to the website for everything else. A quick reminder of the alphabet borders that you can get hold of, which is the same font on the kings. We're going back to
Here we go.
old
I'll
school.
hold this.
Yeah, you hold that.
There we go.
So you hold that on that side. Well, actually, we'll do it like that, because that's how... No, it's that way on the TV. Yes, sorry. Sorry.
ABC plates.
So the
There's
ABC plates, you get a pair of them, and the item number is 457713, and they are £15.98. If you have just joined us, don't worry, we're just going old school for the time being, because you're breaking the system. But that's absolutely fine. You're more than welcome to do that.
These are included in the bundle?
They are included in the bundle, yes, but if you do want to go for them separately, then that is the item number separately, but you do get these included in the bundle.
And this is the bundle?
Yes, and this is your bundle just there, 508318, £49.94. 2 flexi payments of £24.97. You're saving £14. So if you are going for the one-day special, you've got your alphabet plates. They are included, but you can get them separately.
And
please check out your baskets.
And I will show you how to do this.
Yes.
Are we going to have time to...
Shall we muddy the waters by saying they're available individually? No, just carry on.
Right, carrying on, undeterred.
Right.
So what we're going to do now, let me just show you what I think is a really good idea, right? So we've got our A4 parchment. We've managed to stick a piece of A4 parchment.
Yeah, we've done that. That's good.
They're going to be shouting at us in a minute, Janice. Right, so this is what we're going to do. my thoughts on this are that you want to get it in the right place. You don't want to do the whole thing and then it be off kilter, do you?
No.
So if I showed you that this is where I want to go, all I'm going to do is do the outside. Do you see? So that way, then I can infill it.
Yes.
And the way to do the outside, let me just show you, because your picture's in the right place, so all you've got to do is just keep rotating around the picture. Right, starter kit, number 1 tool, number 2 tool. You want the ball one. If you use the number 1 tool, what we're using here is the groovy area. So what we're going to do is hold this in place, and then we're going to take our number. This is what I think. I think you go all the way around with your number 2 tool and you emboss the outline, okay? And then as you go round, like so, I thought this was going to be a really relaxing show. Do you know that? I did. I was right in the groove on this. I thought, I've got this down. I know exactly what we're going to do.
Can I just say, if you are on the website as well, because we are so busy, what happens when we have an influx of people all buying at the same time? It just slows down the website ever so slightly. So, again, bear with us for that. Just keep trying.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for enjoying Josie Davison's and Jim Malloy's designs here, because they really are something spectacular, aren't they? And so you're going to go all the way along here. Trouble is, I've got to go there now to be able to show you the next step. Let's just pretend, okay. There's no point in pretending, really. Look, it's so quick.
You know, watching that demo, it's almost like you've got a white pen.
Yeah.
And you're putting the dots on there.
Exactly. Because when you actually, let's just say I've gone all the way around like that, right?
Yep.
I've got the 2 ends, which is what I'm after, isn't it? Well, I better do the corner, though, because I know where otherwise I won't be able to line it up properly. See, the trouble is you do actually need all these bits to be able to, for alignment, for straight edges in this.
Yes.
Right. See, when you turn it over, it's the same as the groovy plate. Normally, when you turn it over, you've got your dots. Do you see?
Yes.
So you've got your dots like that. Do you see them?
Yes.
So when we do that, then what we've got to do is, then so there's your picture there, and now I've got to make sure that I've got to go around this area here, haven't I? So now I want to make sure that I line up exactly, so it's the same sketch again on this side, you see?
Yes.
So I pop the dots are in the right place. Let me make sure that they're in the right place, like so. And you'll feel that they just slot in. They do. They just completely, they slot in lovely. All right? So then when you've got them in place, just bear with a minute. I feel like I'm missing a bit here, but that is right, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. Because now, let me just check. I'm nervous. So I've got to do that bit, then I want to go round here, don't I?
Yes, you do.
So then I'm going to turn it, I'm going to leave my picture in place because I want the same distance here.
That's right, so that needs to slot in there.
Right, so that goes there like so, and I know it's all in place like that, and then I start again, number 2 tool, and I start bringing this side round like so as well. So once I've got this corner in place...
It matches up.
Then it matches up, and round we go, okay. And you'll see, then, you've got this area, and you keep going along there until you hit this spot, right? So then you keep going on this side until you're happy with this. See, because I've missed a bit, I'm a bit... No, it's going to be fine.
And what tool is that again you're using there, Barbara?
The number 2 embossing tool.
Okay.
So you keep going round until you're happy with this area. And you can always measure up what you're doing. So, for example, for me, what's important is that I establish look, I need to establish the outline.
Okay.
See, so now I've got that bit, and I've gone, see, that's what I thought. I didn't come over far enough. Look, see? So now I'm making a really slim one, like that. Do you see?
Yeah, but at least you still can.
Yeah, but you can, of course you can. But aren't you glad, like, that's what happens when you're flapping, right? So this really should have come out another length, like to here.
Okay.
But that's okay, because I've got a feeling that I could do the full one, if you see what I mean. I could, if I wanted to, probably take this off here, put it down to this one now. Watch.
Oh, and yeah,
do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Then do this one here. I just got thrown by all this activity.
I know, we're so busy.
I'm shaking like a leaf here. Right. See, so then that one, I can pop that one there. Yes, look.
Yes.
You see? And then I can do the large one all the way round, and it fits like a result.
Perfect.
And then I've got to go all the way round there and all the way round there. So all I've got to do is just keep, I've got to measure it really and put the corners in place.
Yes, perfect.
So, honestly, it's not hard to do this when you haven't got people freaking out around you, right? But the thing is, even if you go wrong like that, it doesn't matter because you haven't done the whole thing.
Yeah, sure.
Once you've got just that bit, then it's easy to carry on, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect.
So, no, not perfect, right mistake. But it's okay. That's what happens when you're freaking out on live TV.
You shouldn't be so popular, Barbara.
Oh.
Now, if anything has bounced back out of your baskets from the website, just pop it back in again. It was just that it was slowing down. That's on the immediate dispatch. So if you manage to get it on immediate dispatch, yes, place it back in your basket. It's just and check it out. You'll be fine.
So sorry about the mistake, but that's okay, to err is human. But you can see now how I did it. This is why I had a ruler actually on the table, because then that way I could see exactly that it was going to work. Okay, so to recap, you do one corner, then you turn it round, you measure right, how many you want to go across, you measure again, and you just keep going until you've done all 4. And what you'll find is as you're going round, they slot into the dots.
Yes, because it's in the groove already.
But it's a lot easier once you've done that now to infill the gaps.
Okay.
So if we fast forward a little bit, let's take one that's already got all the stages. So, for example, if I was to take this stage now, right, you can see this is A5. It would be too tight for me. That's why I prefer to do it on A4.
Yes, yeah, I get you now.
That's sailing very close to the wind, I think, there. Right, so now let's take this and we'll just pop this in place. And let's pretend we've got all our outside edge, like so. And then we're going to take our number 2 tool and actually, where's my Groovy go? Can I borrow that? And I'll just pop that on there. And then what we're going to do now is take the number 2 tool, okay, and then we'll just start infilling all the rest. What we've got to be mindful of, if you're wondering, where am I going here, because there's some bits I want to miss out, then the trick is to take George the insert like that, and then that will give you a much better indication of where you're going. Do you see?
Yeah, it does. And that's included on each one. Each plate has that particular pattern grid on that. Well, not that particular pattern, that's George. But they all have a pattern grid, which gives you a chance to make it right.
And so, whether you're doing the dots, like so, right? Whether you're doing the dots or the outline, this is where you're going to go now. Now, because we're using the number 2 tool along here, what that means is when we go to emboss and do white work, the outline is softer than if I use the number 1 tool.
Okay.
And therefore, it will be, it's a lot easier to do. Okay, so let's say, for example, we're going all the way through here, and we're going to be careful which ones we emboss. And we can see exactly how far we want to go or how far we don't want to go. So I'm going to come round. You only need to work out one, and then it's just a repetition. That's going to be where I stop.
There's a couple back there that you missed, Barbara. Perfect. And that's the beauty of it, because you can
see exactly.
Yeah, you can see exactly. If you have missed one, you can go back and you can make it absolutely perfect. What a fabulous system to have.
So here's the next thing. What I would suggest now is that you've done the outside. The next thing to do is go round the inside where you see what I mean? So that you don't go careering off doing, you don't want that bit.
Yes.
You don't want these bits.
No.
So the trick is to do what you want, and you do need to focus. I mean, this makes it easy, but it doesn't mean it's a piece of cake. It makes it easier.
Yes.
You still have to focus. And I did notice on Groovy Worldwide, you know, several people were struggling a little bit, so I did do that YouTube, and it proved very helpful. But so what I'm saying is we go round the outside, and we just make sure, then I know not to do these bits. You see, I'm giving myself that limit.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. You're getting that pattern right, so you can miss out.
And then once I've done that, then I can go and I can infill the rest, and then that sets the stage for the next thing. So let's pretend that we've done all the white work. We've gone all the way around. We've gone all the way around, and we keep moving the. Now we've done the outside. It's that you don't make the mistake I made, and you just go and infill, right? Is that okay?
That's perfect. Yeah.
Right, so now we've done that. I'll just take those groovy plates off there for a minute. And then the next thing we want to do is the white work. So let's just now, I'll just pop this over there for a moment. We're going to come back to that plate in a moment. But now we want to do the white work. So we need a soft mat now.
Yes.
So we've got choices. We can either use the soft side of the starter kit mat.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say, if you do that and you're starting out, this is a great idea of Tina's.
Yes.
Take this poly bag, right, and you put that on the soft side. It adds a layer. It's like more forgiving.
Mm.
And then in the starter kit, you could take the number 3 or the number 4 tool. I'd start with the number 4 tool.
Would you?
Yeah, start with the largest tool. And then what we're going to do now, for example, let's have a look. We're going to start doing the white work. So we've got choices now.
Okay.
And we can, for example, now we can just... So as soon as you start to hit and it's softer, you'll see that you start with number 4, and then number 3 is probably better. It's a little bit smaller, isn't it, this area? So you just flick, flick, flick. Now, if you're heavy-handed and you feel that you might go through the parchment or stretch it too much, then you can always use the pink mat.
Okay.
Paul will probably use the pink mat. It's 6 and 1.5 dozen of the other, really. I'm quite happy with the black one, but this is great too.
And would you use the bag on the...
You don't need it.
No.
No. This is like... See, straight away, it definitely goes whiter faster.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes, yeah, I see what you mean.
So you've got choices. It's if you've got a pink mat, great, happy days. And you'll see, for example, if you turn it over, you're working on the back, and you can see we've done our first layer. It's more grey, isn't it? Now these ones, I did them earlier. And so now, for example, I've already let that parchment rest. So what I'm saying is you go all the way round and then you go back again.
Yes.
So you do the dot work first, the embossing, oh, hello, and then you do the white work, right? You go round once, call it grey work. Then when you've done that, you go again with a slightly smaller tool, and you'll see now, as I go round again, this is white work that I'd already started before I came here, okay? So, but obviously, if you were doing this, you go around grey. Now watch how much whiter that one is. See?
Oh, yes.
And because we used the number 2 tool on the outside, all right, let's just check this out. It's humour me here. See this one here?
Yes.
Right, we'll turn that over. That's this one here.
Yep.
Okay, so now we've already let that one relax a bit, right? And now I'll go again, and you'll see how much whiter it gets, and you just gently, and you go again and again, and the more you do this, you'll get as white as snow. See? So then we've gone again, and you'll see it goes from grey to white to whiter to whitest.
Would you ever leave it overnight? I've heard Linda and yourself talk about leaving your parchment overnight so it rests and the fibres.
Yeah, and it's quite amazing when you go back, it jumps from to the next white level.
Yeah.
It's quite, well, I love it.
It is. It's fabulous. It's fabulous to see. This is your one-day special. My word, we have been busy. It has been chaotic. 508 318 is your item number. You can, at the moment, see the details on the screen. You're saving £14. You're getting those fabulous plates. There are 4 in total, and you're also getting the alphabet border plate set as well. It's an incredible deal, and we've been so busy. We sold out in record time. We've brought it back on extended delivery, but that is also going very, very quickly. And because of that, the website it is starting to go a little slower. If it's fallen out your basket, just go back and put it back in. Because there's a high volume of people, it's just the way it is. Technology, hey? Who'd have thought it? We have queues on the phone as well, and they're about 10 minutes. Please, please do bear with us. We want everybody that wants to get this set to get one. So that's why it was a bit chaotic. We knew it was going to be busy because Barbara and the team launched the Queen's version in December, and it was incredibly busy then. We didn't realise it was going to be this busy. We've had a very busy day here at Hochanda. It must be down to the weather that you're all inside watching us, and we do appreciate it, and it's been fabulous to have your company and all your comments all day long, but my, are we busy. This is an incredible system to get that detail, to get the picot cutting, the detail, the edging to your artwork, and just showing you some of the beautiful, beautiful samples that you can make and create. Now, the Kings have all got their own name. So you've got Charles, you've got Edward, you've got George, and you've got Henry. And this is going to give you a chance to make and create these beautiful, beautiful outlines. This is Charles. We've just been working with Charles. He's a nice chap. He really, really is. You can use as much or as little of the plates as you like. Next along is Edward. And as you can see with Edward, we've also got the lines as well, because you might not want to then continue with the picot cutting. And you can see the picot dots just there. So you can dot that in and then you can picot cut that, or you can emboss the detail around there. So you've got Edward, and Edward is rather remarkable. And this particular sample is by Josie Davison. Take a look at this. Isn't that remarkable? So you've used the embossing work along the outside, the picot cutting as well. Isn't that absolutely incredible? But all of this is achievable at home. All of this is achievable. You've just got to get it. Make sure you check out your baskets. We've got George as well, and we've got Henry. We've got the 4 sets here for you, or the set of 4. Have to pause. Kings available for you, and you're also getting the alphabet as well, so you've got 2. These are available separately, but you've got these included as well. My word, we have been unprecedentedly busy. Please do bear with us. It's taken us by surprise. Here's Barbara. We knew we were going to be busy, but I think it's taken us all by surprise. It really has. And now, have you got to check?
I haven't got a microphone on.
Have you done the whole of the show without a microphone?
Can you even hear me at home?
We have been able to hear you because I stand so close to you. Right, we're going to sort Barbara up with the microphone. I told you we were so busy. If you do want to get hold of your one-day special, there it is. And it is available on Flexi Buy as well. There is more for you on the show. You can see all the details on the website. But I would like to tell you about the parchment paper that we've got on the show. I've got the details here. It is old school. It's a bit of fun. Do bear with us. Give us your comments on Facebook. We'd love to hear from you. No, don't. No one else on the website until you've bought.
Don't. Save it.
Right, here we go. Parchment paper in A4 size, which is perfect to work for. You can cut it down, of course you can. This is a really good, cost-effective way of buying it. I know it's a considerable purchase, and here are your details. So you can see them, but I'll also read them out as well, because sometimes you need to see it. 618981 is your item number. 250 sheets of parchment, £89.99, but it is available on 2 flexes, so £44.49 today. But if you're a Freedom member, it gets even better. You're saving even more. £40.04 is your first payment. We will take another payment of £40.04 in a month's time. But if you were to buy this parchment paper in the packs of 10, it would be costing in the region of, well, it would. It's not in the region of £125. This is packaged. It's a great deal, and we know you're loving this because we're busy for this as well. Now, Barbara, you got your mic? Come on down with me.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? I could, because it just went bang. Can you hear me now?
I had no idea.
Testing.
See, it's just how
2,
close
3.
I am to you, Barbara, is that you could hear Barbara through my mic.
I bet at home they couldn't, though.
I bet they could.
I hope so.
I bet they could. Oh, yeah, we could still hear you.
Yeah, hear me now?
Yeah, but just...
I'm
Oh, can't hear you now. Don't play that one. Listen, we've already got... Don't start tech getting off on one by doing the...
Well, better late than
doing
never.
that.
45 minutes into the show, he's sitting there looking at it, goes,
It's
oh,
like
hang on a
Norman
minute.
Collier. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop there because we're freaking people out.
I tell you what I was going to say, right, because this has been absolutely, like,
chaotic.
Unprecedented.
No,
I won't
very
say,
busy.
yeah, just very busy.
Yes.
And thank you so much at home for supporting us and tolerating this chaos today. However, what we could do at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, even if we haven't got any left, right, which is possible, we will have an in-depth
great show,
demonstration,
doing the demonstrations,
right?
Yes.
And Paul at 8 o'clock is much better at me than this anyway. Paul at 8 o'clock this evening, he will do a really good slow demonstration, won't you, Paul? Yes, he will. He's nodding.
He's shaking as well, actually.
His thumb.
Oh,
Good.
my goodness. Right, OK, so thank you for bearing with us.
James
it's really
Dahlias.
James Dahlias are here. It's like a game at home at Christmas, isn't it? Right. Jane's Dahlias, that's the item number. I will hold it there so you can see it, because some of you like to hear it, some of you like to see it. So 605326 is your item number. Jane's Dahlias, £15.98. These are beautiful plates to have on, Barbara. They really are. And we've got those gorgeous flowers that you can start to make and create some beautiful designs, and they'll work beautifully with the one-day special, as you can see just here. They'll also work very well with the queens, and we do have the queens coming up. Now, the details on your screen is for the one-day special. The details for Jane's Dahlias is there.
You're doing a cracking job,
Janice.
Janice.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. So there you go. So that's Jane's Dahlias. If you want to get hold of those, there's 2 plates. It is excellent value for money. Recheck, £15.98. Right, moving on, we've got Jane's Roses. And Jane's Roses, again, oh my word. I'm going to have a look
Jane
at this.
Nesterenko would have been laughing her head off at this, wouldn't she?
This is gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, it really is.
There we are.
It really is. So those are the roses. Details
Absolutely
here.
gorgeous.
£15.98, 699 195, and you get 2 plates. You get both of those plates, both of those designs, including the butterfly on there as well.
And that's George. That's George, and that's the one that we're working on. Work in progress down at other end of table.
Perfect.
Oh. Okay.
Pop that back on. Butterfly.
There you go, Maria.
Butterfly.
Perga glue. Not so good.
You use Brad's, maybe. Beautiful butterfly there. So that is...
It's so hot in here.
Is Jane's Roses, £15.98. Right, let's talk about the queens. Because behind every good king is a good queen. So they say. Right, now you launched the Queens in December.
Yes.
Again, we were incredibly busy for those.
Not this busy.
Not this busy, but we were incredibly busy. The details for your Queens are here. I have them. The item number, again, I'll let you see it, is 057474. It's the Queen Lace collection, £53.94. It is available on 2 flexes, £26.97. You are saving £10.
So let me ask you, has this all collapsed because of the surge of
When we have
traffic?
a surge, when we have a lot of traffic, it doesn't matter how big your servers are, how big your websites are, how big your company is. When you have a surge, it's like a rush for the doors. And sometimes this can happen. So it is just clogged up a little bit. We are getting through your calls, but I will say you've broken the internet.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Again, I might add.
Josie and I are very happy, aren't we, Josie?
Yes,
we are.
Yeah. But please bear with us.
Thank
we
you
are
so
getting through.
much.
We do want everybody to get what you want.
And we will make sure that you know what you're doing with all this. You know,
Yes,
that we've got 5 hours to teach you.
That's right. A one-day special we launched a one-day special at 6 o'clock. We sold out of the one-day special 20 minutes past. We did then get in more on extended, which is also flying out the door. But it does mean we've got all day tomorrow to do some great things for you and give you some great demonstrations.
Exactly.
Yes.
We can show you exactly how it works.
Yes. So apologies if it has been a bit fraught, but we do need to let you know all that information, and we do need to let you know so you're informed, so you can make your decisions to go to the web or get on the phones. So this is the Queens. The details again, 057474 is your item number, and it is available on 2 flexes of £26.97. You're also getting those alphabet plates.
And that's a
included.
beautiful, that swirly feminine font, which was so gorgeous.
It is beautiful.
And compare that with the Kings, you see the difference.
Yeah, you do.
Really
so
excellent.
You might want to go for both sets. Right, we are moving on, because if you are new to all of this, I hope we've not put you off. If you are new to all of this, we do have the Groovy starter kit available for you, and it is here, and it is an excellent way to start your journey into Groovy, and it's 587104. That's your item number. It is your starter kit, £49.99 if you want to go for this. It's everything you need to get started, which is fabulous. Now, whilst you catch your breath, why don't we take a look at some inspiration? Remember, bear with us on the website. We are getting through everyone's calls as well. So if it has bounced back out, just place it back in. Whilst you do that, let's take a look at some inspiration. Right, so very, very busy. We're going to head into the demonstration. We've got 3 minutes left. If you want to consider... I'm only kidding. Go on, you go for it.
Have we only got 3 minutes left?
We've only got 3 minutes left.
Right, come on in. Right, so here we are. I just wanted to show you the next stage. And what we're going to do now is enter the light wave. And what I want to do is just turn the light wave on, but you'll see that let me just get that going. Right, as high as we can, right? That's it. And then I'm going to use a super foam mat over the top. Now, because I'm going to start perforating, I'm going to put my